This story begins in the depths of the abyss, in a place where the bright rays of the sun cannot be found. Oddly enough, a special guy named John ended up in this remote place. There are no boundaries in this abyss, and the problem is that there are countless monsters and constellations lurking here. Our main character met one of these monsters from the very beginning. This is a huge dragon constellation. He was nicknamed the ferocious seven-headed dragon named Org, and meeting him would make even the bravest warriors cower in fear. John knew where he was going. He is not afraid of the dragon at all and looks at him as an equal opponent. The battle with the powerful monster officially began. From the first seconds of the battle, John went forward. He thought about completely seizing the initiative and showing all his talents, but everything did not go according to plan. At a moment when he was more confident than ever, another enemy appeared, the planet eater Vulcan. Now the situation is really coming under control because John will have to fight two powerful monsters at the same time. They rule their territories in the abyss and are not going to give up a millimeter of personal space. It is difficult to meet two such titans at the same time, but another terrible creature has joined this battle. The lord of the arachnid spatial cave, named Adio, appeared seemingly out of nowhere. He tied the guy up with his web and screamed like a psychopath. But even that didn't scare the human warrior. This battle took from him not only too much strength, but also a huge amount of time. Now we need to try to find a quick way to return to Earth. Thanks to his victory, John achieved success worthy of the title of Invincible Master of Training. Because of this, it has become much stronger as a constellation, and is now closer to its full potential. Mythology is not a product of imagination. Creatures called constellations were considered deities in the human world. They blessed the human race, and as the number of followers grew, so did the authority of the constellations. Planet Earth, with its huge population, became as if a real treasure for the constellations. They fought to take away each other's followers. Here one could find not only good constellations, but also real monsters born in deep darkness. Through sheer force and chance, a constellation named John appeared to stop the total injustice in the world. Although he received the title of Invincible Training Master, no one canceled the delicious dinner after the fight. Juicy grilled meat will easily restore your former energy and fill your body with unbridled energy. His assistant, a goblin named Lars, could not believe that the meat was cooked in an adamantium frying pan. Lars is the true ruler of the Goblin Kingdom, as well as a great wizard who became a follower of the constellation John. Recently, John met a constellation that looked like a cow, but released it in exchange for milk. Lars found it hard to believe that his beloved deity was fighting with a constellation. He had probably already forgotten what hunger was. John was so hungry that his first priority was gathering ingredients for a delicious dinner. His hobby, during his many hundreds of thousands of years in the abyss, was preparing delicious dishes. Instead of killing for territory, he fought with the constellation just to get milk. This guy is truly special. Lars also decided to try this juicy and tasty meat and understand how good his boss is. In truth, this is the best piece of meat he has ever eaten in his life, because this steak is made from a constellation. The power of adamantium, together with the mystical constellation oil, increased the energy value of this product. The goblin's magic circle was immediately activated, and he instantly opened up a new mana circle. This is the best dish he has ever tasted. The effect was so global that John was even a little scared. Sometimes he doesn't quite understand these goblins and begins to miss his home planet. Millions of light years separate him from Earth, but nevertheless he never loses hope of one day returning home. Let's go back several tens of thousands of years ago and see what happened on Earth during that turbulent time. John enjoyed spending his free time in the gym to improve his physical capabilities. He was an ordinary person who studied, fell in love, and experienced the first problems of adult life. This all happened before he became a constellation with the title of Invincible Training Master. The guy was obsessed with violence from an early age. You can understand him because he was an orphan and hated weakness. He realized that he needed to train for his own defenses, and so he became stronger day by day. At that time, he was an ordinary C-rank hunter, but his ambitions always wanted more. When we talk about hunters, we mean a profession that arose in the era without. This is an honorable profession in which warriors are dedicated to protecting people from the dangers of dungeons and monsters. Artifacts from dungeons attract many people who want easy money and fame, and John is no exception. He is an orphan, so he had nothing to lose, and so he decided to take a chance and become a living legend. His boss believes that lately John has been taking too many risks, and this path will definitely lead to a fiasco. His motives are absolutely clear, but people are still too weak to fully challenge the monsters. John always believed that there was another way to become stronger, not just by raiding dungeons. He recently broke up with his girlfriend, but his boss advised him to find other things to do and take some time off. The problem was that John couldn't go on a date due to constant training, so it was no surprise that the girl told him to go to hell. Sometimes it seems that this guy is absolutely hopeless because he is truly a fan of his work. When the time comes to fight dangerous and cruel monsters, he is ready to show all his talents. Oddly enough, at such moments he does not even feel fear. It is more like fanatical excitement. Martial artists have a hard time at all. They are resilient and therefore cope well with direct attacks. It must be admitted that their damage still cannot be compared with the damage that magicians inflict. Now everyone is only interested in magical attacks, so fighters like John are of little interest to anyone. It really doesn't matter what people say about him because he doesn't regret starting to learn martial arts. The fighting technique is not as flashy and convenient as magic, but the true nature of combat suited John well. In addition, we must not forget about his constant desire to achieve great results and climb to the top. Even when he trained at night, he still believed that this was not enough. Although his progress was obvious, there are still martial artists who are better than him. Sometimes it seemed that when this guy fell asleep, even in his sleep he continued to actively train. You can call such an attraction fanaticism, but in any case, one cannot help but praise this guy for his perseverance. He heard a voice and tried to understand who was speaking to him. This creature did not quite look like a person. It turned out that he was talking to the constellation of the Abyss, or rather to the virtuous goddess of Libra. The goddess understood that the guy was shocked, so she got straight to the point, because they didn't have much time. It turned out that she came here to make a deal with him. She knows that he will immediately agree to this, although other people constantly ask too many questions. Apparently this guy is special, because he is not going to ask anything at all. For him, it is enough that the constellation offers him a deal. Everything else is mere nonsense. Of course, he wonders why she chose him, and not the warriors who had higher ratings. I had to explain to the guy that the goddess can see the future, and it is the future that is the key to understanding her actions. Thanks to this skill, she learned that in a few years, a great danger would fall on the Earth. The evil constellations will begin to attack people in full force, and then the jokes will end. Then people will understand that the current dungeon monsters were just children's toys. The goddess saw this long before the disaster. Now she knows that John is the key to preventing this future. She explained that she was going to make him much stronger so that he could cope with all the difficulties. Of course, you will have to go through difficult and inhumane training, but it is worth it. At this moment, as it turned out later, the goddess of scales was incredibly nervous. She understood that only a madman would agree to such a contract. Offering such a deal to a hunter was something unheard of and even absurd. This contract was completely unfair and illogical, but he who does not take risks does not drink champagne. When a person contracts with a constellation, he becomes its avatar. His soul becomes attached to the constellation, and he begins to live in constant limitation. In return, he receives powerful magic and a guaranteed rank increase. On the other hand, constellations are very impatient because they have to fight to get the avatar. John is not the greatest hunter, which is why he is so excited about this opportunity. The goddess has already managed to prepare a training facility in the Abyss, but in that territory, time flows completely differently. He will have to train in total solitude for decades, and maybe even more. Even if he refuses to train, he still won't be able to return home. This is how legendary hunters become stronger. This is only possible through the signing of a contract by the constellation. The goddess was sure that he would ask for time to think, but intelligence is not John's strong point. Without any hesitation, he immediately agreed to sign the contract. The fact is that he is not at all attached to his home, and it will be enough for him to leave only one letter. He dreams of saving the world and is ready to make any sacrifice for this. Without thinking twice, the goddess began the process of concluding a contract, and everything around changed its shape. Now a gate opens in front of John where he must pass his first tests. Only then will the goddess be able to accept him as her avatar. In the gym where this guy spent so much time, only a small letter remained. He did everything he wanted and is now ready to go to adventure and danger. Finding himself in a completely different place, he felt the concentration of magic on a completely different level. Now he understands what the Abyss really is. It's not like the stories in science fiction books. Scientists have always believed that the dungeon is only a part that broke away from the Abyss. There's nothing around at all, and this place doesn't exactly look like a training facility. Meanwhile, the Libra goddess began to analyze her new avatar. Her assistants believe that the guy is quite talented and worthy of this title. Although the Libra goddess can see the future, her skills are not at all perfect. In fact, she can only see part of the future, the rest is just speculation and theory. She saw that John was training in the Abyss and suppressing the invasion of evil constellations. After this, they decided to make him their avatar, although some of the assistants had a bad feeling about it. Still, her prophetic dream could turn out to be wrong, and then this guy who is supposed to save the Earth could turn into a disaster. The goddess created all the conditions for John to be surrounded by danger. Only when you face danger can you progress and develop your potential. John quickly realized that he was facing a test created by the goddess. It feels like his body is being torn apart, but he still has to withstand this attack. After a powerful magical storm swept through, the illusion magic immediately dissipated. This ancient magic was used as a basic security measure, but John did not immediately understand it. Soon, a magical storm raged again. Even the goddess of the forest could not have foreseen this. The assistants have been waiting for a long time to meet her new avatar, but he still does not come. The goddess should have sensed John's presence when he entered the training citadel, but this did not happen. It seemed that all he had to do was simply take a few steps forward towards the gate, It was too obvious and easy. It seems that Earthlings cannot act on their own, although ideal conditions for training were prepared for him. This is not only sports equipment, but also earthly toys for a fun holiday. She created the perfect environment for him to focus on training and improve his performance. The goddess's warrior, Ada Quaniel, inspected the training citadel and was unable to find John. She suggested that only a magical storm could intervene and throw the avatar into unknown territory. The goddess ordered Ada to immediately go in search of the avatar and get him even from the deepest part of the abyss. They can't leave him to wander the universe, they must definitely bring this bad guy back. The abyss can be compared to an endless void that sucks you in like a black hole. Even the constellation was able to master only part of this world, which is why it is so difficult to find a missing person here. The violent flow of mana could simply destroy his body, leaving no trace of his existence. At first, John felt as if he was drowning in a deep sea. Highly concentrated magical power circulates through breathing. The divine cosmic art transformed his energy, and the magical power strengthened his body. Now his bones and muscles have become stronger, his tan has increased, and his potential has reached a completely unknown level. As expected, becoming a constellation avatar was not at all easy. A week passed before the storm passed, and it looked like the first training session was a success. The storm carried him to an empty corner of the poor, which was not owned by any constellation. He thought that here the goddess had prepared a new training for him, although in fact he was just lost. Seeing a huge monster, he thought that this was his new test. He needed to tear it into pieces. This stone dragon is too dangerous. It seems that they are not overestimating their avatar. On the other hand, John thought that the goddess had planned everything carefully, so there was no need to be afraid of difficulties. This stone beast looks like Onyx from Pokemon. Perhaps they are related. John confidently approached this monster and tried to inflict maximum damage on it. He was confident in his abilities, but it turned out that this was not even enough to tickle the monster. You'll have to train until this monster crumbles into powder. It's time to return to Earth again and see what happened when John became a hunter. His companions were discussing a book related to divine cosmic art. According to rumors, this book allows you to cultivate ki energy, but now few people are interested in this. John always loved to go against society. Today, he is the only one who is interested in this book. Martial arts have gone out of style, but this guy has always been old-fashioned. He grew up watching Arnold Schwarzenegger and Jackie Chan, so you can understand him. As you know, mana is the vital part of a magician, and Kai energy is an integral part of the abilities of a martial artist. Strength varies with the amount of this energy, and this is the reason for the unpopularity of martial arts. It took too long to cultivate this energy, but John didn't pay any attention to it. He always dreamed of becoming a warrior and conquering the divine space arts. There is no special way to cultivate ki in this art, but this is not the main thing. This energy permeates every movement of the warrior and returns to his body. When this process is repeated, an insignificant amount of Kai accumulates in the tan. Each blow or move increases the level of this energy very slowly, and this has always been the problem with martial arts. But if this training continues indefinitely, then John will be able to become a true master of his craft. In theory, everything is quite simple, but in practice, almost no one is ready to make such sacrifices. Although John always considered himself less talented than other guys, he was actually wrong. He has a special talent to go through difficulties and not deviate from the chosen path. That is why he was able to withstand the repetition of the same movements for 100 years. Through this, he learned the skill of the inner resolution fist technique. This technique allows you to reach the level of divine cosmic art and reach the level of a master. The huge stone monster was defeated. It took a long time, but the result was worth it. There is only one master on Earth who has reached A rank, a hunter from China named Li Xiaowan. He openly says that he has become a martial arts expert and is at the level of a six-circle magician. Of course, he's going to claim the S rank and become the first master of this level. In order to achieve Li's performance, John will have to train for 1,000 years. At that moment, the guy saw that the stone snake was beginning to address him, as if inviting him to come to him. The snake didn't ignore him at all, because after his level increased, he became much stronger. John didn't pay much attention to his past rival, and decided to do something else. But the stone snake was so persistent that it decided not to deviate from the chosen strategies. She decided to show him something interesting. John heard a sound that was already familiar to him. He heard the same thing when he first fell into the abyss 1,000 years ago. This is the sound of a magical storm. He even thought that this was another gift from the goddess that would lead him to the second test. The stone snake had never heard anything more stupid and funny in its entire life. Even the most powerful monsters can die if caught in a magical storm, but John ordered them to go ahead. It was because of his ignorance that he was so confident and left the snake no choice. Everything went well, and John was sure that this is how they move in the abyss. Only now did he begin to realize how incredible the magical storm was in nature. It not only fills your entire body with mana, but also makes you stronger, relieving you of fatigue. John didn't even know what he was talking about. In fact, this guy was just lucky. It's pure luck that John didn't die immediately after being caught in the magical storm. Now, he does not know this. He is thinking about finding some food and quenching his thirst. The stone serpent decided to give some advice to the young guy. If he eats part of his body, he will immediately feel relief, as if he had eaten a delicious burger. This was strange advice, as if the snake was taking revenge for 100 years of beatings and constant humiliation. On the other hand, perhaps this is the beginning of something new, which on Earth is usually called strong friendship. The Libra goddess Avatar decided to trust your new friend and taste the stone taste. Thus, he learned everything about the stone snake and received a combat epiphany. This technique is also known as the stone serpent fist, and is now another power in John's arsenal. Seeing his first results, John received additional motivation to train. He became strong enough to break through stones and also flexible, like his friend the onyx snake. John turned into a true advanced level master and immediately tried out his stone fist technique. It was really not bad. He began to understand a lot more about martial arts when he found himself in the abyss. Now he needs to find a new place to train, a new test, and also new difficulties. Training underwater always interested him as something special and incredibly interesting. Onyx cannot go with him because he might drown. John asked his friend to stay. The water in the abyss is different from the water on planet Earth. In it, you feel as if you are in a dream. Very quickly, John realized that she was poisonous around him. His internal energy began to deplete. If his ki level fell below the acceptable level, his life would be in mortal danger. The water monsters began to bite him, but at the same time, his body began to get used to the poison. The resistance to this water immediately increased, and John began to feel better. At the moment when Onyx began to truly worry about his new comrade, something unimaginable happened. John not only adapted to the poison, but was also able to get out of the water filled with dangerous creatures. In the last seconds of his stay in the water, he saw something shining at the bottom. He doesn't know how to swim through the poisonous ocean, but if this is the test of the goddess, he must brave the danger. Of course, John was wrong when he thought about the goddess and her training, but it seemed to him that everything was quite obvious. You just need to continue training hard and improve your physical capabilities. If he accumulates enough internal energy, he will be able to go deeper into the poisonous ocean. Of course, this will require a huge amount of time, but in the abyss, time flows according to completely different laws. They have been in this territory for 200 years and are constantly training. John completely forgot the last time he enjoyed a delicious dinner and juicy meat. Soon he saw a monster from the poisonous ocean. Apparently, this poor fellow died of old age. If prepared correctly, it can turn out to be a real fish delicacy. Onyx looked at his friend as if he were crazy, but this did not bother John at all. Before you start, you need to cook the fish. No one is going to eat it raw, moreover, poisoned by poisonous water. John quickly figured out how to make stone kitchen utensils, and for the first time it turned out well. When he began to cut the fish, it turned out to be so poisonous that it melted his stone. His friend Onyx decided to help in this difficult moment and give him something special. Taking a closer look, John realized that this was adamantium, a real treasure that was highly valued among stone-type monsters. When adamantium comes into contact with poison, it does not melt at all, so thanks to it, you can become a real chef. At that moment, John remembered the words of his boss about the fact that every person should have a hobby. It really brings pleasure and helps you take your mind off your main activity. John had not eaten for a huge amount of time, so he looked like a predator who had finally caught his prey. He didn't care what to eat. Even on Earth, he didn't follow a special diet and loved to experiment. Food is only a means of obtaining nutrients. This is exactly what he believed in his childhood. He didn't even think that the meat might be too poisonous and his body wouldn't withstand the stress. The guy is very lucky that his internal energy has learned to remove toxins from the body. Now his mana has increased and he can enjoy the fish steak without any problems. It turned out that poison is also energy, and as long as a person is not poisoned, he can process the poison into internal energy. As soon as John understood this truth, he immediately realized the opportunities that were opening up to him. He realized that he needed to continue the hunt and eat every sea monster who stood in his way. Thus, several more centuries passed. He did not even notice how he destroyed half of the ocean. Our protagonist's body, as well as his mind, has changed greatly during this time. Now he doesn't pay any attention when the deadly poison spreads throughout his body. His body has learned to remove toxins at breakneck speed, and now he is not afraid of more than one poison of the abyss. Now his skill has reached the expert level, and therefore the level of training needs to be increased. John began to think that they should not contact each other for a long time. He hopes that everything is fine with his planet. Now he is approximately at the level of a hunter rank A. On Earth, he could only dream of this. Of course, this is not enough to save people from disaster, so we need to continue training. John said goodbye to his comrade and said that their paths would diverge for a while. They must return home while John once again conquers the depths of the sea. Due to his complete protection from poisons, the ocean is no longer considered a threat to this guy. The sea monsters have no choice but to flee from a hunter named John, which is how he became the local emperor. Soon he finally found the source of magical power that he saw on his first dive. He decided that this was a portal to the place of the next training and hurried to meet his fate. His intuition foresaw the coming fight, and his body activated its defenses against danger. When a person reaches the expert level, his body independently prepares for battle when it senses danger. This kind of bloodlust can only be found in a high-level dungeon, and now this aura is directed against him. The constellation is called godlike beings. Their attributes are the laws established in their territory. The monsters were surprised to see a man in front of them. They realized that he was here for the first time. These creatures immediately decided to show him the local rules, which state that people need to cut off their heads. This is done so that people understand that this territory is ruled by the Lord of Blood and Battles. John was surprised but not at all scared. He thought that this training complex had quite interesting rules. He still perceives everything that happens to him as an element of the game and preparation. The guy is sure that the goddess is watching him all the time and will certainly help at a critical moment. Perhaps this gives him the necessary confidence to challenge his fate. Concentrating all his key energy into his fist, he delivered a powerful blow to his opponent's weapon. Apparently, the local ruler did not at all expect the strength of an ordinary person. Now he will know that when he meets people from the earth, he needs to treat them more politely. Even the demons were shocked by this stranger's behavior. Apparently, they have a completely different etiquette. John pointed his finger at them and said that he was ready to take the test and defeat anyone who stood in his way. Of course, these guys didn't understand what he was talking about, but because of this, John stopped even more unpredictable. The demons warned that if he angered the Lord of Blood in battles, he would regret that he was born. They prepared to kill this guy and chop him into a million little pieces. And confidence knew no bounds. But John trained for hundreds of years and is now ready for any challenge of fate. These strange techniques, which he managed to learn in the abyss, easily destroyed the defense of his enemies. He felt that he was on a completely different level compared to these demons. John doesn't like to fight when surrounded, but so far there are no worthy opponents here. He does not yet know that on the territory of this constellation, the attribute is the second law of nature. The second law of nature is that a person must always be ready for his own defense. In the territory of the Lord of Blood and Battles, there is only one rule. All avatars must endlessly fight each other. John entered a nearby house and said that he had to borrow this building for a while. Inside, he met a rather good-natured monster, who at that moment was preparing dinner. He prepared a delicious soup and said that he would be glad to share it with his guest. John had not eaten for a huge amount of time and would have been happy if he was treated to something. It seemed to them that he had found the only normal monster in this territory. But these were hasty conclusions. It turned out that he was offered a poisonous steamed stew, and this was not at all a dish that he would like to try. Immunity to the poison immediately began the body's detoxification process. The poisonous energy that was absorbed was transformed into Kai energy and made John stronger. This chef had not seen anything like this, began to panic and called his friends for help. Looks like the party is going on, and a few skulls will have to be broken again and a couple hundred teeth knocked out. Very quickly, the restaurant turned into a gathering place for dangerous creatures. John was confident in himself, smiled and assured his opponents that he could fight forever. He even started using chairs instead of weapons, and thanks to this, he acquired the skill of Jujutsu. Meanwhile, the Libra goddess still could not find her avatar. She had not received any news in all these years. Her warrior must find the only person in the abyss. This is not an easy mission. Meanwhile, John was not at all nervous and was sure that the goddess was constantly watching him. He easily defeated all his opponents and demonstrated his progress in practice. His sensitivity increased and he felt something supernatural coming from the cauldron. It turned out that not all the demons had died yet, and John learned some of the features of this territory. The Lord of Blood and Battles does not want fights to be interrupted, so he always resurrects the local monsters. John plans to stay here for a long time. He is interested in the adamantium cauldron and the restaurant, and the demons can keep everything else for themselves. In one story, John learned about a retired martial artist who owned a small cafe. At first, the guy came here only to look for a suitable place for battles and did not think about anything else. But only after some time, the sudden acquisition of a restaurant inspired him. Now this place is called Bergamot. The former owner of the restaurant was not going to give up this establishment, but John was not even going to listen to him. If someone wants to take his property, they can challenge him and win in a fair fight. Finally, John has found his favorite hobby and will not only study martial arts. Now he has utensils, ingredients, and even a place to cook. He checked the ingredients and prepared to make himself something tasty for the evening. The problem was that in this restaurant, all the products were poisoned. It was not entirely clear how to make delicious delicacies from them. All that remains is to eat it all raw and use your immunity to turn food into energy. It is even possible to use poison as one of the cooking gradients. Phenomenal logic. Thus, John began his new life in this territory. He quickly learned the rules. During the daytime, he fought monsters to gain experience, and in the evening, he experimented with new ingredients. Thus, his life continued for several hundred years. It was quite an interesting time. Every day, the monsters were reborn and returned to try to take revenge. They wanted to take back their restaurant and finally cut off the head of this harmful boy. Magic skills are popular, which is why such books are often sold at auctions as artifacts. Not all artifacts can be obtained for money. Sometimes you have to go deep into the dungeon to find something worthwhile. Through prolonged deadly fights, John was able to achieve harmony of body and mind. He destroyed monsters every day and increased his combat level, as well as his combat IQ. There is no doubt that the ruler of blood and battles is pleased with what is happening on his territory. This is exactly what he wanted. Only the monsters constantly suffered due to the appearance of a new participant in the battles. They didn't understand how in 100 years this guy didn't bother to lose a single battle. John perfectly combined training, his hobby, and mental preparation through meditation. The demons soon realized that none of their strategies worked against this guy. By that time, John also realized that it was time to change something. He felt that he had stopped becoming stronger. He absorbs energy through food, but all progress in martial arts stands still. Because of this, the harmony of mind and body has been disrupted. We need to restore balance and reach a new level. The demons adjusted their plans a little. They decided to lure John out of the restaurant. They used to constantly try to go inside, but now it's time to innovate. The demons came to an agreement because they understand that while John is hiding in the restaurant, it is impossible to even scratch him. They didn't decide to get him out of there by any means, but they were still surprised when he actually came out to meet them. It looks like this guy has completely lost his head due to his self-confidence, and perhaps he is no longer afraid of these pathetic slugs. In any case, as soon as his aga left the restaurant area, the demons instantly rushed forward. This restaurant has long been a refuge, but it has also caused the young warrior's development to stagnate. While he was isolated from the real world, you could not fully perceive the danger and know the feeling of fear of death. It is battles to the death that accelerate a warrior's growth, and as soon as John realized this, he decided not to hide anymore. He understood that this was just a trick of the demons, but decided to play their game according to his own rules. It seemed to him that he was in control of the situation. This continued until a new hero appeared on the scene. This guy is not like the monsters here. He is several times larger and stronger than other demons. Everyone was sure that today John himself would turn into food, but so far he was in no hurry to lose his first battle. Thus, he decided to show all the inhabitants of this world that size does not matter. He already misses dangers and situations where monsters completely surround him. He felt too comfortable in the restaurant battles. But today he stepped out of his comfort zone. Li Xiaowan described his strength as a state in which he was filled with a sense of confidence. When John read about this on Earth, he could not fully understand these words, but now everything has changed. Once he reached the expert level, he felt a confidence that went beyond existing boundaries. Previously, during a fight, he felt like he was being pushed into a corner. This was due to a lack of self-confidence. Now he forgot about this feeling. He experienced complete calm, as if he felt zen. This inner calm told him that he was much stronger than all the surrounding demons and gave him a feeling of invincibility. He became so complete in his consciousness that he even learned to use his opponent's strength for his own purposes. Such techniques are called kazushi, and John has now fully mastered this skill. After the battle was over, he began to prepare delicious food. Finally, he could cook something truly worthwhile. The demons, who were confident that today their plan would finally work, were again left with nothing. The next time John left the restaurant, they again came up with something unusual. Instead of trying to get inside or lure him outside, they just waited for him to come out and decided to have a barbecue. All this time they tried to beat him or cut off his head, but no one even thought that the guy could be fried. It seemed to them that this idea could solve all their life problems, but John turned out to be too thick-skinned. He successfully blocked the attacks with his internal energy and remained very calm. Having received a new form of invulnerability, he continued to have fun and destroy any monster that dared to approach him. The more the demons spent their strength, the stronger their opponent became. The gap between their levels continued to grow, and this continued for many hundreds of years. One fine day, John came out and said that the battle was enough. He asked all the guys to go home. He even gave each demon a number so they could line up for tomorrow's battle. Somehow, through constant battles and conflicts, he became close to these guys. John took out a hunter's card, a magical item he received when he first registered with the association. When the owner fills it with his energy, the card shows his characteristics. Soon he saw his specialization, rank, as well as all the special techniques that he had learned during this time. When he was on planet Earth, he could not even dream of such phenomenal success. His status had risen so high that John could not even believe his own progress. No one had ever told him that rank could rise so quickly. He has gained immunity to any poisons, and now takes the power of toxins and turns it into his own energy. He also learned the total and complete harmony of body and mind, learned to use the body the way he wanted. It is also impossible to pass by the kazushi technique, which helps redirect the opponent's power in your direction. It's almost as useful as an invulnerability technique where the skin becomes harder than steel. Hunters use mana as a source of power when using a skill. This is the basic skill of any warrior. When the quality of a source drops, it leads to loss of effectiveness and problems in battles. However, if you have mastered Danton coordination, you will reach the legendary level by creating the illusion of 3 colors during meditation. Such skills are available to hunters of the highest rank, and there are legends about them on Earth. Although their divine martial art is quite slow, it can create ki stronger than other martial arts. Let's remember that our main character has been training this skill for more than 1,000 years. He became a real martial arts specialist, that is, he climbed to the top of Everest. He always believed that he did not have innate talents, but now is the time to change his mind. His experience reached unprecedented levels, and this influenced the improvement of intuition during battle. It is believed that it is difficult to master even one martial art in a lifetime, but John can do more. When he looked at his characteristics, he could not help but notice something special. World resonance means that the world resonates with you because you are close to reaching the peak of cultivation. When he saw it for the first time, he didn't even realize that this was a thing that would make the whole Earth go crazy. Before our eyes, the birth of a human constellation took place, but this person did not even understand the importance of the moment. He prepared a delicious soup and hoped that he could become the best chef in the abyss. Without realizing it, he constantly took steps towards his greatness. Lately, his relationship with the demon has improved. They began to come to the restaurant and even talk to the owner. Everyone understood that this man was incredibly strong. All that remained was to come and try his culinary masterpieces. Testing new dishes has now become a regular routine in the restaurant. John practiced his cooking constantly, continually making changes to the menu based on customer reactions. Of course, there were always dissatisfied demons who still harbored hopes for sweet revenge. I had to show these guys who was boss and put them in their place. John even said that the demon would now be prohibited from entering here even after his resurrection. After that, he smiled slightly and asked all the other visitors to relax and enjoy the warm atmosphere. Not everyone liked the dishes here, but the demons were afraid of offending the chef. They said that they really liked it and would be happy to come here again. John was satisfied. Only later, when he had no visitors at all for the next month, did he realize that he was doing something wrong. He tested a huge number of ingredients from the abyss and created many recipes, but also did not forget about training. Lately, John has been frustrated because he feels his skills have stagnated again. His progress is stopped and he can no longer cultivate his internal energy. He no longer has anyone to use as a role model. The best hunter of the earth was just an expert, and now must go beyond the boundaries and destroy the wall on his own. He has only one path to self-improvement and improvement of skills. This is the path of battle with new enemies. With enemies that are many times stronger than these weak demons, so John is ready to fight a stronger opponent. He heard a knock on the door and happily opened the restaurant to a new customer. He was very surprised when he saw that this was a completely new monster that had not been here before. From the very first second of the meeting, John tried to read the skills of his new guest. It turned out that this demon had already heard about John and wanted to personally verify his special abilities. Thanks to his heightened intuition, John guessed that this monster was much stronger than it seemed. It is possible that this horned creature is even stronger than the owner of this restaurant. The monster feels like it has enormous magical power that exceeds the potential of the demonic race. John prepared the dish of the day, meat without rice, and watched his guest closely. He felt that a new stage of training would soon begin. All that remained was to light this match, and the flame would flare up by itself. The guest very quickly emptied the plate of meat and decided to talk a little. The unfamiliar demon took out a huge ingot of adamantium. John had never seen anything like it in his life. This horned monster is called Varagoth. He is the first avatar of the Lord of Blood and Battles. The Lord has been watching John for a long time and wants him to become his personal avatar, because this guy is special. The horned monster had no doubt that the man would accept this offer. Despite the fact that he is a wanderer from the outside world, it is unlikely that he is crazy enough to challenge the constellation. That's why he was so surprised when he heard a harsh and unprincipled refusal. For some time, Varago couldn't even believe that the man was refusing to accept the constellation's offer. John instantly felt an incredibly strong pressure. This aura completely captured his consciousness. Now, there is no doubt that he faces a very strong opponent who can help him reach a new level. John said that he promised another constellation to become his avatar, and therefore cannot accept the offer of the Lord of Blood and Battles. He must pass the test and show the goddess of Libra that he is worthy to be her warrior. The horned monster was shocked and hinted to the guy that he had been deceived. This was the first time he had heard about the tests in the abyss. The constellation enters into a contract with the avatar because of their desire and does not accept unworthy warriors. Many other constellations want to win over every successful warrior. This is the law of the abyss. That is why a contract is concluded with avatars, so that other constellations cannot lure them to their side. If a constellation wants to train an avatar, it does so on its own territory, so that the avatar is not taken by rivals. Useful avatars must be protected. This inviolable rule of the abyss is familiar to every constellation. John listened to his opponent, but reminded him that his constellation can see the future. She chose him because she saw that nothing bad would happen if he trained in foreign territory. John immediately began boasting about the training he had endured and the trials he faced in the abyss. He even talked about a magical storm that gave him incredible energy and potential. Varagoth was so surprised that he even thought that a real psycho was standing in front of him. He hinted that John might just have gotten lost in the universe, and that there was no hidden meaning to it. He tried to win the man over to his side, but John lost patience. In fact, the guy understood that the monster was not lying at all. It was an intuitive feeling. During this conversation, he really understood a lot and analyzed everything that happened to him. However, he enjoyed the process of cultivation so much that he didn't even want to think about anything bad. All this empty chatter made him angry. His emotions were overflowing. Varagoth tried to stop the man, but John immediately declared that his plans had changed. He realized that he was not at the training facility at all, and therefore it was better to return to Earth. 1,000 years have been wasted, but this does not mean that he can easily leave the territory of the Lord of Blood in battles. His opponent had finally shown his true form. He was no comparison to the demons who had been here before. The Master's blessing has enveloped the monster. The bloody axe technique is eager to kill. He is even slightly upset that he must destroy such a precious warrior, but an order is an order. He said that he was not going to serve anyone, and now he would make the demon suffer. He immediately prepared to use the moonwalk technique, but no, this is not related to Michael Jackson. Now it's clear why the Master of Blood and Battles was interested in this guy. Varagoth is surprised by his strength, but is not going to continue empty talk. At the moment when the battle was about to begin, it seemed that it began to rain. Only a few seconds later, John realized that this was condensed mana that his opponent was using. John will not be able to hold out for long, even with the skills of invulnerability. The demon has really seized the initiative. This attack is called Blood Baptism. Crimson mana melts and destroys everything in its path. This technique shows the difference between a person and an avatar of a powerful constellation. John had to resort to mind-body harmony techniques to sharpen his senses. He realized that he was in danger and needed to think carefully about every next step. Even in such a critical situation, he tries to maintain clarity of mind and composure. John even forgot about the discomfort that arose after realizing the wasted years of life. In fact, the situation is very similar to the moment when he found himself in the magical storm. It is important to remain calm and feel the internal balance of energy. Only complete concentration can help dodge the blood rain technique. And as soon as John found this balance, his level of proficiency in martial arts immediately increased. A new technique has just been discovered called incredible speed. This technique helps move so quickly that John becomes practically invisible. Before this, the demon was sure that all human creatures are too weak. Now he takes back his words. Just like on planet Earth, magical skills are too highly valued here. Thanks to unlimited possibilities, increasing your mana helps you develop your potential. Martial arts work a little differently. They use up the user's inner strength. Compared to magic, martial arts always have their limits. There is an incredible amount of mana in the abyss, so it is difficult to find a race that uses martial arts. This is too old a story, they still came about such creatures. They defied the constellation, and thus received the name Suicide Squad. Oddly enough, it was quite difficult to suppress their uprising because they did not use mana. Everyone around them didn't know how to adapt to their strange techniques, and that's why the Suicide Squad was so dangerous. If John used mana like all the other Abyss monsters, he would have died a long time ago by now. Only non-standard technique allows him to be inconvenient for his opponents. This is his feature and advantage. The battle with Varagoth was reminiscent of a real battle of the Titans, as if Godzilla and King Kong met in the abyss. No one wanted to lose because everyone pursued their own personal goals. John believes that the use of magic is dishonest, but he is sure that even magic has its weaknesses. For the first time in a long time, he was on the edge because he was facing a truly special enemy. John tried to act carefully, and over time she felt herself getting stronger. Step by step, he collected all his energy at one point, that is, in his fist. The perfect time has come to activate the Fist of Space, which has been asking to come out for a long time. Although John tried to do everything possible, most of his techniques only helped to defend himself. He wanted to win, but experienced serious problems during the attack. To break through the dense layer of magic protection, he must strike a special blow. Only after a few minutes of battle did a rather strange but interesting thought occur to him. The fist was unable to fully utilize the key energy, but there is also another approach. This technique is called Kai materialization and allows you to truly feel what a god strike is. Li Xiaowan, the greatest martial artist on Earth, was the first to perform this technique. However, he was only able to hold the materialization for a few seconds and use it in real combat. This technique takes too much energy, but perhaps John can find a way out of this situation. Let's not forget that this guy surpassed Li Xiaowan in skill and reached a completely different level. He was able to achieve this 100 years ago, and since then he has progressed and improved as a fighter without stopping. Now he is ready to challenge even the strongest creatures of the abyss. Varagoth was stronger than him, but be that as it may, he found a way to victory. John was able to completely destroy the Blood Shield spell and the Blessed Master. The abyss cannot believe such disrespect from the human race. Punishment must follow. The attack worked, but now his energy is too low to repeat the technique. The demons who watched this battle realized that nothing was over yet, and this was just the beginning. At what rate will this entire territory turn into total chaos, and all the monsters will be ground into powder? The battle between these two titans has been going on for 6 months now, and now there is no doubt that John is truly a legend. He continued to attack his opponent with the fist of space and do everything for a confident victory. For now, he doesn't have enough energy for the final blow, and he feels stuck. Although John can break through his opponent's defenses, he cannot use a deadly attack due to weakened energy. Some auxiliary skills can quickly compensate for the loss of Kai, but this is not enough. John still needs extra time to use the cosmic aura. These pauses give Varigoth enough time to rebuild his defenses and prepare a new attack. He became so angry that he asked the Lord of Blood and Battles to help him. The Master responded to the request of his avatar and endowed him with blessed power for victory. This battle is beyond understanding. Everything that we see with our own eyes will definitely remain in the history of the Abyss. As soon as Varigoth received the power of a master, he immediately felt that victory was only a matter of time. Now John knows that he is in mortal danger, and understands why his opponent has shrunk in size so quickly. All this is done for a simple reason. Reducing the size allows you to achieve the highest attack speed and be almost invisible. Now John must maximize his instincts in order to have time to defend himself from the blows of the axe. His invulnerability can no longer keep him alive forever, so he needs to find extra time to recover. As soon as John loses concentration for even a second, the demon will immediately take its chance and take his soul. Since John found himself in the Abyss, you have never used all the key energy from your Tan-Tan. There was always a logical reason for his behavior. Using all his power equals suicide, John understood this very well. He always knew that he was at the highest level compared to his enemies, and therefore did not need additional help. Now the situation is completely opposite. Now he is on the verge of death, and only a miracle will help him avoid his inevitable fate. He is not in a situation where he can calmly wait for tomorrow and leave reserves of his energy for the future. He needs to take the risk of expending all his energy right now, showing determination and courage. What happened next will be told to their children by the demons who personally observed this battle as something unimaginable. John had just learned Cosmic Breakthrough Kai. This new technique was added to the divine cosmic art. He not only improved his art, but also came closer to defeating an opponent who seemed like a real Terminator in the world of monsters. Now their confrontation is entering the final stage. Of the two of them, only one should remain. If you don't stop this guy right now, he will soon become even stronger, and Varigoth understands this very well. He is on the territory of his master, and must certainly carry out the order, otherwise death awaits him. You cannot just stand and watch as a new constellation is born on the territory of the Lord of Blood and Battles. He went forward, but it was at that moment that his opponent experienced the feeling that on Earth is commonly called enlightenment. After depleting his internal energy, the wall he faced and the amount of ki in his Dantang no longer mattered. In fact, Danton is the real world inside him. If he can take it outside his body, he will experience real transcendence. The surrounding world will become his Danton, and then a new constellation will be born in the Abyss, which will change the surrounding world. John has made such progress that he can now freely use Kai materialization, although previously it was only a targeted strike. He gained the skill of a good giant killer, and his global resonance increased to enormous proportions. All that remains is to take victory into his own hands and begin to do absolutely whatever he wants in this world. It is not at all strange that at the moment of this battle, the constellations that were nearby showed interest in John. Many of these constellations showed not only interest, but also personal interest in his victory. Only the Lord of Blood and Battles was incredibly furious and went crazy from what was happening before his eyes. Varigoth practically did not move. Even such a strong opponent immediately admitted defeat. Defeating the first avatar of the Lord of Blood and Battle is truly an achievement worthy of applause. Now John has received the strength of the whole world and the skill of a master of his craft. His fists become a formidable weapon even against titans. This victory is enough to earn the right to reject the offer of the Lord of Blood and Battles. Varigoth decided to give him some final advice. He asked the guy to reject any offers to become an avatar. He must continue his training and become so strong that no constellation can look down on him. This Abyss has not heard the story of the glory of the legendary warriors for a long time. He must become famous and become the first person in the constellation. Until this moment, John had never even thought that he could reach the level of divine power. Although it seemed like absolute madness, he still decided to take a risk and try to make this dream come true. Varigoth turned to dust as if after Thanos' snap and said that he would wait for their next battle. John has become a master at which he accepts the world as himself, and now unknown doors have opened for him. He felt something special, something completely unknown and powerful, or rather the gaze of the constellation watching him, and their pressure. He felt how powerful these creatures were, and that every one of their gazes was directed specifically at him. Although it once seemed impossible, Today, he is confident that he can compare with them if he continues his training and progress. According to legends and eyewitness stories, the constellations practically do not move across the abyss. They constantly target each other's territory, and if one of them leaves their post, they will immediately die at the hands of their enemies. That is why the constellation was constantly watching the world, but did not leave their homes. John did something special when he conquered Varigoth, and now the Lord of Blood and Battle has placed a bounty on his head. Every creature in this territory now longs for his death. It is almost impossible to hide. Anyone else would have tried to escape from this situation, but our hero has a completely different character. He does not know the word stop. As soon as he sees obstacles in front of him, he immediately raises his head high and walks forward with open arms. He has nothing to fear anymore, although there were times when he could only dream of such achievements. Then he watched the warrior who signed a contract with the constellation. Almost the entire world of hunters was jealous of this guy. Then this warrior revealed his secret and said that in fact, a constellation contract is something not entirely colorful and beautiful. Only special guys who had already become avatars of the constellations could understand him, but John was not like that. He did not bring up that the rules of the constellations bind you 24 hours a day, and you are constantly under the supervision of higher powers. John looked at him with incomprehension and could only dream of being in his place in the future. Now that he is fighting the monsters of the abyss, he begins to understand what the hunter meant here. He personally felt the obligation to act in accordance with the rules and obey the orders of his constellation. If an avatar disobeys an order, then immediate punishment awaits him. In simple words, he turns into a real slave. Since childhood, John wanted to become strong, but not in order to carry out someone's orders and be a servant. He always dreamed of choosing his own path, and now he understands that Varigoth was right when he made his last speech. John does not want to use magic. His dream has always been, and remains, to achieve success through martial arts. One of the constellations, which had been watching John all this time, decided to give him an adamantium ingot. John has always been obsessed with power, but we must not forget that he was only part of a capitalist society, and remained so even in the abyss. Many constellations are ready to offer him the best contracts, but he is not ready to sell himself as a slave. John is going to become a constellation on his own, and for this, he is ready to follow his own path, even if it is incredibly difficult. He decided to concentrate on his own goal and forget about the proposals from other constellations. Each warrior has his own personal path, and even if it is difficult for him, he still wants to take a risk and try to become a legend. In the abyss, you can find many worlds and interesting geolocations, not to mention different monsters that surprise you with their appearance. The constellation goddess of Libra still did not lose hope of finding her lost talent. Her warrior Ada Quaniel continued to travel through the depths of the abyss and do everything to find John. Monsters of the abyss are too selfish, and therefore coming into contact with them can be quite problematic. Even during a normal conversation, you should always expect something unexpected and even dangerous from them. Ada was completely alone in unknown borders, but this did not make him weaker than his rivals. It's not for nothing that he is called the best warrior in the Libra constellation. He earned this title with his sweat and blood. Anyone who dares to challenge him risks saying goodbye to his life much earlier than expected. The virtuous angel of the goddess Libra never stops, and continues her search for many years in a row. Ada met many different monsters and creatures on his way, and still could not find the right person. Avatars rarely leave their territory, so it was interesting for the constellation to communicate with such a strong warrior. For them, it's just entertainment. The Libra goddess sent her best warrior on this mission because he would conscientiously complete her task. Ada will not succumb to temptation from other constellations, even if he himself stops believing in this mission. Meanwhile, John continued his training in the abandoned sector of the Lord of Blood and Battle. Thanks to his master's degree, he has improved his techniques. Now the amount of internal energy does not play a significant role. A martial artist can perfectly utilize all available opportunities and push beyond his or her potential. The main thing is to continue to train actively and try to put your whole soul into every blow. Recently, his progress is undeniable, which is why John decided to leave the territory of the Lord of Blood and Battles. He has already achieved everything he could in this territory and is now ready to go in search of something new and exciting. The world began to resonate with his inner energy because he was very close to reaching the peak of his capabilities. John has practically turned into an invincible warrior, and now his skills are truly impeccable. Now all that remains is to find the answer to a new question and understand exactly how he should continue his progress. At the very moment when he was planning to leave the local territory, the demons found him again and reminded him that he could not escape from here. They want to take revenge on the guy for humiliating their master, but John has completely different concerns in his head. To become a constellation, he must strengthen his essence, and not pay attention to all sorts of slugs. Now all he can do is constantly train and try to achieve true greatness. He went in search of new adventures, and, in addition to global resonance, acquired 2 new skills related to his essence. First, you need to tell us that he has become a good giant fighter, and now he can challenge the strong, protecting the weak. He also set fire to another technique, which is no less important for a strong warrior, and is called the skill of self-control. Now John has become able to defeat himself, and the power of his essence will continue to grow thanks to this technique. Self-control is a skill that teaches its owner to live as a constellation in the abyss. First, you need to find opponents who are stronger than John, but he cannot afford to lose even once. It looks like it's time to face another monster, and this time the opponent's size may make all the difference. As we have noticed, John loves challenges. He likes to feel the excitement before a future fight and understand that he is an underdog. He prepared for battle and prepared his fist of death. But it turned out that today, he met his friend Onyx again. This little worm has become a real giant and is now capable of frightening even the most fearless monsters in the abyss. It turned out that he now has a large family. Onyx did not waste time and increased his offspring. Onyx hinted to his friend that staying in this territory was extremely dangerous, and it was better to find a safer place. For some time, John found it difficult to believe that his friend, along with his family, turned out to be monsters the size of an entire city. It was shocking news, but even it could not compare with the miracle that John experienced a few minutes later. A monster so large has appeared that compared to it, Onyx can be considered an ordinary person. This monster has never appeared on Earth before, and now the whole world must be on full alert. There is no doubt that such a huge worm must be much stronger than Varagoth, which means that John has met a worthy opponent. It feels like this huge nine-headed Hydra is at the constellation level, which means it's going to be fun. Lately, John doesn't like the extra attention of the constellations at all, because they mostly mock him and even try to mock him. The hostile attitude of the ruler of blood and battles could not please our hero, so he began to dislike the entire constellation. These divine beings can also be understood. To them, John seems like a beast who has not even reached adulthood. That is why they must offer every effort to prevent him from reaching a new level and matching their power. He decided to find a neutral zone so that no one could monitor his progress, but in this zone he was destined to fight a real titan. The local monsters can be equal in strength to the constellations, so meeting them is a real challenge for everyone. John immediately felt the magical aura of his opponent and realized that there was no way to play games here. He has no choice but to activate the good giant slayer skill and prepare for battle. If he manages to win this battle, then his essence will strengthen, and his character will undergo the necessary hardening. It must be remembered that John became an invincible master of training, and he deserved his title anyway. Even if he understands that the odds are against him, this guy will still go forward with his head held high. He is definitely not one of those who can take a step back, which is why the constellation is so actively trying to stop him. John quickly realized that it was the Hydra who was bullying his friend, and a true training master would never allow anyone to hurt his friends. The 9 heads of this monster immediately make you feel bloodlust. Most opponents would immediately start running as soon as they felt it. Not at all someone who could be afraid of his opponent. Looking at this monster, he did not even show a single hint of fear. He was already used to something like this, because he had undergone professional training in the territory of the Lord of Blood and Battles. John instantly approached his opponent and cut off his first head. The real fun began. The problem is that the Hydra always grows a new head thanks to the divine regeneration skill. This is what makes this monster so dangerous and powerful in the depths of the abyss. But no matter what happens, this monster is sure that not a single hero, and not even one constellation, will be able to withstand his poison. Even the constellation was afraid to come to this territory, because meeting with food was equivalent to hellish death. This Hydra is not only almost impossible to kill, but it is also difficult to even approach it at the moment when it begins to spray its poison around. The monster was sure that this would be enough to split this boy into atoms, but it turned out that this was not at all the case. It was not entirely clear how he was able to survive this poisonous attack from the Titan, but in any case, John took this blow upon himself and is preparing to strike back. If he did not have perfect immunity to poison, then of course he would have suffered. But today is his lucky day. Temporary invulnerability to show this person who is in charge here. At this moment, as if by order, the strength of the human warrior increased several times. He desperately wants to tear his opponent apart, and to do this, he is ready to cross the line of his own capabilities. For some time, John even lost control of his powers, because he felt the total weightlessness of consciousness. His huge rival could not drive John into a dead end. On the contrary, the guy felt as if he was at ease. The battle did not end only because the Hydra constantly used the divine regeneration skill. If not for this technique, John would have long ago torn his opponent into small pieces. The main problem with this battle is that the Hydra are very good at using magical power. It is almost impossible to block attacks using the invulnerability technique, but the moonwalk can come to the rescue in such an unstable moment. John felt that he was literally walking on poisonous breath, and thereby making his way through the Hydra's protection. He moved as quickly as possible and tried not to lose concentration, feeling that victory was approaching at the speed of light. While he was moving between the safe zones, something special and even a little strange happened at first. The fire and the venom and the Hydra's venom stopped, Time seemed to slow down, and John felt faster than any living thing in the galaxy. All that remained was to understand what was happening, because none of the martial arts could give such an effect. Hydra also does not know how to deliberately slow down its breathing, so what happened can truly be called a miracle. At this moment, John decided not to overload his brain, and first take advantage of the chance, and then try to figure out what happened. He created the perfect conditions to make this ancient titan suffer incredible pain. Only after some time did he understand what had happened. He realized that he was able to go beyond the limits of his own skills. His attacks are much stronger than they should be given his current level of martial arts. John felt that this power seemed to allow him to change reality in accordance with his imagination and desires. Now he has learned to control the power in his essence, and not even reality can stop him. The power of the essence is the force that allows the constellations to control everything that happens in the abyss. These deities use the power to transform the abyss, create their own kingdoms, and take control of everything around them. As long as the constellations have the power of essence, they can literally do anything. That is, continue to rule over the abyss. Hydra couldn't believe that this brat could afford to challenge her. It was like a total humiliation that cannot be forgiven, especially to this young guy from planet Earth. John's goal has always been to change the power of his own being, that is, to improve himself, not his opponent. As soon as the power essentially penetrated into his internal energy, he felt that he was turning into a real sword tip. It can be compared to the sword of King Arthur, that is, it can literally cut anything that gets in its way. This power is so powerful that it can even seal the divine regeneration of a titan. All that remains is to take control of your own emotions and seize the moment to finally take victory into your own hands. The situation got out of control, and the Hydra had no choice but to flee and save itself in its cave. Of course, this was incredibly humiliating for such a strong and powerful beast, but the monster had no other choice. Meanwhile, John was not going to let his victim escape. He rushed forward like an angry lion to finish off his prey. The final blow was only a matter of time. Incredible speed allowed the guy to do everything in a few seconds. Thus, an ordinary warrior from the Earth was able to defeat an ancient creature that even experienced constellations feared. Now the world began to resonate with him even more strongly after such a huge amount of Hydra blood covered him. Now John will be able to use divine regeneration as well as Hydra karma, which means that his invulnerability is almost endless. Previously, he could not even dream of all these skills. Martial artists on Earth are satisfied only with combat training. If he were on his own planet, he would already have become the living embodiment of the majesty of legend. It doesn't really matter anymore, especially after he decided to transcend existence and become a constellation. Even Onyx noticed that his friend had changed too much lately, although in fact, they had not seen each other for several thousand years. Onyx is also no longer a small stone snake. It is a large monster that has its own family. Now it's time to figure out what to do with the dead carcass of a huge titan. He immediately offered his friend the meat, scales, and bones of the Hydra, but as soon as Onyx heard about this, he immediately jumped back. He probably immediately remembered the past methods of his comrade, which he used when they first met. In any case, the Hydra's body exuded a frightening, poisonous aura, making it dangerous to even touch. John decided to take a risk and cut this monster into small pieces. He didn't even understand how bad an example Onyx was setting for the children. By the end of the day, the job was done, but there is too much meat here to take it all with us. He also suggested to his friend that he leave some meat in this area so that his children could get enough protein. As a sign of his respect and eternal friendship, Onyx decided to give his friend a parting gift. He wants to thank John for saving his family from Hydra and give him an artifact called the Subspace Necklace. Bones and Hydras can be used to create various items and even weapons, and durable scales can be used to make armor. The gifts from the stone friend did not end there. It turned out that he also had something special for John. From the moment John decided to become a constellation, he began to see messages about other constellations. He also knows the amount of power possessed by the creatures he must fight. He not only became smarter and more observant, but also became a being capable of reaching the peak of existence. Onyx gave him unenriched orichalcum, a metal that emits pure magical energy. If orichalcum exudes very strong magical energy, then adamantium, on the contrary, absorbs this energy into itself. Now John will be able to make a meal set from orichalcum and a frying pan and board from adamantium. Onyx explained to his children that this guy may have problems in his head, but in any case, he is a good and kind person. After this, John once again examined the amount of meat left behind by the Hydra and tried to decide what to do with it. He realized that I needed to eat at least some part of it, and promised to share it with his friend. This human warrior had studied cooking for thousands of years while owning a restaurant in a demonic environment. Now his cooking skills have improved to a fairly high level, and even so, Hydra meat is quite difficult to handle. This meat belonged to a powerful being who was able to survive after refusing to become the avatar of the constellation. Such an ingredient has never existed in the territory of the Lord of Blood and Battles, which is why it is difficult to handle. Consuming abyssal monsters gives you extra strength, but if you cook the dish incorrectly, it will become deadly poisonous. As we know, John doesn't know what a step back is. For him, even preparing something like that was like training. After the dish was ready, he asked his friend to try this delicious delicacy, although Onyx was clearly excited. He managed to avoid a collision with the Hydra and save his family from it, but now he still has to take a risk. Stone Snakes thought that it would be rude to refuse his friend, and still decided to try this meat. He expected the worst, expected something terrible, and was sure that he would be poisoned, but something fantastic happened. He had never tasted something so delicious in his life, so he immediately called his children. The whole family of the stone snake now wants to know how Jonah was able to remove the dangerous poison from the meat of this animal. John explained the cooking technique and now received total respect from his comrades. Now he, like a constellation, has his own personal followers, and his essence power has increased significantly. John immediately felt the energy coming from his snake friends, and finally understood why the constellations were fighting so fiercely for new followers. Now it is clear why they're so interested in the Earth, because this world is filled with billions of potential followers. The constellation that captures this planet will receive unlimited power that can change the entire galaxy. After a delicious dinner, John thought about his future plans. He needed to return to Earth before disaster struck. He still believes in the goddess's prediction and fears that humanity may be in mortal danger. Recently, Onyx's body has grown significantly in size. There is no doubt that this is due to the meat of the Hydra. Of course, it's great to continue to enjoy the friendship with your comrade, but John can't continue to be here anymore. His journey as a constellation must continue. Determination has always been John's main quality. Soon he was preparing for a campaign in new territory and trying to find out who he would have to deal with. Onyx did everything to help his friend and told everything he knew about the nearest territories of the Abyss. He talked a lot about the dangerous demon that John might encounter, but the guy practically did not take these hints seriously. He was sure that no demon could be dangerous to him, especially after his stay in the territory of the Lord of Blood and Battles. All this seems like complete nonsense, especially when someone says that there is a demon stronger than Varigoth. In any case, he is ready to face the unknown because this guy never backs down. Soon John entered the territory of the owner of dreams and desires. The surrounding constellations again began their observations of this warrior. The avatars of the owner of dreams and desires learned about the unexpected guest and headed towards him. They know that he is an invincible training master and are ready to welcome him to their territory. Their master wants to meet with John. It seems that everything is quite civilized here, and no one is going to start a war at the first meeting. These creatures began to use the soul seduction technique. It seems they were completely unaware that John saw every intention of his opponent. They had to apologize for greeting their guest so rudely, but John was still perplexed. It turned out that if John refused to meet with the local boss, they would simply let him go and not even try to kill him. He was assured that the gentleman did not want to harm him, and this meeting could be very useful for both parties. Without thinking twice, John agreed, and on the way to the master, he began to ask questions about the planet Earth. The boss's avatar had heard stories about this remote territory. Rumors say there was a constellation that was fighting for the gate leading to the Earth. As soon as John heard such information, he immediately tried to find out anything else important regarding the land. The avatar doesn't really know anything else, but they can help John take over this planet if he so desires. I had to explain to the avatar that John, on the contrary, wants to establish a constellation that plans to destroy his planet. His nobility surprised the succubus. In the depths of the abyss, the creatures completely forgot about honor, dignity, and kindness. Although these demons are called nightmarish, John thinks that they are quite nice and even friendly. They do not appear dangerous, although some of their individuals can indeed frighten the untrained mind. Basically, these are just some psychopaths who demand guests to give them their desires. Onyx had already talked about something similar, but then John did not pay any attention to these stories. Psychopaths sometimes appear in this territory who cannot control their thirst for the desires of other beings. Only now did our main character realize that all these demons feed on desires. Goosebumps immediately ran down his spine. He also became aware that his pure and unwavering desire to train was what attracted the local demons. They promised him that they would restrain their emotions and desires, so he need not worry. The strangeness did not end there. As soon as John was brought to the meeting place with the master, the avatar refused to go with him. He said that he had no right to approach his boss, but it all seemed like some kind of strange excuse. John even then began to suspect something was wrong, but still remained calm and tried to look for optimism. A lot could happen today, but even though John felt like a guest, he still remained vigilant and remained true to his instincts. As soon as they entered inside, the avatar immediately fell to the ground, as if he had lost consciousness. John heard a kind voice, which explained that the avatar had fallen asleep and was having a good dream about how he devours other people's desires. John immediately felt something strange approaching and realized that there was some kind of creature behind him. It was a little girl who had long wanted to meet him, because the whole abyss was already talking about the constellation John. Recently, he has managed to stage many performances in different territories and has attracted a lot of attention. It seems that the owner of dreams and desires looks like an ordinary child, but perhaps this is not exactly his real shell. John began to slowly remember what exactly happened when he entered the constellation chamber. It seemed to him that he had done enough after wandering in the abyss for 10,000 years. He managed to improve his combat skills and reach the peak of martial arts. If he were on Earth, he would be a living legend. He wasn't even sure that he really needed to become a constellation. Perhaps he just needed to enjoy the tranquility. This calmness somehow tightened his mind and did not allow him to understand what was happening at all. It seems that these creatures are trying with all their might to take away the minds of their guests. This is the essence of dreams and desires. Beings who enter this room realize their desires and find peace. Such a gift is almost impossible to refuse. The only thing John is unable to do is awaken from his own consent. The boss is confident that the area is in confusion, but she is deliberately not going to explain anything to him. She is ready to reveal her secrets only if he agrees to enter into an alliance with her. The selfishness of the constellations does not always mean loneliness or suffering. Sometimes it even allows them to cooperate for mutual benefit. Mortals look at them as gods, but this does not mean that life in the constellation is easy. They have no right to show even a hint of weakness, because at that moment someone stronger will immediately appear and cut off their head. That is why they need an alliance so much in order to protect themselves from inevitable death. Constellation cannot enjoy limitless potential. They are not mortals, so their essence is different from all other beings. Nightmares require three-dimensional desires of high quality, but not those created by fear, but desires created by ambition. In front of him is just a god of nightmares, and in fact, she cannot do something like that in the real world. That is, in the literal sense, it is impossible for her to live without the desire of other beings. This is all quite strange, but in any case, this girl wants to create an alliance of weak, altruistic constellations. The strange thing is that she revealed too many of her weaknesses, although in fact she doesn't know John at all. She decided to make such a choice because she thought that it would be easier to come to an agreement with him than with other constellations. The owner of dreams and desires remained silent about the fact that she decided to see her guest's desire in this way. Otherwise, he would have become too careful. It must be admitted that John radiated a huge number of his desires, but none of them concerned the conquest of territories or power. He just thought about constant training, improving his skills and constantly progressing, a boundless desire for self-improvement. A little later, he became interested in what exactly he would have to do if he agreed to create an alliance. In response, he heard only loud laughter. It seems that this question really surprised the constellation. In fact, other constellations do not attack the territory. Nothing needs to be done. There is no point in responsibilities. The constellations do not take part in a coma that is disadvantageous to them. Only in a critical situation will they have to come to each other's aid. This means that every constellation from the alliance is completely free, at least until an unforeseen war. After some deliberation, John agreed to create an alliance, although he still did not fully understand how this could turn out for him. He is a beginner who has just begun exploring the abyss, and they already understand that there are quite a few dangerous and cunning creatures here. He thought correctly and understood that being in an alliance is always safer than relying only on one's own strength. Having joined the alliance of small constellations, he thought that in the future he would have the opportunity to return to Earth. He was also immediately warned that if he did not keep his promise, it would affect the power of his essence. At this moment, the kitten of lava and magma, another constellation in this part of the abyss, intervened in the conversation. This kitten always wanted to make John his avatar, but now he became angry with him after joining the Minor Constellations Alliance. The kitten was incredibly angry, but then he changed his mind and decided to also join the alliance. This is actually a remote meeting because the constellation never leaves its territory and communicates using telepathy. This is something similar to a video conference in Zoom. Other members of the alliance will also join them in this form. At first, John thought that there would be many participants in their team, and then he began to guess that everything was not as rosy as it seemed at first glance. Only then was it very carefully hinted to him that no one else was expected in the alliance. This was the full composition of the team. The kitten believes that this is enough to protect its territories, and therefore John should not be angry. Probably these two completely forgot that John can always leave the alliance if he is not sure of the feasibility of this alliance. Constellations are two arrogant and selfish beings, so they decided to prepare something special for the new team member. John can read this as a kind of gift for joining the alliance. All these items may be useful to him. To begin with, he received a martial arts scroll that accumulates key vampirism, and he was also given anicap ingots. Key vampirism is a martial art created by nightmares and is ideal for the Earth Warrior. In fact, there is not a single nightmare who could become a master of this martial art, probably because using magic has always been considered a more effective way than studying martial arts. John will also receive enough adamantium to make the necessary kitchen appliances and enjoy cooking. After making sure that he liked the gifts, the lava and magma kitten decided to find out what weapons and armor John wanted to receive. With so many materials, you can create something truly epic, so John can fully use his imagination. The kitten can create any weapon design and suggests making something similar to an indestructible adamantium shield and an orichalcum sword. It seemed that John began to joke, but he seriously said that he did not need weapons and protection. He was interested in kitchen utensils. This guy is completely obsessed with his hobby. It is unlikely that his boss of the hunting team wanted John to go that far. Now his dreams have not changed at all. He wants to continue preparing delicious dishes from the most dangerous ingredients in the abyss. The lava and magma kitten was so shocked that he had nothing to answer and decided to play dead. Now the time has come when John wants to find out the answers to important questions. For example, to understand what awakening is. When he fought against the avatar of the demon territory, he was able to reach the master level, and his global resonance increased significantly. At the last moment, Varigoth advised him to become a constellation, and under no circumstances be someone else's avatar. John reckons that he needs more training to become a constellation, but the girl is sure that he has already achieved this goal. There is no such thing as a full constellation or a novice constellation. These are just inventions of visitors. When she talked about awakening, she meant that John did not understand who he really was. He always thought that they were completed to the end, but in fact, he had already achieved his main goal and became a constellation. Mortals too rarely become constellations. This is mainly an innate quality. This constellation is called Lily. She was born special because the power of dreams and desires, released by nightmares, created her. This is the true form of the mistress of dreams and desires, but most of the other constellations are quite the same. The Lord of Blood and Battles is no different from the kitten of lava and magma because they shine from birth. That is why when John does not understand that he is a constellation, other similar creatures experience irritation and misunderstanding. He must accept who he really is, or more precisely who he has become during his stay in the abyss. Only now John began to understand that he had overcome a difficult path to becoming, and now he is even disappointed that there are no difficult trials ahead. He has already climbed this mountain and now he must admit that he has completely become a constellation. As soon as the realization entered his brain, the world resonance immediately activated, and the abyss accepted his cry. Now the invincible training master can use the power of the constellation. Everyone around should see his power. Before their eyes, a new star opens its eyes in the dark depths of the abyss. Something amazing is happening, because most of the constellations were already born this way and have not seen similar processes. When a new constellation opens its eyes, most of the abyss beings are immediately notified. Right now, in a remote corner of complete darkness, a battle is taking place between different creatures. The demon believes that his attacks are useless, and there is little time left before complete defeat. At that moment, he learned that the invincible training master was watching his battle and giving him his blessing. The demon was delighted, thanked the new constellation, and promised not to disappoint him with his actions. Now John can create great blessings, and even send messages to other beings of the abyss. Lily warned him that it was better not to flirt with other people's avatars, because it could end in problems. Now he needs to think more often about his further actions, especially about communication with avatars, which are an important factor in the existence of the constellation. Any influence on other people's avatars can be regarded as a provocation and will end in conflict. Now John can get an answer to any of his questions. Just think about it. Until this moment, he was not at all aware that he was already a constellation and continued to train to achieve this long-awaited level. He always accepted any challenge as training for his goddess, and even thought that the magical storm was just a convenient method of transportation. Only now it becomes clear how stupid he was before. But there is nothing wrong with making mistakes. So far, John does not have an avatar. Although if you remember the stone serpent, John immediately sees what is happening to him now. This means that there is a connection between them, and this connection can be expanded using the power of your essence. Thus, Constellation uses avatars to explore the abyss. This is one of the best functions of an avatar. John thanked Lily for the explanation and said that he had no more important questions left. She was pleased to meet a constellation that sincerely expresses its gratitude. As mentioned earlier, this is a rarity in the abyss. Finally, Lily warned that John had only recently become a constellation, so it was better to limit meetings with other deities. In the struggle between constellations, the advantage is always on the side of the one who has more avatars and the power of the essence. The sky beyond the sky is the place where John arrived after long training. This is the beginning of the whole world. This is the abyss of constellations. Finally, John decided to ask Lily about the planet Earth. Maybe she also knows something. The girl heard that many strong constellations are waiting for the gates to this planet to open, due to the fact that there are a large number of potential followers there. If the gate to the Earth opens, then real chaos will ensue. But so far, everything is not so bad. The constellations that arrived on Earth only got to know each other, but were in no hurry to start a full-fledged war for followers. If a global battle begins, they will only weaken and will not be able to show their full potential. The most cunning constellations could take control of the souls, and it would be too easy to defeat the constellation that is fighting among themselves. Evil, cruel, and stupid constellations will not come to an agreement and will try to seize power by force. John is nervous about leaving his home planet unprotected, but he is sure that sooner or later he will return there and take the situation under his personal control. He also decided that it was time to change his image because he liked his previous hairstyle much better. The reason why his hair grew so suddenly is because of his acceptance of himself as a constellation. Changes in his essence were reflected in his appearance, but his internal changes were more extensive. Long hair interferes with training, and therefore it is always better to be true to the old image. Having learned that John plans to return to Earth, give him one last piece of advice. If the gates to Earth are truly open and the planet is being watched by the constellations, then John better not show his true nature. Even good constellations are innately opposed to him, so in this way, he only increases the likelihood of conflict. If these creatures are ready to fight for the land, then they are very prepared and can be much stronger. Therefore, he must mingle with the ordinary inhabitants of the Earth and very carefully acquire personal followers. These souls will accept his true essence, and the constellation on Earth will not have time to detect the loss and prevent John from gaining strength. He had never thought of hiding his abilities before, but now it was time to make strategic decisions. A little later, John tried to tell the story of how he fell into the abyss after meeting the goddess of the scales. He did it as briefly as possible and as simply as possible, so that there were no unnecessary questions left. However, it did not help in embellishing the story, because Lily had never heard anything more stupid and absurd. But nevertheless, she heard about the constellation of the goddess of Libra, and that she constantly makes you a laughingstock by misunderstanding her prophecies. Apparently, predicting the future is quite difficult, especially if you can't make sense of your prophecies. You can invite her to also join this alliance. Maybe she will be useful to them. John awoke as a constellation and joined a formidable alliance, but he was no closer to returning to Earth. He still has important things to do in the abyss, so for now he cannot give up everything and return home. Now the lava and magma kitten is making military equipment for him. You need to stay here until he finishes this process. Now all that remains is to choose a place for further travel, and there are truly countless options. John has already heard about the owner of the fountain, Enlightenment. Demons often go there to learn to control their desires. I agree with the rumors that in the old days, many nightmares used this place, but since Lily was born, this place has been banned. She says that it is incredibly dangerous here. They even say that many nightmares have lost their minds during training. The essence of the Enlightenment well training is to simply drink water from the well. Of course, it immediately becomes clear that everything is not so simple. Otherwise, this place would not have been sealed. The stronger the desire of the person drawing the water, the heavier the water becomes. Anyone can begin the process of meditation to get rid of their desires, but the water is still too heavy. The well seems to be saying that if John lets the water go, he can immediately return home to his favorite gym. He will also be able to enjoy his favorite foods, read his favorite author's new books, and watch the Batman vs. Superman movies. Even if John really is a master of training, it will still be too difficult, because the well excites and intensifies desire. The constellation is on a completely different level than nightmares, so John should not go crazy, although it will be incredibly difficult to raise the water. Everyone is wondering what kind of illusions are tormenting this guy. There must be something very interesting there. Meanwhile, our hero continued to try to draw out the water. He again imagined that this was a test for the development of physical strength. Instead of trying to work with his desires, he tried to develop physical endurance and hand grip. He is so dependent on training that now it is not at all surprising that he has become a constellation. Anyone who tries to pull a bucket from a well always sees illusions that correspond to his desires, and the water becomes heavier. A lot of nightmares have gone crazy trying to complete this training, but John doesn't even seem to take it seriously. He feels that for the first time in a long time he has found a high-quality exercise machine, and does not pay attention to temptation at all. He is not interested in new films, and when it comes to delicious food, he can always make any dish with his own hands. His ex-girlfriend even appears in front of him and offers to start all over again, but even this doesn't work. He is completely fulfilled in his mind. You understand that even if he returns to the girl again, sooner or later they will still break up. These illusions turned out to be too weak to defeat the constellation. To him, it's just an advanced squat with weights. Even Lily is shocked by his behavior. To be honest, the constellations are weaker in terms of restraining their desires because omnipotent beings cannot deny themselves anything. She noticed that he has a fairly good foundation, and this applies not only to combat skills. I can't even believe that a constellation that was previously mortal has such power. Mostly John trained with the wishing well, and the rest of the time he rested and worked on tactics, sparring with Aruni. It seemed that it would be difficult for him to stay here for a long time, but apparently he very quickly got used to the local environment. There are good conditions for training, and therefore it is difficult for him to think about anything else. He probably doesn't understand at all that he can raise his personal avatars, especially considering that he is a master of training. After training with him, Aruni became much stronger, so Lily thanked her guest for his help. Meanwhile, the lava and magma kitten finished its work and asked John to pick up new devices. Crafted by a renowned constellation blacksmith, anicap cutlery is the ultimate dream of a constellation master of training. With them, he will be able to cook absolutely any ingredient of the abyss, and will even be able to use these knives as weapons. We must not forget that this knife was created by the legendary blacksmith of the constellation, which means that you need to be careful with it. If John doesn't stop waving this device, then destroy everything around him. After reviewing this gift, it's time to look at adamantium items. John immediately decided that he had to test them, otherwise he would not be sure of the quality of these items. For him, this was both training and quite a useful action, so he demonstrated his power. It turned out that these objects withstood his powerful attack and remained unharmed. The kitten even began to brag that kitchen appliances are much stronger than magic armor. If there were more materials, he would have made these items larger, but even this is enough to make John happy. The short break in the world of nightmares was over. Although he was a man when he came here, he left already as a constellation. Everyone around him fell in love with him and said that they would miss him very much and look forward to meeting him again. It must be recalled that lately John has been constantly preparing signature dishes and feeding all the local creatures. Thus, the demons remembered Lee, the training master, as the master of delicious meals. He even managed to cook the meat of the Hydra, which remained with him after the battle with this terrible monster. Everyone around became real fans of this dish, and Lee almost went crazy because of the hype. John also managed to increase the power of his essence, but now this no longer plays a significant role. During all this time, he realized that managing a kingdom is not at all easy, so he needs to think many times before collecting his army of avatars. Soon he found himself in the territory that belongs to the Ophiuchus of Plague and Darkness. He even used a little of his essence so that the dark monsters would not bother him with their presence. He had to hide from the whole world and again disappear from the visibility zone of the constellations. Everything around immediately became quiet and calm. John was happy because he was tired of the fuss. Meanwhile, the Ophiuchus of Plague and Darkness ordered all his avatars to go in search of the invincible training master. When they find it, they must fight like a real team, otherwise they have no chance of winning. A little later, John met another creature who began to treat him like a little boy. He was warned that trespassing into this territory was prohibited, and serious punishment could follow. To avoid this punishment, John was asked to become the avatar of the local boss. Of course, the martial artist is not going to serve the dark individuals of the abyss, because now he is a constellation himself. The monster believed that John did not fully understand what was happening, and tried to instill fear in him in order to achieve the desired goal. Abyssal constellations are always well prepared for such scenarios, but John is also quite an experienced guy. He has visited different territories and met a huge number of dangerous monsters, so now he is not at all worried about such situations. He even decided to directly address the messenger of plague and darkness and ordered him to immediately appear before him. If he refuses to give up his full combat readiness before him, then John is ready to take extreme measures. Now he already has enough skills and experience to manipulate weaker opponents. He will make all the avatars of the Harbinger of Darkness suffer until their boss comes here for protection. He's so confident that he calls his boss a coward and openly challenges him. The meaning of such statements is quite simple. This is a declaration of war with the aim of a battle between two constellations. Although many consider this crazy, John came here to break stereotypes and impose his own rules. Lily and the kitten tried to stop their comrade, but he had long ago decided to do his own thing. He believes that he should go back to basics and demonstrate mother-of-pearl weapons. Even after he fell into the abyss, John was never a force that was respected by other monsters. He was always a weak man, but he continued to fight for his honor and always did everything he could. After he became a constellation, almost nothing changed because he continued to hide from the older constellations. Like a true coward, John remained in neutral territories and completely lost the meaning of the fight. Only a little later came the realization that he must follow his own path and live like a true fearless constellation. He doesn't care who challenges him because he is now confident in his impeccable preparation. His friends tried to stop him, but now it is too late to run because the darkness has already overtaken John. A mid-rank constellation, the Harbinger of Plague and Darkness, appeared before the avatars and those doomed to eternal torment. He came here to punish the unbeliever, but saw that his opponent was much crazier than he expected. It is completely incomprehensible how a constellation of such a weak level decided to challenge him. Perhaps there is some kind of secret here. If he loses today, he will be completely humiliated, and if he wins, he will receive absolutely nothing. The messenger also understands that he cannot refuse this challenge because his status, reputation, and respect in the abyss are at stake. He decided to contact the training master, but John did not come here to talk, and immediately began to act. Even though he was the first to challenge, he remained cool and focused the whole time. His first battle with the constellation had to go perfectly, and he clearly understood the importance of maintaining balance. There is a huge difference in skills between them, so you need to act quickly and uncompromisingly. You cannot let the battle drag on, because in this case, the difference in levels will be decisive. John's first idea was to use the power of the cosmic fist to its full potential. If you add a little power to it in its essence, then it can create the perfect combo for this situation. Although his opponent understood that he was stronger, John acted so confidently that he began to instill fear in his opponent. John demonstrated his full potential to declare to the entire abyss that he needs to be respected. All his friends were shocked and did not understand how he even managed to survive after a collision with such a powerful constellation. His opponent was born as a constellation, and only now felt a pain that resembled tearing his body at the same time. We must not forget that other constellations very rarely fought in person. It was dangerous, and therefore avatars did all the dirty work instead of them. John very quickly realized that his attacks were working, and the warrior's confidence immediately increased. And all you had to do was deliver a few final blows in order to completely take this fight into your own hands. All the followers of the Messenger of Darkness were shocked by what was happening. Before the start of the battle, they were sure that he would win in a few seconds, but now it all looks like the end of the world. They could not believe that a pitiful human constellation was challenging the magnificent Master of Darkness. But John not only challenged, he also did everything to destroy his opponent and not leave even a wet spot behind him. While he could still smell the rot, the messenger had to beg for mercy and admit defeat. He realized that he had encountered something incredibly powerful, something that he could not control. The ruler of this territory tried to admit defeat and establish relations with the guest. Perhaps he would have succeeded if John had a little less experience, or if he were much stupider than he really is. Lily and the lava and magma kitten were shocked. They tried to stop their comrade because the messenger was really giving up. Only when they convinced him that the constellation oath could not be broken did John finally stop. And now he realized that he is a master of his craft and can fight even with creatures much superior to him in strength. His martial arts even work in constellations, and this opens up new horizons of possibilities for him. He sensed every avatar in the kingdom of plague and darkness, and now they all must pass into his hands. It seemed to him that this was a good idea, until he felt the smell of rot that permeated the entire surrounding area. At this moment, he again returned to the conversation with the Messenger of Darkness and promised to give him his kingdom back. Looking at this guy, all the creatures on this planet were shocked and puzzled. Everyone knows that in battles between constellations, both sides risk, and the winner takes everything from the loser. This happens precisely so that the losing side cannot return and try to take revenge. Completely grinding down the existence of a loser is commonplace in the Abyss universe. That is why what John did surprised the local residents so much. They could not understand what was driving him: self-confidence and a thirst for fame or simple kindness. John believes that he would not have been able to rule the entire kingdom anyway, so he made the right choice. Now he is confident that he can fight even with opponents who surpass him in power. The story about the victory of the training master over the harbinger of plague and darkness quickly spread throughout the abyss. Everyone knows that John has no fear at all, and therefore they look at him as a true madman. Of course, there are always those who want to beat the arrogant newcomer and take away his aura of invincibility. In this case, John is ready to welcome them with open arms and demonstrate his full potential. His opponents were prepared for all sorts of scenarios and prepared well for the fight. John had to fight all the avatars of the kingdom, and only then was he given a chance to get to the king. It took him a huge amount of time, but nevertheless, he still passed all the tests and achieved victory. A variety of constellations with their followers stood in his way. Thanks to these battles, he constantly developed and improved. If from the very beginning there was a crowd of people willing to challenge him, then later there were much fewer such creatures. His friends were already tired of being nervous and accepted John for who he is, reckless and restless. They even felt a little sorry for all his rivals, because John never stopped until he completely destroyed his enemy. He had not been on his territory for a long time because new and new enemies constantly appeared on the way. Sometimes John even forgot that he once wanted to return to Earth. Constant challenges occupied his carefree mind too much. The gates that sometimes opened in the abyss gave him the opportunity to meet new opponents and experience noticeable progress in his technology. Sometimes he hoped that this gate would lead him to Earth, but for a long time he was destined only to fight and constantly fight. One fine day he entered the portal again, and when he came out the other side, he could not believe his own eyes. He stood at the top of the mountain and looked down at a huge and bottomless forest. Living nature beckoned him to it. It was difficult for him to believe that he had really returned to Earth, as if all this was just a sweet dream consisting of his dreams. He even began to believe that he could return to his home and even visit the gym, where he spent thousands of hours of training. Such hopes were quickly extinguished when he saw goblins in the nearest village. He even thought that due to their long absence, people had completely disappeared, and now other creatures lived on Earth, but this was not at all true. In fact, he ended up in Ephesus, a goblin paradise about which there is little information in the abyss. He was surprised that these creatures were able to create a full-fledged culture and society. Before it seemed that they were just mindless creatures. Although the Goblin Kingdom looked like Earth, it was closer to the abyss, which means that portals open here more often. Goblins, when compared to humans, are much more capable of protecting their own territories. They are used to constantly fighting for their lives against the monsters of the abyss, and they do it in a coherent and organized manner. This system worked flawlessly when they faced ordinary monsters, but this time something special happened. It cannot be said that John was lucky to witness today's events, although he will definitely remember this day for a long time. The wolf called the planet Eater as Lapis, and he didn't come here to play games. The power of this monster can be compared to the power of the constellation, which only means that this world has come to an end. Desperate goblins believed that they could stop this monster, especially their king believed in this. He understood that he could not allow you to retreat and betray your people, so the goblin Lars confidently walked forward. The strongest magician on the planet, Ephesus, looked into the eyes of his own death and showed extreme courage. He was ready to fight this monster, but at that moment, something prevented him. An unknown creature appeared in front of the wolf, something very bright, similar to a meteorite. Only by looking more closely could one understand that this was a constellation from the Earth. For John, there was no choice whether to act or not, because as soon as he saw the wolf, he immediately prepared for battle. He knows he only has one chance because his opponent is incredibly powerful, but that doesn't scare him. A few seconds later, after the first attack, the planet eater Lapis was destroyed. John was very lucky that everything went according to plan, even though it was a mortal risk. He always felt a sense of danger, and even slight fear when meeting strong constellations. But it turned out that these powerful creatures have a very low pain threshold. Although, of course, John understands that if the wolf had withstood his attack, this battle would have continued for several more centuries. There are still many nuances of military equipment that need to be improved, so you need to not stop developing and continue to train. John also noticed that after the victory he became something of an idol for these goblins, because he saved not only their lives, but the entire planet. At first it even seemed to him that they intended to attack him as if he were their enemy. Only after a moment did he see that the Goblin King knelt before him. The other constellations were busy and doing nothing, and at that moment John became the only one who arrived here and helped the Goblin people. They now consider him a deity and master, and so the Goblin King Lars swears his allegiance to him. Now this kingdom is completely under the control of the constellation of the Invincible Training Master. This means that John simultaneously gained a huge number of followers and increased his strength several times. His power in the constellation awakens, he feels how the world resonates with him and gains new skills. Now John is officially a mid-rank constellation. Everything happens so quickly that it takes some time to realize this fact. I even wondered what it would be like if he could help planet Earth stay alive after an enemy attack. People are different from goblins. It is unlikely that they will bow to him, but global fame can definitely be expected. At least people lived by exactly these rules before he left. They are not like goblins and will not obey. John was about to leave, but it seemed that the Goblin King was in no hurry to let him go. He wants to side with his hero and serve him for the rest of his life. Lars is so confident in his decision that he even promises to follow John into the deepest places of the abyss. In this way, he will be able to repay his savior for saving the people. Otherwise, he will face lifelong melancholy. Magic power surrounds his entire body. Compared to earthly hunters, Lars is truly a worthwhile assistant. John admitted that his abilities could be quite useful and agreed to take him with him. He immediately explained to his assistant that their main task would be to find the planet Earth. Now we have seen the story of how a man became an invincible training master and received help from the Goblin King. They have been wandering the abyss for a long time and having a great time together. So far they are similar so that Lars regrets his decision. He managed to fall in love with his master. They managed to notice that a magical storm was approaching them, and John was in no hurry to look for a safe place for protection. On the contrary, he wants to use a magical storm to move to distant space, even though it sounds crazy. Lars had never heard of such adventures before. He agreed to go with the owner, but prepared for the worst. In the depths of his soul, he was sure that now they would definitely die, because a magical storm was not a joke at all. A piece of land that is equivalent to one of the continents was destroyed in an instant. Although a magical storm often appears in the depths of the abyss, this particular storm was especially strong. John said that if you do everything right, this is the best and fastest way to travel across the abyss. He assured his comrade that this was very convenient, but to be honest, the goblin did not believe in these fairy tales at all. He promised to follow his master to the ends of the earth, and kept his promise even despite the lack of faith and success. At the last moment, it seemed that the magical storm was disappearing, but then it became clear that the magical power had been transformed. The magical storm was so great that it produced several byproducts and disappeared. Many areas of the abyss are actually byproducts of a magical storm, and now the storm will leave dungeons in its wake. A dungeon is a part of the abyss that has a special rule. Some dungeons are connected to other places. Abyss monsters mainly appear there, If they're not stopped in time, they will destroy everything in their path. Something similar happened in the USA, in the state of Nevada, and the military immediately arrived at this facility. This dungeon is called the Mirror Illusion of Chaos, and monsters will soon appear from there. There is practically no information against the creatures. People can only hope for the best, but prepare for the best. Right now, a team of hunters named Hans has received permission to raid and is already on its way. This is the newly created team of the son of the founder of the Parker Foundation, that very controversial team. From the moment when magic penetrated the earth along with monsters, people's lives have completely changed. The core of the monsters has magical powers. It immediately became the most environmentally friendly way to obtain energy. Thanks to the connection of the earth with the abyss, humanity received a new ecological way of obtaining energy. Also, do not forget that other parts of monsters are very useful. Thanks to this, the level of biology has increased significantly. Against the backdrop of these many opportunities, the Parker Foundation is growing rapidly and becoming richer. Their leader is the rather famous Hans Richard Parker, a very controversial figure in the human world. As a mid-ranking hunter, he was also the youngest son of the second chairman of the Parker Foundation. To put it in very simple terms, he is a third-generation hunter. Their team is very small, only 8 well-trained warriors. He's confident that this will be enough to clear the dungeon and says that he does not need outside support. Some of his warriors cannot control serious magic, so there are doubts about the success of this mission. In rank C dungeons, there are very large rewards. You can get items that are almost priceless. Hans asked his team members not to worry and just do the work he ordered. He even has a person who wears his things, but apparently does not take part in battles against monsters. Soon, all the team members entered the dungeon, and then complete chaos began to occur. No one could understand what was happening. Someone suggested that maybe monsters would appear right now. Perhaps before our eyes, an error occurred when assessing the rank of the dungeon, and now it is not at all clear what will happen to the Hans team. Most likely they are in mortal danger, but no one can warn them about it. When they were all in the middle of the dungeon, they saw that this place was of a ruin type. Now it becomes clear that the Hans team will be almost impossible to save, so it is better to call for help. Hans still remained calm, although his team was starting to panic. Probably this guy didn't see that a huge army of monsters was lined up in front of them, thirsting for blood and human flesh. On the first day, everything was calm. Nothing special happened in the dungeon of the Mirror Illusion of Chaos. A team of researchers emerged from a long tunnel and saw that they were in a very interesting place. It feels like they were in an abandoned temple of ancient Rome, but it's unlikely that Lee should expect to meet people here. There are 2 main exits from the dungeon, connections to the outside world, and also by killing the boss who guards the center of the dungeon. Most often, hunters forget about looking for a way out and immediately turn their attention to the boss. As soon as Hans saw the monsters approaching, he immediately lined up his warriors and asked them to calm down. He has no doubt that he will be able to easily predict the movements of his opponents, and therefore, it will be like a battle with children. It turned out that ordinary zombies were approaching them, whose intelligence was at a minimum level. It is enough to activate a fiery arrow to save these monsters from unnecessary suffering. It seemed that now everything would end very quickly, but for an unknown reason, these zombies did not react at all to the attacks of the hunters. They continued to walk forward as if they were not at all worried about the magical attack, as if they were truly immortal. Some wars had already exhausted all their mana, and the zombies continued to advance. The team understands that if everything continues at the same pace, they will not be able to hold out for long under these conditions. Flaming arrows do not work at all, and Hans must immediately find a way out of the critical situation. He always considered himself an ideal leader, and therefore decided to act on his own, setting an example of heroism and self-sacrifice. Perhaps if he had a few more B-rank hunters next to him, then this would truly be an easy walk. But in reality, he took a lot of extra people with him, just so that they would carry out his orders and carry his things. He thought he was going to heaven, but in fact he found himself in the midst of something very terrible and large-scale. Soon the hunters realized that something was wrong with this dungeon, but it was already too late. Let's return to our old friends, the invincible training master and his faithful servant. After meeting with a magical storm, they were transported to a dungeon, and so far they also have no idea where they are. Lars was surprised that he survived after moving through space, but he was even more surprised by the calmness of his master. John didn't care about their journey at all, as if he did it every morning. He smelled dead zombies and asked his assistant to immediately inspect the area. It must be recalled that they know how to use magic and time. This is one of the main reasons why John allowed Lars to go with him. Also, the constellation can be seen through the eyes of their avatars, so everything that Lars sees, his exploration also sees. He looked around and saw some strange things, although of course he did not understand that these things belonged to people from the earth. There were strange hieroglyphs written on them that he could not decipher, but this was not the main problem. Lars soon became convinced that his master was right. There really are a huge number of zombies here. Now they need to decide what to do. The goblin immediately offered his help and said that he could easily kill all living creatures in the dungeon. It is easy for him to destroy the zombie temple with one wave of his hand. He will turn them into ashes and will not even notice how it happened. John asked him not to rush, because he guessed that zombies had surrounded the hostages. They must save the creatures that are trapped, because these are the actions his intuition prompts. John began to realize that creatures who were unlucky enough to encounter zombies might be special. They can not only answer some questions, but also take him home to Earth. Without warming up, John began to destroy the zombies that stood around him. This guy was bored with battles. He quickly realized that the things left in the square belonged to people. It is better for Lars not to approach them, because they will mistake him for an aggressive goblin and try to kill him. Still, not every person can understand that there are good goblins with whom you can make friends, and even start a business. That is why the master asked his goblin to reincarnate using the magic of polymorphism. A few minutes later, Lars changed her appearance beyond recognition. Now he looks more like Ryan Gosling than an ugly goblin. He did not want to brag, but managed to hint that among his people he was the most handsome young man. The Alliance members who were watching John were also surprised by the beauty of this goblin. Now you need to forget about all these nuances and turn your attention to the real problem. Zombies have surrounded the hunters and are not allowing them to do anything. Perhaps they need to find the boss who is responsible for this whole situation. Lars warned his master that there is a high probability that the zombies are not controlled by a strong magician, but by someone else. Little is known about this guy, but according to rumors, he is called Tyron, or the Zombie King. This monster cannot be called a separate individual because it is created from thousands of its slaves. This is why the problem arises when people start looking for the boss and cannot understand the whole picture of what is happening. If you look at it on a global scale, you can understand that in fact the army of zombies is their boss. Meanwhile, the human team had already gone completely wild in the depths of something similar to a pyramid. They count every crumb of food because they understand that total hunger will soon begin. Hans is completely in no mood. Today is the 28th day of the raid on the Mirror Illusion of Chaos dungeon, and there is no reason for joy here. On the first day, they lost part of their provisions, which Lars later discovered. They were very lucky to find an underground shelter in which to hide from the zombies. This was a real victory. A little later, they realized that this place could become their own tomb. They have practically no food and water, as well as no communication with the outside world. Clearing the dungeon, which was supposed to be more like a walk, turned out to be a real test for the entire team of hunters. They had spent a whole month without being able to do anything, and had already begun to quarrel among themselves over the last crumbs of food. Hans remained calm. He asked the team members not to be nervous, and reminded them not to put off food until later. It seems to him that they still have no chance of dying, so there is no point in grasping for life. But it soon turned out that food was not the only problem, but there was something more important. The team members guessed that they were here precisely because of their leader, or rather, because of his lack of understanding of the situation. He pretended to know everything, but in fact, he led them into the labyrinth of death. The deputy captain refused to participate in the mutiny. It seems that he completely lost faith in salvation. Almost the entire team has long lost faith that a rescue squad will soon arrive and save them. There are too many zombies, so only an absolute fool would take such a risk. Some even suggested giving up their captain, giving him to the monsters, and forcing him to clear the way to the exit. Of course, he didn't like such proposals, but he must understand that in critical conditions, people show their true colors. Even though he is the strongest hunter of the entire team, it is still not enough to cope with so many monsters. Hans very quickly realized that he might now be attacked, and decided to quickly show who was in charge. He immediately activated the 5th circle spell, which is called an ice bullet attack. He got this technique with the help of the Richard family. If anyone wants to test it, they can come over. Dean is the deputy captain. He does not interfere in the process because even now he considers the leader a good person. He is even sure that Hans will be able to change after all these difficult trials, if, of course, they are lucky enough to return home. In fact, almost no one believed in a miracle anymore. But it is precisely at such moments, when a miracle is no longer expected, that it happens. The security doors of this dungeon were torn to shreds, and it is still unclear whether it is the enemy or the rescuer. Only by looking more closely could one understand that this was a living person who had come to save the hunters. John came not alone, but with his assistant, who had recently taken the form of a man. He said that he was ready to save the people of the earth, but Hans was so shocked that at first he didn't even answer. The people who had laughed at the idea of a rescue party were now ready to swallow their own tongues. They realized that they really weren't forgotten, and they really came to save them. At this moment, the deputy captain intervened in the conversation. He called everyone idiots, and ordered them to immediately prepare for battle. The restriction on entering the dungeon would only allow one person in, so a priori 2 rescuers cannot be here. Hearing these words, still remaining calm, he immediately apologized for the slight misunderstanding. He explained that he didn't get here through the entrance at all, but came thanks to the abyss, and this should explain everything. When we talk about those lost in the abyss, We mean situations where people were sucked into it through a gate or dungeon where they disappeared. After the gates were opened, similar accidents often occurred, and most of the missing never returned home. However, of course, there were cases when something unimaginable happened, and some lucky ones actually succeeded. The hunters are in no hurry to believe John's words. He may still be an illusion. But on the other hand, they have no choice at all. Two very interesting characters came to them. If they don't trust them, then they risk being left with nothing. These hunters are left completely without food, constantly quarrel with each other, and have lost their last faith in salvation. Even if it really seems strange to them what is happening, all they can do is take a risk and trust this person. John explained that there is no need to be afraid of the zombie army anymore, because these guys have gone to a well-deserved retirement. John had a simple plan to return to Earth, not to attract the attention of the Earth's constellations, and quietly expand the number of his supporters. He is going to carefully scout out the situation near his planet and try not to attract too much attention. John called his friend a magician who had lost his memory and said that he was the main talent on his team. As for himself, he was able to defeat all these monsters with the help of martial arts. Of course, for ordinary people of the Earth, this turned out to be something unusually strange. Martial arts are not in fashion now. Everyone knows that magic is several times superior to any military equipment. And that is why everyone was so surprised. Only now has John discovered the real truth, a truth that cannot help but stir his heart. It turned out that he had spent more than 30 years in the abyss, and humanity had forgotten the last time it saw a real martial arts master. They looked at him like a superhero from a movie. It was hard to believe that he was actually telling the truth. John had to demonstrate his talents in order for his words to be believed. The Earthlings had lost faith in martial arts for too long, so they needed confirmation. Judging by their reaction, they really don't have martial artists. But in any case, it's better to focus on recuperating now. John asked his new comrades to relax and help themselves to the delicious meat that he himself had prepared. Thanks to this meat, he survived in the abyss, and therefore hunters are advised to immediately begin their dinners. Each of them has their own personal plate. If they do not want to die of hunger, you must attack this meat like dogs. Of course, from the very beginning, people had very strong doubts. It seemed to them that the meat might be poisoned. Only after the first sample, they felt all this aroma and rich taste of the meat of the monster from the abyss. It was like a real holiday for people who had already gotten used to the thoughts of starvation. They were so quiet that it even seemed strange. John even began to doubt, because he knew that this meat was not of the highest quality. After eating such food, even an ordinary person increases his combat potential. Now these guys feel that they can exceed their previous performance in strength, speed, and agility several times over. To save them, John gave people especially meat, although of course it only seemed so to them, because in fact it was second-class meat. In order to completely clear the dungeon, you need to kill the boss, and as we remember, it is the army of zombies that creates the boss. Jonah decided to get out in order to finish the cleanup and calmly return to the ground. He has already seen a lot of things in the abyss, so he asks all hunters to trust him and his knowledge. This is a good time to deal with the team members who intended to start a riot. The situation really became very tense, although John did not understand at all what was happening. Lars said that internal conflicts are unimaginable for goblins from his planet. He had to remind him that now he is a man and must watch his language. The crew members who were ready to betray their captain very quickly found a new leader in Lars. They were confident that this talented magician would be able to lead them to higher-level awards, and immediately tried to strike up a friendship with him. Everyone understands that people are always trying to show their best side, but John does not understand why no one is trying to gain his favor. He even began to ask questions to other hunters, because it was he who destroyed the zombie army. He had to explain that a possible reason was that he was a martial artist. This was too confusing for our main character, who always believed that the main hero of martial arts, Master Li, remained on Earth. When he started talking about this, the reaction of the hunters was not long in coming. Apparently too much time had passed. When John first fell into the abyss, everyone already understood that martial arts were inferior to magic, but this did not stop fans of this trend. Although the martial artists were weaker, there were more and more students, and a revival of the era of martial arts was visible on the horizon. Everyone followed the legend, who had reached incredible heights. But then something shocking happened. It became known about the manipulation of rank. Similar scandals came to light in many countries and even continents. This was the beginning of the end. It turned out that many talented and famous hunters bribed judges and changed their rank in order to seem like heroes. Master Li was also considered a hero of China, but in reality he was in the middle level, and turned out to be a cheap fake. This was a very painful blow because all his life he had dreamed of reaching the level of Master Li. Of course, after such scandals, the reputation of martial arts masters sank through the roof. Many people preferred to learn magic, and now almost no one uses martial arts. This tradition has long disappeared. Now there are not even schools left where you can learn basic knowledge of this area. After a short pause, when John calmed down a little, he decided to change the topic and find out about the constellation invasion. People were surprised that he was aware of the disaster that happened 2 years after he disappeared. It seems that during all this time, while he was disappearing into the depths of the abyss, the goddess's prophecy nevertheless came true. In a few months, after a major international rank manipulation scandal, things were not as usual. People understood this from the very morning, when something unimaginable loomed over the city. Then no one understood what was happening. The usual panic typical of ordinary citizens began. The gate that opened above the city was different from the usual gate to the dungeons, and even the monsters were completely different. It was clear that they were much smarter and prepared for an attack. One got the feeling that this was a single army. This army had a clear goal and knew what to do. The soldiers followed orders and acted according to a clear strategy. They came here to capture the Earth and take the souls of Earthlings to their feet, so that they would become followers of the constellation. When John heard this whole terrible story, he could not hide his indignation and interest. He wanted to find out what happened next, and was sure that he was too late to help his race, but this was not entirely true. It turned out that people were able to fight back. Without waiting for salvation, they united and resisted the invaders. Of course, it was impossible to do without a huge number of victims, but nevertheless, good defeated evil. All countries instantly united, mobilized most of their best hunters, and prepared for battle. For John, this information was shocking, because all this time he had lived with the dream of saving the Earth, and now this dream was taken away from him. He wandered the abyss for many years, fought monsters, and constantly tempered himself with trials. All this was done in order to one day return to Earth and save people from monsters. Now he has learned that people mobilized and were able to stop the attack without his help, and this happened a long time ago. All this time he had a clear goal that he was following, but now this goal has been taken away from him. The goddess's prophecy was wrong, and even Lily thinks it looks rather strange. Even if people mobilized all their forces, it is unclear how they could stop a full-fledged invasion of huge monsters. Constellations and people are completely different creatures. Even if there were many hunters there, for monsters, they are just a bunch of ants. It turned out that people did not completely stop the invasion. It was more like a truce. This truce is still ongoing. The monsters are not sure that they need new territories, and people are not able to take back what they have lost. Perhaps all this was stopped precisely by the constellations that promised to protect people. Of course, if there were constellations here initially, then this already makes sense, and the situation becomes clearer. Unlike John, the constellation rarely fights with each other. After all, for them it is a way out of their comfort zone. The invading constellation changed the hierarchy, which is what caused the connection of the abyss with the Earth. To avoid a full-scale war, we had to come to a compromise, restore balance, and conclude a truce. Of course, the constellations still want to use souls, but they are too afraid to fight and lose their avatars, so they agreed to such measures. John is incredibly upset that he returned too late, although this entire journey through the abyss was for a single goal. Lily and the kitten tried to reassure their friend. They said that even despite being late, the problem was still not solved. Any truce cannot last forever. In the abyss, there are a huge number of terrible constellations that could attack the Earth at any moment. These guys can forget about the truce agreement and start acting on their own. This means that if the situation worsens, a real battle between the constellations may begin on Earth. Planet Earth is a tasty morsel, so there are a huge number of living beings who are ready to fight for this territory. Meanwhile, Lars demonstrated several of his talents and showed what goblin magic can do. Of course, he did not talk about his true origin, and thereby inspired his followers even more. They had never seen someone use magic so well. Lars felt the falseness in their words and asked the hunters to shut up. Sometimes he thinks that people are crazy. He thought that John is the craziest person in the galaxy, but compared to them, he's a real genius. Parr was so annoyed by the behavior of these people that it seemed that he could use force at any moment. Apparently, Hans is also losing control of his emotions. The main thing is that nothing bad happens now. John doesn't mind if hunters support each other. He always enjoys competition and tough training conditions. However, he must not forget that on Earth it is not enough to simply hide the power of existence, because war can break out there at any moment. If John does not hide his identity as a training master, he may, on the contrary, provoke a conflict. Now he wants to find out what happens to people who are still lucky enough to return from the abyss. To begin with, they undergo a medical examination and talk about their experiences. They are interrogated by men in black. After the invasion of the evil constellations, most countries banned hunters from becoming avatars. The lava and magma kitten was surprised. He said that he was not an evil constellation, but after the war, people no longer believed the words. To begin with, John will receive an offer to change citizenship. This is a standard procedure after returning from the abyss. John also learned that she could easily see the potential of human hunters thanks to her new skills. This technique is called the Eye of Sauron, allows you to see the hidden potential and skills of a creature. Thanks to this skill, John was easily able to discover the essence of Hans Richard Parker and see all his characteristics. If you fully master this ability, you can learn to see a much larger amount of information. Soon the dungeon was completely cleared by the mirror illusion of chaos. Soon this place will be closed, and now the hunters will have a chance to finally return to the Earth. John has not been to his home planet for 30 years. A lot has changed there, and this instills a note of uncertainty in him. Fast forward to the Mojave Desert, Nevada, where there is a sealed entrance to a dungeon of mirror illusions of chaos. Many military personnel, underground specialists, and journalists gathered in this area. There was a problem at the entrance to the dungeon, and now all these people look scared. Soon everyone saw that the entrance to the dungeon had reopened, and a group of people appeared there. In front of this group stood a man with bandaged fists and proudly looked forward. John hasn't seen Earth's sky for many years, but now he's finally home. How many people have learned that a group of hunters managed to clear a dangerous dungeon in the Mojave Desert? The association assigned the dungeon a rather low rank, although Hans and his team said otherwise. I had to remind them that they had received help from a qualified magician and were fighting rather weak zombie monsters. Moreover, dungeon runs are based on the boss's strength, which is why this place received a C rank. In any case, they received congratulations on their successful return home and can now rest easy. Of course, the Earthlings didn't know about the Zombie King, so they didn't realize that this was actually a rank A dungeon. Soon all the newspapers were shouting that Prince Parker had gone through real hell. This is not surprising because Hans is a celebrity. In any case, John did not attach much importance to it. Now it worries him to a lesser extent. Soon he was informed of the test results and confirmed that he was completely healthy. People had never seen such a perfect body. I had to explain to them that John was constantly training in the abyss. His mental health has also been confirmed, although he needs to undergo a rehabilitation process after such a long absence. He was offered to move to another country, but John happily refused, although he was surprised that they were trying to kick him out of Korea. Lars told people that he had lost his memory, and soon a man from the American government came to him and said that they were on his side. The real propaganda of America began. Lars immediately realized that on Earth magicians were valued much more than martial arts masters. He repeated several times that he was not going to move anywhere and would follow his master. No one could understand what happened in the abyss, because it is quite strange to see a magician following an ordinary follower of Jackie Chan. Soon John also received an offer to move to another country. He was hinted that all doors were now open to him. All these people communicated with each other thanks to an artifact of telepathy. Lars was able to read their thoughts. It turned out that they were sure that sooner or later, John would agree to move to the best country in the world. Also, these special agents have no doubt that other countries will be interested in a magician named Lars, so they need to leave spies next to him. As soon as Lars heard these words, he immediately asked his master for permission to bite off the heads of the spies. I had to ask him to calm down and not complicate the situation, because they already have a lot of attention. Soon the procedures continued. All this was done in order to obtain a Green Hunter card. First, we need to answer some questions. For example, has Lee John ever entered into a contract with a constellation? Also write a fragment in which the constellation with which the contract was concluded is ridiculed. This may seem strange, but an avatar can never laugh at his deity, so this is the best way to find out the truth. People learned about these methods through contact with the constellations, and now their knowledge has advanced significantly. Soon, John passed a test to measure the mana levels in his body. Apparently, from the very beginning, it became clear that the internal energy in his body exceeded all possible limits. To feel completely free, John decided to get a higher rank than 30 years ago. The amount of mana shown by the device is several times higher than that of ordinary hunters. When hunters fill this ball with their internal energy, the device changes color and helps determine the level of mana. Now John is unusual in controlling his power. He probably forgot that it is better not to attract unnecessary attention and reveal his true essence. The Earth is not at all like the Abyss. The rules are different here because it is difficult to find strong opponents and fight with them for ages. Everything is very carefully controlled, and therefore it is better to quickly adapt to modern realities. As soon as John took the test and left the room to await the results, the doctor immediately made a phone call. He tried to remain calm, although his voice trembled as he called the Bitus clan. Lars received a B rank, which means that he was able to hide his abilities quite well. John was very surprised when he learned that he was only at a C level, and also that he was 57 years old. Firstly, he could not believe that during his absence the average amount of mana of hunters had increased so much. Secondly, John tirelessly repeated that he was only 28 years old. A little later, Hans came into their room and promised to reward his saviors. He understands that John has returned to another world and will take a long time to find a place to live, and therefore brings him to his home. Of course, this was an unexpected offer, but now it is an ideal opportunity to integrate into the world. Soon they collected their things and set out on the road. A quick, rather long journey awaits them. Lars suspected Hans due to the fact that he is only a man. He has no trust in anyone other than his master. He will forever remember the moment when John arrived from the Abyss and saved his home planet from imminent death. Then the goblins gave him a very warm welcome and also promised to repay him for saving the planet. Every day, John received some kind of gift from these creatures who tried to thank the savior. It was not only a bath of acid slime, but even the sacrifice of children was a sign of respect and worship. Each nation has its own culture, so people thank their saviors a little differently. This guy also wants to help in response to salvation. And even despite all the problems of humanity, people are also capable of gratitude. All this time, John was driving through the hot desert and did not even suspect that he was being secretly watched. This was a man who tried to remain unnoticed, but did not hide his interest at all. Hans once again repeated that John and Lars could live in his house as long as they wanted. Soon, their quiet trip was spoiled by an unpleasant incident on the road. Some psychopath blocked their path in his sports car. Maybe it's just a prank. John immediately thought of worst-case scenarios, perhaps a sneak attack, or even a direct attack from the constellation. They got out of the car and saw a man with glasses. This is the same guy who had been watching them all the way. It seemed that this was an ordinary mortal, but he was so strong that he could not be put on a par with ordinary people. As soon as this man found out who was standing in front of him, you said that you didn't expect to see the younger Parker here at all. According to rumors, Alex has a lot of worries due to the fact that his child is a hunter, but everyone has the right to do what they want. It was clear that the man had not come here to talk to Hans. He was interested in a completely different person. He came right up to John and said that he didn't even hope to see him alive. Only now does our main character realize that most likely his past boss, Matthias, is standing in front of him. He has heard rumors that John has returned from the abyss, which means that the time has come to reunite again. Everyone around was shocked and did not understand what was happening, but John calmed the guys down and said that he knew this guy. It turned out that now Matthias is better known as a dragon, he is an S-rank hunter and a very respected person. Rumor has it that he got married for the 19th time last month, and this doesn't quite look like the same Matthias John recognized earlier. That guy was insecure, and that's why it's better to go back to the moment the disaster began and see what happened. Seoul was no exception. It was really hot and dangerous there, and the period was called the Black Month of Seoul. Many hunters responded to requests from the authorities and helped people escape the disaster for free. The leader of the clan of the Great and Incomparable, Matthias, was one of those who worked without respite for the survival of humanity. Thanks to the dedication of hunters like him, the Republic of Korea was finally able to free itself from the occupation of terrible monsters. Only a few members of his team were able to survive those harsh conditions, but they were the best of the best. The whole country learned about their hero, but as one would expect, the government showed practically no gratitude to these hunters. Some of them could not even pay for their treatment. They found themselves rejected by fate and their own country. No one even said any compensation. They were simply abandoned and forgotten like garbage. The leader of the guild changed all this. He decided to move to America, where they treat heroes much better. There, Matthias received support, opened the monster hunting season, became a TV star, and was even able to earn a lot of money. He now lives in the richest area of Los Angeles, but it doesn't matter because his attention is focused on John. This guy hasn't changed at all. It feels like they saw each other like yesterday. In the end, she left only a pathetic note. The whole team was shocked and sure that John had lost his mind. They knew that he was sick from training, but they didn't expect it to go this far. Almost no one returns from the abyss, so the team of hunters said goodbye to their comrade in advance. Matthias was shocked when he received the news of his friend's return and immediately went to the meeting. Now he wants to find out from Hans why he took his comrade with him. Is there really some kind of cunning plan? Having learned about the noble goals, Matthias calmed down and thanked the guy for his help. Within a few hours, they found themselves in the center of Los Angeles. John immediately tensed. This man missed a third of a century. A lot has changed on Earth. Now artificial intelligence rules the streets. The City of Angels is now home to the richest and most famous hunters, who became heroes after the attack of the constellations. Nowadays, this city is really teeming with hunters, but everyone is already used to it. As soon as Matthias moved to America, he immediately ordered his assistant to report on everyone who returned from the abyss. The CIA and FBI are helping him, because if he decides to change his citizenship, they will suffer huge losses. When they arrived at the huge house, John thought that they would live, but it was just a servant's house. John truly deserves such conditions, and he will soon justify the trust of humanity. He also immediately noticed the huge number of people, creating a large queue. Matthias said that all these people came here to see him with their own eyes at least once. A lot has changed during this time, and John has a lot to learn. Matthias even has a few baby pandas in his home, which he received from the Chinese government as a sign of respect. Matthias immediately called all his assistants and ordered them to bring him the best teachers who are in this city. He must teach his comrade everything that is now known to humanity. This will speed up the process of integration. Meanwhile, Richard went home. He was uncomfortable being with the dragon Matthias. This man's aura was too strong. Meanwhile, the dragon ordered his assistants to immediately begin their duties. A little later, he asked to throw a party and invite the best models in the world because John had spent too much time in the abyss. Now he needs to relax a little and of course get enough female attention. The guy couldn't believe that his boss had turned into such trash, because before he was completely different. Now he easily fires an employee who tries to object to his orders. This is not human. Matthias tried to justify himself and constantly said that they pay a huge amount of money to support these people, as if this gives him the right to behave this way. John believes that his friend should become a role model because this is how a clan leader should behave. Soon regular classes began. John greedily absorbed knowledge and tried to learn something new. He practically did not study during his youth because he spent all his time in the gym. This does not mean that John is intellectually retarded, but it would still be useful for him to know something. After just half an hour of class, John realized that he had missed too many interesting things. When I told him about what happened during the disaster, he was shocked and worried. He was struck by the relative occupation of Eastern Asia, even though his own homeland had not been invaded. Korea was one of the countries that settled the situation fairly quickly, but then Korean hunters went abroad. Many saw America as the best country to live, just like the leader of the clan, the dragon Matthias. He was always an ordinary and kind guy, but what he went through changed him once and for all. Previously, the dragon always had problems with women. He was insecure and even passive, but now he has become a real superstar in the world of hunters. There is no need to even mention that at the age of 70, he married again. Apparently, his health is still at a high level. Lava and Magma Kitten suggested making Matthias John's avatar, which is an interesting idea. On the one hand, this guy can definitely be trusted, but Lee is unlikely to believe this story. If John tells him what remains of the constellation, then Matthias will decide that in the abyss they really love drugs. John understands that the guild leader was always trying to find him, and this man can be trusted, although now he has changed a lot. For now, it is better not to involve him in the affairs of the constellations, but spending time together will be useful. Soon they found themselves in a place for training, the kind of gym only a very rich hunter could afford. Everything around is made thanks to magic. Even if a hunter gets injured during training, it will not affect him in the real world. Constellation uses a similar technique to train their avatars and to relieve boredom. Now, such magic is already known to many. In the modern world, it is almost impossible to surprise with something like this. Although, of course, there is a possibility that from the very beginning, this technique became known only thanks to the constellations. John is confident that thanks to such training equipment, humanity will not be afraid of a future war. The dragon explained to him that now no one is thinking about war, and all this is being done only for ordinary sports training. Now everyone has forgotten about classic football and tennis. Hunting sport has taken the forefront of the entertainment business. In this state, 6 hunters assemble a team to compete against the opposing team. Here you can see everything from the destruction of monsters to mortal battles and temporary attacks. This training ground is called the underbelly of the world, but John must limit his power, otherwise everything around him will be destroyed. Other constellations will not be able to see his strength in such conditions, so here he can practice and improve his skills. The kitten again offered to recruit a team of avatars, but John quickly refused. He believes that the role of a leader who controls avatars is not suitable for him because it is easier for him to take part in the battle on his own. In any case, during the battle between the constellations, sooner or later John will still be forced to resort to the help of avatars. Thanks to the underbelly of the world, hunter training seems to be happening in real life. And yet it is still called not training, but sport. People look at it like football or baseball, have fun, and pay a lot of money for it. The only competitor to such entertainment is another sport for hunters. The strongest warrior is chosen through one-on-one duels. After watching these competitions, everything else becomes terribly boring. To tell the truth, John is a little confused. The progress has come too far, and he was not ready for it. All this time, he was worried that the Earth was in mortal danger. He lived to save people from extinction. Spending all his time in countless trainings, he was afraid to find out that he was late and did not have time to help in his race. Excitement became a part of his life. He dreamed of finding his way home, but as a result, he saw that the hunters of the land became sports stars. These warriors were created to catch monsters and protect civilians, but have now turned into jesters and clowns. Apparently, the constellations specifically shared this technique with humanity, all in order to find the best avatars for themselves. Recently, among hunters, there are even those who have never cleared dungeons. They came to this industry solely for the sake of money and fame. If you succeed as an athlete, you can earn big money and start living a beautiful life. It was these people who lined up in front of the dragon's house. They all came for a chance at success. Matthias could not understand what happened to his friend. It felt like he had been tricked into the abyss. Of course, John didn't want to tell this whole long story, and besides, it became something personal. However, he still has one request left. He wants to ask his friend to increase the power of the underbelly of the world. His strength is limited and this hinders him, so he needs to change his initial characteristics. The training ground is aimed at the strongest hunters, but apparently John surpasses them in his power. During the tests, he was not able to demonstrate his full potential, and therefore he was given a rather low rating. It feels like the scientist could have been bribed, but that's a completely different conversation. John immediately decided to demonstrate his strength in reality and explained that all this was being done to protect the Earth. Matthias was shocked by what he saw, and immediately apologized to his comrade for not believing him from the very beginning. I had to reveal all my cards and tell him that John became a constellation in the abyss, and now he has returned to protect humanity. This is very difficult to believe, especially that John is now older than his older comrade. You need to understand that until this moment, almost everyone who returns from the abyss has lost their minds. John remained calm, and said that he was ready to back up his words with deeds. He can show his strength, and in this case, the dragon will be able to see for himself. It seems that the dragon took this as a personal challenge and prepared for battle. He assured his comrade that John had never met such strong hunters. Matthias went through a huge number of tests and achieved a high rank thanks to leveling up through death. John smiled and reminded her that she had always loved fantasy, and in the end, she believed too much in her own invulnerability. It looks like something special is about to take place before our eyes, a friendly sparring that could get out of control. The dragon independently invited his friend to fight each other, and immediately activated the artifacts in the form of tattoos. After that, he began to attack with magical projectiles, and John realized that he needed to prepare for battle. From the very beginning, he still remained vigilant and did not see the need to evade his opponent's attack. As an experienced warrior, the dragon knew from the very beginning that the opponent needed to be forced to focus on defense, and for this, it was worth attacking first. He chose the magic of the sixth circle, the path of lava, in order to prevent John from catching his breath. It was a good solution, but John solved this problem in a very simple way by activating the protective barrier. During his stay in the abyss, he turned into a Terminator who does not feel pain and is practically invulnerable. They may not believe in martial artists on Earth, but that doesn't change the fact that John is special. We must not forget that in these conditions, John suppresses most of his powers, so he needs to be careful. Because to control his strength so as not to destroy the reverse world, John feels himself bound by iron chains. It's good that a huge amount of time has passed since he lost his way as an ordinary person, but this is not a reason to back up. He can still demonstrate his maximum with fast teleportation. Only at the last moment did he cancel the huge explosion in order to keep Matthias alive. Of course, the captain took this as a weakness and prepared to retaliate. I had to quickly get close and stop him because this guy is too hot. Now he wants to understand how martial arts levels work. John explained the theory and explained that he was at the supreme level. If you step a little further in development, you can go beyond the mortal level. At first, the dragon didn't believe at all that his friend had turned into a constellation. It sounded ridiculous, but now it makes sense. John is not going to hide his intentions and wants to immediately ask for help. He very quickly, but in great detail, explained the current situation to his friend. He explained that the truce is only temporary, because new constellations can appear from the abyss at any moment. Also, we must not forget that the constellation that concluded a truce can attack people again at any moment. The whole request was that Matthias not get involved in problems and troubles, because at his age, this is a big risk. It was difficult for the dragon to understand that the youngest in his team had been defending the Earth, fighting in the abyss for 10,000 years. All this time, Matthias was just trying to be cool and seem like the strongest. He does not want to leave John without help, and convinces him that he needs to act as a team. Now John has no choice but to take this warrior to his team and make him his avatar. Of course, the dragon is unhappy that he will have to obey someone who is younger than him, but this is the reality. Now he will have the opportunity to further develop his talents, already as an avatar of an invincible training master. It's unlikely that Matthias would have believed it if he had ever been told that he would enter into an agreement with the constellation. It feels like he gave up his soul because now John can follow him at any time. First, you need to discover the fact that John is a constellation, but at the same time increase the number of avatars. The servants of the constellations also use the magic of the underside to fight each other. There is always a good chance that the constellations intended to make hunting competitions popular just for their own needs. This way they can easily select the best avatars, which is all a global design. Plus it's fun, because right now in the abyss, a large number of constellations are dying of boredom. Matthias was a champion hunter in inside-out competitions, but he had not lost his former form. If he becomes the object of envy, he will be able to gain a large number of followers. Most likely, John should also become famous as a hunter, especially since it is easier for him to do this thanks to his strength. Everything is always very interesting for the strongest hunters, because as soon as the gates to the abyss open, governments beg on their knees for help. Everyone perceives the strongest hunters as superheroes, and at night they pray to them in difficult moments. The dragon is a little worried. John is not going to show that he is a constellation, but then it is not clear how to show his talents in the game. We will have to introduce him to the clan, which can help in the current situation. Thanks to his clan, Matthias became a multi-billionaire. All this is necessary so that John can hide his constellation power and not attract the necessary attention. I had to tell the dragon that John could limit his strength and still be as dangerous as possible. Training in the abyss not only made him strong, but also taught him to analyze his strengths well. They can find suitable team members for themselves, and only then participate in something bigger. John is very lucky that his friend has an S rank, because there are just under 10 such people around the world. Now they have to go through the qualifying round for the competition. A huge number of hunters want to get into these competitions, and the qualifying stage will begin soon. When Matthias returned to his office, who asked to bring equipment for evaluating warriors, he also realized that he needed a worthy manager. They are these two slugs. You can't do this without the help of your daughter, who has the worst character in the world. He needs Jolie Lawrence. It's not a fact that she will show sympathy for John, but it will definitely be interesting with her. This is an incredibly demanding woman who knows very well how business works. If you call a spade, she is the person who turns weak beginners into diamonds. She knows how to squeeze water out of stone and is therefore considered a special manager, as well as a powerful hunter. Meanwhile, John went to the UHC qualifying tournament. It will all begin soon. Of course, Lars is next to him, but both of them are too unadapted to the modern world. Many hunters of different levels will take part here, from weak to strong. This is not the only selection, so if John suddenly fails the test, he will still have a chance to get into the main tournament. Meanwhile, Lars was busy with a really important activity. He was playing games on his phone. The goblin wished his master good luck and said that he would definitely wait for him. Soon John found himself in the main seating area of the stadium, waiting for his chance. Here you can find not only warriors, but also journalists and cameramen who know how to recruit hunters into the clan. They are sent here to find the most talented and take them to their place before their competitors do it. The Bidas clan's scout Cupid is always diligent in his work. He was promised that a special warrior would participate in this selection, whom he needed to closely monitor. According to rumors, this guy went into the abyss for 30 years, but did not lose his head there at all. He passed all the tests and examinations, and no one found any abnormalities in his mental health. Of course, everyone was surprised that John used martial arts. It's still very unusual. Cupid suggested ignoring this guy, but the boss said that was out of the question. This hunter may turn out to be really talented, so you need to do a personal check. It seemed to him that martial arts could not surprise anyone in the modern world, but these were just hasty conclusions. Soon John entered the arena. All that remains is to limit his strength, otherwise the underside of the world may be destroyed. All of his key stats immediately decreased thanks to the skill of strength in defeating himself. When a constellation fights with limited strength, it has a very good effect on progress. Its real strength will be increased. His opponent looks quite intimidating, although of course this is nothing compared to the monsters of the abyss. They were immediately explained the rules and reminded that they could use any skills without restrictions. This is a preliminary tournament, so don't expect much Aethar here. Of course, the fights will be analyzed and filmed in detail. Viewers of the broadcast have not seen the martial arts user for a long time. For them, he seems like something ancient and long forgotten. Many people were interested in information about this guy, probably because everyone was already tired of magicians. Some warriors had not even heard that martial arts users still existed. Perhaps John is the last of this once very popular element. As soon as the referee gave the signal, Phantomas immediately began to attack his opponent. He thought that he would easily make him suffer and end this battle, but everything did not go according to plan. John has not fought with people for a long time, but this does not mean that he will not cope with this task 100%. We just quickly got close and dealt a crushing blow that everyone around was shocked. Not only was the fight over with the first blow, it was all over as soon as Lee had even begun. Even John was surprised. He expected much more from the hunters of the land. Scout Cupid also couldn't believe his own eyes. It all turned out to be true. He immediately called his boss and told him that this guy was a real polished diamond. Apparently, treasures could still be found among martial arts users, although it seemed like a utopia. Cupid received orders to recruit a warrior. He must succeed if he does not want to decide to work. Meanwhile, John went to the break room and watched the next battles on TV. Scout Cupid approached him and immediately realized who was in front of him, because such guys are all the same. John immediately received a million compliments, but she didn't pay much attention. He understands that they came to recruit him because the Bidas clan was interested in him. After returning from the abyss, he spent little time in the modern world. Some clans are not yet familiar to him, but he has already managed to make himself known publicly. He was immediately promised better conditions and very high pay, along with support and bonuses. The best hunters in the world will even teach him magic. But there is one problem. John is not interested in magic. He is only ready to join a martial arts clan. He considers everything else child's play. This is all too strange. It's unclear where this clan got information about the guy from the abyss. There seems to be some kind of conspiracy here because the clans have always kept the best hunters for themselves, thanks to bribing the appraiser. John was sure that something similar had happened here, but was in no hurry to make a bold statement. Soon he was asked to prepare for the next fight, entering the arena in just a few minutes. This is a good opportunity to build on the success of the last battle and further intrigue the audience. John's plan now is to invest most of his power into speed, but limit his strength. He called this technique mastery of light dispersion. Apparently, the lessons with the math teacher were not in vain. The fighters went to the middle of the arena and greeted each other. John immediately decided to analyze his opponent and realized that Gregory Martinez was a pretty strong guy. His strength is melee, although this is counterintuitive since he uses a bow. As soon as the judge gave permission for the fight, John immediately took advantage of his speed. They instantly moved into close combat, and then Martinez prepared to use magic. It is unknown what his technique is called, but he began to attack John simultaneously with 10 fists of fire rays. It seemed that this could become a danger, but John not only easily dodged, but also instantly struck back. Everyone around could not understand whether they were watching the confrontation between hunters or a real monster against a man. Cupid understands that he must conclude a contract with him in any way, but it will not be easy at all. John ends his fights with one blow. Apparently this is taught in the abyss. Soon they began to show it on TV, and they got close to our hero. There are still people who do not believe in his talent, and claim that John will lose in a battle with a hunter named Eugene. Nevertheless, in his next fights, John continued to surprise the audience. He's not someone who likes to fight for a long time. Still on the contrary, he only needs one blow, and even Eugene experienced this himself. Now there are no longer any people left who doubt the ability of the man from the abyss. The time for the finals came, but Laurels from the Rainbow Clan did not lose optimism. He was sure that his opponent's movements were too obvious. This may have been the case, but Laurels was still unable to block John's attack. Thus, John became the winner of the qualifying round and did not even break a sweat. When you see a martial artist defeating powerful magicians, it may seem like it's just a dream. For many thousands of years, John practiced his skills in the abyss. Thanks to his limitless experience, he can determine his opponent's technique in a few seconds. Even hunters, who are considered professionals in their field, turned out to be a mere trifle for him. A huge number of scouts set out to win him over to their side. Even in the eyes of the constellations, John began to look like a real treasure. Although everyone knows that receiving an offer from a constellation is considered an incredible achievement. It was for this that it was necessary to hide his strength and potential, but it was too late, because the constellation noticed him and came into contact with him. The kitten of lava and magma accompanied his comrade all the time and negotiated. He learned a lot in the human world and has now become a skilled negotiator. A skirmish between constellations is always interesting, even though these are just words, but you still feel a deadly pressure. The kitten answered very confidently, because she did not know where his opponent's territory was. They just waved their fists at each other, but of course they didn't even intend to fight in real conditions. John said that he does not enter into contracts with losers, and sent all the constellations to hell. They were shocked and reminded that he was just a mortal, not even suspecting the real power of this guy. It's better to warn these guys that John can easily tear them to shreds, and it's better not to anger him. Sooner or later the war will begin, and then everyone will see his true potential. The kitten was impressed by the aura of its owner and decided to give him something. Soul fragments act as currency among the constellations. Now the kitten specifically gave them to his friend in order to provoke a conflict. Everyone needs money so as not to be looked at as trash, so power is far from the only argument in conflicts. John made a lot of noise on Earth, although he had recently returned from the abyss. Soon Matthias found out that his friend's assessment was bribed, and he was unfairly assessed. He has no doubt that the Bitus clan is involved in this matter, but so far he has no solid evidence. Although Bitus is considered an influential clan, it cannot be compared with the dragon industry because these are completely different levels. Dragon industry is an influential clan, empowered by people from the government, and the Bitus clan is just newcomers who are gaining momentum. These guys must understand that it is dangerous for them to deal with Matthias, but for some reason they still decided to take a risk. Such obvious provocation may be part of a strategy, so it is better to remain calm and consider the next step. Soon the dragon learned the results of the qualifying stage. He was told that John had defeated absolutely all his rivals. Immediately after this, a new assessment was organized that would determine John's true skills. This time he was called a B-rank hunter, although this again sounds too underrated. Matthias almost went crazy because of anger. I had to calm him down and ask him not to panic. Recently the constellation has begun to show interest in John, so it is better to sit quietly and keep a low profile. The dragon reminded that John must join the Icarus clan and become one of the warriors of this team. It seems that a martial arts user will be ignored, but John should easily gain authority. It will be enough just to beat a few other hunters and demonstrate who the daddy is. It also doesn't hurt to arm yourself with something special in order to look more impressive. The illuminated moonsword should be ideal for this purpose. It will allow you to use the burning sense of vengeance skill. The dragon received this Chinese artifact from the Chinese government as a sign of respect and long friendship. At that time, China, due to the attack of the constellations in the north, was on the verge of destruction and complete darkness. There were many extremely problematic dungeons from which scary monsters emerged. The dragon decided to take a risk and went to help, and it was for defeating these monsters that he received the moonsword. After this story, he remembered that he wanted to introduce his friend to the manager. Nowadays, even dogs have their own managers, so John must prepare for the meeting. Matthias did not hide the fact that his daughter would be the manager, and for better effect, it was decided to arrange a local dinner. For John, this is a good opportunity to show off his culinary talents. Jolie today, as always, is serious, collected, and practically emotionless. As soon as she tried this meat dish, she immediately realized that it was something unimaginable. The girl always loved Texas barbecue, which is called brisket. Large pieces of meat are marinated with seasonings, and then a long smoking effect begins. This sweet meat, cooked by the guy from the abyss, turned out to be much tastier than her favorite delicacy. The secret of taste lies in magic. John endowed his dishes with this energy and amazed Jolie. She was so surprised that the cook even began to think that the meat was rotten, although the product was of high quality. Probably today, Jolie smiled for the first time in a long time. She said that John should become a cook and work in a restaurant. If he wants to open a restaurant, then she's ready to act as his investor. After this, the girl decided to try the boiled rice that was left over from the previous meal. Even the cooled rice turned out to be a real work of art, which still makes you feel the magical taste of the abyss. Very quickly, Jolie ate everything that was on the plate, although before that, she had constantly monitored her diet. The girl didn't eat carbs and kept her diet on track, but today she had no chance of keeping her taste buds in check. Now we need to get down to business and remind him that she will be his manager, that is, monitor his movements and try to make John stronger. Analyzing its strengths and weaknesses and concluding contracts is her responsibility. She is not just a good manager, Jolie is a top-class manager. She loves the confidence you have in his fights, and so he will be a great addition to their team. John thought that the team was gathering only to save the planet, but in reality, everyone is only thinking about big money. She also explained that the government handed over this city to the dragon industry because the world has completely changed after the disaster. Nowadays, no one is surprised when a guild receives an entire country. You need to get used to it. Their Icarus clan is full of psychos, but they are all very talented and deserve high pay. John must undergo training to join such a talented team. It is a must. As soon as they said goodbye, Jolie immediately began to think that this guy seems too normal, despite returning from the abyss. He has extraordinary self-confidence, but first he must learn to resist magic. She thinks that John won't be able to handle meeting high-ranking monsters because he still doesn't know this guy. In fact, he has long since reached a new level, and soon the entire world around him will recognize this and recognize his hero. Lars said that he would crush any crazy person into powder if they tried to offend his master. Some may be surprised that Lars calls John his master, but you don't have to pay much attention to this. After physical training, John closed his eyes and concentrated on the process of meditation. This meditation allows you to connect to the broadcast of the constellations, which is also called the Game of the Stars. This is necessary in order to study and advance all the constellations that could become future rivals. And although it's not easy, John decided to take a risk and try. When two constellations choose their avatars and compete, they call a constellation battle. In this case, the constellation is approximately at the same level, but now no one knows John, and no one wants to accept his challenge. All that remains is to declare yourself and recruit avatars. But this takes time. And he hasn't thought about his goddess of the scales for a long time. There's no news from her at all, as if something had happened. The next morning, he immediately went to the Icarus clan's training base. Individual training rooms and a dormitory are located here, that is, ideal conditions for hunters. Each hunter has a different set of abilities, so each of them needs a separate training ground. While John is training, Lars plans to do something really important. Golden Escape is a very serious game, but it seems the goblin has become too dependent on virtual reality. The gym for maintaining physical strength surprised John with its scale and quality of equipment. He immediately saw a hunter here who lifts 5 tons at a time. Apparently, this strong man is a real tank. Only when the hunter stood up did it become clear that this was a girl, although it was unlikely that she would yield to some man. They very quickly found a common language, and John learned that this was Elizabeth Gutierrez. When they shook hands, Elizabeth immediately tried to show her strength. It seemed to her that even despite a new acquaintance, she needed to demonstrate her talents. She always does this, but today she met a guy who has stronger hands than her. This happened for the first time in her life, and she thought that a melee magician was standing in front of her. That's why she was so surprised when she found out that he was a martial artist. Elizabeth also wants to learn a few techniques to diversify her fighting arsenal. She has already managed to train in many areas because she doesn't like it when monsters breathe in her face. It was she who invited her new comrade to come to the hunter's training hall. Here they can meet another member of the clan, a rather talented guy named Anthony. Elizabeth introduced the newcomer and said that John was a martial arts master. Anthony was sure that this newcomer would recognize him, but John immediately showed that he was seeing him for the first time. This shocked Anthony because he is a narcissist who loves his own achievements. I had to explain to him that John spent 30 years in the abyss, and he doesn't even know who is considered a star on Earth. Anthony began to say that he is the best fighter of the clan and all the hunters trust him and obey his orders. As soon as John dried up the whole story, he immediately realized that Anthony was a real psycho with whom it was better not to mess with. The time had come for training. I immediately decided to test the beginner's skills. She's been interested in martial arts for a long time, so this is a good opportunity to get some exercise. John decided to immediately demonstrate to her why one should not approach martial arts masters. Only at the last moment did she manage to raise her sword and protect herself from a powerful blow. Now she will finally understand why John was invited to their team. No matter how fast the magic is, this power is still inferior to the blows of users of martial arts. Even if you fill the sword with magical power, Elizabeth still won't have enough speed to hit the constellation. Quickly reading her future steps, he closed in and launched a counterattack. No magic could stop this mad guy with iron fists. He moved and acted like Bruce Lee, probably because he was his idol as a child. It seems that Elizabeth is also a fan of her work, and despite the defeat, she wants more. In this case, a true gentleman has no right to refuse the lady her request, even if it leads to a severe knockout. That's how the world of martial arts is. Elizabeth soon lost her enthusiasm and agreed that it would be better to finish the training for today. It seems that she has shown a weak character, although now the most interesting things can begin. She hasn't been so tired during sparring for a long time, and even monsters don't take so much energy. In any case, this experience encouraged her to train even more and gave her additional motivation. She could use martial arts to eliminate her weaknesses, but Elizabeth wants to focus on magic. From that moment on, she sees him as an enemy. They will continue to greet and smile at each other, but she will no longer accept any help from John. You can call it what you want, pride or a matter of honor, but in any case, it has principles. The kitten hinted that it was possible to be more supportive of new friends, but John is not going to lose on purpose. It looks like searching for avatars is very difficult, so it will be a long journey. The next day, John met with the other members of Team Icarus. There are a large number of talented hunters who have already heard what he is capable of. John was very surprised when Hans saw him among this abundance of warriors. Circumstances have developed in such a way that now he is also a member of this clan. It is strange that the Parker family does not have a clan. Perhaps there is another explanation for all this. Soon the clan mentor, a rank A hunter named Ernest, a fairly experienced warrior, arrived. He saw many new faces in front of him and said that he hoped for discipline from the new participants. He often repeats that the main weapon against monsters is himself, and John is the only one who knew about this truth. The power of unshakable self-confidence always gives a chance for success. Only faith will help you become stronger. And thanks to faith, John did not die in the abyss. Some people think that this is a great misconception, but everyone has their own path to success. The hunter's weapon that stops monsters is not magic or objects. The most powerful weapon is unity, because even the strongest hunter cannot win alone. People themselves are weaker than monsters from the abyss, and this must always be taken into account. The master announced that today there will be a pair training. John is happy that his faithful ally Lars is next to him. It looks like some of the training participants are starting to get nervous. Today we will see who is the strongest here and who is just a fake. Tony suggested that the newcomer form a pair to prepare. Apparently he was up to something. Soon, the head mentor activated the highest rank illusion art. Huge monsters began to appear behind him, preparing to eat any hunter who stood in their way. Not all beginners are ready for such meetings. They were expecting an easy workout and not a real fight for life. Now they must dodge the attacks of monsters and demonstrate why they should be included in the Icarus team. Each training participant has his own personal defense method. Someone is trying to organize a protective barrier, and someone is preparing a counterattack. Everyone around him relies on magical energy, and only John will use martial arts. The problem is that the training is paired, which means that he and Tony are connected by magic and are inseparable during the battle. Who didn't want to take advantage of this and put John in an awkward position, so they had to be proactive. The correct blow to the acupuncture point is a fairly weighty argument in any dispute. Of course, we must not forget about the constant danger of monsters, so any dispute must be postponed until later. John immediately demonstrated incredible speed and agility. Some clan members didn't even know that martial arts were capable of this. Everyone around saw that John is indeed a very talented guy. Such a hunter is very strong in real combat. Tony was annoyed that the newcomer did not listen to him at all. It seemed that he did not understand that John was now the leader of the team. The teacher gave the order for everyone to stop immediately. He deactivated the monsters and gave the hunter the opportunity to rest. Next, they must resist attacks from below, and this is something new. Apparently, Tony is again too slow to make a decision. He needs to be saved again. John reacted the fastest, and while everyone else was still waiting for danger, he had already begun to act. This underground worm almost tore off their legs, but thanks to their speed, they managed to get to a safe distance. What monsters hide in the ground and pick up vibrations in order to attack? Such terrible predators only live in high-ranking dungeons, and few hunters are ready to face them. Ernest believes that if warriors cannot protect themselves from the worm, then they have no right to call themselves hunters. John likes this kind of experience. This is what he lacked after returning from the abyss. After some time, the training ended and it was time to rest a little. Everyone around him looked very tired, but John seemed ready to continue. Hunter Smallwood wants to understand how exactly John guessed that the monster would crawl out from below. This can only be understood by the sound and vibration that the worm makes. Soon the clan's training continued. Now it was necessary to evade danger as a team of 3. Ernest also did not forget to teach hunters how to protect themselves from magic. But of course, you need to be able to restrain your comrades who have lost their minds due to illusions. The entire hunting team was on the verge of complete exhaustion. They were shocked when Ernest said that it was all just a warm-up. It looks like he's a real psycho. Today it is easy to simulate a dungeon using the underside of the world. Apparently this is exactly what will happen now. As the dragon said, football and baseball have completely lost popularity. Among team sports, hunting is now in first place. Everything else has faded into oblivion. John did not forget to analyze his new comrade and learned that Smallwood was a melee fighter. He is clearly stronger than he seems. Perhaps it will even be possible to recruit him as an avatar. It turned out that this guy was a fan of martial arts as a child and was a fan of films with Jean-Claude Van Damme. Then all the martial arts teachers retired, and it was no longer possible to find a place to train. A plan immediately matured in John's head on how to restore the prestige of martial arts thanks to his talent. Soon it was time to conduct training. John developed a special technique. He said that you need to learn to control your body before using Kai energy. If Smallwood trusts his new teacher, he will quickly discover the limits of his own skills. Cultivating mana is one of the most important skills for a martial artist. Very quickly, Smallwood felt progress and gained the skill of a strike shrouded in mana. This skill enhances the hunter's strike and increases its power in a short period of time. A short time later, the hunters gathered again in the inner training hall. The rest is officially over, and now a new training awaits them. 6 warriors will form a group and go into the dungeon. Everything is quite simple. You need to quickly clear everything around and return back. Everyone around was excited about the chance to show their best qualities, but few people understand that this is very dangerous. Ernest began the process of forming teams. He personally organized the participants and divided them into groups. John was upset that he did not cross paths with Lars at all, as if this was done on purpose. John's team included Smallwood, Elizabeth, Hans, Anthony, and Hideker. It seems that this team is not balanced at all, and everyone is ready to fight for themselves. Tony has a very strange character, but at the same time he has quite rare abilities. John instantly decided to scan his comrade and study his personality. Tony has 2 strengths. He knows how to use mind protection and narcissism. Apparently, both skills are aimed at maintaining mental control. A little later, John drew attention to a guy called Hideker Moneymaker. Apparently, this guy is completely obsessed with money and divides people by social status. Almost no one likes him and they try to avoid him, but he doesn't care much about that. Although he is a mid-rank warrior, he is quite a valuable healer. This guy suggested that John team up for the benefit of training, but the constellations don't need help. The Hideker is not used to hearing refusal, but the sooner he realizes that he is not a valuable specimen, the easier it will be for him to participate in the cleanup. The team soon found themselves in a dungeon called the Crossroads Trial. Little is known about this dungeon. The rules for clearing are quite simple. You need to clear the area as quickly as possible. You also need to remember to avoid fighting with the opposing team and save supplies. Tony immediately showed his terrible character and began to separate from the group. Apparently, he did not understand the danger of what was happening. This guy is confident that he can destroy all his enemies on his own and wants to constantly command others. So angry at this fool that I prepared to demonstrate my left hook to him. She would have hit him if something strange hadn't happened and something had not run ahead. Apparently, John decided to lead his entire team like a true leader and did not hesitate to take the initiative. Everyone around was shocked when he killed the chameleon monster, but they were afraid to say anything to him. They don't fully understand who John really is, a psychopath from the abyss or a martial arts genius. In any case, it is better to be wary of such a guy, although Tony, of course, will not give leadership to a newcomer. He decided to show his talents and take leadership of the team into his own hands. To do this, it was enough to activate the medium-level vital force detector, which generates anger and chaos. We must admit that this guy knows how to fight, and he is not a typical cheater. The dungeon is a good opportunity to experience China's national treasure obtained from Mateus. John managed to upgrade the space necklace he received from Onyx and attach it to his belt. Thanks to this, he can get the desired item at any time. Things should go faster with the sword, especially when he has the sacred moon sword in his hands. He asked the rest of the group to keep up with him and speed up. Apparently, he was going to break the clearing time record. This guy was used to winning on different planets and territories. His habits did not change even after returning home. There is always a devil inside John who spurs him on to constant battles with his rivals. For many other hunters, it is difficult to understand where John gets his motivation, because even they are not so passionate about their work. This guy looks like a psycho, but the most interesting thing is that he was a psycho even before he fell into the abyss. Probably only Tony can compare with him in the desire to win, but of course they have different abilities. Elizabeth is unhappy with Tony's behavior. She is sure that nothing bad will happen to John, but Tony can create problems. In the operations room, Mr. Ernest closely monitored the cleanup process. He has already learned that Tony does not have outstanding abilities, and there are doubts that he can be a strong hunter. This guy doesn't feel the team spirit, and the group starts to work worse when he's around. Tony's process has slowed down significantly. He does not like to give his best in training and raises doubts about his future. Mr. Ernest asked to closely monitor this guy. A decision will be made soon. He was also informed that something strange had happened in the dungeon, and he had to see for himself. One of the cleanup teams learned to act together and sense each other. John confidently gave orders and formed a strategy for attacking the monsters. He quickly came up with a task for each team member and ordered them to prepare for battle. Of course, Tony, even despite the fact that John turned out to be the clear leader, tried to impose his own rules, but nevertheless carried out the order. Few people listened to him because every hunter is always busy with his task. Ernest was shocked. It was the first time he had seen such well-coordinated teamwork. Soon, a large number of chameleons inside the dungeon were torn to pieces like little goats. It was a great job by the whole team, which no one believed in at the beginning. Tony constantly repeated that he was the main star. Everyone got used to it and did not try to convince him otherwise. The team continued their wanderings through the dungeon. The work was not finished yet. After a few hours, it was decided to take a break. Nevertheless, we must not forget that the mana reserve needs to be replenished. It seemed that everything was calm, but suddenly John began to scream and said that they were surrounded by the enemy. Everyone should immediately prepare for battle, although there are no sounds of monsters approaching at all. Tony doesn't want to show what he is capable of. He feels that now is his finest hour. It was at this moment that they were unexpectedly attacked. John was right when he predicted the danger. The stone gargoyle is a demonic-looking chameleon monster that has outstanding strength and endurance. Meanwhile, the team was being watched. Everyone immediately noticed that John was a born leader and a worthy recommendation from the chairman. The only downside is that he has martial arts skills instead of magic, but maybe that's not as bad as it seems. A team going through a dungeon too quickly can be dangerous, but luck is also an important factor for any hunter. Crossroads Trials is one of the secret dungeons that China hired high-ranking hunters to storm many years ago. The monsters of the dungeon are very strong and dangerous. It is also worth noting that the structure of the dungeon is much more complex than other similar places. The fun is about to begin. Ernest and his assistant can only hope that the hunters will cope with the test. John quickly sensed the approaching danger, warned his comrades, and prepared for battle. He immediately showed that martial arts are not only not to be underestimated, but also to be reckoned with. This right blow from space could not leave even the most courageous hunters indifferent. Ernest immediately realized that John was ready to meet the gargoyles. These monsters did not frighten him at all. There is a sense of experience in his actions. Perhaps he has already had battles with these monsters while in the abyss. The team leader also gave some advice. He asked all the hunters to remain calm and not lose their minds. These monsters do not exceed rank B, and therefore you need to wisely conserve your strength and act without doubt. Some team members began to guess that the level of testing here was so difficult that it felt like they had been sent to their deaths. It was decided to take a short break for rest and concentrate forces on controlling the situation. John also learned about a device called a drone. In his time, hunters did not use technology. The drone can be used as an alarm. It won't work against monsters, but it will help at least a little. It will also be helpful to get a little help from the magic of radar. This will help you be prepared for the approach of monsters and react to danger in time. After a little help, Hideker already considers himself the best member of the team. It seems this guy has interacted with Tony too often. He believes that he is treated too rudely because they call him a psycho, obsessed with money and trash. Today's raid gave everyone the opportunity to get a feel for who plays the main role in this team. The main character was John, who led the team forward and competently gave orders. Nothing was expected from a martial arts user who returned from the abyss, but he surprised even the trainers. They immediately started asking him for advice and asking him about his special training regimen. He explained that there was nothing special about it. He always liked to spend most of his time in the training room. After setting up the tent, it was decided to rest a little and eat. It's not quite what John is used to, but you won't find anything better in this dungeon. The food was not enough to completely remove his hunger, so he decided to cook something. Smallwood tried to stop his comrade. He said that there was no food in this dungeon, and it was impossible to cook anything. John had no idea what he was talking about, and they had just gotten better quality meat. Only a few minutes later, the guys realized that their leader was offering to eat several chameleons. They immediately realized that he had spent too much time in the abyss and became completely wild. At this time, the analysis of everything that happened continued in the instructor's operational room. The rest of the teams are also approaching the center. The monsters begin to move and prepare for battle. The instructors hoped that other teams would also achieve success, but everything turned out to be not so rosy. First, Seedset's team was destroyed, and then Agnes's team lost almost all chances of success and began to retreat. I had to tell Ernest that he had chosen too difficult a dungeon level. The hunters were not ready for this. Due to the fact that most of the teams were destroyed, everyone who remained in the dungeon will face even greater problems. There are too many monsters, but there are guys who do not lose optimism even in the most difficult moments. At first, the instructors could not understand what John was up to. Only then they realized that he was completely crazy. His team members were also confused. It seemed like it was just cooking, but the problem was that he was cooking a chameleon. It turned out that the meat was not the end. A portion of rice also awaited the hunters. A little later, the meat and rice were cooked. It was time to eat normal food. All this time, the team members were sure that John would share food with them, but it turned out that he didn't even think about it. Tony said that he had to try the monster meat in order to feel the incredible effect of the abyss energy. A little later, he got the opportunity to see John's cooking skills and immediately declared that it was incredibly tasty. Thanks to the eaten dish with a high mana content, the hunter completely restores his internal energy. There is a big hype around this food. Everyone wants to experience the effect of eating monster meat. John had no choice but to share a delicious steak and rice with her friends. The instructors were shocked. Instead of killing the monsters, the hunters set up a cafe in the middle of the dungeon. These guys are amazing, but they don't seem to need to be stopped. They know what they're doing. At first it seemed that there might be some kind of poison in the monster's meat, but it was unlikely that everything would be so tasty. John learned a lot in the depths of the abyss, so you need to be able to trust such guys. After dinner, the rest continued. We needed to accumulate strength in order to continue fighting the monsters. Hans did not want to sleep. He went out to unwind a little and disperse the thoughts that were bothering him. John also does not sleep. After he has mastered martial arts and increased his internal energy, he only needs 5 minutes of rest. John understands that Hans is excited. He is surrounded by hunters of a higher rank than him, and this will take some getting used to. He gave him some advice and asked him not to stop on the path of development, because this is the only way to achieve progress. Previously, everyone considered Hans a genius, but now he's at a crossroads, and if he wants to become better, he will have to work. The atmosphere was calm, but everything changed very quickly. John took out his sword and ordered the other team members to be awakened immediately. They just managed to fall asleep, but they already have to prepare their weapons and fight the monsters. John immediately reported that he did not feel the stone gargoyles. Apparently, they were a completely different type of monster. Something larger is approaching. Perhaps the stone gargoyles are leading the dungeon boss here. These monsters are distinguished by their high intelligence. They probably realized that this team would not be easy to cope with without support. They brought with them a stone predator. This monster has the shape of a worm and has incredible power that helps it break through stones and earth. Although he is accustomed to eating stones, if he is offered delicious meat from hunters, he will gladly accept this offer. The instructors lost faith in the team. They thought that this training would take the lives of absolutely all the hunters. Their opinion is based on the danger that the hunters will have to face. There are indeed too many rivals. But John never loses optimism. With the skill of moonwalking, he is ready to joyfully meet unexpected guests. These ugly guys must understand that they cannot disturb the sleep of travelers. The battle had just begun, but John began saving the lives of his comrades from the very beginning. Thanks to incredible intuition, he sensed the approach of a stone predator and reacted in time. This huge worm came here to destroy everyone in its path. As soon as John saw him, he thought that Onyx was in front of him, although this is very doubtful. John prepared his sword and thought that only he could cope with such a difficult task. If now he doesn't show his leadership qualities and kill the boss, then their team has no chance of getting out of here alive. What happened next will be passed on by the surrounding hunters to future generations. They will tell this story with trepidation, and will be incredibly proud of those who were present at this historical moment nearby. No one could believe that they were watching a rank B hunter. It seemed that John was much stronger. Having prepared his sword, he wanted to finish the fight with one blow. This has always been his strong point, and today he did not change traditions. The instructors were shocked when they saw that John cut off the boss's head in the first seconds of the fight. It seemed unthinkable. Now there is no doubt that this guy is a real diamond who can be called reaching the perfect limit for hunters. Rumors about John immediately began to spread throughout the area, and the world of hunters was shaken. Instructor Ernest came to meet the chairman in person and talk to him about this guy. The dragon was not at all surprised when she learned that John showed all his talents in the dungeon. You should expect something special from such guys, but Ernest does not believe that John is at rank B. I had to explain to him that the association itself was to blame for assigning the rank incorrectly. They can't do anything about it, so there's no point in worrying and expecting problems. Of course, soon everyone will find out that John is actually a first-class hunter, but for now, everything is under control. Let's fast forward to the lobby of the clan building. The names of the members of the first team have already been posted there. Many found it difficult to believe that there was a place on the team for a martial arts user. It seemed that his place was bought. Soon Tony appeared among the crowd and warned that it was better not to mess with martial arts users. Even this arrogant and self-confident guy has already realized that only John is a worthy opponent for him. He even decided to do him a friendly favor in honor of joining the first team. Meanwhile, John was not alone. After his success, everyone around him wanted to get closer to this talent. The hitmaker moneymaker realized long ago that they should become friends, and then he too would be able to achieve progress. Lars did not betray himself and continued to work on really important social projects and play Gold Rush. Due to the driver's constant talking, Lars could not concentrate on the game and finally asked him to shut up. Hiddeker agreed he is not at all interested in this guy. His main goal is to maintain his relationship with John. A little earlier, he met John in the gym for training and keeping fit. It is unknown whether he was purposefully looking for him or whether he actually entered the hall by accident. In any case, he saw his team captain there, who continued to build his biceps, even despite the rest day. John immediately realized that he needed to help his friend become stronger. And for this, it would be nice to pump up his legs. Of course, Hiddeker immediately regretted that he met John, but on the other hand, this is a good chance to strengthen their friendship. He began to invite John to walk around the city and look at beautiful girls, but John replied that this did not interest him at all. When this guy says that he lives by training, he is not lying at all because he really has been training all his life. Only after much persuasion was it possible to make him at least unwind a little and breathe into the life of the metropolis. In the city of hunters, you can find anything you want, especially for members of the Icarus clan. Here they are considered something special, although John is accustomed to the fact that the title of hunter does not confer special status. This was the case in a past life. But now the hunters have become the aristocracy of this time. Everything has changed, and this must be accepted. A little later, they arrived in Chinatown. This place is known for its black market. The government turns a blind eye if they come off. No, they sell their goods abroad. Everything is half legal. The black market has many advantages. For example, it is very easy to find interesting artifacts here. John calmly walked around the market and did not even suspect that he was being secretly watched. Apparently, rumors about him had spread too much throughout the city, and now these guys came to fulfill their duty. They talked about how John had offended their master, and they wanted to take revenge for the constellation of a warrior shrouded in madness and blood. Meanwhile, Hiddeker continued to teach John and Lars about life in the metropolis. He was shocked when he saw the amount of food they bought at the supermarket. He probably completely forgot John's passion for cooking, but this is his main hobby after training. After shopping, they went to the auction. First, they need to go underground and go through high-level magic. When the guard saw Hiddeker from the Icarus clan, he immediately greeted him and led him inside. It was also decided to rent costumes in order to comply with the rules of etiquette. You also need to remember that you cannot talk about the auction outside these walls, because this is a secret society of aristocrats. Here you can meet all sorts of interesting people, and not all of them reveal their true personality. There is still some time before the auction starts. You can play a little roulette. This guy loves the smell of money, and tirelessly repeats to everyone around him that he is a very capable hunter. That is why, a few minutes later, the guard informed management about the arrival of a hunter from the Icarus clan. He was asked to be careful and not create unnecessary problems, and only then did he talk about the presence of 2 more newcomers. He quickly recognized this martial artist and said that he was here with his assistant. Huashan School runs an illegal auction. They are the representative of the martial arts clan of China, even after the decline of this system. In this position, they could only admire John, because he still glorifies martial arts throughout the world. The guards heard about this guy and began to discuss his incredible talents and abilities. Soon, the final preparations for the start of the auction were completed. Today, interesting artifacts will be put up for sale. Within a few minutes of starting, a very interesting spear was sold for $50,000. This spear belonged to Kavitron. It looks very impressive in appearance, but is not very effective. The next lot was the Thunderflame dagger, which was very durable and had the spatial storage skill. This was already much more interesting than a spear. John would gladly buy this product, but he does not have enough money. He received the card from the dragon, but wasn't sure if Lee could use it. Matthias explained that this is an unlimited black card that can be used at any time. John was sure that he would not need the money, but Matthias insisted that he wanted to make his life easier. If he wanted John to use the money so badly, now was the perfect opportunity to buy. As it turned out that the dagger would be sold for $7,000, John offered $1,000 more. Hiddeker believes that this is an unnecessary artifact. He understands something, but John knows his skills better. He knows that he will need the dagger, and as if he felt that he would soon be in danger. Unfortunately, he did not have time to buy a weapon, although he was already disturbed by those same guys from the street. He was immediately made to understand that he would not be able to escape unscathed after insulting a warrior shrouded in madness and blood. The security immediately sensed the entry of unexpected guests and prepared to detain them, but everything happened too quickly. John, as always, remained cool and not worried at all. He realized that these guys were sent to take revenge for past grievances, and the constellation would personally oversee revenge. In the name of the constellation of the invincible god of training, John challenged him to a fight. He introduced himself as an avatar and said that he would destroy any opponent. Of course, this is just a hoax. The warrior constellation ignored the challenge because they had never heard of the invincible god of training. The constellation is ready to accept the challenge only if John can survive this fight. At that moment, the electricity was turned off and real panic began in the auction hall. John realized that he needed to move to another place. Otherwise, his abilities might be revealed to too many people. They found themselves locked in another room, and now they can have a full-fledged rock and roll. Lars used magic and said that no one would interfere with their battle. John immediately asked his comrade not to interfere in the battle. He wants to deal with these weaklings himself. To do this, it will be enough to activate the Milky Finger technique and point at the enemy. The avatars thought that they would come to Earth and easily avenge their master, but reality hit them face to face with the floor. Now they will have to point out that John is a beast of a completely different caliber. This is not a karateka with a green belt. This guy didn't just live by training. He fed himself with the energy of the abyss and devoured monsters for breakfast. Of course, his opponents are not weak either. They did not come here to give up, and will fight until the very end. Their goal was to take John's blood, but such cheap tricks do not work against the invincible god of training. The constellation of dreams and desires awarded him the right of the great law of absorption. If you use this force in reverse, you can achieve a very unexpected but interesting result. John intuitively feels how to use skills in order to get the most out of them. The opponent's avatars began to panic and tried with all their might to stop this guy. They didn't want to get as close as possible to destroy him, but in doing so, they only made his task easier. The Constellation Warrior could no longer watch his avatars being killed. He descended to Earth and now controls the killer himself. In this killer, he has collected all the power of his avatars and now wants to demonstrate everything he is capable of. I've never fought an avatar that was completely controlled by a constellation. This guy has a huge amount of mana, and you need to be very careful when approaching him. The best option would be to avoid combat, because the opponent will self-destruct soon, but then a lot of people around will die. The good Giant Slayer activated his talent. As soon as he accepts the challenge of his opponent, his strength will immediately double. Thanks to the skill of the Divine Space Art, we managed to perfectly repel the opponent's attack. Now it's time for a counter-offensive. It was a masterpiece of sword work. John acted very confidently. As always, he gathered all his strength and, thanks to the very first blow, was able to defeat his opponent. The warrior recognized his abilities, and thereby accepted the battle of the constellations against the avatar of the invincible god of training. The magma and lava kitten enjoyed the process. Everything is going according to plan, but Lily does not agree with this. She believes that John is acting rashly, but it is too late to turn back. After the end of the battle, the guards immediately apologized to the guests for the inconvenience. They admitted their guilt in what happened. After John accepted the apology, they were very insistent on asking some questions about martial arts. He, along with Lars, was invited into a separate room and asked to spend some time. John was also surprised. He had not met martial arts users for a long time and wanted to understand why everyone here was studying this technique. He intuitively realized that there were real fighters around him, and it seems that now he is learning the history of the Huashan school. The face of this old man seemed familiar, and very quickly John realized that standing in front of him was the legendary Master Li, a hunter from China. He was shocked and could not believe his own eyes. Now this horror hunter is very old, but for John, he is still a living legend. He immediately found a piece of paper and a pencil and greedily began to beg the artist for an autograph. Master Li said that he was not the one who should sign autographs, but he was willing to make an exception. It took John more than 10,000 years to meet this warrior, and it was a great honor for him. It turned out that Master Li came here on a serious matter. His school wants to learn martial arts from John. China was merciless towards hunters who refused to obey the government. The disaster became a reason to leave this country for many hunters who dreamed of self-affirmation and a place. They firmly decided to become stronger in order to return and take revenge, but reality turned out to be too harsh. During the invasion, Li lost an arm and a leg, and then martial arts began to decline. When it seemed that no one and nothing could save the legendary art, he appeared. A guy from the abyss who unexpectedly returned to Earth and immediately won the hearts of millions of hunters and ordinary citizens. As soon as they saw John fight against strong opponents, they immediately realized that they had to learn from this guy. He's the strongest martial arts user they have ever met in their entire lives. The number of martial arts users has been plummeting recently, and Master Li is partly to blame for this. John needs to make a decision. He can take all these people with him and benefit. After some thought, he said that he was ready to help at the martial arts school. He even said that he was the avatar of the invincible god of training, and immediately felt an increase in his strength. New successive ones always give additional strength and energy to the constellations. This is why the Earth is so valued. Master Li asks not only to train them, but in return he immediately guarantees unconditional loyalty. Loyalty is not exactly what John needs, so he decided to take time to think. Master Li and his people promised to look forward to the answer. For them, this is a chance to change their fate. After the auction ends, John has some free time, a good opportunity to meet the dragon. The chairman of the company has been waiting for this meeting for a long time and hopes that John was able to settle down in the clan. Of course, there are a lot of strange guys in this clan, but John is also incredibly strange, a training junkie. John came to talk about the Huashan martial arts school. Maybe Mateus knows something. Of course, he knows this ancient Chinese clan. They were defeated during the first wave of the invasion. After being restored, Master Li faked his rank and was defeated in the Second War, although he may have been installed by the government. John said that they met today. It's strange because there was no news about the master for a long time. It seemed that he had died altogether. The dragon is not at all aware of the city's news. He decides on important political issues and does not pay attention to the nuances. He immediately advised his younger comrade to take the chance and make friends with Master Li. John also talked about the fact that he agreed to fight with the constellation, although the dragon believes that they are not ready yet. John immediately reassured his comrade and said that he would personally take part in the battle and would not need the help of the clan. The next day, early in the morning, he got ready and went to take part in the Games of the Stars. The invincible god of training accepted the request to fight with the warrior constellation. The type of competition must be fair, because all the constellations guarantee the fairness of this fight. John pretended that he was just an avatar of the invincible during training and challenged his opponent to a fair duel. If he wins, he will be able to receive a bloody fortress. This is something unknown, but very interesting. Meanwhile, the monsters continued their hunt in order to make sacrifices. They raised blood in the name of the warrior, and I hope that this will help him kill you. John realized that he was in the land of orcs thanks to the terrible smell around him. After that, he chose the skills that would be used in this battle. These skills are time-tested, and he can rely on them even in the most critical moments. Soon the two constellations came to an agreement and a treaty was drawn up. If one of the parties loses, its influence will weaken significantly, but John does not care, because he is confident of victory. The warrior is also preparing to taste the sweet victory, but he will not fight John directly. It turned out that the warrior again exhibited his avatar. This huge and terrible monster is called Akarat. If this monster has a great magical reversal ability, it will be difficult to defeat it with a sword. He can also have powerful regeneration, then even close combat will become a problem. The warrior today is not as confident as before. He realized that the god of training was stronger and won other constellations to his side. Of course, he is confident in his personal victory and confident in the strength of his avatar, so he tries not to think about bad options for the development of events. He ordered his avatar to immediately take the fight and take the life of this pathetic slug. All constellations must see the strength and power of the warrior and understand that he is in charge here. But for some time, we will return to the territory familiar to us, to the outskirts of the abyss, into the possession of the messenger of plague and darkness. After losing to the training god, he was in despair, but it wasn't that bad. John turned out to be good-natured and did not take away the avatars, and did not even take this territory under his control. Perhaps the workout god has been too misunderstood all this time, and he's actually a great guy. Soon the messenger received notification that the god of training was fighting with another constellation, and put it on the line. If the god of training is defeated, the messenger will become the avatar of a warrior, and this is not at all what he would want. He immediately contacted John and said that he could help him and send him his avatars. He just had to ask. He completely forgot about such possibilities, but it still doesn't matter, because he is confident in his victory. The Herald of Plague and Darkness need not worry, because even despite the strength of his opponent, John will tear him into several pieces. Meanwhile, the messenger felt panic. He understands that he cannot be happy if he has to serve this tyrant. After that, all that was left was to pray to the god of training and hope that he could really defeat this terrible opponent. The constellation battle begins and will continue until one of the sides admits defeat or dies. Akarat immediately went forward and began to attack. He feels the need to win quickly so as not to upset his master. His speed turned out to be quite good, but even this was not enough to break through John's defense. Now his strategy is based on constant attacks and minimizing the opponent's capabilities. In simple terms, he's trying to prevent John from counterattacking, and so far he's succeeding. After John studied his opponent, he began to try to take active steps. To begin with, it was decided to use divine cosmic art to repel the opponent's magic. It was not only effective, but also looked spectacular, in the style of galactic wars. Even the kitten of lava and magma admired the skill of his comrade. He had not seen John's skills for a long time. Akarat took advantage of the Scarlet Resurrection and quickly restored his health. You can call it a cheat code. Oddly enough, thanks to the Curse of Madness, he even became even stronger. This means that the more John hurts his opponent, the stronger he becomes. The demon decided to use the 6th level of magic and attack his opponent with a bloody guillotine. Quickly approaching, he prepared for a decisive blow, which should cut John into 2 parts. This would have happened if the law of absorption technique had not come to the aid of the god of training. This helped absorb his opponent's mana, but John could die from an overdose of the power. To prevent this from happening, John immediately activated the internal energy of the Dan-Tan, which absorbs the opponent's mana. In this case, he takes the power of the demon, and at the same time does not risk being torn to pieces due to an excess of energy. Akarat's madness cannot have any influence on him, which means that he has completely taken the initiative into his own hands. Now even more constellations will admire this guy. He has demonstrated unprecedented perseverance and drive. Of course, the demon does not admit defeat. He is the avatar of a great warrior and will fight to the last drop of blood. John hinted that he was ready to finish off this monster, but did not want to get his hands dirty. The warrior had no choice but to admit defeat and end the battle so as not to lose his avatar. This is a worthy end to the rivalry, although of course the warrior considers himself doubly insulted. The battle of the constellations is officially over. Everyone who followed this confrontation expressed respect for the winner. The bloody fortress, erected by the warrior, came into the possession of John, and he is also now included in the ranking of earthly constellations. At the moment, he ranks 127th in the ranking, although this is the first time he has heard about something like this. Then something special happened, because it turned out that the goddess of the scales was alive and invited John to her domain. It all started with the goddess, and of course this offer cannot be refused. Negotiations took place to unite medium and small-size constellations. The main topic of these negotiations was the search for an answer. Should Lee meet with the goddess of Libra? Lily believes that the goddess lacks intelligence. She agrees with the cat, who asks to be careful with stupid constellations. The idea of an alliance with the constellations is quite logical, but you need to be careful, even if they do not pose a threat. Before you go to her, you need to understand that if there are losses from communication with her, then it is better to immediately forget about the alliance. There is a high probability that the goddess will immediately guess about John's true identity, but it may be useful for the future. John also talked about the fact that he was included in the constellation rating, and he hopes that his friends know something about it. They were strangely silent and looked at each other, and then suggested that John ask the goddess of the scales about this. After the meeting, John immediately went to the domain of the goddess of the scales. It even seemed to him that he was not in her territory at all, but still decided to look around. There are no avatars or subordinates here at all. It feels like it's all just a trap. Perhaps the goddess has had a lot of problems lately, but it's better not to rush to conclusions. John went in search, opened the doors to the large central hall, and saw her. The goddess of Libra has not changed at all over all these tens of thousands of years. She looks the same as at the time of their last meeting. As soon as he approached and greeted her, she immediately began to bow and apologize for losing him in the abyss. She admits that she made a mistake, but John immediately said that it was in the past, and everything that happened had a positive impact on his progress. During the conversation, it became clear that she thinks that John is the avatar of the invincible god of training. John decided not to reveal all his cards and play along with her, pretending that he was really just an avatar. John said that his master wants to cooperate with her and sees a common interest in this. The goddess did not hide anything, and said that lately she had been having serious difficulties. The goddess was quite a strong constellation among the high and even the highest level. Even other constellations, wishing to know their future, bowed to her and donated incredible wealth. Now the goddess has difficulty maintaining the level of the lower constellation because she constantly lost in battle. She sent a strong angel to find John, and because of this she constantly lost in the battles of the constellations. These battles can indeed turn even the most powerful gods into failures, but it is still her stupidity that is to blame. Now her situation is truly catastrophic, although she still has a place to live. John reassured the goddess and said that his master prefers constellations that he can trust. The influence doesn't matter. Although the world of constellations is judged by strength and authority, the invincible god of training can make an exception. He assured her that the god of training is an ideal constellation. He protects his avatars and fights flawlessly. She is not afraid of proposals about an alliance, but she is only trying to understand what the god of training needs from her. I wouldn't want them to be disappointed in each other, and besides, her foresight skills have weakened greatly. John repeated once again that the god of training does not pay attention to this, and the goddess realized that she was obliged to agree. They shook hands, and John assured her that she had made the right choice. The constellation has been argued over the Earth since the first passage opened on this planet. About 10 billion souls became a real treasure that could not be obtained anywhere else. But since then, this problem has not been solved. Under the guidance of the strong constellations, it was decided to introduce new rules. Since the strongest constellations took an oath and risked their existence, the rules are incredibly powerful and cannot be broken. This rating ranks the constellations located on Earth, but the first place is still available to everyone. No one can find out about the position of other constellations. One can only guess. The one who takes first place will take the land for himself, and the owner of reality and silence is closest to this. This evil constellation has captured the northern lands of China. Now he is in second place and is very close to winning the main prize. Share the rules with John, and now he even has access to the skill of predicting the future. After talking with the goddess, John realized that she could really help. As a constellation, it has existed since the very beginning, and besides, it has strong sides, so it inspires more confidence than expected. Of course she's not very smart, so they better plan too big for her. It's unlikely that she will treat the invincible god of training well. She has motives for this. After all, this god took the person she planned to make her avatar. There is no doubt that she is very jealous. Now you need to increase faith and followers. John's companions are too far away, so he must do this very thing. He invited them to take part in the battles of the constellations in order to bring some benefit, but they pretended that they had not heard him. After this conversation, John returned to Earth and immediately decided to meet with the chairman. It was clear that the dragon was very excited and worried about the upcoming battle of the constellations. The god of training immediately calmed his comrade and said that he had won. After they discussed the details, it was time to talk about the future. John wants to gain strength and prepare for the next fight, but this fight will not be soon. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by Jolie Lawrence, who was not stopped even by the security guard. Apparently, she is very aggressive due to the fact that her client does not answer phone calls. If John doesn't want to work with her, he could have said so from the beginning rather than trying to ignore it. I had to confirm that John forgot to charge his phone and could not hear calls. Having calmed down, the conversation turned to the qualifying tournaments. John was included in the list of main fights. After that, she immediately took her client and told her father not to occupy him with empty activities. Apparently, she is indeed a very talented manager who gives all her strength for the sake of her hunters. A little later, they arrived and stopped near a large ship. There were various hunters there that John had never met before. Jolie said that she only comes here when she needs to talk in a quiet environment. Apparently, there will be an important meeting on this ship, but John is always ready for anything. Jolie immediately introduced him to the chef of this restaurant, who is called Morella. Our main character could not resist analyzing this guy, and found out that he was truly a professional in his field. Very quickly, real delicacies and cold alcoholic drinks appeared on the table. Italian cuisine is at the highest level today. John was pleased to try new dishes. Jolie looked sad. She couldn't forget the dish that John had prepared for her. In fact, the taste difference is almost imperceptible, but these dishes have no manna at all. If John cooked something tasty again, she would gladly eat everything he offered. He offered to treat her next time, but the client and manager should not forget about the working relationship. After that, we had to get down to business and talk about upcoming tournaments and fights. Newcomers rarely participate in combat, especially hunters who are unknown to the general public. At the moment, among fans and competitors, there is an opinion that John faked his rank like a real fraudster. John said that he doesn't pay attention to it at all. He has already grown from the age when he was worried about public opinion. Very soon, they started talking about John in the press conference hall. Many journalists gathered here who came to listen to one talented hunter. This fighter's name is Maximilian. He is the avatar of the elf constellation, and he accuses John of cheating. After his accusations, he called John a weak coward and challenged him to an immediate duel. Elves can easily be found on the ground after opening the passage, so everyone is used to them. John wasn't angry at all. He said that when he met, he would tear this elf apart, but for now he doesn't care. The fight can be scheduled in the next few weeks, during which time you can collect all the information about your opponent and prepare. Soon it's time to put on the suit again. John begins to get used to earthly life. He should come out, listen to the questions, give some simple answers, and not spoil anything. Of course, before every super match there are debates. All fans are eager to hear trash talk and see rigging. Many journalists immediately began asking John questions. They want to know how the martial artist will resist the magicians. There were countless questions. It was impossible to answer everything. Maximilian is in 21st place in the ranking. He is not at all an easy walk. There were also questions regarding the rating. John made it clear that he was not to blame for anything, and if anyone made a mistake, he should be punished. The people who assigned his rating must be responsible for their actions. He is just a hunter who craves victory. He behaved calmly and reservedly, but even this behavior angered Maximilian, who again began to insult his opponent. He once again called John a cheater and said that this match would be the last of his life, because a coward must die. John practically did not react at all, and said that if the elf wants to fight, then he will satisfy his desire without any problems. They can fight even right now, on the street. The main thing is the desire. It is not necessary to fight in additional reality. You can do it in the real world, if, of course, Maximilian is ready for this challenge. The journalists became quiet and listened attentively to what was happening. The atmosphere became tense to the limit. If Maximilian really believes that this is a fraudster in front of him, then he should not restrain himself, but on the contrary, he should hit John right now. The guy from the abyss gave his opponent a chance to show his character, but he chickened out and refused. John demonstrated phenomenal trash talk at the level of Conor McGregor, and the fans appreciated it. He invited everyone to come to this battle and dispel doubts about his abilities. He is ready to fight not in the underbelly of the world, but in reality, so that everyone knows who he really is. The press conference is over. Now we need to improve John's image. He apologized to his manager and said that the practice match could be canceled. This battle will not help him in any way, and he understands that he will only waste his precious time. Jolie asked him to think again, but John did not change his decision. He thanked her for her understanding and said that he was glad to work with such a talented manager who was always on his side. Before the main match against Maximilian, he will train in splendid isolation. Going into battle against Maximilian without training is a real suicide, but you have to trust John. After a short rest, the invincible god of training arrived at the Icarus training complex. He intends to continue his training and improve some aspects of close combat as well as physical strength. All his friends watched his interview. Now they call him Mr. Provocation. John thanked him for the support and immediately headed to training. He doesn't need the support of others, especially guys like Tony. John said that he would train alone until the fight and asked him not to interfere. His teammates were confident that they would become his sparring partners and therefore were surprised by his words. They don't understand that John lived a huge number of years in the abyss and knows how to become stronger without outside support. You just need to turn on your imagination, and a fictitious opponent will immediately appear in front of him, who will fight as if in reality. John made his rival so real that even his friends saw this monster. This is called the principle of spiritual training and is somewhat similar to illusion. This is how John plans to prepare for the fight against Maximilian. It's a really good way to improve himself. John wants to return to his roots, that is, to the times when he spent all day in the training halls. Constant sparring, meditation, and training with iron is the only way to become better. Several weeks have come, and the day of the competition has arrived. Everything will happen at the main hunter's stadium. Jolie made sure her hunter had breakfast and was well prepared for battle. Sometimes she acts like John's mother. She asked him not to be nervous and calm down, although he did not pay any attention to the excitement around the fight. For him, this is something ordinary, because he passed a much more dangerous test on his way into the abyss. The only thing that has changed is the presence of a huge number of fans, although before he was also followed, only these were constellations. It's strange to look at all this. Before, hunters died in battle with monsters, but now they perform in front of the audience like superstars. Salmon. There are many people who do not support John. They consider him a fraud and a coward. Apparently, Maximilian's propaganda worked. They believed the elf and decided that John did not belong in this league. But there was a person who was not afraid to go against the crowd and support this guy from the abyss. It was a young hunter in a red suit who wished good luck to the martial arts representative. There is no doubt that this is a member of the Huoshan clan, although they still have not even signed a cooperation contract. John will do everything possible to make today's match a signal for the revival of martial arts. After spending so much time in the abyss, it is not surprising that Damage had problems determining strength. If he wins today, it won't be a confirmation of his true skills. It has been a long time since there have been representatives of martial arts in this arena. Today is their chance to return to the race. As soon as the referee allowed the fighters to begin their confrontation, John immediately began to attack. Maximilian decided to increase the distance and work from a long distance. Apparently, he was not ready for the speed of his opponent and decided to move away a little. Everyone around was waiting for decisive action from John, but he was in no hurry. Seeing that he had a chance, Maximilian decided to attack the course building and hit his opponent's defense. The elf was sure that this was enough to break through John's defenses, but the divine cosmic art easily repelled the attack. With his actions, John even begins to disgrace his opponent, but now is not the time for arrogance. Each of them feels a lot of pressure because of the importance of this confrontation. The fight is watched by a large number of spectators, and today is X Day for martial arts. There is no more time to wait. You need to act right now and take the initiative into your own hands. Of course, all this time, the elf was also preparing for battle and had several aces up his sleeve. He intends to surprise John and act as unconventionally as possible. Having studied past battles, the elf believes that John's opponents were too predictable and does not want to repeat their mistakes. He wanted to force this guy out of his comfort zone, but so far, he had not succeeded. People probably underestimate being in the abyss, because if the hunter was able to return from there, then he has already achieved enlightenment. There are rounds in this fight. It just ended the first round, and we don't have a winner yet. Each of the fighters can rest a little. Maximilian looked worried and called his opponent a real monster. He was advised to try to stall for time and do everything not to lose. If he doesn't win today, he will lose his prestige, and this cannot be allowed. Soon the second round began, but as it turned out, the elf was not going to give up. He tried to come up with something new, but John suggested ending this battle quickly before Maximilian completely disgraced himself. He won't have the speed to escape his fate, so it's best to accept it with his head held high. The technology at the Milky Way should help end the battle now. Further struggle is pointless. This couldn't go on forever. Sooner or later, John would still find a way to win. The martial artist defeated the elf in the second round, by knockout. It's a real shock for the fans because Maximilian lost to a rookie who just made his debut in the league. Everyone is very excited about the return of martial arts to the pedestal. It looks like the best fighters in the league need to start being afraid. It was an almost perfect match, during which John did not miss a single blow and won confidently. He doesn't think there's anything special to do. The fact is that his opponent turned out to be too weak. This self-confidence and even slight arrogance immediately made many fans change their opinion about the guy from the abyss. I felt how his inner strength increased. This is what gaining popularity means. At this moment, the skill of predicting the future came to life again. At first, nothing was clear, but then he saw that Las Vegas was engulfed in flames. People are attacked by huge monsters that seem to have recently escaped from an uncleared dungeon. You were a real disaster, and it looks like humanity needs to solve this problem as soon as possible. The chairman had already learned the result of the fight. He was glad to see John having fun and giving self-confident comments. At that moment, one of the guards opened his door and said that he had received an important call. Korean Hunter Chan is calling, although they had a fight when they moved to America and have not spoken to each other for a long time. It turned out that Chan saw that John had returned and now wants to know why no one told him about this. He called not at all in order to re-establish contact with the dragon, but in order to talk with John. Their relationship with Mateus is very complicated. Everyone believes that they are right in the current situation, and every conversation ends in a quarrel. Matthias invited his friend to apologize, but of course Chan refused and hung up. Soon John arrived at the main office. Jolie was incredibly upset. She was unable to determine the strength of her client and believes that she should have been fired long ago. I should have been sure that this would happen, but according to John's words, I realized that he did not intend to change the manager at all. Soon he again met the students of the Huashan school, who fell to their knees and began to ask to be taught advanced martial arts. In order to understand why they read it to their teacher, you need to be transported to the main residence of the Huashan school. Martial arts training is constantly taking place here. A large number of young guys gather around an experienced master and try to delve into the depth of these techniques. It is not at all easy for them to understand the world of martial arts, because it is a truly complex craft. Their elders' training is too outdated, and so they want to see a newer approach. John very quickly understood the essence of the problem and also felt that this was his chance to increase his faith and his authority. He immediately agreed and said that the avatar of the god of training would teach them all the necessary techniques, and they would become followers of the constellation. The next day he went to the bloody fortress, which he received in a duel with a warrior shrouded in madness and blood. This is the first time he enters the territory of the orcs himself, and hopes that Lars managed to organize everything here. John had no time at all, and so he left his assistant to look around this territory. It seems that he has problems. Lars will not refuse the help of his master. Training in magic did not bring any results. These handsome men will have to be trained in martial arts. They have long been accustomed to wielding axes, so it is easier for them to learn about the conditions of close combat. She quickly showed how it was done and explained that in this way they would be able to defeat even the strongest opponents. Of course, the orcs still had a lot of questions. They would not be able to master this technique in just 5 minutes. If they do not understand the theory, then they will have to show everything in hard practice. This is the way John has always tried to learn, and therefore believes practice is the best option for progress. He easily taught the orcs the green dragon axe skill and showed several other cool tricks. Practical training has many advantages, but we should also not forget about some disadvantages. The orcs begged for mercy and asked to be given the opportunity to rest a little. John smiled and said that this was a great opportunity to complicate the technique a little more. Now the orc territory has forgotten about a quiet life. A new era has begun, the era of the god of training. These guys should get used to hard training because this is the only way to become stronger. While they were resting and enjoying relaxation, John planned to build a training base. Lily explained that it would be too expensive. It would be easier to do everything through the Constellation store because deals are available in the Star game. But he trusted her tips and immediately headed to the Game of Stars. Here you can find the constellation that the buildings sell. The dancing snake immediately got in touch with him and said that he would show him a special building and invited him to visit him. John was sure that he had earned a lot of property for all his victories, but it turns out that he is sorely short of money. He had to apologize and say that he could not afford any of these objects. Apparently, the dancing snake really likes to drink strong drinks because her speech is too incoherent. She even offered to buy a reservoir of life-giving alcohol from her, but it turned out to be too expensive. The dancing snake realized that her interlocutor had no means, so she gave him excellent rice vodka, which heals all wounds. This unusual constellation immediately said goodbye after presenting the gift and went to its territory. However, the problem is still not solved. John does not have enough funds to purchase objects. A little later, a traveling merchant approached John and said that he was ready to help. Although it looks rather suspicious, it offers random items for cheap prices. He swears on his name and reputation that there is no deception here, and even promises a discount to a new client. John decided to take advantage of the offer, although of course he understood that it was a big risk. The wandering merchant wished the buyer to use the goods for a long time and immediately disappeared. Soon John opened the box with the building. Chaos broke free and revealed a model of a small temple. If installed, all inhabitants will receive the skills of an ancient warrior, but the building will collapse in a month. It's time to watch the second box and hope for something better. It turned out that the Temple of the Shining Elf was waiting for him there. If installed, he could learn the elf's skills. This building immediately reminded me of Maximilian and the magic he used. It was decided to establish a Temple of the Shining Elf and see what would come of it. It turned out that there was one big problem. Among the subordinates of the god of training, there were no people capable of mastering the elf's technique. In any case, the temple has already been installed, so you will have to be content with little. Soon John returned to Los Angeles. This city of hunters step by step becomes his home. Matthias greeted him with open arms. He even joked that he wanted to get John's autograph. John found out that he had a new nickname. Fans call him the Fist Star. It's also time to tell John that Chan, a member of their previous team, called. Of course, Matthias reminded that it was he who helped and fed John, and not someone else. Apparently this guy has become too petty, or maybe he's just a bad person. In any case, Matthias asked to try to make friends with Chan, but John came for a different reason. He told his friend about the gift of the goddess of Libra, and especially that Las Vegas was in great danger. He expects a monster invasion soon, but John can deal with this problem. It seemed obvious to him that he needed to clear the dungeon, but the dragon said that he couldn't go to Las Vegas. It turned out that the city is not under the jurisdiction of the dragon industry. They have no authority there. All they can do is go there, explain the situation, and try to convince the city government. Apparently the dragon, which boasted of its connections with the president, turned out to be not as influential as we would like. It will be much better if John goes there instead, because Matthias has too many enemies there. I had to accept the unpleasant reality and rely only on myself. Las Vegas is quite a big city, but still it is different from the city of hunters. There is a large clan here that controls everything around them. They are called the Black Cactus Clan. John said that he wanted to meet with their boss, but they explained to him that it is not so simple. First, you need to make an appointment. John immediately made it clear that the members should be interested in this, but his behavior angered these guys. I had to give my name and rank so that they understood who they were dealing with. Hunter Galton immediately recognized the UHC star. This was not the first time he had heard about him from friends. He immediately apologized for his behavior and said that he would immediately call the head of the clan. Very quickly, John received permission to go inside and have a meeting with the boss. Everything that happened next was quite strange, but John tried not to comment on anything. Before his eyes, Galton began to receive blows to the head for constantly acting like an animal. He was reprimanded and explained that he couldn't talk to guests like that, otherwise he would be punished even more harshly. After this, John finally met the head of the Cactus Clan. Her name is Roxanne, and this girl is sometimes a real monster. They immediately got down to business, and John said that their clan would lose to a monster, so he came to offer help. Roxanne was surprised. The girl immediately showed her indignation. She asked him to immediately repeat what all this meant, because it seemed to her that he was trying to call her clan weak and helpless. I had to explain that the situation would worsen. A dungeon would explode in this city and real chaos would begin. A dungeon explosion occurs if the dungeon is not cleared within a specified period, then an army of dangerous monsters appears from there. The liberated monsters will become a real natural disaster for human society, but Roxanne is in no hurry to believe in these fairy tales. Although John tried to explain that for this he used the best magic of the dragon industry, she constantly saw a catch in this. John only asked to be given the opportunity to observe the cleaning from outside so that he could react if an explosion occurred. Roxanne knows that this guy came from the abyss, so he can be called a first-generation hunter. First, we need to explain what this means, because few people know that first-generation hunters are often considered heroes. They always stood on the side of the people, but John still did not understand what these hints were about. They wanted to make sure that John would just watch, and the Black Cactus could calmly clear the dungeon. They quickly came to an agreement, but Roxanne warned that she does not tolerate those who try to deceive her, and punishes her very harshly for this. After the conversation, John went to the streets of Las Vegas with the hunter Galton. It was a fairly lively city with a developed infrastructure, different from Los Angeles. It turned out that Roxanne is Galton's sister, but this is a strict secret that cannot be mentioned. Soon, information about the discovery of the dungeon was transmitted, and the gathering of all clan members began. In an abandoned building on the outskirts of the city, a dungeon gate was seen opening. Hunters gathered there and prepared to clean up. The organization of the Black Cactus turned out to be at a fairly high level. Everyone quickly arrived at the gate opening site, but were shocked that John was right. It seemed that he was only trying to predict the future at random, but everything happened exactly as he said. The hunters learned that only one of them could go inside, and for some time they tried to decide what to do. An emergency situation was declared on the streets, and the city residents were ordered to immediately evacuate from the dangerous area. It was necessary to clear an area many kilometers long, but there was no sign of panic at all. John looked around and couldn't understand why people were so calm about this. They did not pay any attention to the fact that evacuation was immediately announced. Life in the city continued. He even decided to talk to these guys and heard a lot of bad words about him. People are sure that all the monsters will be caught before the situation gets out of control, so there is no need to be afraid. It was difficult for him to believe that the modern world was so relaxed about dungeons. Before, everything was different. In his time, people would have already gone crazy with fear, abandoned everything they could, and ran until they lost consciousness. I had to show a little force and remind these guys that their lives were in danger, so they had to get out of here immediately. John's reaction had an immediate effect on some residents of the city. Meanwhile, Roxanne arrived at the site of the opening of the rift and also addressed the residents of the city. She said that if they did not evacuate, they would have to be killed before the monsters. This girl does not choose beautiful words and likes to say something so harsh that it is better to keep children away from screens. People around have always been attracted to hunting monsters, which is why they gather around to watch the spectacle. They are too used to dungeons, but today's situation can change everything. The dungeon gates opened and monsters began to emerge into the real world. Panic began even among experienced hunters, because there were many more monsters than expected. Apparently, the hunters were unable to kill the boss, and this should have been done first. The lizard magician uses the artifact, and until he is caught, people will not be able to get out of the bowl subject to erosion. To be honest, it's not clear what this all means, but there's nothing good in this cup. Because of the monster, a barrier was created, and now no living creature will be able to get out of here. Those who were unable to evacuate are now forced to die. Nothing will help them. It was necessary to listen to the hunters and behave rationally, but now this will be a lesson for the entire city. John wanted to help, but there was no agreement between the clans, so he was asked to go to a safe place and not interfere. Everyone around them prepared for battle, and only Galton was upset because he wanted to see John's skills in a real fight. Everyone is ready for a tough fight. The monsters have long been hungry and want to taste delicious human burgers. The members of the Black Cactus clan knew what to do. No panic, calm, and discipline. Everyone knew their personal responsibilities and did what was needed without further ado. This continued until a monster called Vyogosaurus appeared, because its appearance is really scary. We need to join forces to stop this lizard, but he did not come alone. Roxanne realized that without her help, it would be impossible to reach you, and therefore she needed to strengthen the magical power of Enos. For some time, her magical power will be increased several times, but this consumes a large amount of mana. Roxanne doesn't need much time to deal with her opponent. She is a real firewoman. The lizard was defeated, but he did not come into this world alone, so we need to prepare to continue the party. Roxanne also reminded that the hunter from the Icarus clan should not be allowed to get hurt. In this case, they will have a lot of legal problems, but it seems that they already have problems. No one saw where John had gone. He probably couldn't resist and also decided to take part in this parade of monsters. He knew that it would be fun here, and so he took the moon sword with him in order to teach the terrible monsters a lesson. This month is capable of cutting apart even a huge monster, despite its thick skin. John is a master at cutting off heads and also a master at turning heads. Now people promise that they will obey him and evacuate at the first opportunity. In fact, he did not fight for them at all and did not think at all about the people who did not evacuate, but again became a spontaneous hero. Sometimes it is clear that he is not at all accustomed to fame. A large number of days without it were not in vain. He became too antisocial. John assured Roxanne that he could take care of the problems on the other side of the portal. She thought that because of this, there might be legal problems with his clan, but John assured that she could forget about it. Now even Roxanne realized that standing in front of her was one of the strongest hunters, Icarus. Perhaps they would really listen to him. The battle with the monsters continued. Judging by their movements, someone was constantly controlling them. Now the main thing is to find this boss and destroy him before he has time to create even greater problems for humanity. Roxanne tried to understand where the Icarus clan got such a crazy guy, and meanwhile John began to give instructions. He has very developed leadership qualities, and he has a good sense of when to use them. It's all the more easy to lead people when you are so skilled in the technique of destroying monsters. People subconsciously want to follow you, even in the face of danger and chaos. Finally, John saw the monster that was in his prediction, which means that the boss is somewhere nearby. Soon he was able to identify it. Now it remains a matter of technique, pure execution. The immortal training master easily bypassed the boss's guards and approached him as close as possible. With a skillful movement of his sword, he easily cut off the head of this nasty slug. The job was done. Meanwhile, the Black Cactus clan team supported his actions and also attacked the big Godzilla. Roxanne brought all the other hunters behind her and used all sorts of magical techniques. Thanks to this symbiosis of fighting qualities, the hunters destroyed the artifact of the Forest of Corrosion. The barrier completely disappeared. The sun's rays once again hit the streets of Las Vegas. People took a deep breath of fresh air. It is reported that the number of deaths is still unknown, but in any case, the worst is over. Someone even said that none of the hunters died and no explosion happened. An Asian hunter with a sword saved everyone around him and was called the true hero of this cataclysm. John felt the spotlight again as an army of journalists formed around him. He answered all their questions calmly and said that he was not trying to save people at all. Of course, the journalists thought that this was just a joke and sarcasm, and in fact, in front of them was not only a hunter, but also a comedian. He had to demonstrate his strength so that his words would not be given double meaning. John does not want to be made a hero out of him. He did his job for which he always trained, but this is not related to the salvation of humanity. If he becomes a hero, he will be criticized when he cannot help, so it is better to choose a different path. All his public appearances were strange, but for Galton, John became a real hero and role model. Even the existence of such a person already seems unique, because martial artists are extremely rare in the modern world. He achieved incredible strength and endurance as a result of countless hours spent training in the abyss. It must be admitted that John became an absolutely unique hunter, and even surprised a girl like Roxanne. Now even she doesn't understand why martial artists are so rarely successful. The behavior of this eccentric hero was widely discussed on the internet, and the news even reached Matthias. This 70-year-old pensioner is also part of the internet life. He is not surprised by new trends in TikTok. The dragon immediately remembered how he also hit the journalist. Then he thought it was fun. After that, John said that he needed to go. Lately, he has not been in the best mood. It's easy to guess where he headed, to the training field of the Icarus clan. He took the young martial artists from the Huashan school with him and asked them to make themselves at home. These guys are used to training in destroyed gyms with terrible equipment, and today they are in the big leagues. They were excited and waiting for the coach's instructions. It seems that their dream has come true. Train as much as you like in these conditions, and don't even think about paying anyone for it. A hunter from the Huashan school came with them. This girl's name is Iris. She represents the young students of her academy. This girl has the greatest talent among all the students in the school, and it turns out that she is Li Xiaowan's daughter. John was surprised. He wanted to get to know her because her father had always been something special to him. Later, John remembered that they all came here for training, so we could start. Abyss Hunter is old school, so he likes to start with barbell squats. He said that the new simulators are used for training magic, and it is better to forget about it if you represent martial arts. The young guys dreamed of training on the new simulators, but apparently it wasn't their destiny. Squats help strengthen your leg muscles and help you feel your inner strength, so this is the base. Thanks to the title of Training Avatar, John can silence his trainees, and the training process will be continuous. These young guys did not even understand how great an opportunity was opening up before their destiny. They will be trained by a real training general, so if they do not die, then they will definitely make progress. Within half an hour, the students were dreaming of a vacation in the Maldives and swimming in the pool. I had to explain to them that all this was just a warm-up, and that now the main training could begin. They headed to the other world's training room to learn a different approach to development. John realized long ago that using terrain was the key to improving basic martial arts skills. Thanks to the quick setup of the room, the students immediately found themselves in the swamp. There was nothing like this in their hall. It may look stupid, but it is very effective. Nobody said that wooden opponents are necessarily weak. They teach you never to underestimate the enemy. To move on to the next workout, you must complete this stage. John left them alone and said that as soon as they finished, the training program would continue. Even such simple words were enough to motivate these guys to death, because they are ready to do anything for the sake of progress. This wooden brat needs to answer for his behavior. It's time to smear his face. Meanwhile, John spent time in the Icarus clan's common room and communicated with his comrades. Tony congratulated John on his excellent job in Las Vegas, but reminded him that John was still too weak to compare with him. The training master thanked for the support and invited the clan members to learn martial arts. Elizabeth also promised to help John learn magic, but he is not sure that he will be interested. Although many constellations advise him to learn something new, our hero is too traditional. At this rate, he can become a dumb jock who knows nothing but martial arts, so he needs to experiment. His comrades tried with all their might to persuade him to take this important step and learn what protective magic is. John is ready to begin his training, but he is only interested in healing magic. This is needed to complement martial arts and be able to quickly restore strength. But there is one problem. It turned out that Tony and Elizabeth do not know healing magic at all. Their specialization is completely different. You'll have to go and find a real professional in the magical arts, otherwise there's no point in it. John thought about asking the goddess of Libra for help. She must master healing skills. He immediately tried to contact her, and to do this, he had to wake up the lonely goddess. John talked about his problem and asked for help with training. The goddess had long been waiting for the opportunity to do at least something useful. She happily agreed to help and prepared to get down to business. In order to learn such complex magic, John had to be given divine healing of the fifth circle. Such power is not at all easy to master. It is available only to special hunters. The next morning, many people gathered in the Icarus main training hall. As soon as everything was ready, Ernest immediately created an endless tower dungeon, which puzzled the hunters. This dungeon is so famous that this is the first time John has heard about it, although it means a lot to other hunters. A couple of decades ago, it appeared in a dungeon of such complexity that a large number of the best hunters gave their lives in an attempt to clear this place. With each floor, the difficulty of clearing constantly increased, and therefore not a single hunter was able to complete the process he had begun. The lucky ones managed to escape, but only legends and stories remained about this. The winner in this workout is the one who reaches the highest floor the fastest, but that's not all. The dungeon turned out to be much more difficult than the original, which means that each of the participants will be in mortal danger. Panic immediately arose around. Many wondered how to act, form groups, or conduct a cleanup on their own. The more people participate in the clearing, the more difficult the level of each individual floor becomes. John was surprised by such a work of art and began to dream of meeting the creator of the dungeon. Most hunters believe that they need to act in a group. This is the only way to gain an advantage and chances of success. John took his team, Elizabeth and Tony. Although Tony himself asked to become a member of the team, no one invited him there. A little later, the hero of the abyss drew attention to the girl who was dressed in a student's uniform. Thanks to his skills, he immediately analyzed the essence of Cyrus and saw its features. It turned out that the girl serves the constellation, and besides, she has quite rare skills. Elizabeth said that Kira is a student at Ivy. This is a special educational institution for talented hunters. At this point, Tony revealed that he graduated from an Ivy school, although no one asked him about it. Soon, their conversation attracted the attention of this girl, and she decided to come up and meet. Kira cannot disclose information about the constellation she serves. All this is due to some clauses of the contract. He said that they were forming a team, and if she wanted, she could join them. It seemed that Smallwood was also ready to join the team, although no one expected to see him here. Thus, the team was fully formed, and all the hunters prepared for very interesting challenges. Let's move for a while to the territory of the Avatar of Training, to the Fortress of Blood. John contacted his assistant and said that there was a special assignment for him. Lars was happy that the owner finally needed him. He even thought that some kind of unexpected crisis had happened. Finally, he ordered the orcs to continue training because he would soon return and check their performance. Returning to Earth, he again took on human form and prepared to do whatever John ordered. Lars was surprised that he was called to go through the training dungeon. He had imagined a completely different task. John is ready to trust his assistant with his back because besides him, all the other hunters are doubtful. Some members of the team were not sure that Lars was capable enough to go through such difficulties. All these words made the goblin very angry, and he almost destroyed everyone around him. John acted as a judge and assured everyone that Lars would perform no worse than the other hunters. He will replace Hiddeker and take on the role of a healer who can help in difficult times. Thus, the decision was made almost unanimously, although no one except John was sure that Lars was the one needed. After some time, the test began, and the hunters found themselves in a dungeon. Before we begin the clearing and lifting, John would like to discuss something. He showed off the books on the basic level of martial arts that he received from the training avatar and is ready to share with his comrades. The constellation promises that these books will tell about hidden techniques and very important skills in the dungeon. The constellation wants to train hunters completely free of charge, although of course this raises a huge number of questions regarding its motives. Soon the study of books ended and the process of clearing the dungeon began. The team of hunters met the monsters for the first time. John decided to take control of them and divert the attention of these skeletons. If everything is done correctly, then they should not become a serious threat, but only serve as a warm-up. They also quickly joined in the cleanup process. Everyone wanted to enjoy the destruction of these monsters. This is a good opportunity not only to stretch your muscles, but also to demonstrate your best talents. Such opponents are very easy to defeat, but it also gives an additional boost of confidence that will help in future battles. John noticed that the new team member, Kira, fits perfectly into their structure. It is immediately clear that she is very talented. Everyone around him was so active that Smallwood didn't even get a job, but he's upset in the office. The first floor was completely cleared, and going up to the floor above, the hunters encountered wild boars. Although these opponents are a little more difficult than skeletons, they should also become a serious threat. Lars felt that this was a good opportunity to demonstrate the great illusion of deception. He has long wanted to show others that his skills will be useful for the team, and now the ideal opportunity has arisen. The grand illusion of deception is called a type or black magic that destroys the minds of monsters. Together with the active actions of his master, this attack turned into a total destruction of the wild boars. A little later, special wild boars appeared, larger in size than many monsters. They were so big that the girls began to lose their composure, even despite their combat experience. They had to try very hard to block the attack of these hefty monsters. The main thing is to find an opportunity to activate magic, at least the initial sword technique. Although this technique is considered the most basic for magicians, it is still incredibly effective, and that is why it is so popular. Seeing how her new friend acted, Kira prepared to keep up and also get involved in the work. Her aggressive attacks were incredibly strong, so strong that they could even cut a boar into 2 pieces. Martial arts really help mages feel more confident on the battlefield, and they are also quite easy to use. The second floor is completely protected. It's time to go up and get ready for new challenges. On the third floor of the tower, the team of hunters met with the blue lizard men. It was not easy, but the job was done. On the fourth floor, there was an opponent of a completely different level, a huge monster called an ice wyvern. This is only the fourth floor, and the hunters already have to deal with a Class B monster. An ice attack can cause serious damage, and even kill to an unprepared hunter. This is exactly what would have happened if at the last moment Lars had not activated magic and helped his comrades. The king's magic has great potential. It is an ancient magic circle that is very different from what people on Earth use. Now you can concentrate on the attack and completely decapitate this huge dragon. If you attack at the same time, act coherently, and help each other, then even an ice wyvern will not become a problem. Within a few minutes, she went to the world of the dead. She would not be able to continue her icy tricks. A little later, the team of hunters found themselves on the fifth of the same tower. All that remained was to meet the owner of this floor. Now they are waiting for a meeting with a banshee. In fact, it is just a spirit. But the problem is that most attacks do not affect it. The banshee is considered a high-class monster, but for John, this is just a great opportunity to practice. He immediately created a plan for victory, deciding to buy some time while Lars used his magical skills. Healing skills will be needed to help other hunters, because they were previously deafened by the screams of the banshee. John confidently took the initiative and instantly moved forward. He is not interested in his opponent's attacks because he always concentrates only on his skills. His incredible speed could be a key factor in the battle against this terrible entity. He was sure that he would finish the battle in the classical style. That is, he would win thanks to the first blow. This plan has always worked in the past, but it must be reminded once again that now it is fighting against the spirit. These are not only completely different abilities, but also a completely different essence of energy. So you need to choose a completely different approach. You will have to call Lars for help, who at this moment is finishing the treatment of his comrades. It turns out that goblins use restoration magic and at the same time fight with spirits. Even though he had gone to help his master, the magic still restored the hunter's health. Only now they realized that they were working on the same team with a special class healer who was clearly better than Heat-Taker Moneymaker. Lars is needed to help John in the battle with the monster, and for this he needs to use strengthening magic. This is the only way to defeat the spirit, that is, activate the moon sword, strike the spirit, and also increase damage. Feeling the help of the Goblin King, John moved forward fiercely and confidently. He delivered a sharp, heart-piercing blow and was sure that the job was done. Just looking a little at the Banshee's reaction, he realized that even this was not enough. Only by repeating his attack from a slightly different angle was he finally able to cut the spirit into two pieces. This was followed by a powerful explosion of kinetic energy, which added to the effectiveness of the scene. The dungeon has been cleared, which means that the alternative world is over. The hunters could not understand what had happened. It seemed to them that this was just a warm-up and that all the main work lay ahead of them. Is it really the fifth floor that was the final test? It seems that there is no point in this, because the dungeon is called the Never-Ending Tower. We had to remind the participants that the tower is different from its original. It is just an illusion to improve their skills. Hunters who pass the tests should prepare to go to New York. Ernest said that a plane was already waiting for them. A new dungeon has appeared. The clan that was supposed to clear it failed the task, and now Icarus is taking control of this problem. Most of the hunters were happy. They had all long dreamed of getting a real task in the real world. Soon they found themselves on the east coast of America, Lego Long Beach. It is here that the dungeon is open, and it is here that crowds of journalists have gathered to report. Ernest took the best of the best with him. Today they have no right to make mistakes, so they need to act for sure. Initially, the dungeon did not seem to be the most problematic, but after the failure of the Erst clan, this place should not be underestimated. 23 people are already inside this hellish circle, but everyone is welcome to join. When John was preparing to clear out, his clairvoyance skill automatically triggered. He saw what would happen in the foreseeable future. Or rather, he heard the hunters accusing someone of treason. They repeated. They constantly forced everyone around to evacuate immediately, because the constellation of the demonic god was waiting for them there. Apparently, the constellation of the demonic god entered into a contract with some psycho and created chaos in this dungeon. John quickly realized that one of the hunters had decided to enter into a contract with the constellation, so he needed to be careful. If John enters the dungeon, he will no longer be able to receive support from his alliance partners. The constellation can only observe their partners during the cleansing period. This even works for the constellation of the demonic god. The lava and magma kitten is very excited and worried about his comrade, but John is sure that everything will go perfectly. The constellation of the invincible god of training is ready for adventure, but other hunters are in no hurry to start cleaning up. It was suggested that they drink some beer before going inside, but John refused. John said he doesn't like alcohol. If it was a protein shake, the answer would be completely different. Kira is excited. She is used to always coming up with a plan before diving into a dungeon, But now no one even thinks about it. Only now, John thought about the fact that Kira is in fact a servant of the constellation. Now it has become even more interesting because it is unclear whether she can enter into a contract with the demon god constellation or not. The clan scout has already checked on her, but this girl still raises many questions. After some time, the team of hunters prepared to enter the sanctuary of defeat and laziness. Hunters from other clans were excited and said that Icarus would not succeed because this dungeon was too difficult. Once inside, the hunters were excited because it was not clear where exactly they had ended up. Apparently, the sanctuary of defeat and laziness will test applicants thanks to the wind of chaos, and this is bad. When the test was over, John found himself completely alone. All these team plans and preparations no longer matter. Having looked closely, he tried to find some clues on the sides but found another hunter. It was a young guy, in full equipment but very weak, and pitifully asked for water. John was not used to refusing help. He immediately took out his water and helped the hunter. This guy's name is Michael. He belongs to the clan of New York Lights. As soon as this guy heard the name of his savior, he immediately showed all his surprise. He had already heard about this martial arts enthusiast from Las Vegas who had conquered the whole world with his incredible skills. John calmed Michael down and asked him to talk about more important things, such as what happened in this dungeon. It turned out that the first hunters who entered the dungeon were also divided into different territories. While they were looking for their comrades, they were constantly attacked by monsters, and thus Michael lost his weapon, broke his leg, and fell. John immediately demonstrated an almost perfect knowledge of monsters and understanding of the situation. Michael realized that this was a real professional. John also said that the members of the New York City Lights clan are not visible from the outside at all, which means that most likely they are still here. At this point, Michael began to behave rather strangely. He thought that John would kill him in order to take the equipment. For a long time, he could not believe that John only wanted to help heal his wounds and was not going to steal anything. The broken bone had to be set. It was painful, but otherwise there would have been no chance of getting out. Now it's time to use the healing magic taught by the Libra goddess. John was very quickly able to heal this guy and completely solve all his problems with a new one. It seemed like a real miracle. It was amazing to see how John used high-level magic to help the first person he met. Michael was very happy and asked to join his savior, especially since he did not want to be left alone. He knows little about monsters, but he has managed to study the surrounding area well, and this can be useful. John contacted Lars to try to find out if Lee was okay and where he was. It turned out that Lars had already managed to find other hunters from their clan. They were together and safe. John is about to go deep into the forest and asks Lars to lead the whole team to him. Before they meet, problems may begin, because we must not forget that this forest is infested with monsters. The two-headed Chaos Hound is the name of this monster that Michael has already met. John was not at all scared when he saw this monster. On the contrary, he seemed to feel even more confident. Thanks to the Sky Finger technique, he immediately let the monster know who was in charge. And only then, when the monster lost his vigilance, it was time to take out his sword and cut the sausage. At first, Michael thought that the rumors about John were too embellished, but now he realized that this guy really is a beast. John not only took out the core of the monster, but also began to cut the meat of this dangerous creature. Michael could not understand what was happening, and decided that everyone in the Icarus clan was a little strange. A little later, John felt the hunters approaching. He heard someone speaking. Walking forward, behind the trees, he saw a whole team of hunters who had been nearby all this time. Michael immediately recognized the hunter named Nim, and said that he did not even expect to meet him again. They were sure that Michael was dead, and had long ago lost all hope of saving him. Having looked closely at her, the hunters realized that John belongs to the Icarus clan. Michael also said that this guy saved him. For modern hunters, such information is always shocking. They find it difficult to believe that a hunter is helping another clan. With this respect from the New York warriors, John's existential strength immediately increased. Michael couldn't stop and constantly talked about how cool John was and how much he helped him. I had to shut this guy up so that I could talk calmly with the other hunters. Now that everyone had calmed down, John tried to understand why they were all here and not hunting monsters. He clearly felt the magic and saw an hourglass that had continued to tick since the arrival of the first hunters. The big boss was likely to be summoned soon, and so the hunters gathered around to prepare to destroy him. On the other hand, there is a high probability that the demonic god constellation and the person who entered into a contract with it are already here. In order to analyze the situation, you need to use your skill. This doesn't really help yet because John doesn't see the constellation here at all. He is sure that these evil guys will show themselves at the right moment, and then all that remains is to cut off his head. Traitor with a poisonous dagger. This is the name of the constellation of the demonic god who entered into a contract with the ambitious hunter Eurus. This constellation is far from the most powerful in the abyss, but this creature is much stronger than ordinary mortals. Eurus is mistaken when he thinks that his master is one of the most powerful in the galaxy. Most likely, as soon as the grains of sand in this clock run out, the boss will appear and John will get his chance. Meanwhile, The trader began to get nervous due to the appearance of this strange and very self-confident martial artist. But as long as he holds his master's dagger in his hands, he has nothing to fear, because he is always one step ahead. The leader of the New York clan, Nim, invited John to join them for a while. Walking around here alone is practically the same as committing suicide, so John quickly agreed. He was immediately offered food and shown a friendly attitude. It was pleasant. John understood perfectly well that even without the help of these guys, everything would be fine with him, but working with them could be even better. John saw that the members of this team were running out of food, which meant that they would soon begin to starve. He took the monster's meat with him and said that he could share it with the hunters. While they enjoy this steak, he will go to the swamp and collect some more red-horned turtle meat. Although they tried to stop him, we all understand perfectly well that John never listens to anyone. He returned with new desserts, absolutely sure that he did a good job. Now he has all the ingredients to prepare a full meal. He will finally take up his hobby again. It had been a long time since he last cooked something tasty, so John greedily pounced on the meat. All that remained was to add a little seasoning and make this dish a true delicacy. The other hunters had never seen such artifacts, so they surrounded him and carefully watched the cooking process. Normal people fill their bags with potions and first aid kits, but John brought a lot of condiment with him. Thanks to the pure fire of internal energy, he lit a fire and began to grill kebab. Everyone around thought that he was a martial arts master, but it turned out that some chef had joined their team. After that, it was the perfect time for her to take advantage of the red-horned turtle eggs. Soon the dish was ready, and now the hunters could refresh their strength. Michael was the first to receive a portion of delicious food and was already anticipating this sweet taste. This taste made an incredible impression on him. The meat seemed to melt in his mouth. It seemed as if he had completely restored his magical power and was now even ready to challenge Zeus himself. The rest of the hunters also began to try the dish, although at first they were distrustful of it. Within minutes, one could hear ecstatic screams and prayers for more. The entire clan team looked happy after lunch. They felt a charge of cheerfulness and energy. John became one of these guys. They even began to say that they did not want to let him go back to the Icarus clan. Thus, the leader of the Ambitus clan found out about him and offered his help in clearing the dungeon. He considers the New York Lights to be too weak a clan, so he wants John to fight on their side. A little more, and the battle for John would have begun, but he tried with all his might to calm both leaders. At that moment, Eurus approached the leader and said that they did not need another hunter at all. It was strange to hear from a man who ate the most servings of meat and eggs, and now suggests giving up John. The magical power and stamina of all hunters have been restored, and now it will be difficult to suddenly attack them. This is probably why he doesn't want John to join the team, but it's too late. The hourglass finished its report, magic illuminated everything around, and the hunters froze in anticipation. The dungeon announced that the night of laziness and defeat will now appear, and the show will begin. He immediately ordered all his hunters to prepare for battle and act as one. They expected to see something dangerous in front of them, but it turned out that their rivals were much worse than the usual danger. No one had ever seen such monsters, and even the clan leader's knees began to shake. He could do it right now, but it would be better to wait until they completely lose all their strength. The constellation servant prepared for battle and ordered the people to attack him in order to accept his death. The dungeon is called the Sanctuary of Line and Defeat, as if the whole thing is just a trap of the demon god constellation. It takes a huge amount of power to create a dungeon, but it is still possible, so this option cannot be ruled out. The leader of the Schreiber clan, named Rain, is not used to being afraid of rivals in the dungeon. He ordered his men to immediately prepare for battle and attack this huge monster. An attack using fifth circle magic has a good chance of success. This technique is called a secret stone spear. It seemed to everyone that it would be enough just to attack the knight, and he would immediately feel uncomfortable. But everything turned out quite the opposite. This lineman easily repelled the magic attack and didn't even move. It looks like he's an S-class knight. John analyzed his opponent and sensed the existential power of the constellation. The knight said that only one person can pass the test, who must challenge him. Rain wanted to say something, but at that moment the monster mistook him for a potential rival. Within a few seconds, this hunter was lying on the ground unconscious. He didn't even have a chance. Now the knight pointed his sword at the other hunters and said that each of them must prepare for death. One by one they failed the tests. Now the knight faces a new challenge. No one knew what to do. As soon as his sword touches the hunter, he immediately loses strength and cannot move. He appeared to force everyone to pass the test on their own, but defeating such a monster is too difficult. The hunters began to think about how to find a way out and escape, but at that moment, that same hero appeared. John decided to go ahead and challenge the knight, even though there was practically no chance of victory. They tried to stop him in every possible way, but he challenged the knight to a duel and prepared for battle. A new test is about to begin. The knight does not even suspect who is standing opposite him. This is not an ordinary person at all, but an invincible training master who is out for blood. As we know, John decreased his strength during his stay on Earth, but this does not mean that he became too weak. The knight knows how to take away the will to fight. This power was obtained thanks to the power of the constellation, the goddess of laziness. The hunter immediately does not want to do anything, wants to sleep and play. In simple words, he begins to be lazy. It is very difficult for mere mortals to avoid such restrictions, but John is a constellation, which means that he is an exception to the rule. This constellation has completely opposite characteristics to him, but John really wants to become stronger and hates losing. He has not changed at all since he fell into the abyss, and therefore, his will to win is incredibly high. Thanks to this will, you can break any chains and refuse any coercion. The knight was surprised, but looked at his opponent with admiration and said that John had passed the test. It turns out that there is nothing more to do, not even to fight. It is extremely difficult to free yourself from laziness. This is precisely the main test of this dungeon. Thanks to his will to progress and train, John will get the chance to meet the master of the dungeon. The power that supported the sanctuary of sloth and defeat has disappeared, and now the dungeon will soon close. For some time, John stood as if hypnotized. He still could not believe that there was no need to beat and kill anyone. Of course, everything will not be so simple. The monsters immediately became active and headed towards the hunters. Apparently all this is just a trick that will allow hunters to easily return to a warm bed. Now a huge number of monsters have united into a single army that wants to destroy their human rivals. In a few seconds they will be very close, so you need to figure out how to protect all the hunters. These guys don't even suspect what awaits them now, and are preparing to return home. John cannot avoid difficult situations. He has trained for years only to show his best qualities in such moments. The skill of subjugating the strong, helping the weak was activated. John prepared to show his heroism again. If he can protect weak hunters now, then his existential strength will increase significantly. Thermal sensors detected the approach of monsters, and the hunters finally realized that they still had not cleared the dungeon. They need to survive until this portal disappears, but it will not be easy at all. John loudly addressed everyone around him and ordered everyone to immediately gather in one place. It seems that such behavior can provoke monsters and make their task easier, but in fact this is not the case. When they gather in one place, it will be easier to destroy the monsters, and this is a fairly important part of the strategy. First, you need to attract attention to yourself. This is one of the main techniques for starting a fight against a not-so-smart opponent. John plans to use the Skyfinger technique. He has recently achieved success with this skill. This is enough to kill several monsters and lure everyone else with you. In some moments, it is very important to remain fast, and John has never had problems with this quality. None of the hunters had ever seen such raids in their lives. If they had taken their phones with them, they would have started filming it. Some hunters realized that John needed to be helped immediately, otherwise he would not be able to withstand this stress. It is enough to use distance magic, which can protect John and neutralize a certain number of monsters. Although this poor guy is ready to challenge a whole monster, it is always easier to win thanks to teamwork. It turned out that there are not only a lot of monsters, but among them there are real titans, who are not at all easy to defeat. This huge goat with several heads is called Diakis, and apparently she decided to taste John. Her red glowing eyes evoke not only anxiety, but also paralysis from fear. Any other hunter would have been scared and tried to run, but John accepted the challenge and demonstrated the magic of the sword. The rest of the warriors immediately supported him and directed all their magic against the monsters. If any of them thought that martial arts masters were just fairy tales, now they will change their minds. Thanks to the fact that John distracted the monsters, it was easier for the magicians to concentrate on the attack. That's what a competent strategy means. This battle, which seemed likely to end the lives of many hunters, ended much faster than expected. The hunters not only managed to survive, but also won, thanks to their new hero. Everyone around shouted and jumped for joy, and only Eurus stood aside with a dissatisfied face. He must kill as many people as possible before the dungeon disappears, otherwise his master will be furious. Eurus is not a fool at all. He understands who he must get rid of first. That is why he got as close as possible to John and took out a dagger that belonged to his constellation. Blood was shed, and for a second it seemed that everything was too simple. Apparently these were hasty conclusions, because John managed to react and forced Eurus to pierce his own hand. Apparently John suspected this guy of treason from the very beginning. He imperiously ordered him to immediately kneel down and put the dagger on the ground. His life would be spared if he was just an accomplice of the constellation. The traitor did not listen to his opponent and said that now everything is just beginning. The real fun is ahead. No, he is not going to fight John at all. Now is a good time to show his intelligence and cunning. Eurus screams loudly and says that John attacked him and is trying to cut off his hand. He even demonstrated his injury and asked for help from the rest of his comrades. John just scoffed at this stupid idea and immediately tried to explain to all the hunters what really happened. Most hunters like to play it safe, which is why they record during raids thanks to drones. The video is difficult to see due to the fact that trees interfered with high-quality filming, and therefore the problem is still not resolved. Eurus tried to force the head of the clan to help him and stand up for his comrade, but few are ready to believe that John is actually a bad guy. Just 5 minutes ago he saved the lives of a huge number of people, And also, we must not forget that before that he fed them all. Everyone around is sure that John is a real hero and savior, and could not act basely. All this angered the traitor so much that he forgot his cunning strategy and decided to show his true colors. To do this, he needed the poison mist release technique, because there was no point in hiding his intentions anymore. Now everyone around realized who the real criminal was, the same guy who had been part of their team all along. John tried to calm the hunters and give him the opportunity to resolve the situation on his own. Almost no one objected, but there was a hunter who decided to destroy the traitor on his own. Apparently this looks like a personal squabble, but there's nothing wrong with that. On the contrary, this is a good opportunity to see how the magic of the fourth circle, called the Fang of the Wavy Snake, works. The hunter tried to defend himself using the barrier, but this attack turned out to be much more unpredictable. On his neck, one could see a protective artifact that helped in such moments, but now it was broken. After that, the guy in the bandana was left completely defenseless and began to writhe in pain. Even Eurus was surprised. He finally felt that the constellation gave him incredible power. Self-confidence is not always good. Sometimes it makes you do rash things and challenge an enemy that is too strong. Today, this is exactly the situation, and now John will demonstrate that help in the constellations cannot replace a year of training. The traitor still believes that the cursed dagger will help him avoid his inevitable fate. He thinks he can stop this guy who knows nothing but martial arts. Perhaps he is intellectually underdeveloped, or perhaps he does not understand who is standing opposite him. The peak of light martial arts is a full stance, a perfect body, and heavenly stamina. A thorough understanding of the principles of martial arts helps to achieve a state of perfection and complete balance. By combining all this knowledge, you can achieve enlightenment and learn the flowing sword technique. This is how John's daughter-in-law repelled a magical attack thanks to his sword. Eurus was clearly upset by what happened, because he received this skill from the constellation and expected a greater effect. John instantly approached his opponent and reminded him that even the constellations are not gods. The Soul Origin Palm can knock out all the bad qualities from this underdeveloped guy. Now he will feel and understand once and for all that you cannot betray your friends and those who trust you. For now, he is still alive. He is saved by the power of the constellation, which protects him from instant death. Eurus understands that he cannot win, and therefore he plans to take as many hunters with him as possible. The poisonous life force transfer cloud should help him complete all his tasks. At this tense moment, Lars appeared from behind, hurrying to his owner. He apologized for his lateness and promised that he would now take upon himself all the problems that haunted John. The detox rain should immediately calm down this angry guy and make him unable to use. Now it's over. This situation clearly illustrates that constellation avatars can never compare to a real constellation. It turned out that Lars was late not because he encountered a large number of monsters. The reason is much deeper and simpler, because the fact is that the members of his team did not listen to Lars at all. Of course, they agree with this, and believe that a healer cannot be a leader because the boss should be a melee fighter. Lars, with tears in his eyes, asked his master never again in his life to leave him alone with these terrible ones. The clearing of the dungeon was officially completed, and the hunters returned to the real world. After he passed the sanctuary check, he was given a dungeon reward. John had never received a reward before this, because these prizes are only given to those who fulfill certain conditions of the dungeon. This is not just compensation for survival, it is something more that only special raid participants receive. He chose the reward of the goddess of defeat and laziness, and at that moment, she appeared before him in all her glory. The goddess asked John not to be surprised, and promised to teach him everything he should do as a ruler of the constellation. I had to apologize to her and explain that in fact, John is already a constellation. He explained that he had been hiding his true potential all along in order to deceive other constellations. Whatever his reason, the goddess considers him a charming guy with great ambitions. John, in turn, realized that this is how the constellation finds its successors and bestows its powers on them. Once upon a time, the goddess acquired the strongest kingdom of the abyss. Despite her desire to lose and be lazy, she continued to win constantly, which increased the volume of her work. Even the most ambitious person will sooner or later get tired of victory and power, and so the goddess decided to seal herself with magical chains. Now her successor will be a real constellation of the invincible god of training. John must awaken to his power and increase his energy. The goddess deviated and left John alone. That is, she wants to dump all her responsibilities on him. From the very beginning, it was said that he would gain power, but his existential energy did not increase. That the goddess has no energy at all, so she practically did not endow her successor with the necessary energy. John must now constantly remember that the most important thing is power, because energy can always be obtained in another way. Victory and defeat are two sides of the same coin. The same goes for training and laziness. It's not entirely clear whether you can consider yourself a winner if you lost in order to deceive someone, or John decided to rest in order to become stronger, and does not understand at all whether this is considered training or just laziness. The god of training is a young constellation that needs to train with all the features. Over time, when he fully understands what power is, Hu himself will become a feature. For each constellation, the most important thing is to awaken the power of their own peculiarity and not waste a lot of time on battles and warriors. John received an enlightenment skill that has no limitations, and now his existential increases. Due to great enlightenment, he is no longer bound by any feature of the constellation. Now, at any moment in his life, John can call the Hover for help, but she hopes that he will never do this. The meeting with the goddess Lena is over, and as soon as he leaves the sanctuary, he will immediately return to Earth. John must think more broadly and understand the essence of things, but he has always thought this way. Previously, only martial arts existed for him, but now he is trying to cook and learn magic. This whole conversation with the goddess of laziness greatly influenced our main character and caused irreversible changes within him. John always instinctively felt that training was not just some part of life. Everything that a person goes through in his life can be considered training, and therefore one needs to think more broadly and train without restrictions. It's been a long time since we've seen what's happening in the corporate alliance of smaller constellations. John also hasn't seen his comrades for a long time. Today is the time to meet. They lost contact with their friend after he entered the dungeon, and were wildly worried about his fate. Soon the constellation learned everything that happened to John. This news puzzled even Lily. The contract with the constellation laziness does not carry a threat. The main thing is to make good use of the power that John received. This is all good, of course, but John still hasn't figured out how to use the power of defeat and laziness. They also talked about the traitor with the dagger, which turned out to be not the most powerful constellation John had encountered. It seems that they are better off not worrying, although you can hear a lot of different rumors about this guy. The traitor specializes in cunning and tricks, he can be annoying, and his servants are able to attack unexpectedly. The name of the invincible god of training began to appear frequently in the constellation game. Everything that happened to the warrior of madness and blood will inevitably attract even more attention from the constellations. John returned to Earth with the thoughts that he should behave more restrained and cautious. Most of the hunters were happy with this tour, although they spent a lot of effort on clearing. It was decided to go to the Hunter George restaurant in order to taste one of the best cuisines of the continent. Hunter of restaurants in the world that cook monster meat just like John. Upon entering the restaurant, one could immediately hear the conflict that broke out between the visitor and the staff. It turned out that there was a hunter here, the leader of the Shredder clan, named Rain, with whom the dungeon was cleared. He also recognized the members of Team Icarus and quickly welcomed them to the establishment. He also instantly thanked John for everything that happened during the raid, because it was he who saved the lives of the participants in the cleanup. It turned out that Rain came here for a reason, but before that both to ask the cook to prepare the same dish that John had prepared. But even after many attempts, the chefs here have not come close to achieving the same taste characteristics. George Manuel, the owner and chief of the Hunter George, heard that the guy everyone was talking about had arrived. In fact, monster cooking skills are very rare. George Manuel only specializes in monster dishes. For him, the existence of someone who can cook even better than him is even worse than a disaster. He specially went out into the main hall, greeted John, and asked him to teach him how to cook his signature dishes. As we know, for the god of training, cooking is just a hobby, so there is no reason to refuse the help of a chef. John didn't even understand what he was doing here, because it was he who should learn from the master, and not vice versa. Sometimes, hobbies develop into a real profession and make a person a professional in his field. John asked not to expect too much from him, but nevertheless tried to make a first impression. Today he will cook minotaur meat. It is quite juicy but tough, so it needs to be softened. You can make meat soft by infusing it with internal energy. This is John's personal recipe, which he perfected in the abyss. His training lasted more than 1,000 years, so his skill is at the highest level. George immediately noticed that their techniques were different, and that is what makes John so special. Cooking has become a work of art, something more than just a process. Thanks to the true fire of samadhi, John instantly fried the steak and endowed it with the necessary properties and taste. In fact, he doesn't think there's anything difficult about this process, so he's confident that anyone can learn how to cook monster meat. As soon as the hunters tried this dish, they immediately restored not only their vital energy, but also their good mood. George Manuel learned a lot today and thanks John for his help. He finds him amazing, and for the first time in his life, he recognizes the culinary talents of his competitor. In such situations, existential energy always increases due to the recognition of other hunters. Advanced cooking became stronger, and after that, John calmly returned to Los Angeles. Here, Matthias had been waiting for him for a long time, and he wrote this most interesting story from beginning to end. The dragon admitted that he was surprised, because in the past, John ate a chicken breast with another chicken breast, and now he has turned into a gourmet. John did not forget to talk about the dungeon and everything that happened inside, and he didn't even hide the attack from the constellation minion of the demonic god. Even from the published information, we can conclude that John was one of the best dungeon hunters. You may not be surprised by this result, knowing that in fact it is a full-fledged constellation. Matthias wants to introduce him to President Bao from the Dragon Artifact. John doesn't know at all what the Dragon Artifact does, but he knows what the monster's core is. These things are very closely intertwined because the core is like a clot of mana against the background of which the energy business of large companies is developing. Today, artifacts created from these crystals are even known, although previously this seemed something unimaginable. One of the best companies in the field of creating artificial artifacts is the company owned by Matthias Dragon. Artifact production always needs hunters to help with testing, which is why this meeting and introduction to Bao is happening now. Matthias is just an intermediary who wants to help both sides of this business, and at the same time his friends. John and Bao decided to go outside and take a little walk. Conversation in the fresh air always flows more cheerfully. Meanwhile, a satisfied Matthias watched this from his office. He had long ago decided to make John his heir in the company. John immediately decided to find out his role in improving the artifacts and understand what was required of him. Research and development is important, but in this business, a lot of things happen behind the scenes and don't show up. That's why this company needs the power, John. They need to find a researcher. Ronald Totten is renowned for his research in the field of artifacts. He placed the Maya of the third circle into an artificial artifact. This means that his technology is superior to everything around him, but he refused to enter into a contract with Bao, and they lost contact. Any clan could get to him, and perhaps he is already collaborating with the Myth clan that Parker owns. In simple words, President Bao wants John to infiltrate the Myth clan and take the researcher Ronald from there. This seemed like a fairly easy task, so John immediately agreed, sensing that this could be a profitable alliance for him. Let's move to the center of the research work of the clan myth. This place is always carefully guarded. John decided to act very wisely, not only to complete the task, but also to train the students at the same time. He plans to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and it's always nice to have some extra support. He will take with him only the best, and to be more precise, he needs the fastest students. Everyone wanted to take part in the special operation, but only 2 were the fastest. Iris couldn't figure out how they planned to get inside, because this place is guarded no worse than the Pentagon. The remaining students were sure that John had a clear strategy. After all, he was a student of the Abyss. At this wonderful moment, the alarm began to work, although it seemed that no one noticed them. John decided to use his strengths to understand what was happening. It turned out that the servant of the Master of Perverted Illusions was involved here. This is a very strong and evil divine constellation that has taken over Mexico. This constellation is in the top 20 in the world, so it will be very difficult to compete with it. In this case, only the goddess of laziness can help, if, of course, she can tear herself away from watching her favorite TV series. This girl has extraordinary potential, but she wasted on eating chips and constantly sleeping. When she entered into a contract with John, she hoped that he would contact her only once every 1,000 years. The guy explained that he came to find out about the Master of Illusion, and apparently the goddess of laziness knows this constellation well, but does not respect him. When she was more active, she often worried about the opinions of other constellations and learned that the Master of Illusion was more like a child. He usually spent time with the Master of Slowness and Silence, that is, one of the most famous constellations. During the Great Invasion, he captured northern China with incredible speed, so these 2 were very dangerous to humanity. The conversation ended, John found out what he wanted and now understands who he is dealing with. The rival not only has quite significant authority in the world of constellations, but also has the support of his evil comrades. One of the minions of the Master of Illusions attacked the Myth clan. You just need to try to take advantage of this situation for your benefit. John realized that now he needed to act as quickly as possible, so he would have to forget about the rules of decency. You also need to reach maximum speed to remain undetected in dangerous areas. Apparently, the students of the Huashan school were not used to acting so quickly and straightforwardly. It was clear on their faces. On the other hand, this is a good opportunity to learn from their teacher the true art of agility. Soon they were there. John destroyed any obstacles that stood in his way without a shadow of a doubt. Thanks to his intuition, which he trained in the Abyss for a large amount of time, the guy quickly found his goal. In front of him is the same Ronald Totten, whose researcher stole the clan's myth. John said that he works for the Dragon Artifact Company and came to save Ronald. John also said that there is a battle going on outside, so you need to act as quickly as possible. After his rescue, Ronald will be ready to sign a contract with the Dragon Artifact because only they decided to save his life. It turned out that Ronald is not alone here. His friend is in the next room, and he would really like to save him. For a person who has spent hundreds of thousands of years in the Abyss, this task does not pose a problem at all. Behind the wall, there really was a young guy who was also kept here by force. His name is Kim. John instantly checked the guy's characteristics and saw that he was quite good at magic. Now John understands that there is a hunter in front of him, but there is something suspicious about this, and John wants to get to the truth. Everything turned out to be very simple. Kim came here to rescue Ronald. Although Ronald considered them friends, apparently Kim had her own ulterior motives, and he was paid well for this mission. All members of the rescue operation prepared to flee. At that moment, they saw the glow of illusions. This could only mean the manifestation of a minion of the Master of Illusion, so you need to be careful. Finding itself in a difficult situation, the evil god constellation decided to summon a servant, and this brings an imbalance to the situation. A few more seconds, and they would all have been destroyed if not for the defender from the abyss. John stopped the attack, but the blow was so powerful that the building began to collapse. If everyone listens to John, they will be able to save their lives, but this is not certain. A few minutes later, the entire special operation team was in a safe place. Now they have a new problem. They were able to get out of the destroyed building, but came to the attention of the Myth Clan guards. Apparently they will have to fight, but John chose a cunning plan and said that he was ready to help. He knows that the Myth Clan started the feud with a servant of the constellation and is ready to help with this problem in exchange for freedom. Although this martial arts fan says some pretty strange things, he looks quite confident. The guards said that they themselves did not expect such a turn of events, so they did not even fully understand what they needed to do. The summoned servants will not last long, the opponent will soon return, and the only question is time. It feels like the Master of Illusion's servant is constantly aiming at John. Perhaps this is a desire for control, because everyone already knows that the hunter from the abyss has been receiving too much attention lately. John is interesting to many constellations, and everyone wants to know what he is capable of. Now you need to entrust Ronald's life to the students from the Huashan clan and take on the rest of the danger. As soon as John gave the order to his students, who were forced to once again defend themselves from an attack from the minion of the Master of Illusion, these attacks are becoming more frequent, and each time they bring more and more problems. This cannot last forever, especially since John is not used to constant protection. He always learned to attack, and this was his main weapon throughout his life. Apparently, he is now faced with an incredibly strong opponent, an opponent whose skills are unknown to him. The dear goddess suggested that this technique is called power, which causes others to temporarily betray their allies. This technique is also called the chains of betrayal, and now John will feel its full power. Most of the guards very quickly switched to the dark side and began to attack their partners. Now John needs the help of Huashan students, as well as the skill of suppressing the strong and helping the weak. A real massacre began. There were so many traitors that it was even difficult to count them. If John had not stood on the side of good, then most of the Myth Clan workers would have said goodbye to their lives today. But he not only decided to help, he acted so self-confidently that he inspired optimism in everyone around him. His actions, honed to perfection, looked like a true understanding of martial arts. The Huashan disciples watched this master with open mouths. This is a good opportunity for them to learn. They couldn't understand how long it takes to train to achieve such results, and now they want to fall into the abyss in the same way. Oktar, the Radiance of Illusions, is delighted with John's abilities and wants to make him his servant. Meanwhile, John thinks about his owner and wants to challenge him to the Battle of the Constellations. This is still a long way off because first, we need to solve the problem at the current moment. John plans to gather all the energy from his sword and stop with a targeted strike to the weak point. He did everything he could to stop the servant. Sparks and flames formed around him. John was used to ending a fight with the first blow, but now he couldn't even inflict a single scratch on his opponent. Oktar recognizes this attack as quite dangerous, but continues to attack and use the master's power. They will have to say goodbye for a while, but in the future they will definitely meet and have a second round. John didn't understand what happened. His rivals spoke about his plans and immediately disappeared, and this is strange. Meanwhile, everyone else involved in this conflict was happy and began to call John their savior. The rivals of the Myth Clan have already been almost defeated. It remains to make a few last blows. Developing the continuation of the battle, John is not going to run away and set a bad example for his students. After he trained and led ordinary mortals, a new skill called sword construction was revealed to him. This is a high-rank skill that gathers the power of mortals in the name of training. Sounds very convincing. These people believe in the training avatar and are ready to give their lives for it, so John receives additional bonuses in the form of strength and energy. The students of the Huashan school realized that this was a good opportunity to get practice in real combat. They constantly followed John's example and were happy today to show what they had learned during all this time. Without the constellation servant, the clan's warriors began to very quickly lose the battle and lose control of reality. Iris, who we almost forgot about, also showed her full potential, and even her iron fists. This is not the girl you need to protect in a dark alley, because she will protect you herself. Soon the battle was over. John heard words of gratitude and promises of reward. During this rivalry, the Myth Clan did not lose a single soldier, and this can be considered an incredible success. It turned out that all these people only fainted, but no one died. Soon Hans came running. It was clear that he had run a large number of kilometers and was in a hurry. When he saw John in front of him, for a long time he could not understand what he was doing here. The deputy head immediately said that John came to their aid in a difficult moment, and they thank him for his support. John suggested talking in private because he understood that this should not be heard if not by ears. As soon as they stepped aside, Hans completely lost his temper and grabbed John by the jacket. Apparently, he was unhappy that John wanted to steal Ronald. John immediately explained that the Myth clan stole him first, and he was only trying to restore justice. It turned out that Hans ordered to solve this whole problem, and the order was personally given by his father, Alex Parker. He is the same legendary chairman of the Parker Company, a very influential figure not only in the city, but throughout the country. The father is dissatisfied that his son has achieved little. He wants Hans to return to the family, where a place is already prepared for him. He gives him one last chance to get on the right path, otherwise he will never help his son again. John doesn't understand why you should stay if you're treated so badly, but the situation is much more complicated than it seems. He decided not to get involved in the family conflict and only give modest advice. If Hans wants to break all ties with his family and remain in the Icarus clan, then they will certainly help him. Hans will have to make a difficult choice, and his entire future fate will depend on this choice. There are important events at the Dragon Artifact headquarters today that are worth saying a few words about. Just in the morning, a car drove up to the main entrance of the building, and Ronald Totten got out. He was immediately met by Bao and learned that everything went well, and now Ronald is ready to work with the Dragon Artifact. John told what happened and also did not keep silent about the help of his students from the Huashan school. They will live the reward tomorrow, and Bao doesn't mind thanking his assistants at all. He invited them to go inside this huge building and see where artifacts of the highest quality are created. The kitten cannot wait to see the human blacksmiths and asks not to forget that it was he who prepared the equipment for John. It is in this spacious room that prototypes are made. There are always many scientists and professional workers here. All this time, John thought that blacksmiths were working here. Perhaps he spent too much time in the abyss and lagged behind the development of society. Lava and Magma Kitten was also upset because it doesn't look like a forge at all. The forge is a place where blacksmiths work right in front of a burning flame, the so-called old school. These vile people dare to use robots, but this is wrong and implausible. John thought about it. For the first time, he thought that making artifacts could be an interesting activity. He asked permission from Bao in order to show his research potential a little. The workers who were in their places immediately looked at this guy suspiciously. They seemed to hint that creating artifacts is not easy at all, but let's not forget that John is special. He is not going to wait for help from robots, because as long as he has iron fists, he will always be able to work with his own hands. Scientists were sure that he would harm himself, but these laymen do not understand who is standing in front of them. John asked them not to interfere and continued to demonstrate how martial arts could be useful for other purposes. A fist imbued with internal energy will always be stronger than any tool, and will always be able to turn metal into dust. All this time, the kitten was too frivolous about John's abilities, but now he has changed his mind. Azure Ironstones have an ice attribute, so he wants to help himself with ice energy. All this was needed to create an ice sword, which has high strength as well as attack power. The artifact creation process has been completed. This is John's first work, and the characteristics of the weapon need to be checked. Chairman Bao was shocked. He asked an assistant to check the artifact and report the results later. After this, a phone call came in. Matthias asked Bao to immediately connect him with John. Sometimes they say that all roads lead to Rome, but after the appearance of a guy from the abyss, the whole world wants to get to him. It turned out that John received an invitation from Alex Parker, and this was quite unexpected. Now it is not even known what exactly will be discussed at this meeting. Perhaps he will want to take revenge for the incident with Ronald. Matthias is sure that everything is not so. They were the first to kidnap this guy, so perhaps they will even pay compensation. If something goes wrong, John can immediately destroy their company, so there is no need to worry about this meeting. It was officially decided to schedule a meeting for the next day. John had to put the suit back on. Apparently, he doesn't understand that such clothes suit him very well. A car was prepared for him, and apparently not only a car. As soon as they left, John decided to ask Jolie a few questions and find out just how evil a person Alex Parker is. The girl explained that all rich chairmen are the same: greedy, cruel, and heartless. Perhaps John was invited to this meeting only so that he could be better known. Rich people are too curious, but he need not worry because he has a reliable assistant next to him. Jolie will show him how to behave and not let the situation get out of control. There were many respected people at this event, the president of the 8 sciences, as well as the president of Kalaka, and many others. John doesn't know who these people are, but in simple terms, they are incredibly successful presidents of the company. All these companies belong to the Parker Group, and this is the only thing you need to know. Soon, John met with a company man and received an invitation to a personal meeting. He was treated as a real hero by humanity, although it seemed that all this could just be dust in the eyes. Among the guards, almost all are hunters, and this causes concern. Soon John entered the office and saw that Alex Parker was talking with his partner. Seeing the guest, he asked him to wait a little and did not even say hello. Jonah immediately felt a high level of magical power from this man, as if he owned some kind of artifacts. After the meeting was over, John prepared for a personal conversation with Alex Parker. Jerry Cooper, an unawakened man who had an enhanced contract, passed next to him and received power from the demon. He was wearing a mask of a traitor, which knows how to hide a person's true intentions. This means that this guy has made contracts with evil constellations, which is quite exciting. Jolie immediately explained that this man is the president of Fisk Food, although John still did not understand anything. At first, it was unclear why he could see the man's skills and characteristics, even though he was wearing a mask. It turned out that the goddess of laziness gave him her power, and now he can even see hidden characteristics. Let's return to the long-awaited meeting. Now Alex Parker is completely attentive and ready to talk with the guest. He already knows that John has been called the Star of Korea, but soon he will earn the title of Hero of Humanity. He called him here to thank him, and there are several reasons for this. John not only saved the investigation laboratory from the attack of the demon god constellation, but also saved many hunters. Apparently, words of gratitude won't be enough, and that's why Alex wants to give something. This divine sword has incredible durability and attack power and is considered a true work of art. You can use the Path of the Divine Sword technique with it, as well as many other things, because it is a high-level artifact. Previously, a Chinese hunter used it. John became interested in the gift, but Jolie believes that he should refuse. As soon as John decides to accept a gift from this man's hands, he will immediately become his personal puppet, and this cannot be allowed. Apparently, John is not going to listen to his companion's tips. Today, he takes a risk and accepts Alex's gift. Once John agreed, it turned out that Alex Parker wanted to ask him to do something special. He decided to talk about the fact that the dragon Mateus had been deceiving him all this time. Although he is quite an interesting person, you need to look at the situation impartially. This core was obtained 20 years ago thanks to revolutionary purification technology. Its frequency is almost 90%. The company that made the item received a large number of offers to purchase it, but refused to sell the core. The following year, they introduced technology to achieve even higher frequencies, and then made progress again. Oddly enough, despite all their success, they ultimately went bankrupt. Now this core is in the hands of Alex Parker. People from all over the world are actively looking for this artifact, but no one knows what will happen to it tomorrow. It hints that John should choose a place. He is more appreciated. Apparently, he is interested in this guy. Firstly, it is useful for the development of martial arts users, which is important. Alex Parker wants to use John to raise numerous warriors. Although martial arts are not as valuable as magic, everyone knows how talented Coach John is. Martial arts also have their benefits and can be used anytime, anywhere. If Alex can establish a monopoly on these arts, he can reap enormous benefits. This person is very knowledgeable and also very busy, and now he has been informed of new important matters. Chairman Alex hopes that John will accept his offer because it will bring him unprecedented benefits. Of course, John said he would think about it, but in reality, he is not going to run to another camp. Jolie was surprised, but it was all just acting on John's part. If he had refused such an offer right to his face, it would have been ugly, and so he said that he would think about it. Of course, playing games with such a person is dangerous, but John loves danger. At that moment, a kitten of lava and magma contacted him. It turned out that he had to prepare for the Battle of the Constellations. His opponent will be a traitor holding a poison dagger, and it will be an exciting confrontation. Finally, this constellation has made its move. All that remains is to understand the reason for such a rush. Soon, John finished all his earthly affairs and went to the abyss, to a place where he feels at home. Jerry Cooper, sudden battle of the constellations. Too much has been happening lately. We all know that constellation battles are fair, thanks to the guarantee of the other constellations that are watching. The traitor will not engage in a frontal attack because he understands that the training avatar will only benefit from such a development of events. Apparently, John is faced with a conspiracy of traitors, and it seems that he does not understand what this means at all. The traitor plot is a battle between the constellations where victory is determined by your ability to convince the constellation servants to betray them. Of course, this type of battle is not the most beneficial for the constellation traitor, because he feels like a fish in water in such conditions. Also, the traitor made the constellation battle private, so other constellations cannot observe it. John is trying to decide what to do. He is not afraid, but he also does not want to give his opponent unnecessary opportunities. After analyzing the situation, he realized that only the dragon and Lars entered into a contract with him. It is also quite important that John knows the person who entered into a contract with the traitor's constellation. After much thought, he decided to agree to all these conditions and put the fortress in blood as a bet. The traitor was surprised that his opponent agreed. Apparently, John is an idiot who thinks that he can win only through strength. The traitor, confident of his victory, placed the vault of fated relics as a stake. Both parties made equal bets, and now a contract has been concluded between them. If defeated, John would lose a significant portion of his power, and would also face the risk of losing his constellation title. John put the territory at stake, and the traitor put the thing at stake, which means that this thing is quite powerful and precious. The traitor is confident in his victory because he knows that he can find the key to success. He wants to make everyone around him betray John, and he definitely knows how to do it. For some time, you need to return to Earth again, or rather, to the Parker Mansion. Here you can meet Jerry Cooper, who publicly declares that he really wants Alex dead. His guards are already accustomed to such statements and do not pay attention to it at all. They drove towards the house, but today a surprise awaits them, or rather an unexpected test. The policeman said that they were speeding and asked them to immediately get out of the car. The guards did not understand what was going on. Jerry also began to get angry and asked them to immediately sort it out. They decided to act quite aggressively and remind the policeman who is in charge. These strong men did not even understand that what was standing in front of them was not an ordinary policeman. Only a martial artist knows how to use an acupuncture block. One movement was enough to leave the guard unconscious. Now there are fewer rivals. John calmly got into the car and ordered the driver to drive immediately. Jerry Cooper almost wet his pants out of fear and decided to remind the policeman who he was trying to kidnap. He even began to offer him a bribe and told him that if he disappeared, they would certainly start looking for him. John is not used to getting involved in empty conversations. This guy prefers sign language. If the driver doesn't go now, he will lose both arms and legs, so it's better not to hesitate. It was quite late. There were practically no other cars on the road. After some time, John ordered the driver to stop and hit Jerry. This dirty slug must tell why he betrayed the Constellation and entered into a contract with another. Cooper was surprised when he realized that John was notified of this situation, but John did not come here at the request of the traitor. Also, he is not acting at all because of the initiative of the Democrats and the Order, and this simplifies the matter. John came here to recruit Jerry, no matter how strange it all sounds. John said that he wanted to recruit him to the constellation he serves, namely the invincible god of training. Oddly enough, Jerry had never heard of the invincible god of training, so I had to explain to him about the power of this constellation. John also immediately said that Jerry has no choice at all, because if he refuses, death awaits him, a very cruel death. John knows absolutely everything, knows that Jerry serves two constellations at the same time, and therefore skillfully blackmails him. After some time, the legend decided to trust the training avatar and agree to his proposal. John immediately felt the progress of his strength. Due to the sudden change of sides, killers may come for Jerry, so he will need to be protected for some time. Now this man is very upset. He has contacted 3 constellations at the same time and is playing very dangerous games. John received a call from an unknown number. He was immediately offered to take everything that the Dragon Matthias had. It was easy to guess that this was just a provocation. After all, no one even suspects that John is a constellation and is always one step ahead. After all, everything is quite simple, because the only servant of the god of training is John, and no one knows that this is the same person. That's why the traitor constellation called John to force him to betray the god of training. The traitor constellation never realized that these two individuals were the same being. John tried to remain calm and act very coolly, the only way to win this tricky game. He did not succumb to provocations and immediately saw through his opponent. Thus, victory was achieved in the treacherous games and, according to the rules, the training avatar won. Now the battle of the constellations is over. The traitor cannot even understand how John managed to do this. He immediately moved into the abyss, namely into the Fortress of Blood, to receive his long-awaited prize. Now he is the owner of the Vault of Fated Relics, but decided to open this chest a little later. Step by step, his wounds among the Earth's constellations are increasing, but he is still quite far from the leaders. The traitor still can't believe that he lost to this guy, and is completely confused about everything that happened. John is not going to reveal his secrets prematurely, and he is also not going to listen to the losers. The invincible god of training was about to return to Earth, but noticed a change in the strength of the blood. Previously, there was a complete desert in which there was no life, but now it's the other way around. The orcs organized agriculture and staged a total revolution here. Apparently, Lars really tried. When they saw their master, they immediately rushed to him to congratulate him on his victory. The orcs said that for them this is just training, and they are happy to improve the environment. It turned out that they even want to work more and are ready to forget about the weekend. At first they were completely distrustful, but now they began to train hard and change their opinion about the owner. John decided to give permission to increase the work and reminded that all this was just training in order for them to become stronger. It also turned out that the orcs are ready to reach a new level of stake and start raising animals. At first they wanted to raise a hydra, but Lars forbade this because such monsters were destroying the goblins on his planet. Perhaps they would need chickens, cows, and pigs. It would be full-fledged agriculture. The owner promised to help with this problem and provide everything necessary. Previously, John had never even thought about how pleasant it would be to manage his little world. Having finished all the questions with the orcs, he still decided to look at his prize in the Battle of the Constellations. To do this, he removed the seal from the Vault of Fated Relics and saw something special. In front of him is a sacred object containing the power of an elf of ambitious light. This item was created for the minions of the constellations to use their powers. Such artifacts work like clones, as they contain part of the existential power of the constellation. Most likely, the traitor stole this artifact and now lost it in the Battle of the Constellations. John decided to take advantage of this obesity in order to benefit the bloody fortress. He will be able to bring livestock from the land and help the orcs raise animals. During all this time, he managed to collect many soul stones, and now there is an opportunity to acquire something worthwhile. First, you need to help the goddess of Libra. She definitely could use some profit. John also decided to contact a traveling merchant in order to buy the orcs a new building. When he met a traveling merchant, who was surprised to see his true colors. Even the goddess of laziness was surprised when she found out that this guy was still doing his dirty deeds. She was sure that he was already retired, since he had acquired too many enemies and risked being left with nothing. It seems that he should not trade illegal goods, but business always forces borders to be crossed. John has already made a deal with him in the past, so he hopes that now everything will go like clockwork. A wandering merchant selling fates recommends a decent box of servants that he just received. The traveling merchant says that John only needs servants who are good at building buildings. It's even funny for the goddess of laziness to think that orcs can become farmers, although for John this is normal. They became able to engage in economic activities only thanks to the training avatar and his talent. John saw that he did not have enough money for the purchase and asked for a small discount. The merchant is shocked. John has just won the Battle of the Constellations and is asking for discounts. This is real shamelessness. Only this time can a traveling merchant take such a step, but this will not happen again. After this, the conversation was over, the merchant left the area, and John printed out his purchase. A huge golem of a wonderful mountain immediately appeared in front of him. He can be called Rocky. This golem knows how to manipulate stones. Now all he has to do is teach the orcs how to build a building. Rocky was shocked when he heard something like that. He immediately made it clear to his master that this was not a good idea. Looking at the local residents, it is not entirely clear how the orcs exchanged their ordinary life for farming. The next day, all matters in the abyss were settled, and John immediately returned to Earth. He met with Jolie in a cafe inside the Icarus clan building and learned that his rank as a hunter had been raised. As he grew older, he stopped enjoying his promotion and took this fact for granted. Of course, this is difficult to hear from a person who looks so young, although his passport says that John is a pensioner. He also learned that there was a request for a match from UHC, but this time John could refuse. It is obvious that they want to win back for Maximilian, and this time the opponent will be a hunter who has entered into a contract with the elf. His name is Christopher Winter. He is a rank B hunter who is not yet ranked because he was only recently promoted. The fight was offered very unexpectedly, and John has the right to refuse, but he is not used to refusing challenges. This is not just a match for him. He wants to take his chance and continue to promote martial arts. This was his plan because before the fight, he is going to tell people what skill he is going to use in the arena. Then, when the time comes to fight, it is with the help of this skill that he is going to gift his opponent. People will get excited and interested in martial arts, so this will greatly increase the interest of the crowd. On the other hand, many people will be able to analyze his true skills, but he has completely forgotten about it. Jolie will prepare everything he needs, but he will not be able to train on his own. He needs training partners. John knows what to do, so as soon as the conversation was over, he immediately went to the Icarus Training Center. There he met Elizabeth Gutierrez and asked her for help. He immediately explained to her that this was not an ordinary training session, because it would be filmed and used for advertising purposes. A girl like Elizabeth was not used to refusing to help, so she happily agreed. She hopes that John will see her progress that she has been able to achieve over all this time. It seems that she realized all her mistakes from the last battle, and now she will not abuse the excessive reduction of distance with the martial artist. This time, Elizabeth asked John to attack first because she wanted to work as number 2. This will give you the opportunity not to show your weaknesses and try to counterattack, but this will be incredibly difficult to do. John immediately showed her that his speed is at an incredible level, and you need to have an unimaginable reaction to react to it. She managed to block the attack at the last moment, but the push still threw her off balance. If she starts the magic counter and increases the blow, she will have a chance of winning. But for this, she cannot make mistakes. Elizabeth decided to use the earth-cutting technique, which was something she practiced all the time. John was prepared for this turn of events and immediately showed his sword power. This battle had long gone beyond ordinary sparring, and John was not afraid to show all his power. He was able to stop his opponent's sword with his bare hands, although he noticed an improvement in her striking power. After this gentleman expressed several compliments about Elizabeth's progress, the friendship, for a time, ended. The alternative world was closed. John had a confident victory by knockout. A few minutes later, they found themselves in the break room because Elizabeth really needed a break. Her head is splitting from pain, and she is also upset that she could not win and take revenge. This time she wanted to achieve success, and after analyzing her abilities, you can see that Elizabeth has made progress. All this time she just ate, slept, and trained. The main thing is to continue in the same spirit. Her martial arts achievements are starting to shine through, but there is still work to be done. Then something unexpected happened. The conversation was interrupted because someone special entered the room. It was John's future rival, Christopher Winter, who was glad to meet him early. This mortal entered into a contract with an elf of ambitious light and came to meet him. He was able to enter the private territory of the Icarus clan even without permission. Apparently, there is a serious reason for this. He was able to negotiate with the guards, but John doesn't like it when people break the rules and wants to teach him to me. Christopher immediately stopped John and said that he was a nobleman with dignity and did not want to create problems. There are no nobles in America, but he comes from a neighboring kingdom and is an earl. The United Kingdom is one of the places ruled by a constellation of demonic gods. Winter said that John can be happy because his master wants to see John as his servant. Christopher understands that John is very surprised because you think that you are unworthy of a master who is chasing beauty. John immediately explained that he already has a master whom he serves, an invincible training avatar. Christopher reminded that you can have two masters and serve several constellations. Apparently, the elf constellation is ready to go that far now that John has demonstrated his potential. He has honed his martial arts for tens of thousands of years and now looks like a top-notch master. The Elf of Light greatly appreciates beauty, so he noticed such beautiful martial arts. But what is the benefit in this, John? He realized that there is no useless power from the constellations, and therefore decided to accept the offer. Christopher said that right now John can start serving, because before that he needs to demonstrate his talent in battle. John must defeat Christopher and also show off his beauty, although it is unclear what this means. Perhaps Christopher is implying that John should beat him to a pulp because that is what true beauty is. The conversation was almost over, but John asked his new acquaintance to help him with the filming. Meanwhile, in Korea at the UFC headquarters, Lee Chang-sik was puzzled. Today he saw a video on the internet about a guy who preaches martial arts. In this video, John said that he wanted to take the chance to interest people. He wants to tell you what martial arts are and how to practice them correctly. Today his partner will be Christopher Winter, who must attack John. Lee Chang was surprised that such an art was taught for free. It was a shock for him. Meanwhile, Matthias also saw the video and even called his daughter to find out what was going on. He doesn't believe that John dared to publish such content for free. It's absurd. Jolie explained that the job was done. It would become part of his image and advertising. People took it pretty well, and John now has a lot of new fans. The pre-fight press conference is being broadcast right now, and John is receiving a lot of questions from journalists. Everyone wants to know, is Lee John really so confident in his victory that he publishes a training video before the fight? Jonah said that Christopher Winter independently found him to help shoot a video and participate in the promotion of the fight. It's quite simple. Christopher came to learn from the best martial arts master. The journalists were shocked. They thought that this fight would be revenge for Maximilian, but in reality it was not at all like that. Christopher can't tell them the truth because his constellation wants John. He got angry and promised himself that during the battle, they would definitely punish this self-confident guy. After some time, the UHC arena froze in anticipation of a historic confrontation. Each fan had to choose only one side of the conflict, and therefore the atmosphere was very tense. They found out about this fight at the last minute, and that's why it is so strange to see that all the tickets are still sold out. This situation shows this excitement well. Everyone wants to see who will be stronger. If he wins, John will retain the loyalty of his followers and remain just as strong. The main advantage of this guy is always the ability to receive devotion from mere mortals. His opponent is also prepared for the fight. This is something personal for him. Fans have already seen a free martial arts training video. They even tried to imitate John, and it turned out to be quite easy. This cannot be compared with magic, which requires a certain talent. Martial arts can be learned by anyone. You just need to train hard and then you can reap the benefits. John discovered this technique out of love for humanity, but apparently he was also thinking about improving his image. Christopher has prepared all his energy and power. He wants to tear this guy apart. He was given the power of the constellation, and he wants to use this gift 100%. The great baptism of light can help him in this, and it is not a fact that John will be able to defend himself from such an attack. Even the greatest martial arts are unable to react in time to the baptism of light. Christopher's incredible attack made even sports commentators scream in surprise. Apparently, this is a new technique. John prepared to launch an instant counterattack, but this time his speed was not enough. This is probably the first time that an opponent was able to dodge his blow so quickly. This is what Christopher Winter calls blinding and beautiful speed. Now it's clear what he meant when he said that this was a test, because Christopher took the power of his constellation. Let us remember that John's powers are limited, and he has not encountered such interference for a long time. He will have to show all his potential and hidden capabilities to achieve victory. All this time it was interesting to find out the true power of the elf constellation. And now it is clear that this constellation is stronger than the warrior. There may be small problems, but John will be able to find a way to victory. Christopher Winter wants to see his opponent's close combat. Perhaps he will have an advantage there. This is the last test that John needs to know because, from a long distance, he acts very confidently. Two incredible forces collided with each other at the level of weightlessness. It was beautiful. The constellation sword turned out to be very powerful, and for the first time John felt that he lacked experience. In the abyss, he practically did not practice such battles, so they do not quite know how to find a way to defeat the elf. He fought with demons and various monsters, but now he needs to be able to adapt. John is very good at learning quickly. He has been studying all his life and now knows how to make conclusions. The elf's strength is very strong, but his business cannot withstand the strain of true martial arts. Christopher couldn't believe that his recovery rate couldn't keep up with his energy recovery. Now even he is ready to accept and believe that martial arts are more than what everyone thinks. It was now that John demonstrated all the beauty that Christopher so badly wanted to see. The battle is over. It was not easy, but it was a great experience for the future. John beat his opponent so badly that Christopher doesn't remember anything. The test of the Elf of Ambitious Light was passed. The constellation appreciated the beauty of John. The fans are also delighted. This is what they came to this arena for today, and now the energy of the training avatar constellation has been increased. Also, the Elf of Light gave John the nobility of light. Now John can protect his beauty and dignity. This battle was watched all over the world. Matthias had no right to miss the battle of his comrade. Before him, the inevitable happened, because from the very beginning he was confident in John's victory. The dragon called his daughter and said that Korea contacted them this morning. The girl got scared and thought that Korea wanted to bring their hunter home, but no, they just asked for sparring. Something similar is called international sparring, which began to take place during the great era of hunters. The countries decided to work closely with each other. Korea and America became very close friends and began sparring between hunters. All this is done in order to develop the potential of their hunters and take them to the next level, and this is also an important experience. The dragon could refuse this offer, but his presence could help develop relations with Korea. Sparring is needed so that both sides gain the necessary experience, but the dragon is afraid of losing his diamond. He will have to decide what to do because people from the opposite side will want to take John home. The dragon warned his comrade not to get too close to these people because they could be dangerous. The training avatar was happy. He had not been on the same ground for a long time, and therefore was glad to spar. He decided that traveling on his own was quite boring, so he began inviting various hunters to go with him. Each of them had their own reasons for refusal. Perhaps no one wanted to leave the warm nest. John was sure that everyone around him would want this trip, but in reality, it turned out not to be the case. It seemed to him that everyone had refused, although he completely forgot to ask Tony. This guy is always annoying everyone, but today he's in a good mood and ready to help the martial artist. At that moment, Kira ran into the room. We had completely forgotten about this girl, but she was still here. She asked him to forget about Tony and take her with him, which is a pretty good idea. Tony said that he also wanted to go and suggested that the three of us go. The decision was made, and soon the team of hunters collected their things and headed to the airport. First, they fly to Seoul because John has personal issues there. First of all, he wanted to visit North Korea, or rather the Seoul National Cemetery. The hunters could not understand why they came here, but John looked serious. He said that he needed to meet someone because he had not come to visit for too long. It turned out that John came to a huge monument to hunters who died during the monster invasion. Most likely, if he had not been in the abyss, who could have saved the lives of many of these guys? Their deaths will always remain a heavy burden on his heart, and he will always remember their sacrifice. It turned out that recently someone had already come to this monument, a first-generation hunter, the Ice Emperor of Iron Blood. As soon as John heard this name, he realized that it was something very influential and strong. Such a person has clearly left a mark on the history of the Earth, and this person's name is Lee Chang-sik. It's been a long time since their last meeting. It's better to let go of unnecessary talk and get straight to the point. Tony can't understand what's happening at all. He doesn't understand how John can be familiar with this living legend. Everyone around remembers that legendary confrontation against monsters, and especially the very blow that killed the Ford demon during the invasion. It was the most beautiful blow in the history of hunters, and it was then that Tony decided to take this path. Chan thanked him for the beautiful words but asked to be left alone with his old friend. The dragon Matthias asked Cyrus to prevent a conversation with the Ice Emperor of Iron Blood. She should have intervened, but there is no good opportunity yet. It turned out that this was a chance meeting, but this does not diminish the importance of this conversation. Chan immediately asked about his comrade's future plans and warned him not to return to Korea under any circumstances. John was wildly surprised. He thought that Chan, on the contrary, would call him here and ask him to forget about America. Apparently, Chan was not in the mood at all. He asked John to stay in America and work for his clan and forget about his homeland. Joan decided to say that she was still ready to help in any difficult moment. Hope the sparring goes well. Martial arts will be a good experience for Korean hunters. At this point, their paths diverged again, but perhaps they will meet again when the opportunity arises. Now John and the company went to Jeju Island, to the international airport. There you can meet a large number of people and a large number of hunters who are not considered mere mortals. Kira and John have never participated in international battles before. This is a new experience for them. Typically, each clan and their hunters share a video from one of their raids. You can choose any moment of the raid, so basically everyone shows only a small part of their strengths. Almost always, important skills are hidden, so it comes down to negotiations. The negotiations involve money, artifacts, and valuable information that can be exchanged for anything. At that moment, a guy named Lee Changwook approached the team of hunters from America. Oddly enough, this guy looks familiar. He looks a lot like Lee Chang-sik. Only a little later did John find out that this was not a coincidence, because this guy is the son of a famous warrior. His father asked him not to do anything unnecessary, but Chanwook really wanted to meet John. John is glad to meet new people, and therefore suggested having lunch together. Then a rather funny incident occurred in one of the restaurants in Korea. John came to the restaurant owner, paid her, and asked her to lend him her kitchen. Of course, she allowed this to happen because she received large compensation for it. John hasn't practiced cooking his favorite dishes for a long time, and now he enjoys it to the fullest. Finally, he will be able to taste the rice that the orcs grew. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the restaurant, there was complete silence. These guys don't know each other and therefore are silent. They are waiting for John to come to the rescue. Soon, he finally returned and brought with him a large number of delicious dishes. When Chanwook tasted the rice grown by the orcs, he was almost speechless. Tony had already tried John's dishes, so he ate more restrainedly and calmly. Meanwhile, Kira was also shocked and could not understand what John did with this rice. He definitely liked it. Meanwhile, the housewife was cleaning the kitchen. She saw the remains of food that John had not taken. As soon as the woman tried this dinner, she realized that everything she had cooked in her life before was just dog porridge compared to John's dish. After lunch, the hunters thanked the hostess and went outside to get some fresh air. Chanwook was shocked. Thanks to the food, he feels an increase in strength and thanks John for his help. This effect can be compared to the blessing bestowed by the earth through learning. Even John was surprised that his comrades became stronger thanks to the food that the orcs grew. This means that this rice really has secret properties and should be used more often. The deer goddess explained that this is possible through the power of the constellation because the things created by the constellation have magical qualities. The power of the constellation has no limitations at all, so it would be right to use it more often. Chanwook said that he had business in his clan, said goodbye, and wished him good luck in their difficult task. John immediately appreciated the politeness of this guy. They will certainly meet again. John was ready to go further along the main route, but at that moment something important happened. He had an introduction to the future again, and saw something that was not only strange, but downright scary. It was the huge underwater dragon Argo, which would wreak havoc on the coast of Eastern Asia after breaking out from the sea underground. This wild monster easily wreaks destruction in its path, which is why it is considered to be quite high-ranking. People panicked and called hunters for help, but the dragon was too violent, as if he had drunk tequila. This monster attacked residential areas, and therefore now we need to immediately tell Chansik and Mateus about it. John decided not to call, but to write a message to keep everything short and clear. When Mateus found out about the appearance of the dragon Argo, he almost went crazy because he did not understand what was happening. He sent John to spar and found out about the appearance of a terrible dragon. This is not exactly what he expected. But let's forget about the dungeon for a while and see how the hunters in Korea laugh at each other. Nothing new. The same thing happened many years ago when John was just starting his journey in martial arts. These hunters quickly recognized the new guest. It was difficult not to recognize him because he had turned into an international star. UHC has made him a hero, and now everyone will want to test their strength in the battle against John. Apparently, the very first person who wants to meet is a hunter from China, a fan of bodybuilding, Chen. It immediately became clear that this guy was a melee damage dealer and could be quite dangerous. This muscle man thought that he could squeeze John's hand so tightly that it would make him squeak, but it turned out to be quite the opposite. Now he will think more often before giving strangers his hand. Chanwook explained that this guy Chen likes to show off his strength, so it's better not to pay attention to him. It is still unknown what the international battle will consist of. We need to wait for information from the head of the clan. John thinks that there is a possibility that they will have to climb the mountain. It seemed that this was a common assumption, but as soon as the other hunters heard him, they immediately began to laugh at his theory. Soon the laughter stopped because an A-class hunter, the Azure Dragon Sword of Korea, entered the hall. It is this hunter who is the leader of the Piranhas, a team that this time is holding an international battle. In combat, he can be called an artist. He uses dozens of types of sword magic and loves to tear monsters into pieces for steaks. Must have met him in the past, and this guy wet himself in the dungeon, at least that's what he remembers. Near him, you can see a young hunter, Jasmine, who received a rank at a fairly early age. Although she looks very young, it feels like John has already met her. She also has a twin sister who fights in the UHC League, but John is not talking about that at all. Vaughn greeted the participants in the international battle and prepared to explain the essence of the event that awaits them. He asked to look outside the window and pay attention to Mount Halasan, which is visible to the naked eye. This is the beautiful spiritual mountain of Korea, which is what it was called before the gates appeared. When this happened, I immediately felt the influence of the abyss and began to seem like something terrible. In the past, Hunters often climbed the mountain to increase their endurance, but now Vaughn wants to revive this tradition. Everyone around was shocked and thought that this was some kind of old-fashioned nonsense, but nevertheless they were afraid to say it to his face. One of the guys said that he would eat his clothes if they really had to go up the mountain, and it looks like lunch is already ready. John and his friends began discussing preparations for the test, and at that moment, Jasmine looked at them strangely. She approached John and looked very displeased, as if they knew each other. John said that he was seeing her for the first time, although he considered her face quite familiar. He carefully peered into the features of her face and tried to understand why intuition screams when he pays attention to her. John began to worry and Tony immediately noticed this. The situation became tense. It turned out that they are not the same age at all, but the situation is still strange and incomprehensible. Only now it became clear that the theory with the mother turned out to be correct, because her mother's name is Katie Khan, and this is John's ex-girlfriend. Before dumping him, Katie accused John of drinking a chicken breast shake. Jasmine said that her mother died at an early age many years ago. The girl came to say hello because she immediately recognized the guy about whom her mother talked so much. After this, the conversation ended, leaving only emptiness in the participants in the process. Tony suggested that it could be John's daughter, but this is too crazy a theory. Although, of course, it is too early to deny this possibility, because everything is possible. Friends decided to support their captain and said that if it was too difficult for him, he could always come and cry on their shoulder. It is unknown whether the god of training cried or ever cried, but Mount Halasan made a huge number of hunters cry. We are talking not only about dangers, but also about wild fatigue at the moment of an endless upward marathon. Today, this place no longer resembles what it was in the past. Now it looks more like an abyss. At the International Fight Control Center, the hunters were closely monitored, thanks to drones. Of course, Jasmine concentrated her attention on the hunter who arrived from America, and this is not Tony at all. Her boss noticed this and also noticed that they were communicating during the opening ceremony. Vaughn also met John in a past life, but apparently does not want to remember it. Jasmine decided not to stop and find out what kind of person John really is. It was easy to remember what John was like in the past, because all he was interested in was exercise and endless training. He was even called a sports addict, but he always made every effort to achieve his goal. His character is quite tolerant, and he is very purposeful, so everything she said was true. She often praised this guy for taking care of his body and having a certain nobility. Meanwhile, the ascent to Mount Halasan continued. Some hunters were already asking to go home. Now they need to decide which way to continue because they are at a fork in the road. You need to understand that there are many roads, but some decide to forget about it and use magic to move through space. John doesn't think this is a good idea because the space magic here is too strong. These guys did not fly for long and very quickly began to fall down. That's what lack of experience means. It is unknown whether John has gone crazy or has conceived something brilliant and original. Anyway, he started doing strange things thanks to his sword. This guy took out a weapon, cut down several trees, and threw the logs high into the air. After that, he pushed off from the ground, and thanks to the strength of his legs, he flew like a Superman. It's quite a clever idea, but it's still unclear what exactly he's trying to achieve with this. Anyway, this technique is called aerial stage. In the past, martial artists used this technique to move. The owner of this technique can literally walk on air, but John has internal energy and therefore flies like a bird. Walking on air was only used to save stupid hunters who had no experience. A few minutes ago, we already talked about the nobility of this guy, and here is a clear example. Everyone understands that this is an important competition, but it is better not to use magic in such unstable places. John Moss can calmly close his eyes to this and get rid of his competitors, but he is a man of a different upbringing. Only one of the hunters did not appreciate the action of the guy from the abyss. It was Chen. He did not come here to help each other because he is interested in real competition, like in the old days. Education is not his strong point. Apparently, he wants to get rid of other teams by force. This approach is used by people without conscience and a sense of justice, which is why Chen decided to act in this way. Meanwhile, John was still trying to help the inexperienced hunter regain his strength. They quickly recognized their savior, of course, because now everyone is watching UHC tournaments. John felt that the army of his followers was constantly growing, and this added additional energy to his skill. At this point, John was informed that a fight had occurred, although no one was instructed to fight each other. It seemed that monsters were attacking, but in fact these monsters turned out to be Chinese hunters. When a person loses to a monster, he has no chance to survive, but these guys are alive, which means they fought with other hunters. From their wounds, you can tell that they fought with martial artists. Soon everything became clear. This method of eliminating competitors only causes indignation. John helped the wounded hunter with his healing powers. Even now he thinks about others. Of course, I had to set my arm after the fracture. It was a little painful, but a man must be able to endure. John noticed that this guy had a broken leg and said that he needed to repeat the ritual. While this guy was foaming at the mouth in pain, John kept repeating that he would feel much better in the morning. He offered his help to other injured hunters, but they said that they miraculously managed to recover in a few seconds. Of course, John didn't believe them. He saw their injuries with the naked eye, so he immediately intervened and used his skills. Meanwhile, the Chinese hunters continued on their way after a small clearing of the territory, getting rid of all their competitors. It seemed that the situation was almost ideal, but soon an unidentified object appeared in the sky, and it was not a UFO at all. Only by looking more closely can you understand that this is John along with his friends. The invincible training master began his training precisely with an abyssal tornado, which was overflowing with mana. Some childish magic of space cannot interfere with him in the air, which is why he can work real miracles. John decided to stop near the Panoktom crater. Not a single living soul was visible around this area. No one has reached this point yet, but there is no doubt that Chinese hunters are in a hurry to overtake new competitors. Usually the crater looks dry, but due to the influence of mana, strange things are happening here today. John was the first to sense the danger and warned his friends to prepare for battle. As soon as he managed to say this, a giant monster immediately appeared from the water. This is the same Argo monster, which is rated as a high-class monster and carries an unprecedented threat. It's better not to joke with this guy, because any mistake could cost the hunter his life. Jonah was not at a loss and decided to show that not only Argo can attack his rivals with loud sounds. An incredible struggle between two monsters began, Argo against the invincible training master. Kira and Tony were shocked, but could not help because they were too weak to take part in this battle. This meeting was unexpected, but now it becomes clear that the dragon must be stopped immediately, otherwise civilians will suffer. Tony was noticeably nervous. I had to calm him down and remind him that John had the power of a constellation. Only after these words did Tony agree to fight the dragon, but also said that he would personally take part in this legendary battle. This guy also knows something, and in fact, besides his long tongue, he is a good master of the magical arts. Okadora's fog technique is a destruction spell. All that remains is to team up with him and defeat Argo. John instantly got close to the dragon and dealt him a stunning blow. It was very powerful. Even Tony was shocked. It seemed to him that the avatars of the constellations did not have such power, and he decided to analyze his comrade. Detection magic helped him see that John had an incredible amount of mana, as if he were a high-ranking hunter. The guy from the abyss did not stop, and continued to attack the dragon from different sides. He is sure that there is not a single living creature in the universe that he cannot kill. This dragon must regret that he was born and blocked the path of the hunter team. Inner resolution technique is an advanced martial art that was invented many years ago. This technique helps to destroy the insides, without paying any attention to the muscles and armor. It was this technique that helped our main character survive in the dangerous territories of the abyss, but Argo is not going to give up without a fight. This dragon has summoned an ice storm, and now the weather conditions are clearly not in the hunter's favor. This dragon knows how to think strategically. He wants to distract his rivals and return to the lake to recuperate. John cannot allow this to happen, and therefore must immediately use the existential power of the constellation. Capturing the territory of the invincible training master will help change this reality. This means that an honorable stage has just been created around the dragon and John for a one-on-one duel. Neither of them can come out with this reality until the battle is over. They must fight until one is left. Meanwhile, the Azure Dragon Sword of Korea and Jasmine rush to the aid of the hunters. Before this, they had no idea that a high-ranking monster could be hiding here, and now they realized that something terrible could happen. The situation is too problematic, and it is unlikely that several hunters of the Icarus clan will be able to stop such a dangerous monster. Even for such an extraordinary and interesting warrior as John, this task can be overwhelming. After some time, they finally reached the Heavenly Lake, and what they saw shocked them. Kira took out her phone and was busy taking pictures of her partners. John posed and asked her to take a clear photo as a souvenir that would be pleasant to remember. At first, Vaughn and Jasmine did not understand anything. They could not see what John was photographing against. Only when they came a little closer did they realize that next to him was the dead dragon Argo, and this did not fit into their heads. It seemed that the dragon should tear all the hunters apart, and if they are not helped, then disaster cannot be avoided. Only a little later, they learned that John defeated Argo alone, and did not give this victory any special designation. Chan-wook was a little late to this show, but nevertheless managed to see the outcome, and thinks that the fight was truly amazing. John hastened to explain exactly how he managed to win, and said that the power of the constellation helped him. A little later, he will definitely explain everything, but now you need to remember to cut the dragon into small pieces, like in the good old days. Even despite returning to planet Earth, John still hasn't forgotten his old habits. Vaughn and Jasmine looked at him like he was crazy. They thought that in the abyss he worked as a professional butcher. After some time, John took out the Soul Stone, which had been hiding near the dragon's heart area all this time. A Soul Stone is a product of the condensed energy of a constellation that can only be used by another constellation. This means that this dragon all this time was controlled by another constellation. The stronger the abyssal monster, the more difficult it is to control. So Argo was controlled by a very powerful creature. This is quite an interesting fact, but first, John had to finish chopping the meat. He plans to feed this meat to the hunters, who worked hard to achieve the overall result. Meanwhile, the other members of this trial continued their ascent to Mount Halasan. Here they finally met the Chinese hunters, the same ones who had nearly killed them in the past. Chen from China was shocked that these guys were able to catch up with them so quickly. Apparently they need to be sent to the infirmary again. At first it seemed that a new fight was inevitable, but suddenly the hunters smelled fried meat and decided to postpone the fight. They quickly ran towards the smell to understand what was happening, and only then returned to their conflict. Soon they found the source of the smell, and realized that it was John, who had killed a huge monster, and was now frying kebab from its meat. He immediately explained the situation and said that he was preparing a dish for all participants in the test. They all deserve to fully recuperate, and this dish will fully restore them. At first the hunters looked at the meat with disbelief, but then they saw how other members of the expedition were enjoying this dish. As soon as Chen tried a piece of this delicacy, he immediately realized that it was the best thing he had ever eaten. Azure Dragon Sword soon couldn't understand what was happening here. This was the first time he had seen something like this. Instead of continuing up the mountain, the hunters banded together and had a party. Just recently, these guys fought with each other and tried to do everything possible to win, but now they're having a great time together. They made a truce to eat, and as soon as they finished, they would immediately remember their conflict. John asked Vaughn to also taste Argo's meat and share it with Jasmine, who was also hungry. Soon the test was over and John arrived at Incheon International Airport. The international battle turned out to be much more interesting than expected. It was a great experience. Although the appearance of Argo was quite dangerous, it all ended quite successfully. At the airport, John met with a representative of the Korean Hunters Association who suggested having a short conversation. This man is a government official and a hunter at the same time, and has come here to resolve a misunderstanding. The association understands that John hates Korea and wants to correct this situation as soon as possible. He is referring to the Great Invasion. Korea was unable to take any serious countermeasures and therefore lost many legendary hunters. All these legends expected more from the associations and the government, and now Korea is admitting its mistakes. Times have changed and the system works completely differently, but apparently for John this is just empty talk. John was sad to learn that many hunters died due to lack of support. He also cannot forgive the refusal to compensate the hunters. John later said that he actually did not hate his country and was not even in it at the time of the disaster. He doesn't want to talk about the past, especially when he has to rush to catch a plane. Perhaps in the future their paths will cross again, but recently the future will turn out to be too foggy. Soon John was back in Los Angeles, and the dragon of the industry arrived at the office. Matthias was glad to see him. He had already heard stories about his comrades' achievements during international sparring. John said that he was pleased with the trip and everything went much better than he thought. In Korea, some things have changed and some things have remained the same, but it was a good experience either way. John also spoke about a meeting with the dragon Argo, who could have been sent by the constellation of the demonic god. He believes that it's necessary to study this situation and understand who exactly wants him to die in the future. After this, Matthias said that a hunter had appeared who was very eager to meet John. Soon, this hunter entered the room and introduced himself. His name is Mackenzie Jr. Mackenzie Jr. Hunter rank B from the United Kingdom. He is a top-class hunter prospect ranked 4th in the UHC rankings. Matthias immediately hurried to leave them alone, and Mackenzie immediately began to put words into action. He has been watching John for a long time and wants to give him a special ticket. This ticket allows him to challenge Rank B League champion Glenn Douglas, who is America's most popular hunter. All participants dream of fighting the champion, but in the UHC League, the fight takes place only by agreement of the two parties. To fight a champion, you need the champion to choose you, and now John has such an opportunity. Mackenzie has his own motives. He knows that John is aimed at increasing his rank, and if he wins this battle, he will be able to achieve the desired result. Victory over monsters alone cannot allow a hunter to reach rank A, so victory over people is necessary. Junior offers to take part in a 2-on-2 constellation battle, although this is the first time John has heard about something like this. He immediately guessed that a constellation servant was sitting in front of him, serving the fighter with sweat and blood. In the past, this name has already appeared in the history of our hero. According to rumors, this constellation very rarely does anything with its own hands. John is ready to accept the offer, but he is embarrassed by his participation in the Battle of the Constellations. The fighter of sweat and blood offered to reward him with a large number of soul stones and tell him who was behind the incident with Argo. John will not lose anything from these conditions. All that remains is to understand the conditions of the Battle of the Constellations. Junior said that it would be like a race. Their opponents would be endless explosions and an observer from a cold place. They will fight against their minions, and the most interesting thing is that even the goddess of laziness has not heard of something like this. In the constellation race, each of the minions is aiming for the finish line, and whoever reaches it first wins, so it's pretty simple. The problem is that it is difficult to run in the abyss, and we must not forget about the attack of other participants in the race. Soon, John agreed to take part in the Battle of the Constellations and made his new acquaintance very happy. As soon as the exact date of the battle is confirmed, Junior will immediately contact John. A few days later, a constellation battle was organized in the Abyss dimension. The minions prepared for the start of the competition. Junior looked like a true Star-Lord. Their opponents are also quite unusual, and this should make the battle exciting. Here you can meet the Ice King. Probably he is a representative of the Observer who returned from a cold place. His partner is a mechanical dragon that presents endless explosions. Until this moment, John did not even know about the existence of the mechanical civilization of the Abyss, and this is quite interesting. That constellation avatar training didn't give John anything to write at all. Meanwhile, Mackenzie is on a huge pig. It feels like his constellation hates his minion. The robot laughs at its rivals because it considers humans to be a weak race that cannot win this confrontation. There is no doubt that this event is just entertainment for the constellations, although the minions are serious. Soon, the rivals placed equal bids, and the contract was signed. The battle begins. All his rivals have means of transportation, and only John must be content with his legs. The pig turned out to be much faster than expected, although at the beginning it seemed like some kind of joke. The other two animals are also quite fast, so for now John is behind. The robot enjoyed the competition. He believes that only 3 creatures are competing, and John cannot be counted. The martial artist shows no signs of strength, so he is not considered a competitor. It's even hard to believe that his constellation didn't give him anything to ride on. It's too heartless. It soon turned out that the competition conditions would be toughened because the boulder rain of the Abyss would begin. This Abyss phenomenon looks like a shower of meteorites, but in reality it's a little different. In fact, clouds from other areas appear and rain boulders, and this is quite dangerous. If you are not careful and lose concentration during the race, you can say goodbye to your life. Some race participants have prepared for such obstacles, and now they don't have to be afraid of this phenomenon. Apparently, the robot has fairly high intelligence scores because it easily protects itself from boulder rain. He was sure that everything was under control until he felt that a person was there for him. John immediately tried to calm his opponent down and said that they would be much more comfortable together. Apparently, his legs were completely tired, and he decided to ride someone else's dinosaur. The constellation of explosions is carefully watching the competition, and he does not like what is happening. He ordered John to be destroyed immediately because this guy is starting to get annoying. The mechanical dinosaur tried to throw off excess ballast, but it was not so easy to do. The race continued. So far, it was impossible to single out any main favorite. All participants in the race moved approximately the same. Soon, the mechanical robot system warned its owner that a danger zone had been detected. Ahead, you can see the poisonous fog of the Abyss. This is an area that the creatures of the galaxy prefer not to encounter. Of course, they knew it would be an unusual race, so everyone tried to prepare for the worst-case scenarios. Meanwhile, the robot was still trying to unhook its competitor from itself and not carry it around its neck. It seemed that John should die from the poisonous fog, but he felt calm. Only after analyzing his abilities did it become clear that he has resistance to poisons, and for a person this skill is considered an incredible achievement. After some time, the mechanical dinosaur fell into a trap and was forced to stop. John realized that he could no longer benefit from it, so it was time to move on. For a long time, the robot could not understand how a weak human body is capable of such tricks. Soon, John was able to overtake his competitors, but this does not mean that the race is over. Each of them has the hidden potential to create problems for John, so you can't relax. John can use internal energy to speed up, but this will deplete his internal reserves. Ahead of them is a meeting with Tornado Mana, one of the worst cataclysms that can be encountered in the Abyss. The race participants, and especially Junior, were not only surprised, but also childishly scared by the new obstacle. He remained calm and even confident in his abilities, because for him, a tornado of mana is something familiar and well-studied. Not only is he not afraid of such obstacles, but he also feels confident in this anarchy. His competitors were able to get through the tornado, but John, on the contrary, jumped into the arms of death. He has already encountered this in the Abyss, and plans to trust his inner intuition to explore beyond the flow in order to get ahead. Junior could not understand why his partner jumped into a tornado, because it is almost impossible to survive in such conditions. It seemed to them that John was completely crazy, but this guy was able to calculate everything a few steps ahead. The constellation warrior of sweat and blood watched this picture with a clear sign of bewilderment on her face. John was not only able to get out of the mana tornado, but also increased the amount of mana in his body. Now he is developing incredible speed, and it is only a matter of time before he reaches the finish line. It happened in a few seconds. With such an internal fuse, it was only a matter of time to win the race. The constellation of explosions recognized his abilities. The observer who returned from the cold place also admires John. A landslide victory was won, and the warrior thanked John for his contribution, because this constellation was not going to lose at all. A warrior cannot give much to his assistant, but he has a sufficient number of soul stones. It turned out that John received 50,000 points of soul stones and was shocked by this indicator. When the warrior's constellation warned that the reward would not be great, he expected to see much lower indicators. Also, the warrior constellation did not forget about the additional reward that was promised. The constellation that called Argo to Jeju Island was a collector of noble crowns. This constellation is also known for its destruction of the hunters of Europe and the capture of Great Britain. John would not be at all surprised if it were a demonic god, but now the situation is even more confused. It is difficult to understand the motives of a constellation from Great Britain that got involved in the situation in Korea. It is at least strange. The human champion, Glenn Douglas, is serving the collector, and this is unlikely to be a coincidence. The champion of the league, rank B, signed a contract with the constellation, and this is all right before their future confrontation. You have to be incredibly careful when fighting this guy because he might be stronger than John. After completing the battle in the Abyss, John immediately returned to Earth in the dragon industry. Many people already know about his victory. Apparently, the Earth is a place of rumors. The invincible god of training was invited to the research laboratory. Apparently, the frosty blue sword is ready here, and now this weapon can be used. The sword turned out to be much stronger than all the other artifacts made from azure iron rock in this laboratory. It's even hard to imagine how John was able to create something like that. People still can't do it. It seems that it will be difficult to blame everything on martial arts skills, and we need to come up with a better excuse. He said that he learned this from the constellation he served, the invincible god of training. For Earth explorers, this seems incredible. They would also like to learn such hidden techniques. Perhaps John can help him in the future because he is a very talented artifact creator. After this, John learned that the monster's huge core powers the entire city. This is also a kind of artifact, and it is on these technologies that modern civilization stands. Everything was told so touchingly that even the lava and magma kitten who was following the conversation could not hold back her tears. Must start creating artifacts, because that is how he can bring maximum benefit to humanity. John would like to help Bao, but he is not going to stop his work as a hunter, because before him, it is the life of a dream. Of course, the chairman was upset, but he must understand that in front of him was a true martial arts fan. Jonah reminded that he can come here from time to time and help the researchers. It's not difficult for him. By killing monsters, he cannot reach the point of actually pumping up his strength, so he needs to try different options. Bao gave John a personalized card of the CEO of the dragon industry, which will help him solve many problems in the human world. Bao asks only to create artifacts that are highly valued in the market, and then he will be happy. Of course, if we talk about production, it is desirable that this production be mass production, but then many questions arise. There are no guarantees that human technology will be able to copy John's actions, because it is almost impossible. The goddess of sloth remembered her past, which was associated with a minion, and said that she also did something similar. She had a servant, an outstanding black magician who could do almost everything. There was one problem in this cooperation. The servant began to repeat after his goddess, and also began to be lazy. He forced his workers to do all the dirty work, because he could no longer cope with his tasks. This undead went crazy, and no longer provided any benefit to the goddess of sloth. Undead that don't die or age should be a fairly efficient workforce and very useful. Now it is far away because it was useless and quite problematic. John decided to analyze this story in the future. Perhaps some benefit could be gained from this. Let's leave our incredible training god behind for a while and meet our local UHC champion. Right now he has finished filming, which is becoming more and more in his life, due to the increase in popularity. Glenn plays a key role in this drama and was great today. He is incredibly popular in America, and due to his army of fans, he cannot move around the city without security. Because of all this filming, he hasn't taken part in a raid for a long time, and he completely forgot that fans love to watch him clear a dungeon. At that moment, one little fan ran through security to get the desired autograph. The superstar's personal guard immediately stopped this little spy and ordered him not to move. I had to calm the guard down and also satisfy the child's wishes. With such actions, Glenn wins other people's hearts and becomes even more popular. Although this is quite burdensome for him, maintaining his reputation and popularity is still considered a very important part of life. His constellation, a collector of noble crowns, is pleased with his attitude to business. Their union has so far been positive for both parties. At that moment, he was reminded about the challenge ticket that Glenn gave to Mackenzie Jr. This ticket was given to a warrior named John, the same martial arts user who is rapidly gaining popularity. It is not entirely clear why Jr. gave the ticket to him, but it seems that Glenn will only benefit from this because his opponent is significantly lower in rating. Many people think John is a weakling just because he practices martial arts. Douglas always gives 100% during his fights and should easily tear apart his opponent. For the sake of the collector of noble crowns, he is ready to do anything, even kill John during the battle. Soon their meeting was organized and took place at the central stadium of the UHC League. Today, the arena is sold out. A week before the fight, it was impossible to find a single available ticket. Everything was sold out in the first minutes of sales. Recently, John has been disliked by fans. They believe that he unfairly received a chance to fight the champion. The public is unhappy that he did not defeat all the mandatory challengers, and his rating is too low for a fight for the title. John tries not to pay much attention to external factors. On the contrary, he wants to earn the trust of his fans. Right now is the first time they have faced each other because there were no press conferences before the fight. Both competitors have been focused on training and preparation, and are now ready to demonstrate everything they can do. Glenn is sure that his opponent does not know about the contract with the constellation, and therefore expects an easy battle. Of course, John guessed all this a month ago, so it will be difficult to surprise him with your skills. The battle began, the referee gave permission to begin the attack, and the crowd of spectators froze in anticipation of something big. Within a few moments, everyone around froze, as if hypnotized. This applies not only to martial arts, but also to commentators who should not be silent. This is their first time seeing something like this in the UHC arena, and they did not expect such a result at all. They could have believed that Glenn would have done this, but everything turned out quite the opposite. Douglas was defeated. They tried to wake him up, but he was so severely knocked out that he lost consciousness with his eyes open. The constellation servant was destroyed and did not feel any resistance. If we draw analogies, it feels like a lion met a hyena and masterfully tore it apart. The champion went on the attack and acted aggressively, but his balance was upset, and he completely forgot about his defensive skills. He skillfully dodged his attacks, and all this time analyzed his opponent's weaknesses. Only in slow motion can you see how John studied his opponent. Martial arts were one step ahead of magic, and as soon as Douglas tired, John immediately smelled blood. In one swift movement, he approached his opponent and demonstrated an incredible right hand. It was a shot from the blind spot that leaves no chance even for a true champion. Even magic couldn't help protect against such damage. Now all that's left is to try to recover. It seemed that the ratings of the opponents were too different, and the challenger had no chance of winning. Perhaps for some it is still a lucky punch, but not for Glenn Douglas. Stupid commentators don't understand that Douglas would have lost even if he were twice as strong as he is today. He had no chance against such an opponent, because today, John looked like a cyborg killer. After the battle was over, John hurried to a well-deserved rest. He was immediately greeted with applause by all his close people, especially the students of the Huashan school. John truly surprised his comrades, who had no idea about his hidden potential. Now this guy who seemed completely strange to them has become the champion of the UHC Rank B League. This is fantastic. In fact, Douglas turned out to be stronger than John could have imagined, so the battle took a little longer than planned. He was probably so strong because of the demonic god constellation contract that he had to learn his fighting technique and weaknesses. This constellation may have some other servants on Earth, even stronger than Glenn Douglas. At the moment when John could already relax and not think about anything, an epiphany occurred. He again saw a picture of the future, a picture that will not leave any hunter indifferent. Among the huge number of dead people, there was the same Hunter Douglas, who, apparently, was the cause of this tragedy. He looked like a madman whose mind was completely eclipsed by a dark force. Even John was scared when he saw something like this, and apparently this will happen in the near future. Although the introductions are unclear, they are always justified, so this villain must be stopped immediately. John immediately called his friends and told them to forget about the celebration and prepare for battle. Outside Douglas's waiting room, many journalists have gathered. Everyone wants to understand the reasons for the champion's defeat. The security guard tried to calm Glenn down and remind him that the fans still love their hero, and you can always achieve the right to revenge. All you need to do is go to the islands, relax, and then prepare well for the return battle. The feeling that Glenn is not listening to him at all, as if his mind is somewhere far away. Douglas actually mentally transported himself into the abyss in order to meet his master. The collector of noble crowns is very disappointed in the loss of his servant, and I don't even know what to say. All that remains is to beg for mercy and ask the owner to give him another chance. The collector does not agree to forgive those who have failed him, so he orders Douglas to at least entertain him one last time. With his incredible magical abilities, he quickly clouded the avatar's mind and burned him with his power. Now Glenn can't control his actions, which means the future John saw may be about to happen. He turned to his guards and managers and said that it was because of them that he lost. They did not prepare information about their opponent and constantly repeated that John was a very weak warrior. Now these guys must be punished immediately because they deserve to die. The collector watched this while sitting in the VIP seats and enjoyed the process. It's fun for him, but he considers killing several people too boring, so he requires more sacrifice. Meanwhile, John, along with his team, prepared for new challenges. But for some time, you need to forget about rest and immediately find Douglas before anything catastrophic happens. It became clear that the former champion had left his restroom, so people needed to be evacuated from the arena immediately. Anthony must take care of the people in the audience, and the girls will help him. They all wanted to understand what was happening, but soon any words became unnecessary. This whole catastrophe unfolded before their eyes, and it became clear that Douglas was distraught. He has already managed to kill several people, but if he is not stopped, there will be many more victims. His magic bestowed by the collector can help him resist even an army of guards. His goals are as simple as possible. He wants to kill all the people in the arena, all the witnesses to his fiasco. It seemed that nothing could protect these ordinary citizens from brutal reprisals, but this is not so. In moments when it seems that everything is over, sometimes a miracle happens and true heroes appear. Tony loves to talk, sometimes his conversations cause laughter, but at the right moment he really showed his heroism. Today he deserves all these comments about himself. Today he really acts like a superhero. Meanwhile, John realized that only he could stop this tyrant, so he needed to act quickly and clearly. He would like to quietly return home and get some sleep, but he will have to arrange rock and roll in the arena and only then think about rest. Although Douglas was spitting out his own blood, he still continued to smile and said that all this was useless. His mana contains existential power, which means John must be as careful as possible. He had to activate undying regeneration in order to heal all his wounds and prepare for battle. Now he is weakened after their first fight, so you need to immediately raise your level, but at the same time remember that there are many around. Only after looking around did he see that his team had completed the evacuation process, and now the explosion of energy would not affect the fans. The Huashan school students ordered people to leave the arena immediately or they would be seriously beaten. John will finally be able to fully begin clearing the territory, and for this he will need to get his sword. His students will have the opportunity to see with their own eyes the greatness of their master. They did not even suspect that such pure and great energy could be hidden in a sword. Even Douglas is a little shocked, but he is still sure that John will not help. He wanted to attack and seize the initiative, but the blow of the sword aura forced him to come to his senses. Apparently, he overestimated his strength and again respect for his opponent. Douglas must understand that he is fighting against a guy who returned from the abyss and who has the power of the constellation. This guy masterfully mastered internal energy and learned to use it in any incomprehensible situation. But now he fights only against the physical shell of Douglas, although his body is completely under the control of the constellation. This gives him the ability to act in a much more dangerous way and opens up a ton of possibilities. The collector is not stupid at all. He understands that he is fighting a strong opponent, and therefore he needs to use all his talents. He instantly directed the magic in the right direction and summoned all his earthly servants. It's not even entirely clear why the constellation goes so far for Glenn Douglas. Is all this really just for their own pleasure? In fact, his motives are not at all important now. It is much more important to stop these crazy warriors. You will have to strain and make every effort, and John has never had a problem with this. He began to cut with his sword everything that came in his way, like a real butcher. Now he has to fight even against a samurai. This does not mean that John will give up. He trained in the depths of the abyss for hundreds of thousands of years, and therefore completely mastered the martial art. His art includes skills in fighting with any type of weapon, so he always feels confident. He had just killed one of the members of the royal family of the United Kingdom, and he didn't even understand what happened. All the summoned servants are people. Here we immediately remember the fact that the collector now rules the United Kingdom. It turns out that John kills other people, but this situation cannot be stopped in any other way. Anyway, sooner or later people die, and evil people must die before others. He acts alone against a crowd of trained professionals, but even in such conditions he manages to win. All the time it seemed that John was a full-fledged, good-natured person who wouldn't even hurt a fly, and he didn't even hesitate when they killed people. Apparently the abyss took his heart, and now he remains a calculating and cold-blooded assassin. Even the collector constellation recognizes such power. Apparently the owner of this avatar is very pleased with his achievements. Then strange things began to happen. It seemed that the battle was entering the home stretch, but then everything did not go according to plan. Douglas began to summon the powers of deceased servants and use magic for them. The people who managed to escape from the arena could not understand what was happening. Some dark giant appeared there. Apparently, Douglas ate some anabolic steroids and instantly grew in size, or perhaps he just ate a Big Mac. Other hunters also managed to see the appearance of this titan, and now they are afraid for their friend. This is what will happen if the constellation gathers the power of all its servants together, and this is exactly what happened now. Today, he plans to show the entire planet Earth what is the most powerful constellation. For some time, John could not even say a word. He was in some kind of hypnotic trance. It was necessary to act, to defend and counterattack, but John seemed to have lost his confidence. The hunters are called upon to immediately intervene and stop this chaos. Ordinary people can only rely on them. Of course, they all wanted to take part in this battle, but the size of the monster began to frighten even the most fearless. At that moment, out of nowhere, John appeared, who just a second ago had been fighting the monster. He came to make sure everyone was safe and also to ask for help from the students of Huashan School. He wants them to risk their lives and follow him to destroy this monster, although of course only madmen would agree to this. Now these guys need to make a choice. They have already learned a lot from John, and now it's time to move from theory to practice. Soon, the answer was received. the students of the Huashan school would be happy to help their master. Tony said that they would not stand by because the hunters of the Icarus clan always laugh in the face of danger. This means that united, this entire large sect of hunters is moving forward towards their death. They follow the true leader, and only together with him can they achieve an unprecedented victory. The order was given to build the Sword of the Azure Prison. The Huashan school is famous for this formation. John specifically asked for this formation of martial arts users to be created. The Azure Prison Sword increases the strength of the weak several times so that they can fight the strong. The invincible avatar of training follows mortals. Thanks to the sword skill of the Azure Prison, plans to defeat the Titan. It will not be easy at all, but with proper control of the situation and a clear strategy, it is possible to achieve a successful result. Douglas was going to destroy them with his power, as if they were just a bunch of insects. He thought it would be simple, but apparently the sword of the Azure Prison made these hunters an alloy that was too strong. Now they act as one, and feel the steadfastness of their motives. John decided that Glenn should no longer walk on this earth, and therefore cut off his leg. Now Iris is leading the other hunters of the Huashan school, and is preparing to show what she has learned during John's training. These hunters have dreamed of becoming martial arts professionals since childhood, and now they are on the border of their lives. Having crossed it, they will reach a new level, and will never again be ordinary beginners. The collector is shocked. He cannot understand how ordinary martial arts created so many problems. He sees a conspiracy in this. The hunters of the Icarus clan have been waiting for their opportunity for a long time. Their magic is needed now more than ever. Combining forces and different techniques always has a strong effect. This is what the hunters of the earth forgot about. They forgot that united people always become stronger, and they lost a lot with the decline of martial arts. The invincible training avatar not only commands, he also acts and takes the most risks. John is trying with his last strength to convince Douglas not to listen to the collector, because he understands that the hunter is now under the power of the constellation. If the collector really considered him his servant, he would have helped earlier, and would not have delayed until the last minute. Douglas must regret being associated with such a terrible monster, but it is never too late to free himself from his influence. The collector, with all his might, ordered his slave to listen to himself, but Douglas tried to regain control of his mind. John continued his agitation. He reminded that the legendary warrior could lose all his glory if they did not stop in time. He has a large army of fans who believe in him and consider him something of a deity. These people cannot be made to lose faith, and for this it is time to break the chain between it and conformity. All this time he was simply used for his own purposes, but now it's all over. Douglas was able to regain control of his body and immediately asked the hunters to stop. He will no longer destroy anything, so he asked not to attack him, but, on the contrary, to help. The demonic god constellation has completely cleared his mind. Now he knows what he is doing. Over all these years, he has created a good reputation for himself, and hopes that this will be enough to justify himself. He will be able to place all the blame on the constellation, and then people will forgive his sins. His plan was quite logical, and had a chance of success, but there was one person who immediately understood everything. John has spent a huge amount of time in the abyss, and sometimes it feels like he has learned Zen. This guy understands that Glenn Douglas has done a lot of bad things, so he deserves to be punished. The constellation cannot be used as an excuse because everyone is personally responsible for their actions. It was a cruel but fair punishment that lasted several minutes. Then it seemed that everything was over, but at that moment, a portal into the abyss formed near Douglas. John immediately guessed what was happening. He was not afraid, but at the same time he understood that this was the situation. The very collector who has power over the United Kingdom appeared before him. Starting from Jeju Island to the present day, John has caused this constellation a considerable amount of problems. Douglas left the collector's body, but promised that he would never forget everything that happened and would definitely take revenge. Apparently he shouldn't interfere personally, but it's only a matter of time before they meet again. The case was over, which means it was time to come to the Mateus mansion again. An old friend has been waiting for his guest for a long time in order to congratulate him on his promotion to rank A. I didn't know that he would be promoted so quickly, and I didn't expect a festive party at all. Usually, the promotion process takes longer, but the scale of the incident was too great to turn a blind eye to all this. The association saw that John had saved many people, and even sent a representative to personally present the promotion certificate. Now John is finally officially considered a high-ranking hunter, although these are just words. From the very beginning, he was already incredibly strong. Now the time has only come for recognition in the human world. They hope that he will continue to serve for the benefit of human civilization and remain a savior in difficult moments. Matthias feels that his friend has finally become a real hunter, and a hunter always has two dreams. Every hunter dreams of returning all the territories of the earth that were previously captured by the constellations. Thanks to the Battle of the Constellations, you can always do this in a fairly simple and understandable way. This is exactly what the dragon Mateus wanted to talk about, because he understands that now people will ask John to take part in the Battle of the Constellations. If this actually happens, John should immediately refuse because most of these applications are nothing more than nonsense. While John was destroying monsters in the abyss and preparing stew from them, much had changed in the world, and many had gone mad. Guys appeared who are called Sacred Knights of the Sacred Temple. As the demon god constellation took over the United Kingdom, the exiled royal family founded this group with their hunters. Their main goal is the complete return of the United Kingdom to their control, and there is nothing wrong with that. The problem is that they kidnapped the US president and tried to fire nuclear missiles at the UK, and that's not all. Now John will be of interest to many, so he must be careful and remember to use his head. The second dream of every hunter is to raid the gates of the abyss, precisely the gates that connect it to the infinite. Most of the raids there failed, but now this gate has become something similar to a business that can even be invested. Among the abyss territories being watched, the Abyss Kingdom ranks very first. This should be a territory that is completely under the control of a warrior of sweat and blood, and this is already interesting. Today, there are quite a lot of hunters in the Icarus clan. Everyone wants to become part of this famous organization. These people came here to see Hunter John, who was recently promoted to rank A. John just returns from an evening run, which he does not forget about even during the most difficult periods of his life. Sometimes it seems to him that he is too relaxed on the ground, so he has to arrange additional training. His friends immediately congratulated him on his promotion. This is a great event for every hunter. John was already starting to get used to feeling special, but he still enjoyed it. It would be ideal to have 2 more high-ranking hunters with you for the Battle of the Constellations or the raid into the Gates of the Abyss. He asked for a minute of attention and said that he fully felt the great responsibility entrusted to him after his promotion. That is why he is ready to offer all his strength to help other hunters of the Icarus clan become stronger. In exchange for this, he hopes that they will all follow his precise instructions. Then something special happened, because John said that from now on he controls the Icarus clan. It seemed like just a joke, but the dragon Matthias really gave him all the powers. Everyone around realized that now the sweet times were over, a strict dictatorship and a cult of discipline began. A little later, John walked out of the main entrance of the Icarus clan dormitory and was immediately greeted by a guest. His name is Wes Morales, and this big hunter is also an A rank. He is one of the main hunters in America, nicknamed the Ominous Rock. This huge and fearless boar suddenly needed the help of a local superstar. John was surprised, but nevertheless invited the guests to his room for further negotiations. Morales immediately congratulated John on his promotion and control of the dragon artifact. Now Morales works with the Parker family and believes that it doesn't matter how good the hunter is, because all the power is still in the hands of the company. He also wants to take part of the power for himself, but he was not given the company shares that were promised. He came because he thought that John was in a similar situation, but this is not entirely true. She and Matthias have a completely different relationship, which can be compared to brotherly friendship. From the very beginning, the dragon transferred all the shares to his comrade, because there should be no secrets between them. When Morales found out about this, you were shocked because he was deceived in a similar situation. Now he is being offered a lot of money to renounce his claims, but apparently he is embarrassed by this option. He came here to come to an agreement with John, to work and fight together on the same side. He wants help from this guy from the Abyss, and in return, he is ready to give half of his shares to the Parker Company. John didn't see any reason for the refusal, but he doesn't understand how the chairman can be convinced. Morales knows it will be difficult, but he has an ace up his sleeve. This is information about the White Dungeon, which should turn the situation upside down. In fact, only a few hunters know that the dungeon is divided into 2 categories. Red ones, which have restrictions on the number of people and time, and white ones, which are much safer due to the absence of prohibitions and restrictions. White dungeons also have their value, where you can hunt monsters without any time limits or clearing. In simple words, white dungeons are a veritable goldmine of monster cores. John is holding a rank B dungeon map in his hands, and this is an almost endless golden chicken. Parker Energy has illegally acquired this dungeon and is using it to finance his factories. Morales plans to stage a raid there and then blackmail his employers. The problem is that this dungeon is guarded by a rank A hunter. It will be difficult for one to cope with this task, which is why he came to ask for help from an expert in the fight against people. John must know this huntress because she is also Korean and her name is Jasmine. For some time, John found it difficult to believe that Jasmine was guarding the white dungeon of the Parker family. He explained that this girl is the daughter of his friend, and this complicates the situation a little. John cannot interfere with her work, and is ready to forget the entire conversation that just took place between him and Morales. It seemed that the negotiations had reached a dead end, but there was an option to include Jasmine in the share division. For Morales, it makes no difference whether the shares are divided between 2 or 3 hunters. The main thing is to achieve a result. There's a lot of money at stake, and if Jasmine joins them, the chances of success will immediately increase many times over. John said that he was ready, but if Jasmine refused, then this idea would have to be buried alive. He immediately called her to solve all the necessary problems right on the spot. John was careful in his statements and only slightly hinted that he had one proposal that needed to be discussed. He didn't even have time to really say anything, and Jasmine had already agreed and promised to come, regardless of the result. She didn't even listen to him completely, and although it seemed strange, it still looked quite funny. This is a wonderful opportunity for Jasmine to show him her talents and make a good impression. As soon as she arrived at his apartment, John immediately told them about their strategy. Jasmine was interested from the very beginning and said that she liked everything. Even the minimum number of shares in such a corporation costs a lot of money, so the decision was too easy. She can quickly break her contract with the Parker industry and get right to work. Once all the legal issues were settled, the hunters prepared to act. They set out for their destination, and by evening they were ready to begin implementing their plan. You can see 2 guards near the gate, so to get inside you will have to go through them. John was ready to start a fight, but Jasmine said that there was another option. She showed her ID, which she received while working for the company. This way she could easily get permission to enter and take 2 guests with her. Everything turned out to be too simple, although old-school guys like John and Morales were already preparing to tear the guards to pieces. These guards did not know that a few hours ago, Jasmine broke her contract with the company, and this worked against them. It is at this plant that the materials from the White Dungeon are processed. It looks quite large. The most amazing thing is that the dungeon is located right in this factory, but the gate can appear anywhere. This kind of thing is almost never found anywhere, so this trip will be quite interesting. So far, few people know that Jasmine broke her contract with the company, so she is greeted as a dungeon guard. Thus, they learned that a meeting was currently taking place, in which the son of the Parker family was taking part. This entire plant operates illegally, so they can do whatever they want, and nothing will happen to them for it. There is an important meeting going on in the meeting room, but when you are a rank A hunter, she still directed you. Although the guards tried to stop the hunters, the difference in their levels was too high. Jasmine broke down the doors and ordered Jacob and Luxtine to freeze in place and not move. The strangest thing began next, because inside the room everything was not as expected. Instead of seeing a classic meeting, the hunters witnessed an armed attack. Most of the company representatives were tied up, and apparently the security didn't even know about it. The bandits immediately prepared to attack the unexpected guests and immediately send them to hell. This is a good opportunity for Morales to finally show off her abilities. We have already seen what Jasmine is capable of, but this big bodybuilder is not much inferior to her. Thanks to the wall technique, he easily defended himself from the attack, and at that moment the bandits realized that they were not fighting ordinary guards. They came here to take the dungeon and escape, but their plans were not destined to come true. It seems like Jasmine still considers herself a dungeon guard, so she takes it all personally. Seeing that the situation was out of control, the bandits began to threaten to kill the hostages. This is the only thing they have left. First, Jasmine started negotiations. She said that she didn't care about the hostages and she was not going to defend their lives. John realized that he urgently needed to take the initiative into his own hands, because with such negotiators there would now be even more problems. At first, it was not clear why the bandits were trying to decorate this closet, but only then John realized that this was a dungeon. This means that these bandits are real industrial spies who came here underground. The hostages cried and mooed like cows, trying to get John to save their lives. At that moment, an explosion occurred at the plant, and it was unlikely that Lee had planned it. These are not bandits at all, because an explosion would make their situation even worse. Apparently, this is a monster, and it is not clear how the factory had to be managed in order for a monster from the abyss to appear in it. Soon he will approach here and begin to attack, so the hunters must urgently prepare for battle. Now there is no time to deal with bandits and hostages. All this must be left for later. Meeting liquid slime was not John's plan at all. He wanted to spend the evening a little differently. One drop of his liquid mucus is enough to melt several people, so you need to be careful with him. Having activated her magical power, Jasmine said that she wanted to personally send the slug to the devil. To do this, she wants to call for help. An advanced mana wolf is always ready to help. He started attacking the slug but couldn't even scratch it. Although the monster looks quite funny and even frivolous, in reality it is quite difficult to defeat. Jasmine tried to show that she was not weak at all, even though her attack completely failed. If John had not been next to her, she would have long since melted from the monster's slime. Probably for the first time in recent memory, John lost confidence in his own eyes. The problem is that he has never seen a slug in the abyss, and therefore does not quite understand how exactly to fight against this monster. Perhaps these are the latest machinations of another constellation, which began at the core processing plant. This worm is becoming stronger every second because it is looking out for the energy of the core. He becomes not only stronger, but also larger, and therefore more dangerous. It seems something terrible is about to happen because core factories around the world have just been simultaneously attacked by similar creatures. It is unclear who exactly is behind this special operation, but a well-organized strategy is immediately clear. John plans to act in the classic way, cutting his opponents with a sword until they die. Morales looked at this madman and hoped that he was joking, Perhaps he knew too little about the god of training. You need to get used to the fact that John is different from all other hunters and the earth, primarily in his strength and madness. Having regained his former reserve of confidence, he rushed forward and prepared for battle. Over the next few minutes, very exciting events took place, the witnesses of which were very surprised. Until now, they had only seen such martial arts skills in films, but John managed to bring it into reality. A little later, security finally arrived and they were ready to help, but John explained that the job was done. He managed to deal with the glacier without their help, and now all they can do is clean up the area. In other regions, there is now a fierce struggle, and something needs to be done. The American Port Arthur core plant, the Garyville core plant, and even the Korean Ulsan core plant were all attacked. On television, they tirelessly repeat that everything new and new factories around the world are in danger after being attacked by slugs. Politically, there is no doubt that this is the work of some constellation. Matthias called his friend and asked him to be careful, and also remind him that stock prices are now flying into the abyss. He also doesn't sit in his office and enjoy a cold olive martini. Just like in the good old days, this guy fights huge monsters, although he has long been a pensioner. To defeat slugs, you need to burn them until their regeneration process stops. John explained that she used a different method, cutting the slug until it died, and this is quite original. In any case, as soon as new information arrives, Matthias must call his friend and tell him everything he knows. John believes that Jasmine should immediately return to Korea and help resolve the conflict in this country. He also did not forget about the gate to the dungeon, which is located in an ordinary closet. Even Morales couldn't believe it, but now there is no doubt that even an ordinary closet can be a gateway to the abyss. Because of all these problems, they completely forgot about the hostages, who almost suffocated. These guys thanked the hunters and promised that they would help Morales get shares in the company. John immediately told his friend that this was just a trick, because in fact there was not an ounce of sincerity felt. We must not forget that John is a constellation, and easily recognizes the lies of ordinary mortals. Of course, he won't tell the truth, so he says that this is the basic skill of a martial arts user. In any case, the job is done. We need to get out of here before the worst happens. Dawn came. All these events on the territory of the Parker Group plant took too much time. The hunters were in such a hurry that they completely forgot to untie the hostages' hands, but there's nothing wrong with that. After the deed was done, John decided to meet with old friends from the Constellation Union. It had been a long time since he had personally appeared before Lily and the kitten of lava and magma. Recently, there has been a lot of commotion among the constellations. Now there is a reward on the head of the constellation that caused all this chaos on Earth. This involves breaking an agreement and is a great opportunity to earn soul stones. John can not only fix the problem, but also make easy money, although it will take a lot of work. Lily said that this is no longer necessary. The constellations participating in the agreement continuously challenge him to the battle of the constellations. Of course, he can refuse these offers, but by constantly avoiding battle, he risks losing his chance to stay on Earth. All this time, John wanted to personally deal with this constellation, but apparently everything is not going quite according to his plan. Sometimes he realizes that he is too reckless a constellation. There were so many moments in his life when he risked his life and did something absurd, but still won. Victory at any cost has always been the rule for his life, and he is not going to change himself. John understands that there is some kind of constellation conspiracy, and this mystery needs to be unraveled. He had not been in the abyss for a long time and had completely forgotten what it was like to feel weightless space. Now everyone around is talking about slugs on the ground. This topic has become mainstream. The goddess of Libra decided to request a meeting with her old friend, and perhaps something is known. John decided to immediately go to her territory and conduct urgent negotiations. Lately, this lady has changed, and now she is blooming and smelling like her planet again. Even her former servants returned to her, but also, of course, the warrior Ada Quaniel, who returned after 1,000 years of searching for John. She has had time to rest and is ready for a new battle of the constellations. And now the goddess of Libra cannot be afraid to take on challenges. She lost everything due to the absence of her best warrior, but those days are behind her now. The goddess of Scales also said that the avatar of the god of training will fight next to Ada. Apparently the goddess still wants to get him under her control, although she is trying in every possible way to hide her intentions. In the goddess's garden, you can again see flowering trees and herbs. It is there that the guy from the abyss awaits to meet. Before our eyes, a legendary and long-awaited meeting takes place between John and Ada Quaniel. This girl should kill him because she lost hundreds of thousands of years of her life searching for this asshole. Even the goddess of laziness has not seen such strong avatars for a long time. Probably many other constellations are trying to take hell under their control. John immediately tensed, as if he felt a force that was not inferior to him. A little later, the goddess of Scales appeared. She had not looked so impressive since their first meeting. Not the same as before, but still the powerful existential power of the goddess is incredibly attractive. John guessed that he was called because of the formless comprehender who attacked the factories of the earth. Now all the constellations are hunting for him, but not many risk challenging him to battle, because little is known about him. The reward offered is quite substantial, and that is why the Libra goddess plans to challenge him. She suggests holding hands to join forces and participate in the battle of the constellations together. The kitten says that it could be a trap, but it seems that the goddess is slightly underestimated. It's not her style to deceive, so John told her that his constellation would allow him to participate in this battle. They shook hands, and there was global relief, at least for the Libra goddess. A little later, she said that they were waiting for something called SSL, that is, a sport in which hunters fight 6 on 6. This is a type of constellation battle, but John is not at all familiar with such competitions. He has not been on Earth for over 30 years, so it is not surprising that he missed all these changes. To begin with, it is better to take part in a training match in order to better prepare for the fight. The goddess of scales explained everything to her friend and persuaded him to participate. John immediately noticed that beautiful buildings and strong servants had been added to its territory. Now this planet is different from the last time it was here, and this cannot but make you smile. The training match is to prepare John for the Battle of the Constellations. It's probably hard to imagine a better sparring partner than Ada Quaniel. Ada instantly approached John and said what she wanted to say before, that she was very happy to finally meet him. She truly dreamed of meeting him all these long years spent in the abyss. During all this time, she visited countless galaxies and constellations, and continued her search no matter what. Now they have finally met, and they can even have a practice match. In the Battle of Servants, the strength of the participants is greatly limited and not all skills are allowed. The training field is divided by 3 lines. Restrictions will be removed step by step after killing monsters and increasing the level. After increasing your characteristics in this way, the time will come to attack your opponent's base. The first team to destroy the Constellation Sanctuary will automatically win. John must choose the skills he will use and start doing what he does best, destroying everything around him. After a while, he declared that he was ready to start the practice match, and his internal energy dropped sharply. Now, undying regeneration works much worse, and there is no way to use the Great Absorption technique. It feels like he has once again become the low-level hunter he was before falling into the abyss. Now he is in the top lane and getting ready to start. This new experience can teach him a lot. Ada wanted to give him some advice, but since it was just a practice match, maybe that wasn't necessary. John loves to progress through his own mistakes, and no one can take that right away from him. The first monsters he will have to face are ghouls. These are rather weak opponents that can be destroyed even without the bulk of your forces. By killing them, John raises his level, but most importantly, during the battle, do not forget to preserve your internal energy. There is no point in wasting your skills on weak zombies. They are left on martial arts. Thus, I discovered some characteristics and increased my internal energy. At the last moment, it turned out that he had not destroyed all his opponents, and had completely forgotten about the last of them. John was taken by surprise, but at that moment an unknown force intervened. Before he could turn around and defend himself from the attack, John was saved by the crystal's energy. For some time, he tried to understand what happened and still did not find all these answers. All this time it seemed to him that it was just a street lamp. But apparently this lamp turned out to be very useful. Now you need to not lose concentration and continue to act in the same spirit, and success will not be long in coming. With each new victory, his internal energy continued to grow, as well as the unfading effect of regeneration. Meanwhile, not only he was busy clearing the area, other avatars of the Libra goddess were also not far behind. Instead of using martial arts, they relied on their knowledge of magic. Even despite the weakening of the characteristics, light spells are enough to defeat the ghouls. John's rivals believe that it will be quite easy to defeat him because he is only human and will not be able to hold out for long. We have already seen more than once what happens when opponents underestimate this guy. Their faces instantly turn to mush, and by the time they realize his true power, it's too late to ask for forgiveness. For John, all these victories are just an easy way to gain experience points. He does his job very well and will not stop until he defeats everyone around him. After a warrior dies in the training arena, he immediately has the right to be reborn again. Of course, it would be stupid to die during training, so the goddess of the scales foresaw everything. Now, the avatars of this territory are not entirely sure that John is just a beginner. Apparently, he definitely knows something. The invincible god of training perfectly combined battles with avatars, along with the destruction of monsters. In parallel with this, Ada Quaniel always tried to maintain communication with him and control his condition using magic. All this must be done taking into account that this is John's first time taking part in the Battle of the Servants, and therefore his progress needs to be monitored. John said that he had just killed an unknown angel, and now continues to clear out zombies. It will be great if he continues in the same spirit, although of course something less significant was expected of him. Angels are not always kind creatures. Sometimes they are very vindictive and can thirst for bloody revenge. This guy with wings decided to return in order to avenge his defeat. Apparently, he doesn't understand that this time he might be left without arms and legs. This is called short-sightedness. If he so badly wants to test the strength of the guy from the abyss once again, then he can easily give him such an opportunity. Thanks to his victories over the zombies, John regained some of his characteristics, and now looks like an abyss Terminator. The angel quickly realized that he had no chance in close combat against the martial artist, so he decided to lure him into a trap. A magical speed reduction trap will help limit his movement, just step on it. The angel has already begun to celebrate his future victory, anticipating sweet retribution. Apparently, he jumped to conclusions again, because instead of foolishly provoking an opponent, you need to learn to control your emotions. As stated earlier, John has unlocked some of his skills and can now use the Skyfinger. Until recently, he fought only using martial arts skills, but now he has again reached a new level. Ranged attacks can be considered cheating, especially when combined with incredible skills. Let's move to the middle line of the training arena, to the Tower of Enemy Angels. These angels are also involved in the prosthesis of clearing the territory from zombies, and so far they are doing it successfully. The situation was completely under control until another angel flew to them from an unknown direction. All this time he was supposed to be on the top lane and compete with a newcomer, but apparently something went wrong. John decided to come personally and answer all the questions because he no longer wants to waste his energy on zombie battles. The top lane has been completely taken over, and now he is ready to stage a carnival on another level of the arena. The angels did not at all expect to see a person with such potential for internal energy. His progress made them feel fear. From the very beginning of his journey, John neglected negotiations, he preferred a fight, and then tried to settle the conflict with words. It's always easier to come to an agreement. It's your opponent who has a broken nose and knocked out teeth. These are the rules he followed all his life. At the last moment, when it seemed that John would destroy all his rivals, a system window appeared. He was informed that the practice match had ended with the consent of both parties, and they would soon be teleported out of the arena. As soon as this happened, John immediately met again with Ada, who had been monitoring his progress all this time. It turned out that the formless comprehender, piercing everything, gave up, and very unexpectedly. They've just started training, and even Ada admits that something like this doesn't usually happen. Perhaps some cunning plan of the goddess is involved here, or perhaps just a banal coincidence. It also turns out that the formless comprehender is requesting a meeting, as if trying to explain what happened. It is completely unclear what this slug is up to, but no matter what happens, John will be ready to smear and destroy him. The kitten suggested that this might be an attempt to negotiate due to the feeling of being squeezed into a corner. John decided not to waste time on meaningless thoughts and moved forward to negotiations. He did not go on his own, but together with the goddess of the scales, who was a little surprised. The fact is that she was expecting negotiations with the invincible god of training, but it turned out that the constellation sent its avatar in its place. John explained this to those who know that there is real trust between him and the constellation, and such situations are the norm for them. The formless comprehender who pierces everything also appeared and immediately greeted both constellations. John is not going to show respect to the evil constellations and leave them alive just because they gave up. This slug caused a lot of damage to the planet, but he says that he had no choice because he wanted to contact the Earth's constellations. He wasn't the only one who planned this whole cunning plan. The collector of noble crowns helped him all this time. It turns out that this slug was framed quite heavily, and now he is considered the only one to blame for what happened. He was so upset by the understanding of his own situation that he could no longer hide his tears. Other constellations even refused to talk to him, so the slug can only beg for mercy and help. Of course he seems a little stupid, but if he helps, John can finally take revenge on the terrible collector and it will be perfect. He decided to help the slug, even though all the other constellations dissuaded him from this decision. They were sure that this could lead to big problems, such as a competition in the battle of the collector's constellations. John reassured his comrades and said that they were going to participate in other people's battles. Apparently, he had a completely different plan. He is going to ask one familiar kitten for help, who will never refuse him. Apparently, the kitten of lava and magma did not expect such a plot twist at all, but when you are friends with John, you need to be prepared for anything. The rank of the invincible god of training is constantly increasing. Soon he will be able to challenge the strongest constellation. And the main thing is not to forget that a quick ascent to Olympus can end in a monstrous fall, so you need to maintain balance. For now, it's better to take a break and look at your own territories, which have long been unattended by the owner. Apparently a lot has changed here. The orcs finally got the opportunity to breed pets, and something interesting came out of it. John didn't expect to see birds here, he just brought a few chickens, but apparently they have evolved. He also met the guardian king of the heavenly pagoda, who immediately greeted his master. These territories have changed greatly, but the golem assures that he has nothing to do with this. Most of the work was done by the orcs. They are the ones responsible for this progress. Apparently it is very difficult to believe that the orcs turned out to be a skilled agricultural tribe, but it is true. When they saw that their master had returned, they immediately rejoiced and headed towards him. The owner of the territory immediately noted that they had done a great job and thanked them for the results. He is very surprised that chickens and cows have turned into such large and strong creatures. John planned to cook something tasty out of them, but thought that the orcs would be too upset about this. Apparently, he underestimated their bloodthirstiness because these guys had long dreamed of killing several cows and chickens. Now they have received official permission from their owner and can arrange a real bacchanalia in this territory. For a long time, they raised all these animals, and now they will be able to enjoy delicious food. Within a short period of time, several cows were eaten after being roasted over the fire. The orcs were satisfied, although of course now they will have to start the farming process all over again. John noticed that something strange began to happen to the orcs. They glow with blue flame and demonstrate their strong muscles. Now much more energy comes from them than before, and the nature of this phenomenon is not entirely clear. Apparently, thanks to the influence of their master, they became stronger while they worked and ate delicious food. At this moment, John was contacted by a traveling merchant selling destinies. He wants to meet the god of training again. He has already heard about John's victory in the Battle of the Constellations and wants to celebrate this success. To do this, he sells Advanced Chaos, a box of buildings that costs a little more than John currently has. It's high time for him to start defending his territory, so it's time to purchase a new building. I had to demand a small discount, otherwise the purchase would have been impossible. The tramps and the merchant are unhappy that John is constantly trying to reduce prices. He acts like a fraudster and does not allow the entrepreneur to earn money. He reminded him that it was a traveling merchant who offered him goods, appearing out of nowhere, so he must be interested in the deal. Next time such excuses will not work, but today beautiful words were again enough for success. John gave away all his money that he received for the last successful battles. The box looks quite ominous. It feels like our hero was too hasty with the purchase. The wandering merchant himself imposed this product, so it may turn out that there is nothing valuable there, and this is just a scam. Chaos began to flow out of the chest. John felt that his fate was being decided right at that moment. The barrier of the Great Warrior has appeared, which protects from the storms of the abyss and grants strength with a bow. The Great Warrior's barrier can be passed on as a skill to his followers, an incredibly valuable prize. In the abyss, such barriers are considered real jewels, because they protect territories from dangers. After matters in the abyss were resolved, John happily returned to Earth and arrived at the mansion of the dragon Mateus. The price of kernels has been growing non-stop for several days in a row. This can be called true bliss. On the other hand, the stock prices of the Dragon Industry Company have dropped noticeably due to the slug attack, and this is hurting Mateus. John said that now the slug is in an even worse situation, so he is sufficiently punished for his sins on Earth. John also deliberately forgot to mention that he helps the slug a little and uses it for his own personal purposes. We remember that a plan quickly matured in his head about exactly how to act against the collector's constellation. He suggested that the kitten spread various rumors, and the little constellation did not really like this idea. The sudden attack on the core factory also caused damage to many constellations, including the demon god constellation. If rumors spread that a collector is behind all this, his position will quickly be shaken. Sounds like a good plan, but the kitten doesn't understand why he has to spread all these false rumors. Apparently, he doesn't understand that he is a true gossip expert, although he obviously won't deny it. Now the collector will have a lot of problems. John can only wait and enjoy revenge. There was breaking news on TV that high-ranking hunter Joseph Grant would be participating in the Abyssal Gate raid. This news shocked Matthias, although for John it means little. Apparently, he does not quite understand what is happening. He returned from the Abyss only recently, and has not yet had time to fully understand all the news of the modern world. The hunters decided to listen to the press conference and find out all the details of the news. Joseph believes that humanity has been controlled by the constellations of the Abyss for too long, and it is time to put an end to this. They are constantly attacked by monsters, and the cause of these cataclysms lies in the gates of the Abyss. Due to constant fear, people avoided the truth in all available ways, but now the hunters must fulfill their duty and restore justice. High-ranking hunter Joseph Grant officially declares that he will go to the gates of the Abyss and end the oppression of humanity. Of course, he understands that he cannot do this alone, so he needs help from other hunters. He is ready to take high-ranking warriors with him and fight for all the people on Earth. If the hunters who listen to this message feel a sense of duty to humanity, then they must answer its call. Now, it doesn't matter what wound the hunter is, the main thing is to free the Earth from tyranny and total evil. The speech about the legendary hunter made a great impression on people around the world. I haven't heard anything more inspiring for a long time. It's worth admitting that this guy is an excellent speaker. Mateus did not hide the fact that he had been thinking about something similar for a long time, but there were always problems that interfered with his plan. The costs are astronomical. Civilian technicians will need to be hired to install major facilities without people to guard them. When you start seriously planning this special operation, you realize that there are a huge number of problems. Joseph is also not going to think about potential victims. Rather, on the contrary, he will use them as bait to achieve his goals. Matthias believes that it is better not to get involved in this idea, but apparently John is no longer listening to him at all. He understands that Joseph is a vile and unpleasant person, but his success will be useful to all of humanity. If he tries to do something bad, John will immediately restore justice, like a true hero. The Dragon Industry Company will show its best side. All that remains is to count the profit due to the growth of shares. Joseph Grant has always been like this. Personal goals and ambitions come first for him, and apparently now he is very confident in his plans. He is not one of those who would risk his reputation for the sake of an adventure, and this confidence must have its reasons. Joseph Grant, immediately after his press conference, which caused a lot of noise, found himself at the headquarters of the Parker Group. There he was greeted with applause and thanked for his excellent work as a national hero. Only some countries remained dissatisfied, but this is not considered important because no one wants foreign hunters. Joseph wants ordinary warriors to join his raid and distract the enemies. While they are busy with this dirty work, his master, the Gene, must take care of supporting this iron-blooded man and will carry out his plans. He learned the dungeon raid plan from the Constellation, and no investor would miss this opportunity, especially Alex Parker. If something valuable is found during a raid, investors can immediately gain access to these artifacts. Jake Parker, the son of the head of the corporation, must support this plan. He should not think that this is some kind of ordinary raid, because this cleansing will go down in history. While this raid continues, Alex will begin planning his next actions regarding the land. Let's move to the gates of the Abyss, to the leadership headquarters, where John is already located. He arrived quite recently and came not alone, but with the Huashan clan of hunters. The martial artist warned them that they might not return from the Abyss, so everyone must make a difficult decision for themselves. The hunters stated that they are not afraid of obstacles on their way and are ready to follow John even to the ends of the world. They are not afraid of adversity, and they are not going to look back, but will only go forward. It's always nice to have such brave soldiers at your disposal, soldiers who are ready to give their lives for the sake of the captain. Thus, they set off to conquer the Abyss, although for John this is something ordinary. In the first territory of the Abyss, humanity has already managed to establish logistics and prepare everything necessary. John noticed that his soldiers were surprised and worried, but asked them to maintain control over their own minds. Since they trusted him and followed him, he will do everything possible to protect them from mortal danger. If you look closely, you will notice that a Dragon Industry raid base was built here for the Icarus clan. The entire Huashan sect must gather in the training room and begin to make progress. There was also something to see at the command base of the American expedition. This is where Joseph is now, and everyone around him wants to know from him, when will the raid begin? He asked to tell all the hunters that the time has not come yet, and they need to wait a little, whatever that means. There are many more hunters gathered in the Abyss than expected. It will be difficult to control them, and it is better to give them the opportunity to act on their own. Then they will be able to start destroying the orcs in the surrounding area and remove all obstacles from the main path. Joseph Grant is already looking forward to his appearance and hopes that he will not have to wait long. Meanwhile, preparations for future battles were also carried out at the Dragon Industry. John saw that hunters from other countries were performing better than he thought, but when his team was next to him, he didn't have to worry about success. They all want to find useful artifacts, but it is unlikely that this will be easy for Lee to do in the territory of the orcs. For now, John suggests staying put and watching. He wants to wait for something special. There is no need to doubt that he has a clear plan of action, although he mainly acts intuitively. Even before setting off on the expedition, he had a serious conversation with Matthias. The dragon explained that their only plan was to secretly observe what Joseph was doing and then use it against him. Although this is a bit of a sneaky strategy, this way you can reduce the number of victims, and this is the main thing. That is why now he asks his comrades not to rush and stay in place. They must not lose their cool mind. If there is news about the Korean expedition, John wants to know about it first. As soon as he said this, a loud alarm immediately sounded. It looks like the monsters have united, but that's not all because it feels like there's a whole army of monsters there. Now you can no longer sit in a safe place and just watch. It's time to prepare for battle. In times like these, people must help each other, even in the face of danger, even in the face of the risk of death. Meanwhile, the orcs were approaching the hunters, who did not at all expect that monsters could combine forces for the common good. This took many by surprise. Now they will understand that being in the abyss cannot be compared with clearing an ordinary dungeon. It was forbidden to retreat back. The hunters were told to stand still and not let anyone through. First, they must activate defense magic, because if they protect the base, then the whole plan will fail in the first days. Now the main thing is to withstand the first influx of monsters. If you manage to fight off, then it will become easier in the future. Soon John appeared. He said that the Huashan sect would support the system. The opponents have a number of warriors on their side, but they are too weak to break through the defense of experienced warriors. John is ready to take the initiative and solve the problem with the leader of the enemy army. They tried to stop him and said that the only way to fight was by joining forces, but he didn't listen to anyone. This guy is used to acting according to personal beliefs and is not going to listen to anyone's orders. It seemed completely crazy, but for a person who survived in the abyss, this is just morning exercise. There is no point in stalling for time. It is better to immediately rush into the attack and show the spankings who is in charge. If they think that they can easily unite and destroy the human base, then they are very much mistaken. He came here with one purpose: to find out where the leader of the orcs is. If they don't tell him this, they will regret it very much. Apparently, the orcs are not exactly talkative. Perhaps something will change after using the celestial finger technique. Even if this is not enough, the sword will quickly make these nasty guys groan in pain. John masterfully destroyed his opponents by moving in a zigzag in order to avoid dangerous attacks. The warrior of madness and blood was impressed by how John destroyed his own army, and even came to see it with his own eyes. Now it has become clear that this territory belongs to a strong constellation, and this is quite bad news. John thought that now he would finish with the orcs and be able to move on to the constellation, but suddenly, something terrible appeared. This huge orc came to protect his brothers, and he does not intend to tolerate humiliation from the human race. Apparently, he is the local leader of the army, which means that defeating him is now a key task. For a professional Sicario like John, taking down an orc is not an impossible task. His sword easily cuts any monster into pieces, and martial arts will always help in close combat. As soon as the orcs saw that their leader had died, they immediately lost their fighting friend, and I had no choice but to run and leave behind me a whole crowd of dead. All that remains is to clear the outskirts of the base, but this should not be a problem for the other hunters. John decided to move forward and look at another territory that had interested him for a long time. The Korean base was attacked, as was the American Association zone. Korean hunters do not know fear. They are trying in every possible way to stop the invasion and clear the territory. Almost all warriors take their cues from a high-ranking hunter named Kwan, who is considered the leader of the expedition. He had already killed more than 100 orcs, but even this was not enough to end the battle. Now there is absolutely no time for rest, and also in no case should you allow yourself to lose concentration. Kwan has long reached A. He is an experienced and skillful hunter who knows how to behave in critical situations. Now it's his turn to face the giant orc who is leading the attack on the Korean base. It's easy to guess that in front of him is a leader who is definitely stronger than the other monsters. This leader was ready to strike a crushing blow, but at the last moment he was stopped by the enemy's sword. No, this sword did not belong to Kwan. It turned out that John managed to come to the aid of his fellow countrymen in time. It was he who became close to the leader of the orcs, and with a precise blow of his sword sent him towards his ancestors. The invincible god of training immediately explained that he had come to help, and was ready to offer all his efforts to clear the territory. Kwan told his warriors that John had already killed the leader of the orcs, so they needed to seize the initiative and finish off their demoralized opponent. This immediately delighted the hunters in Korea, who even began to worry about the outcome of this confrontation. After a few hours, the orc attack was suppressed, leaving no one still trying to capture the base. Kwan personally thanked his savior and admitted that, without his help, it would have been difficult for them to cope. Having looked more closely at this guy, John recognized his name, or rather remembered fragments of the past. In the past, Kwan was part of the SSL team in Korea. Once upon a time, he was a rather weak hunter, but then he achieved unprecedented progress. The Korean base looks very damaged, but there is no doubt that specialists will quickly return the situation to normal. One of the assistants ran up to his captain and said that they had problems. It turned out that the gates of the abyss that connect this territory to the earth are now completely blocked. No one can return home. A strong energy field does not allow them to pass through the portal. It is not entirely clear how this happened, but every action must have a logical explanation. Apparently, while the orcs were attacking the hunters, several of them secretly entered here and cast a spell on the gate. Their unexpected ambush was part of a planned attack. It must be admitted that they acted very wisely. John can't believe that orcs can use magic so well. He needs the help of the goddess of laziness to figure out this situation. She explained that the blocking was only temporary, and most likely a warrior of blood and madness was involved in this tree. All this time it turned out that the warrior was just an ordinary fanatic, obsessed with battles, but he turned out to be a brilliant strategist. John can try to break through using his strength, but the result is too unpredictable. Now we need to try to defeat the caster or try to bring out the constellation of the warrior from this territory. This should definitely work for the territory. Jonah decided to return to base for a while and remotely keep contact with the Korean hunters. His friends were shocked to somehow find out that the gate was blocked because this is not a minor problem at all. Very quickly, they will run out of food and water, and then panic will be inevitable. John asked not to worry. As a true leader, he is ready to take responsibility and not allow his comrades to starve. Having opened the portal, he immediately organized the supply of a large amount of provisions, so the problem of survival was solved in the shortest possible time. Cooking has always been his hobby, so he is happy to help his friends. After this, He ordered the base to be immediately repaired, and also to invite the hunters of Korea here so that they could replenish their supplies of provisions. The Korean squad suffered the most from the attack. They are all fighting on the same side, so they must help each other. John also immediately warned all Americans not to even think about offending the Koreans. If this happens, he will perceive it as disrespect for himself personally, and then retribution will immediately occur. This phrase alone was enough for everyone around to understand that there could be no discrimination here. Thus, within a few minutes, hunters in Korea were accepted by the dragon industry as national heroes. They were asked not to be shy, but to take everything they needed and replenish their supplies of food and water. They even had kimchi fried rice specially packaged for consumption in the dungeon. The Korean hunters were pleasantly surprised and thanked the Americans for the warm welcome. They didn't understand why they were received so well, but they tried not to think about it. Kwon was surprised how well everything was organized here. Now it's clear why they easily accept hunters from other countries. Soon, Kwon approached something similar at the training center. Such a spacious area cannot be found at the Korean base. Apparently, this is John's personal wish. Kwon again thanked his savior and said that without his support, they would not have been able to survive. This was a good opportunity to invite Kwon to train together, but this guy's answer was very surprising. He said that he practically does not attend training because he already considers himself strong enough. John always wondered why the Chongsik clan constantly failed and received a lot of criticism. Apparently, all this happened because of people like this, who believe that they don't have to train. John grabbed his guest and said that the hellish training was about to begin, and would only end with his permission. Kwon tried to apologize for his long tongue, but it was too late. It's worth returning to the American base for a while, because that's where the most interesting things happen. Joseph is the main organizer of the expedition, as well as the main traitor to the human race. He has already learned that orcs are very cunning, act intelligently, and show good teamwork. At this rate, people will very quickly run out of provisions, but we cannot be distracted from the main plans. The order was given to immediately contact a detachment from each country and inform them of the difficult situation. Every warrior must begin preparing for the final attack on the orcs. The fun is about to begin. If hunters from other countries follow all the orders of the Americans, they will receive an additional portion of food and water, which is almost gone. It doesn't matter at all that there are not enough provisions even for the American base. The main thing is to reduce the number of hungry mouths. Low-ranking hunters and civilians must die in battle, and then the treaty can even be broken. Now it is necessary to make tough decisions, to explore the only important goal of the expedition. As long as there is at least one living hunter left, they must do everything to win favor in the center of the orc territory. Meanwhile, the training session between John and his Korean counterpart has just ended. Apparently, Kwon really thought that his opponent would stand and wait for a magical attack to land on him. He did not understand at all that he had to learn to force his opponent to open up and keep him under his control. Apparently, this guy has no experience in one-on-one fights at all. He will have to train every day after returning to Earth. Kwon was already ready to commit suicide, but at that moment Elizabeth intervened, who told about urgent information from the American base. She was surprised and tried to understand what was happening here, but no one explained anything to her. Soon, John learned about what happened at the American base and was very surprised. To get supplies from them, you will have to join the final attack and unquestioningly follow Joseph's orders. Apparently, this hunter underestimates some of the participants in this expedition. It's hard to even imagine that someone dared to treat John like a non-entity, and to do it quite openly. John said that they had a convincing answer to such a proposal, and asked Elizabeth to remember his words. Soon the American base will receive a response from Hunter John and the entire team of the Icarus clan. Most of the expedition participants, from different countries, accepted the offer. They had no choice because they had suffered so much that they accepted the offer almost immediately. Even the European hunters, Ben and Adeline, agreed to participate in this final attack. The only people left are the hunters of Korea and the dragon industry, as well as China, which is quite closed, so no one expects a positive answer. At this moment, one of the assistants returned and told the other participants about the answer. He conveyed the words to John, who agreed to join the final attack, but refused to listen to Hu's orders. His team has a sufficient amount of provisions, so it is not ready to follow the lead of others. If Joseph wants to follow John, then he can show mercy and give Joseph the opportunity. It immediately became clear that they prepared well thanks to their sponsors. Nothing will change if a few hunters refuse to join, so Joseph remains calm. Once everyone else has gathered, the final attack will begin and no one will be able to stop him. Meanwhile, John and his team moved towards the orc camp, where the final battle would take place. He saw that there were quite a large number of hunters, but it was immediately clear that they looked depressed and broken. In this state, it is almost impossible to fight monsters, of which there are much more. Icarus and the Huashan sect had completed their preparations, as well as the Korean expedition team. John is pleased with the help of his comrades, still thoughtful, and tries to fully understand what is happening. He hopes that the reconnaissance will reveal something new, but perhaps right now, everything will become clearer. A loud sound was heard from the great fortress, which meant that the Expedition Alliance had begun the operation. Apparently, this is a bait-and-switch strategy, with low-ranking hunters forming the vanguard and luring the orcs. Once the orcs are surrounded, everyone else will attack and destroy them in a short period of time. That's the plan. Elizabeth immediately guessed that with such a strategy, most of the vanguard hunters would die, because it was very risky. John believes that this is their own choice, and given the weakness of the orcs, it may work. The only thing that haunts me is the silence of the orcs, despite the fact that their gates were attacked. It feels like there is no one inside, and this is all again a cunning plan of monsters. The great orc warrior Katal is pleased with what is happening. Everything is happening exactly as the owner told him. Now you can take advantage of your opportunity and destroy all human warriors. People dared to desecrate this land and they don't deserve to be here anymore. They were sure that they had surrounded the territory of the orcs and would lure them towards themselves, but it turned out that the orcs attacked from a completely different direction. People again thought that they were the smartest creatures in the galaxy, and such mistakes cost them too much. The warrior constellation watched the battle. It was fascinating and pleased and impressive. People didn't even realize that orcs could understand the situation and act more intelligently. The warrior of blood and madness is pleased with the result. All that remains is to take the last step on the path to success. The more people die in this battle, the stronger he becomes, and the more his power increases. It seemed to him that he was completely in control of the situation, but soon a completely unexpected squad of hunters appeared. These are not only trained professionals in their field, but also the same guy who always causes a lot of problems. Retreating in such a situation would be the right decision, and John understood this. But he also understood perfectly well that if he and his people retreated, then all these hunters would be brutally killed by the orcs. Once the human army becomes smaller, it will eventually become more difficult to fight the monsters. John chose an interesting strategy and decided to bypass the battlefield because he needed to storm the house while it was empty. He learned this truth from ancient times when he read the book The Art of War by Sun Tzu. Hunters start to panic when things don't go according to plan. This is the basis of human psychology. They understand that if they screw up, not only will they not receive supplies, but they will also be forced to pay compensation for violating the contract. They definitely need to destroy at least the gates of the fortress, but for now even this is becoming a problem. Soon John arrived with his team, and the hunters immediately felt the spirit of a strong leader. They don't understand who he really is, but soon this guy will lead them. But he asked the hunters to rest and promised to take charge of breaking through the barrier. Heavenly Strike is always ready to come to the rescue at the most crucial moment, and now is the ideal opportunity for this skill. Destroying a barrier with one blow is something incredible, but for John this is nothing unusual. Now you need to destroy the gate and quickly break through, compared to the barrier. This should no longer be a difficult task. Of course, the other part of the hunters is at risk of dying, but John is going to take on this problem. The battle on the other side of the orc castle was gaining momentum, and it was becoming more and more difficult for the hunters. Now even Joseph is taking part in this massacre, because he understands that without his help, everything will fail. He doesn't know how the stupid orcs were able to guess human plans, but now it's too late to try to find the culprits. He understands that the best option would be to retreat, but the base is too far away, which means that they will die if they retreat. Joseph is trying to understand what exactly he needs to do at this critical moment, and thoughts stubbornly refuse to come to his mind. Meanwhile, on the large orc fortress, the silhouette of a man appeared, which Lee could barely notice from a long distance. This man loudly declared that the great fortress had been taken and used his existential power. It was John, and he said that all hunters who want to live should quickly run to the fortress. Joseph could not understand who this guy was, how he got there, and how he managed to take the fortress. All the orcs are shocked by the conquest of the great fortress, and now the people have a chance again. Kettle ordered his soldiers to immediately kill people, and only then think about returning the fortress. Everyone around expected decisive action from Joseph, and he decided to immediately abandon the battle. The best option would be to retreat to the great fortress before the orcs can completely destroy them. Thus, people were able to survive, and all this thanks to the active actions of John. He met Joseph for the first time, and their first meeting turned out to be just that chaotic. It was clear that these guys did not like each other, and perhaps this would soon result in a full-fledged conflict. John plans to assign a region to each country, and everyone will be able to defend their territory. John does not want to continue to maintain control over the fortress, because he believes that there is no point in this. However, he needs something from Joseph, and he is going to speak out about it right now. He had already talked to the hunters from the vanguard, and understood the reason why they were risking their lives. They were threatened with astronomical fines, as well as total hunger. In simple words, they were blackmailed. John is not going to delve into his dirty laundry, but if he feels deceived in his direction, he will immediately throw Joseph out of this fortress into the hands of the orcs. After he made this harsh remark, he immediately ordered all the other hunters to go to their places. He understands that this is a difficult time, but now they have absolutely no time to rest. The ground began to shake, but it was unlikely to be an earthquake. Only after taking a closer look did people realize that the orcs were approaching again. They decided to attack with everything they had. A massive attack promises serious problems. The hunters did not have time to rest or even eat. Now they are exhausted and do not feel confident. They need to take decisive steps. Realizing that without food they could not fight, John decided to again resort to his signature dishes. Everyone can take a small portion of food because John made a large number of rice balls just in case. It's just a hobby for him, but sometimes a hobby can save a life, just like this. These balls have special rice that restores mana. He's already said that hunters should help each other, and continues to act according to his rules. These guys simply have no chance not to fall in love with him and not recognize him as their idol. Only Joseph thinks this guy is Satan, who is trying to appear holy and win the hearts of his followers. He easily lured people to his side, but even this can be used for personal gain. While all the hunters' attention is focused on John, Joseph can get closer to Ben and Adeline, with whom he has already made a deal. In this way, they will be able to carry out the plan and the general of Blood and Steel, disturbing the battlefield that he has in mind. The orc army was getting closer and closer to its own fortress, which was lost due to the power of one hunter. Due to the constant attacks of the orcs, the barrier began to fall. Its effectiveness decreased significantly. The hunters prepared to use magic and defend themselves. A clash becomes inevitable. All magicians must come forward and help each other, just as Hunter John spoke about it. If these orcs get into the fortress, then everything will be over, so now is the time to sacrifice yourself for the common good. The invincible training master watched all this from afar, along with Elizabeth Gutierrez. Orcs view humans as cornered rats, and therefore have a psychological advantage. These monsters move too coordinated. This is impossible without clear instructions from above. John has no doubt that behind all this is a warrior of madness and blood, and it is he who is responsible for all the problems of the hunters. It is not difficult to guess where the boss is located, who receives instructions from the warrior constellation. He is going to personally go there and destroy the connection with the constellation, and then the orcs will lose their power. John is not going to take with him useless hunters who will only burden his path. Sometimes they do completely unexpected things that can lead to trouble. The great leader of the orcs, Gore, enjoyed his vacation and expected a quick victory. He constantly receives instructions from his master, and therefore has no doubt about the success of the mission. As soon as people give up and get tired, he will immediately rush into the fortress and smash their heads. The warrior of sweat and blood is pleased that he made Horus the leader of the orcs. This monster is a pleasure to deal with. He knows how not only to properly lead his army, but also to unquestioningly carry out all orders. This time, the impudent people must be defeated. The warrior has waited too long for such opportunities. Meanwhile, it turned out that a small team of hunters also decided to sneak into the orcs' lair. They are led by Joseph Grant, but he did not come alone, but took with him very serious reinforcements. Along with him are high-ranking hunters, Adeline Bona from France, as well as Ben Nahart from Germany. As soon as Joseph gives the signal, Adeline must attack the orc boss's guards with her magnificent long-range magic. After this, Ben, who is a master of close combat, will take over the matter and must delay Horus. At the very end, Joseph will intervene in the battle and use an artifact that has an instant killing effect. This artifact was received from the owner, and makes it possible to use it from extinction to suck the life out of an opponent. One blow will be enough because this dagger is as strong as the cloaks received from the owner. The cloak's stealth skill is amazing. Thanks to it, you can easily overcome the path and remain unnoticed. The owner said that this artifact cannot be revealed if there is no constellation nearby, so everything must go perfectly. Orc is definitely not a constellation, which means they can doubt the success of the plan. When Ben says that there is not a single constellation in this world, he has no idea how wrong he is. John listened to their plans and immediately remembered the Mateus plan, which was apparently doomed to failure. John did not expect this even in his dreams, which means that he will again have to improvise and trust his intuition. Joseph reminded that you need to be very careful with the orc because he received the blessing of the constellation. If they fail to get close to him, he will immediately tighten his guard, and then there will be no chance to try again. The operation must be successful on the first try, so there must be no negligence. Adeline prepared to carry out her part of the plan, her magic always ready to show what it can do. Orcs who do not take part in the battle are too relaxed in their territory, and now this can be taken advantage of. They do not understand at all what is happening, and at such moments, the panic immediately intensifies and covers everything around them. Horus guessed that the human detachment attacked them without warning, but it was already too late. Ben prepared to carry out his mission and use his rocket dash skill to do this. He must hold off the huge orc and wait for the help of his partner. Probably for the first time, Ben met such a strong opponent, but Gore was also unlucky. They both deserve each other, and now each is trying to prove to the other that he is the strongest. Apparently, the big monster took the initiative and his huge biceps showed their potential. He easily fends off attacks from a high-ranking hunter, even despite the use of a buff. It was at this moment that Joseph came to the rescue and prepared to use the artifact. He has been waiting for his finest hour for a long time, and now get ready to shine like the brightest star. His blow hit the target, and Horus's strength immediately began to drain. He fell to his knees and could no longer resist. The poison entered his body, and now all he could do was wait. Meanwhile, the warrior saw that the blade was covered with a disgusting existential force. He immediately guessed who was behind all this evil plan: the Constellation General of Blood and Steel. In the entire abyss, it is difficult to find a monster that can withstand the poison of this dagger. It's even strange to realize that the Constellation gave such a valuable artifact to an ordinary person. Apparently, the general decided to take a risk today. I think everyone has already noticed that the warrior does not panic at all and does not lose optimism. Apparently, he knows something. He knows well who he chose to lead the army of orcs, and understands that Horus is the strongest of this entire army. It is yours that has a strong life force, and it seems that he is on the short list of creatures that are ready to withstand this poison. He not only found the strength to resist, but even bothered to attack the hunters. Joseph did not understand at all what was happening, because until the moment of the battle he was confident in the success of his plan. It seemed unthinkable to him that an ordinary org could withstand such a precious artifact, but apparently Horus is a completely unusual monster. Now even Ben is panicking because their whole plan has failed. The Constellation General immediately contacted his minion and ordered him to flee immediately. It was even difficult to imagine such a fiasco before the start of the fight, but now it is a harsh reality. Meanwhile, Horus became even more angry. He said that the jokes were over, and now people must pay for their stupidity. Thanks to the power of the Constellation, he wants to bring down all his power on them and end this endless war. It looks like the most interesting part of this confrontation awaits us now. The hunters still don't even understand what kind of mess they have made, and what danger they are now in. Grateful for his master's blessing, Horus plans to cut off the heads of these rats as a sacrifice. And now it's really time to retreat immediately, otherwise everything will end even worse than it started. We almost completely forgot about the main character of this story, who finally waited for the perfect moment to emerge from the shadows. John remembered the words of the orc, who said that he would fight until his head fell from his shoulders. If this monster is so principled, then you need to do everything exactly the way he wants. John was able to approach him like a chameleon, merging with his surroundings and silently delivering a fatal blow. Thus, in just a split second, the legendary general of the orc army lost his head, in the literal sense of the word. Now the warrior constellation will finally lose that self-confident smile on its face. Together with Joseph, they do not understand at all what happened and are going crazy with anger. John does not know how to be in the shadows. He is always trying to climb onto the pedestal and play a key role in every battle. Wiki about the orc leader Horus fell, all the plans of the warrior constellation went downhill. The first kingdom of the abyss became the territory of the earth. It seemed impossible, but now it is a harsh reality. For some time, the hunters could not understand whether this really happened. Or was it just a joke? The orcs immediately lost their power and began to disappear, as if after Thanos' snap. There was nothing left of the huge and evil army, and the hunters finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were again saved by a guy from the abyss, who with each new adventure becomes closer to the title of legend. His actions not only destroyed the warrior's plan, but also completely destroyed all the hopes of Joseph and his constellations. John thanked him for his help and said that thanks to the diversion, he was able to get the chance to deliver the final blow. Joseph is still not going to admit reality because he believes that he was robbed. John sneaked around the corner and took all the glory for himself. This is not fair, and he has no right to receive the title of clearing the first territory of the abyss alone. This cannot be allowed because in this case, John will receive all the rights to the resources of this territory and will become fabulously rich. Joseph even thought about intimidating this man, taking advantage of his power and influence. Apparently, he overestimated the support of his comrades, because Ben and Adeline have no complaints about John at all. They admit that due to the irresponsibility of the owner Joseph, they almost lost their lives. If it weren't for him, they would have been dead a long time ago, so now they are completely on his side. Such betrayal is very difficult to accept, although of course both hunters only accepted it in the direction of good. They thanked John for saving their lives, and it turned out that this was not the first time he helped them in a difficult moment. Just recently he almost died of hunger, but John saved him thanks to his wonderful rice ball. A lot of hunters from different countries survived only thanks to these charges of mana, so they can rightfully call themselves a savior. Joseph listened to this conversation all the time, and could not believe his own ears. It felt like Ben had lost his mind. These words angered the hunter, and he said that he no longer wanted to have anything to do with the one who threatened people with hunger. He did not interfere in the conversation at all and remained neutral. He understood perfectly well what was happening. Everything ended in the best way, the hunters were saved, and the territory of the abyss was finished, so there is no need to be nervous. Within a few days, John and his team returned to the main deployment center of the Icarus clan. Jolie has already managed to read about the new achievements of her ward. His actions again caused a lot of noise on Earth. He constantly becomes the main character and trains all the time without rest. Perhaps John is really crazy. He considers training his relaxation, but sometimes he needs to take a break and go out to dinner with a beautiful girl. Jolie invited him to a classic banquet where directors of the dragon industry gather. We must not forget that John is also one of the leaders of this company, and therefore should also come to dinner. Previously, Jolie did not invite him because she was not sure that he would fit well with such meetings. He accomplished one of the greatest feats, and because of this, people began to become more interested in the artifacts of their company. That is why now he must come to this meeting, not only to eat but also to discuss several important topics. In fact, this proposal does not sound so bad. John needs not only to fight, but also to develop in other directions. A bunch of aggressive questions will fly at him as soon as he sits down at the table, so he will have to improvise. He plans to start preparations right now and assure Jolie that she need not worry about him. He can't wait to do something special and take a little break from constant sweat and blood. It was always interesting to communicate with the best representatives of great companies. Very influential people gathered here. For example, the CEO of Dragon Motors Goldblum. Everyone around congratulated the chairman, although just recently they constantly shouted at him because of the ineffective management of the company. All they can do is raise issues of efficiency and constantly quarrel with each other. Today they are all on the same side, apparently fascinated by the opportunity to dominate the market in the next decades. The greatest contribution to a wonderful future was made by the young hunter John, although he is considered a pensioner on the land. Now everyone is wondering if his skills can also be useful within a business? They all gathered here to find out the answer to this question because they know that such situations sometimes lead to disasters. This happens when companies hire unqualified hunters to attract new customers. John is still delayed, so Mateus must take all the fire on himself. Apparently this guy has more important things to do, like cooking something delicious. The head chef of the restaurant cannot understand what a rank hunter has forgotten in their kitchen. They do not understand at all what is happening, but they are afraid to interfere in the process and anger this warrior. Soon, company representatives were notified that their food was ready. They started their conversation completely forgetting about dinner, and apparently they don't even want to think about it, because the local chef is too weak. This time the chefs promised that everything would change. No more bland food, but only real delicacies. They took with them huge cast iron pans that they had never used before. John took a step forward, greeted all the directors, and said that he personally prepared dinner for them. He thinks it's wrong to come empty-handed, so he decided to make a surprise. Everyone around immediately started to get nervous. They've been waiting for this guy for too long, but he's finally here. Jonah began to behave rather strangely and list all the possible illnesses that top company executives often suffer from. Anemia, high blood pressure, chronic fatigue, and insomnia. All this is familiar to me from hearsay. As soon as the men heard all these names, it immediately became clear from their faces that they were familiar with it. Information about their health and illnesses is strictly classified, but this is just the hunter's intuition. For him, this is nothing special, because when you study martial arts, you learn not only to fight. John learned to receive information about his surroundings with just one glance, and once he learned this, he could not leave everything without his attention. The future of the company directly depends on their health, and so he decided to prepare dishes that could help all these people recover. He chose spicy beef soup for a reason, because this dish can be called a unique medicine. Bracken helps with insomnia and heart problems, and bean sprouts remove toxins from the body. We also must not forget that beef strengthens the immune system and prevents anemia. Adding some of John's personally prepared rice makes a perfect pairing with the spicy beef soup. Goldblum said that they did not gather here to eat, but apparently he does not understand what is being offered to him. The head of such a large corporation must always think about his health first. This is the only way to achieve success. If anything happens to him, the company will suffer huge losses, and this cannot be allowed. John persuaded him to take at least a sip of soup and eat a spoonful of rice. As soon as he tries all this food, he will immediately forget about all his health problems. Previously, Golden Bloom did not finish his food even in Michelin restaurants, but now he is naturally drooling from the smell. As soon as he touched the food, all the other directors did the same. We've already seen what happened next many times. The emotions of people who tried John's dishes are incredibly similar. The vegetables seemed very soft, and the tender beef complemented that amazing flavor perfectly. This food turned out to be honey in the mouth, even despite the explosion of spiciness that leads to ecstasy. In this case, all that remains is to add a little rice to reduce the spiciness. As a result, you not only get very healthy food, but also enjoy incredible taste. The reaction of all these people turned out to be even better than John expected. He knew that cows and plants grown by orcs have a mana restoration effect. It turned out that they also help ordinary people restore energy and have good taste. Thanks to this, John now has a huge pile of useful information, and the experiment can be considered a success. He not only enjoyed cooking, but also had success meeting new people. Matthias hinted to his friend that everything was done at the highest level, although nothing else should be expected from John. Now it's time to talk about future plans, because in order to be a director of a company, it is not enough to be able to cook well. This is exactly what Goldblum thinks, who has eaten several servings of soup and is now pleased with himself. He's worried that the company will fall in value if it's run by an ordinary hunter, and he's right about that. John can only promise that if the new artifact that they will soon release does not take first place in sales, then he will resign. It was not only a bold but also incredibly ambitious statement. It's immediately obvious that this guy has a plan, otherwise he wouldn't be able to convince all these influential people. This is a very difficult industry to operate in, so John will have to jump out of his own skin to take first place in sales. If the Dragon Industry Company now has a pleasant atmosphere, then in the Parker Group everything is completely different. Here you can meet anxious and even frightened glances, and this is a bad signal for any company. Apparently Alex Parker arrives in a terrible mood after falling into the abyss. No one expected Joseph Grant to screw up, and now Parker Group must find a way out of a difficult situation. Some workers have already made a list of plans to improve the situation. Recently, the number of hunters who enter the abyss in order to gain their first experience has been constantly growing. This will soon lead to demand for artifacts, so it's time to release new products. This issue is currently being discussed, but Alex demands specifics right now and is not going to wait a minute. If a plan doesn't have detailed timelines for releasing new products, then the plan isn't worth a single dollar. The meeting was over as soon as it started. Alex was too angry with his assistants. He hopes that at least by the next meeting, there will be at least some clear plans to restore the company's image. He's not going to remind you what will happen if his directors screw up again. Thus, the negotiations ended, and everyone around began to think about how to avoid an intensified crisis. Not everyone is happy with the management, because it was Alex who decided to conclude a contract with Joseph, and it was he who was to blame for what happened. Now they are walking on thin ice, and any careless step can lead to complete collapse. We have completely forgotten what Lars looks like. This goblin has not appeared in the center of the plot for a long time, but today, he has finally returned to us. Jerry Cooper asked him to hide, but the rest of the people will not notice Lars due to his secrecy. Jerry asks to give him a little more time and reminds him that he is in a difficult situation. It's true, Lars was Jerry's bodyguard after he betrayed his constellation. Lars always wanted to follow John, and therefore was very dissatisfied with this work, but did not dare to obey his master. Jerry must steal all the company's secret files, but only asks not to leave him in a difficult situation. Lars wants to participate in great battles, but he has to spend time with this fat boar. Injustice is killing him from the inside. He was sure that the owner was busy with something incredible, although in fact now this was not the case at all. John met with Matthias to again discuss all the nuances of the future. His poignant speech to a group of directors made a great impression, but it turned out to be just a simple bluff. He only assumed that he could release a new artifact, although in fact he has no plan at all. Even now, this guy continues to act intuitively and rejects any planning. Although this was a bluff, in this way they were able to calm down the board of directors, at least for a while. If John fails to fulfill his promise, he will leave the company, and this will not be a big problem for him. But on the other hand, he is not at all new to making objects, so he has a good chance of success. Now everyone knows that the bottom is visited by many hunters for whom good opportunities have opened. On Earth, they cannot get into the dungeon, and therefore they go into the abyss to increase their characteristics, but remain there and die. On the other side, there is an abyss, the entrance to which is always open, and they can choose monsters there according to their strength. This is the best environment for gaining hunter experience, and if they perform well, you may even be accepted by the constellation. No ambitious hunter would turn down such a thing, but shouldn't Lee John stop these guys? The abyss should not be underestimated, although there are no hunters who take the advice of others well. Matthias offered to send them to his hunters so that they could gain combat experience there. John doesn't mind going with them, especially considering the financial offer, but he has other things to do right now. It's time to plunge back into the abyss, especially since he needs to check something. He had not followed the news of the abyss for a long time, and was not even surprised that the constellation was still going crazy. The Warrior of Madness and Blood complained about him several times, and John received a bunch of letters from him. Of course, this monster complains because of his defeat, as well as because of other constellations that taught people magic. Many other constellations began to ridicule the warrior for his childish behavior. They call him a loser and ask him not to tell anyone that he is a constellation, as if it were just a joke. The constellation was not at all wary after his defeat. Apparently, this does not bother them at all. They are too eccentric in nature, but this may have a bad effect on their future. Only a little later, John noticed that someone had thought to ask the collector a few questions because of the attack on nuclear plants. It was a six-winged angel hunting for dragons, which are considered a rather strong constellation and have an aggressive character. He is one of the most powerful deities in the constellations, and once he becomes interested in a collector, everyone else listens to his advice. The collector immediately tried to come up with an excuse and say that he knew nothing about it, but no one believed him. The constellations of the abyss want to know about all the rumors connecting the collector to the Earth, and this causes him a lot of problems. The constellations demand the truth, and most likely soon they will even start a fight, and the battle of the constellations will take place again. The angel can't take it anymore. He's going to attack the collector's territory on Earth. John was surprised that the specifics had finally begun, which meant that the servants would fight in the middle of the cities. If until this moment he was happy about the conflict, now it is getting out of control and becoming completely undesirable. As John expected, the war between the constellations had disastrous consequences, and stock prices collapsed. Everyone around has already learned about the declaration of war from the Angel of Dragons. It has become the rumor of the month. At this rate, this war could destroy the entire Earth, so anxiety began to grow. Because of such sentiments, many problems occurred. In simple words, a global crisis began. Because of the battle between the constellations, no one went to raid the dungeon, and this is the worst thing about this situation. This meant that no one kills the monsters. They can come out of the dungeon and begin to rage. Ordinary civilians around the world did not at all expect such a turn of events. Some of them were just enjoying their lives and relaxing when the monsters broke out. The first sparks of a general catastrophe were in England, on the territory of a collector to whom war was declared. In fact, the biggest problems were felt by France, which was England's neighbor. They didn't understand at all what was happening, and no matter how they tried to figure it out, nothing worked. Monsters emerging from the dungeons of England attacked French territory, and Georges Montand, the president of France, was confused. He turned to the Minister of Defense and ordered immediate action. Judging by his analysis, the monsters felt threatened by the conflict between the two constellations and fled to the territory closest to them. That is why the decision was made to send all available hunters to the sea. The president was very lucky that these hunters only had to fight ordinary low-rank monsters. The problem emerged only a little later, when everyone realized that the hunters were busy clearing the sea, and no one remained to defend the city. If a high-rank monster appears and breaks through the first line of defense, then in such a situation the result is very pessimistic. I had to contact various clans abroad and ask them to send help. The only high-ranking hunter the government has contact with is Adeline. Now there is no contact with her, and apparently this news is causing the president to have a panic attack. Even their own hunters do not listen to the president, so it is difficult to expect anything good from hunters from abroad. Only one hunter agreed to help them. He promised that he had already flown to France on his personal plane. The president is surprised that a person of such high values and upbringing has been found. He was told that it was this guy who achieved success in the abyss and became known as the Avatar of Training. He is not only competent, but has quite a good character and is the most popular person on Earth right now. As soon as he entered the Paris airport, he was immediately greeted with all honors. John heard a million phrases of gratitude for the fact that he decided to help France in such a difficult time. He wanted to take all his people with him, but they were too busy in the Abyss territory, so he came alone. Now he should find out all the information about the problem in order to begin to act as soon as possible. He was immediately taken to the central hotel of the city, but something strange happened there. John expected to see professionalism and a willingness to sacrifice for the sake of the nation. As a result, he saw some kind of complete mess, where, instead of preparing for battle, the hunters drank alcohol and relaxed. They should be paid for their help, but they are having fun and are just wasting their talent. It was here that John met the leader of the Schreiber clan, named Rain, whom they had not seen for a long time. He has long wanted to repay John's debt for his salvation, and is now ready to buy him a drink. John tried to find out why they weren't doing anything, and were sitting here. He didn't understand what was happening at all. It turned out that the hunters are not going to kill monsters. They are ready to help only when they receive excellent materials in exchange. Now they have to fight low-rank monsters, and this does not bring money. They will only have to kill the monsters that penetrate the city. Ordinary soldiers must take on the rest. The French government will be furious when they find out about this, or the president is aware of this situation from the very beginning. John felt that this problem could not be solved quickly. He would have to clean up this whole mess with his own hands. Soon, unidentified creatures that were clearly not human began to appear in the city center. The monsters have reached Paris and want to taste the blood of city residents. The rank of this monster is still unknown, but he immediately demonstrated his talent for magic. Apparently he opens a portal through which the dead come into this world, and it looks very ominous. All this is personally supervised by the collector's servant named Mark, who between us is a very unpleasant person. He came here to see the human king in person and take his head as a gift to his master. Meanwhile, the president learned about the latest news, as well as the arrival of a hunter from Korea. He thinks that now there will be no problems and is going to end the meeting quickly. Apparently they had not yet informed him that sabotage had begun below. Protecting the president is the main purpose of the guard and the army, but this task is very difficult to cope with. Just now, George Lee barely managed to stay alive. He was wildly lucky. Mark turned to the King of France and ordered him to immediately raise his head and listen to his speech. Soon security arrived at the Central Hotel in Paris to report that an emergency had begun. The guard was sure that the hunters would react to his statement, but they did not budge at all. I had to explain to them that monsters were no longer a problem because the president had been taken hostage by the collector's servant. Only now these guys realized that they can no longer enjoy Corona beer and peanuts, but need to get to work. When they talked about work, they meant returning to their homeland, to a quiet and safe place. The guard couldn't believe it. It was all some kind of nonsense. It felt like he was dreaming all this. He asked them to stop immediately and save the French president, but he was told that he had no conscience at all. Ordinary hunters will not be able to fight against such a strong opponent. It makes no sense or economic component. If France needs help, then it must ask for support from its own hunters. At that moment, John came into the room and told everyone to calm down, because there will always be at least one hero who will save everyone. John said that he would personally enter the battle and invited other hunters to help him in this difficult task. They were scared because they believed that even John would be dangerous to fight against a constellation servant. They did not come here to give their lives, and apparently they completely lost their conscience. John needs support to take care of the smaller monsters, but there is no reward, and this creates problems. I had to ask for help from one interesting creature who appeared and asked people to fight. They would run away. It was an angel girl who came at the request of her master to save the earth. She is the servant of the six-winged angel, and her name is Angel Jessica. She personally came here to deal with the collector's servant and help the hunters of the earth. It all seemed strange but quite logical, so the hunters listened to her words. She asked them to take care of the small monsters, but the hunters reminded her that she had no right to give orders. I had to tell them that significant rewards had been prepared for them for their help. These are not only gold and wealth, but also very precious artifacts from the depths of the abyss. Such an award can change the attitude of any hunter, especially mid-level hunters. Just by looking at all these artifacts, you feel a surge of mana. This way they can get rich quickly with virtually no risk to their lives. Clearing low-rank monsters shouldn't be a big problem, so there were a lot of people willing to do it. The hunters immediately forgot about their reluctance to fight and completely changed their minds about the situation. The people turned out to be very simple, which is exactly what Jessica expected, who was talking about people with her owner. This race is ready to join any goal to fully satisfy their greed. The angel wants to use people to get rid of the collector's servant. This is beneficial for her master. John said that the president is already being held hostage by the collector, and if he escapes into the abyss, they will not be able to return him. While John was trying to find out her plan, Jessica was surprised. How can this guy remain calm in front of all her master's treasures? She immediately felt that he was clearly different from everyone else, although everyone else in this room had already shown their greed. She asked John not to worry about problems, and stated that she was in control of the situation. Instead of explaining, she's even ready to personally show everything that is really happening. This is the current situation in the Elysian court, and there is a barrier there that the collector's servant has installed. It is needed to use return magic, but for this you need to absorb a lot of mana to connect the earth and the abyss. The rumors use the barrier to buy some time, so he still remains on the ground. John tried to predict the further actions of his enemies, but at that moment he was distracted by one of the guards. He said that now an urgent alarm is sounding because monsters have appeared in the city and are attacking people. It was difficult to expect such a turn of events, but nevertheless, it is necessary to act very quickly and uncompromisingly. John immediately went down to the first floor and went outside to confirm what he had heard from the guard. He was very surprised because the dead people he saw on the street are practically not found in the abyss. Most likely they were attracted here by the collector's servant. Besides him, few people are interested in such a cataclysm. Such monsters will not become a serious problem. They can be quickly destroyed and go to the Élysée Palace. Jessica didn't want to pay attention to these little monsters, but John tried his best to protect the people of the city. She tried to convince John, but had to remind her that she was just a servant of a six-winged angel. Now she's talking to a training avatar servant, and she better shut up right now. Therefore, it would be better if she did not interfere with him doing his work, because John does not like it when ants swarm under his feet. Jessica was very surprised when she felt this pressure aura on her body, although it was only an ordinary person. The hunters had already begun to discuss how John was able to quickly put the angel in his place. At this rate, his aura will soon be filled with even more rumors. John ordered everyone to prepare immediately. From now on, the hunters must exterminate the dead in this area. They must advance to the Élysée Palace, and John, meanwhile, will distract the dead to himself. The hunters will support him with magic, but if any of them are lazy, he will quickly make these people suffer. He reminds that he does not like laziness, and is not ready to help hunters who are not ready to sacrifice everything for the sake of justice. These harsh words were enough to get them all motivated and ready for battle. Each of the hunters immediately demonstrated their magic skills and prepared to support the leader. Their plan is quite simple. You need to quickly finish with the dead and immediately move on to the main course, the collector's servant. For John, destroying such monsters should not be a serious problem. And even during his wanderings in the abyss, he fought with much stronger monsters. Although, of course, for ordinary people, even such dead people can turn into a complete nightmare. That's why people are lucky to have a guy like John, who can easily send the dead back to their graves. If in the battle with the dead everything was clear and easy, then with a big werewolf you will have to try. In order to defeat such an opponent, you need to show not only your intelligence but also your strength. The ideal technique for finishing is the sky kick, which has recently become the signature weapon of the training avatar. Thus the wolf was defeated. He could not hold out even for 5 seconds against the martial artist. The hunters could not believe their eyes. They practically did not support John with magic, but he still defeated everyone. Now it's clear why legends are already beginning to be made about this guy. The hunters immediately felt proud to fight on the same side with such a warrior, and decided to prove themselves too. Meanwhile, the collector's servant was still at the Elysee Palace. He believed that everything that people possess is just low-grade garbage, without taste, but this turned out to be a mistake. Sitting here and collecting mana and a magic circle, he felt alcohol, which brought him true pleasure. Now the collector's servant is not so disappointed in planet Earth, but nevertheless, people are still weak to stop him. In front of him are collected very serious and influential individuals from the planet, and all of them are completely under his control. The King of France is trying in every possible way to stop the monster through dialogue, but he has little success. The collector has been fighting against the constellation of the six-winged angel for a long time. The angels invaded the territory of England, which is under the control of the collector, and caused a riot there. The collector ordered his best servant to do everything possible for revenge, and so he will stop at nothing. The King of France is sure that the collector does this out of fear, because other constellations may unite against him. Now the collector is interested in talking with the president. Perhaps he will even let him live. The president screamed so loudly that the servant was forced to resort to magic. He can afford anything because he is protected by a barrier that draws power from the collector. Within this barrier, the servant has absolute power and cannot be afraid of any attack. He is confident that he can stop any warrior who comes to save the president, even the best hunter on Earth. And only a real constellation can challenge him, but it is unlikely that any of the constellations will decide to save the president. Perhaps the collector's servant overestimates his capabilities, but this will not last long. John is already very close, and when he arrives, the servant will understand that all his beautiful words will not help in the battle with this monster. Meanwhile, the disaster was gaining momentum. More and more people every minute suffered from the attack of monsters. Residents of Paris were notified that the Elysee Palace was closed by a barrier installed by the collector's servant. The president and other important people are being held hostage, and monsters are constantly attacking ordinary citizens. The army cannot cope with such an influx of alien monsters, so everyone must think about themselves. If people are in a danger zone, then they should try to evacuate immediately, or at least find a quiet place. People had no choice but to beg for mercy and hope for the best, but sometimes it can really help. John did everything possible to save as many of the common population as possible. He destroyed monsters every second and did not think at all about getting some rest. The residents of Paris should erect a monument to this hunter, because today the entire city rests on his shoulders. Other hunters perfectly follow his instructions. They also contributed to the overall success. Until this moment, they seemed very lazy and weak, but at a critical moment, they were able to show their best qualities. Now it even seems that they are true professionals, although just yesterday they refused to do anything for the sake of humanity without payment. Now they have even forgotten about the treasure that Jessica promised them. Angel finds it difficult to understand these creatures, especially considering that people have always put their comfort above everything else. The hunters follow John, risk their lives, and don't even complain, as if he had captured them with illusion magic. Nevertheless, Jessica still wants to convince John to finally go to the Elysee Palace. They can't waste any more time, especially since the energy of the dead is no longer felt in this area. John must immediately carry out her master's instructions, or so Jessica thinks. I had to calm the angel down and say that now is really the time to go to a meeting with the collector's servant. As soon as John found himself near the Elysee Palace, he immediately felt the power of the barrier of the ominous night. The goddess immediately sensed the incredible collector power that emanated from this barrier. It seems that John will have to face a very serious opponent, and everything will be more difficult than expected. To defeat the servant inside the barrier, you will have to use all your strength, and people will guess that he is a constellation. It is very lucky that the barrier is incredibly dense, and people will not be able to see everything that is happening inside it. Even a collector will not be able to guess that John is a constellation if the power is used correctly. There is only one problem left, to make sure that Jessica does not see anything unnecessary, and this will be difficult. It would have been nice to gouge out her eyes with a fork, but John decided to do something more humane. There was no more time to waste, so he decided to confidently go inside, and the collector's servant immediately felt it. He realized that now his relaxation was over, and it was time to meet his unexpected guests. Apparently the president had completely lost his mind, because when the servant went to meet John, George wished him good luck, as if he were his master. When John entered the Elysee Palace, at first he did not see anything special here. It was much quieter here than on the city streets, even despite the presence of the dead. Apparently, the servant was so confident in his abilities that he left this place completely unprotected. Perhaps the bulk of the monsters are in the palace, but it is better not to pay too much attention to them. Jessica proposed a fairly simple plan, but completely forgot about the presence of serious rivals on the battlefield. All this time she was closely watched. The servant had long ago guessed that in front of him was the avatar of a six-winged angel. Now all that remains is to come out of the shadows and make this young lady feel real suffering. Jessica was surprised because she didn't even feel the presence of the collector's servant's power. She realized that she needed to immediately break out of his dark embrace, otherwise it could end badly. Of course, this goblin is not going to let her go. He didn't come to play games. His demonic energy immediately made the angel suffer, and Jessica realized that she was in trouble. Everything would have ended very sadly if John had not come to her aid. He always knows how to choose the perfect moment to appear. The goblin was shocked by the appearance of an ordinary person. For him, it seemed like an insult. But the biggest insult was that the collector's servant Lee could barely withstand the man's blow. It seemed absolutely impossible, but nevertheless, today the impossible becomes real. As soon as both rivals broke the distance between themselves, John quickly thought of using the celestial finger. This technique has proven itself ideal for long-range attacks, and now there are ideal conditions for an attack. Mark decided to use the shadow of the noble crown collector. This is one of the counterattack techniques. Two forces have met each other, and neither of them is going to take a step back. In addition to incredible strength, he also demonstrated his experience and excellent sense of distance. He doesn't reveal his weaknesses, and makes Mark begin to respect the human race. For the goblins, everything happened too unexpectedly. He realized that now he needed to retreat in order to return stronger. He expected the most danger from an angel, but it turned out that an ordinary person turned out to be enemy number one. Only then did John notice that Jessica was seriously injured during the battle with Mark. It turned out that the goblin's magic absorbs her internal energy, and this problem is more than it might seem at first glance. The sinister energy is very similar to the necromancer's control magic. If this continues, she will turn into his slave. Some of the hunters even suggested killing the angel right now, before she went over to the side of evil. Even such absurd at first glance proposals have logic, because when she becomes a dead man, it will not be fun at all. Even Jessica stated that she was really ready to take such a desperate step, and was ready to give John the opportunity to kill himself. She is a servant of a six-winged angel, and is ready to die just so as not to turn into a traitor. Becoming a constellation toy of a demonic god is a nightmare for her, but John is not going to kill anyone. She made an incredible strong-willed decision, but he already said that he did not intend to obey other people's orders, so he would do it his own way. He can use incredible power to completely cleanse her body of black mana. His internal energy should be sufficient for such a focus, although of course this is considered unthinkable for an ordinary person. Now a clash of alien forces is taking place in the angel's body. In simple words, she is experiencing monstrous pain. She will have to endure and even scream in pain, but this is much better than going over to the side of evil. Mark watched everything that was happening. I couldn't believe that an ordinary person was clearing his mana. Although this is only part of the collector's power, it still contains his existential energy, and this means a lot. In order to use such energy, you need to have a very strong body, much stronger than the ordinary human shell. This mortal surprised the goblin quite a lot, and now he wants to take control of him. After a few minutes of very hard work, the cleansing process was completed. Jessica can breathe easy. She went through real hell, but now everything is fine. She only had to pass out a few times due to pain. For a constellation avatar, this is a small problem. Now she will listen to this guy and respect him because he saved her life. Their primary goal was to rescue the hostages, but it turned out that this was not entirely easy to do. You need to show a little intelligence, and also not forget that the collector's servant may appear at any moment. A tempting offer because he understands that fighting on equal terms is unprofitable for him. Mark understands that the hunters have come to save the president and his assistants, and he is ready to make concessions. He is ready to release the president and his assistants, but he has one condition left. He wants all the Kokok hunters who have gathered here to sacrifice John for this purpose. If they hand over this guy, he swears on his master's name to return the hostages and leave the city. The hunters will turn into heroes who saved humanity and will receive incredible wealth, along with glory. Apparently, Mark chose his words very clearly. He understands well how to play with human psychology and what hunters dream of hearing. John immediately understood what was happening, as did Jessica, but now little depends on them. The goblin's manipulation is aimed at the other hunters, and it is they who must make their choice. This is the ideal strategy for defeating people, taking advantage of their ambitions and bending them to your own will. Mark was sure that everything would work out, but the hunters told him not to even hope for the success of his plan. They are not going to exchange a politician in another country for a legendary hunter, because no politician is worth even John's little finger. These words were enough for Mark to completely lose his temper. His next brilliant plan failed. Now he should admit that John is a creature that is much more important than the president of France. The hunters know that George is not the best person. Perhaps it would even be better to choose a new president. It seemed that everything was going nowhere. But after a few seconds, John said that he was ready to agree to Mark's proposal. This was a real shock not only for hunters, but also for the collector service itself. Jessica started screaming at this crazy hunter and said that this was a trap that it would be stupid to fall into. John said that these were ideal conditions to save the hostages and also avoid casualties. He has a plan and asks Jessica not to worry, although she pretends not to worry about an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Mark was happy that everything was going the right way again, and now he would get what he wanted. Heroes must sacrifice themselves for people, and now wants to create a strong relationship with John. All he has to do is step on one of the symbols on the ground, and he will immediately meet the goblin. Then the promise will be immediately fulfilled. The French president and his assistants will be immediately released. John confidently took a step forward and did not show any unnecessary emotions at all. Finally, he looked at Jessica and the other hunters, smiled, and promised to turn around soon. After that, he went deeper into the darkness and completely moved into the region of darkness. Apparently, he found himself in the core of the barrier, and, to be honest, he was surprised by the internal aura of evil. Mark heard his reasoning and welcomed the man to his throne. Despite all the martial arts, John still hasn't developed his own style enough, although that doesn't matter. Now Mark wants to make him his personal death knight, and then everything will be perfect. This means that John will turn into a dead man, although until this moment, Mark did not even suspect that he would want to make a man a death knight. Only later did he see that this guy could surpass the warriors of the abyss, and from that moment, he fell in love with John's skills. His power began to attract the goblin, and he even agreed to release the hostages just to get John. He hopes that nothing unexpected will happen now, and the person will agree to become his soldier. Mark promised that she would release the president and his assistants, but did not promise that she could not capture them again. Of course, John can refuse, but this place was created thanks to the power of the collector, and here the brand feels like a true king. Not even the constellation can see here, so John is completely isolated and has no choice at all. Now he must accept his fate and silently surrender his body to the forces of evil, otherwise he will have to suffer. When John heard that he was completely isolated from the outside world, he smiled and said that this was exactly what he wanted. Now he can show all his strength and demonstrate who he really is. You don't have to be afraid that people will find out about his constellation power, and you don't have to be afraid of unnecessary rumors in the abyss. Mark still can't believe that this is an ordinary person in front of him, because people don't have such existential power. John does not intend to explain everything that is happening. There is no point in this, because the goblin will soon die. Apparently everything is not going at all as he expected, and now he will have to retreat again. It seemed to him that there was always time to take a step back, but now John did not intend to give him the opportunity to escape. This person turned out to be faster than shadow teleportation, which is very bad news for Mark. The invincible training master showed his power and showed everything he is capable of. It was such a powerful blow that if Mark survives, he will never be able to forget this pain. I had already invested so much in this blow that even I myself did not expect such power from you. Seeing that the goblin was still alive, he decided to kill him with his next attack. Now Mark has no doubt that he cannot defeat this man, but he must not retreat. He remembered one of the ways that could help him seize the initiative. The goblin can summon shadows, and among these shadows there is a powerful shield that will stop even such a strong master as John. The invincible training master immediately realized what the goblin had left up his sleeve. John took it so calmly that he even angered his enemy. Everything that happened next is even difficult to explain, because in the place of a huge monster, an angel appeared. All this time Mark was talking about the help of the shield, but it turned out that he meant the angel Jessica. The goblin began to laugh loudly, and with all his appearance showed that he was absolutely confident in his victory. It turned out that everyone who has ever touched the shadow of the evil goblin cannot escape his submission. This is why Mark was able to summon an angel, and now threatens to kill her if John does not immediately leave the area. Jessica immediately began shouting to her partner not to listen to the goblin, but to kill him right now. She is still ready to give her life for the sake of the common good, but to be honest, her desire to die is already tired. John realized that he needed to do everything in the best possible way and quickly finish this theatrical performance. Mark thought that his plan would easily give him freedom and life, but apparently today is the day of broken plans. For a moment, it seemed that John did not think at all about the life of an angel, and he did not care. He prepared to hit her right in the face with all his strength and might. You see, at the last moment, his hand stopped, although the surrounding aura was incredible. Jessica couldn't understand why he stopped. Why didn't he kill her and fulfill his destiny? Mark immediately laughed. He knew that John was only pretending to be a tough guy, but in reality, he was an ordinary slug. He thought that this guy was just an ordinary person who was controlled by his attachment to his allies. John looked at Jessica and asked her to calm down. Now it will hurt, but she must endure. We've seen this technique in action many times before, but today the Skyfinger attack unfolded in a completely different way. What happened can be called differently. John prefers to call it the absorption of energy. At the moment, not only mana is absorbed, but also the power that was granted to the goblin by its owner. He had never heard of energy absorption before, but now all of his shadows were completely absorbed. Absorbing the power of the Shadow Crown is going beyond the boundaries of everything permitted. As soon as the process was completed, Jessica immediately freed herself from the power of the black power and fell to the ground. Mark has also lost his powers, and now he can no longer pull the ace out of his sleeve. The moment of reckoning has come. Now let's see what he says this time. Perhaps he had some kind of motivational speech prepared, but John didn't give him a chance to say a word. He rained blows on this terrible servant of evil and made him suffer. Jessica was lucky that she lost consciousness, because such a brutal beating was difficult to watch. Without the power of his master, Mark completely lost all chances of victory and felt total hopelessness. All he could do was try to somehow escape, tuck his tail between his legs and admit defeat. He called the elite warriors of his shadow army and asked them to stop this brutal man who was threatening his master. The goblin hopes that they can distract John, but they don't understand at all that it's useless. He won't be able to buy time to escape, and if John did everything right, then the dead can no longer obey their master. He absorbed all of his energy, and now it is the invincible training master who is the boss for them. John ordered the dead to immediately grab Mark, and no matter how strange it looked, they immediately obeyed. Probably all this time, the goblin did not fully understand the essence of his power, which he received from the collector. When skills are stolen, all subordinates also pass to the new owner, which means that John is now the new master of the dead. He asked his enemy not to be upset, and said that he did not care at all about dead puppets. That is why he took out his sword and prepared to send not only the dead, but also Mark to hell. All that remained was to make sure that Jessica continued to be unconscious and would not be able to see anything unnecessary. Now John can take full advantage of his existential power and not be afraid of extra eyes that are watching him. In the last seconds of his life, Mark could not understand what kind of creature was in front of him. Even the rulers of the abyss do not have such power, and yet John always seemed like an ordinary person. John could only repeat his previous words that he did not intend to tell all his secrets to a monster who would soon die. The owner of the power, Mark, was killed within seconds, after a merciless attack from the invincible training master. The barrier of the ominous night disappeared, as did all the dead who today filled the capital of France. Finally, the sun shone over the legendary city, the clouds parted, and good defeated evil. The hunters could not understand what happened. First, the angel suddenly disappeared, and now all the bad things ended in an instant. Only a few minutes later, they saw the silhouette of a guy carrying someone else in his arms. Taking a closer look, one could recognize in this silhouette the legendary hunter who saved the angel named Jessica. It was hard to believe how exactly John was able to defeat the servant of the abyss alone. Soon, Jessica finally regained consciousness and tried to understand what had happened. With a smile on her face, the training master asked her to forget about her worries and understand that the worst was behind her. These words angered the angel. She asked to immediately put her on the ground because she did not need to be carried in her arms. Apparently, she is in a bad mood today, or she liked John, but she is afraid to show it. Now it's time to make sure all the hostages are returned and are safe. Oddly enough, the servant of the demonic god kept his word. Now all that remains is to heal the wounded a little. The president is still in a strange state, but this is quite logical because he was one step away from death. This can be called the greatest success, but John does not pay attention to it. He is always ready to move on, but now he is trying to understand what kind of nuclei are on the floor. These cores fell from the dead who were killed by hunters, and all this time no one picked them up. Having looked more closely, John realized that it would be a pity to throw the core into the trash. Perhaps it could be useful. He also asked the hunters to help him collect these cores, but Jessica reacted strangely to these words. While the hunters were trying to collect all the cores in one pile, she intervened and greedily took one of the cores for herself. She couldn't understand why her body was moving without her desire, but she tried to remain calm. The angel personally approached her savior and gave him the dead man's core. John didn't understand her behavior at all. He tried to ask questions, but she didn't answer at all. I had to immediately remember the features of absorbing the shadow crown and understand that Jessica had now turned into his servant. When Mark used it, the effect was not as strong, probably due to the change in the user's power level. John paid with very useful power. Apparently, this servant's contract only works at full power when his constellation is used. This is probably why Mark tried to drag the president in, because the contract is not enough for full-fledged brainwashing. He wanted to bring back the brainwashed president and use him to drag France into a war against the six-winged angel. A brilliant plan. Of course, Mark could not even imagine that some person would appear who would take away his power. Now he can only wait for the effect to weaken a little, but for now Jessica is completely in his power. First, you need to accept this core, and the angel will immediately feel better, because he will carry out the owner's order. And as soon as John took the core into his hands, Jessica immediately tried to understand what had happened. When she learned the truth, which John did not hide, she became furious and asked him to immediately stop giving her orders. Even when he asked her to calm down, it was still an order, and she immediately followed it. This man has seen her at her worst, and now he is trying to control her. It will be difficult for Jessica to bear this. She decided to immediately leave the Earth and fly far away in order to cool down a little. The distance between them will help solve the problem, but there is no doubt that in the future their paths will cross again. After this, the president's advisor approached John and tried to explain the new problem. It may sound strange, but the president collects each cannonball on the floor to pass it into John's hands. Apparently, the invincible training master now has too many followers. We also must not forget that the collector's servant could take over the president's mind, and this promises big trouble. Now John can control the president of France and even organize an international conflict. Now we need to try to make sure that no one finds out about this, because then John will not be given peace of mind. He assured the advisor that everything would be fine, and no one would know that the French president was in his power. He will not give orders to this grown man because he considers it a vile act. Back then, John didn't even realize that the shadow crown had an additional effect. This technique creates strong feelings around the user, and this will be the starting point of unprecedented solutions. All these decisions will go down in the history of France for a long time, but this will happen in the future. And now the reconstruction of the Élysée Palace has begun. They immediately began to write about John in newspapers and constantly show him on TV as a hero who saved all of France. It was even difficult to believe that not a single person died in such a dangerous situation. It seemed like a miracle. French President Georges Montand also followed the news and was aware of events. He was incredibly angry that everyone around him realized how useless and selfish the hunters of France were. That is why he constantly said that hunters should be treated very harshly and demandingly. When the government starts to respect hunters too much, they get on top of it. There is logic in his words because apart from Adeline, no high-ranking hunters appeared. In fact, this is not all, because lately the president has become a fan of John and considers him the best hero on Earth. According to him, this man flew from another country to protect civilians and risked his life to defeat the goblin from the abyss. That is why the president considers John a real hero and prepared him a Medal of Honor from France, although even this is not enough. Preparations for the medal ceremony have been completed. Hunter John has already arrived and is ready to receive his award. This is incredibly little to fully thank the hunter, but nevertheless, the president is proud to present the award personally. The president's assistant had a bad feeling, but everyone else involved in the process was in an excellent mood. A crowd of journalists gathered to capture the moment the hunter from Korea was awarded. This could be the start of international cooperation. As a reward for his defense of France, John was awarded a special order, which is considered a privilege. The hunter was able to stop the catastrophe in the country, and God avoided victims. So even the word hero is not enough to describe John. Of course, for him, this is just fulfilling his duties. This is too modest, especially compared to French hunters. The president was not afraid to say a few cruel words towards state soldiers. Recently, John has become too popular in France, his number of followers has grown, and thanks to this, he has become stronger. This incident convinced the president that his country's hunters were inferior. That is why he decided to offer the hero a business on which the future of France would depend. Journalists were discouraged by such words. No one understood what exactly the president was proposing. It turned out that he wants John to take responsibility for building a French base in the abyss. At first, everyone around was sure that they had heard, because it seemed something unthinkable. A foreigner who is in charge of the French base is truly madness that has become a reality. Dragon Mateus asked his friend not to create problems, but apparently he would still have to arrange something interesting. The era of abyss raids began with the arrival of Earthlings in the first territory of the abyss. Each country tried to build its own base on this territory because it is big business. Of course, any construction requires a huge number of people and machines, but the base guaranteed incredible profits. After the award ceremony, also, do not forget that responsibility for construction receives privileges for more convenient abyss raids. Therefore, bases in this territory are entrusted to the national clan in order to reflect the power of the nation. After the award, John immediately went to the dragon industry and told his friend about everything that had happened. Matthias was shocked that John had destroyed tradition and received a contract to build a base in another country. It turned out that he was shocked on the positive side and considered this an excellent opportunity that would bring a lot of profit. Thanks to this situation, it will be possible to pay for the existence of some branches of the corporation. Only now did John think that he should have refused some gifts. The proposal was too strange, but the president took him to the museum and gave him something valuable. These gifts turned out to be legendary artifacts that any art lover could dream of. Even Matthias was surprised and could not believe his own eyes. John actually received artifacts of the cultural heritage of Korea, which France had not given away for a long time. France has always believed that the cultural value of other states belongs to them, which is why this act is so strange. All this happened at the Louvre Museum when John was there with the president. The president was begged not to do this and reminded that these treasures are of immeasurable historical value. France was obliged to preserve these artifacts, but the president firmly decided to give them to the heroes who saved his life. No one was embarrassed by the fact that now Hunter John represents America. Apparently everyone forgot about it. In any case, this is an incredible achievement that touches the heart of any collector, like Matthias's. Of course, John immediately said that he was going to return these artifacts to Korea because it was the right thing to do. In addition, he had a great idea of exactly how to use these things. He knows that Chonsik's image in Korea is not that good, and it's time to fix it. Once the Korean SSL team's match begins, Hunter will definitely be criticized by Korean citizens. If we return his image, then all this criticism will immediately fade away. But Matthias is clearly against such an idea. There are two explanations here at the same time. Matthias loves antiques and hates Chonsik. Apparently this is just normal jealousy, even for an old man like Matthias who begins to act like a child. John hinted that he was ready to go to another company and share the profits from the abyss with someone else. These words were enough for Matthias to forget about his grievances and remind him that there was a long-term friendship between them. He gave his friend permission to do whatever he wanted as long as it benefited the dragon industry. After that, it was time to look at the outpost of their base in the abyss, which was recently completed. That is why John immediately went to the base to find out what the problem was there. To begin with, every hunter must identify himself, even if this hunter is a national hero. The guards were glad to meet such a brave warrior, but still acted according to protocol. John must go inside the magic circle and name the place where he wants to go. He asked to be at the dragon industry outpost and immediately prepared to teleport. A few seconds later, he found himself at the outpost. Modern technology always pleases with its speed. It resembles a big city, and apparently in this big city, John has been waiting for a long time. His team happily met their captain because they had not seen each other for a long time. The other members of the Icarus clan have gone to scout the area, so they are quite far away. The station looks very modern and comfortable. It also has a special barrier that is impressive in size. It's even hard to believe that a barrier of such strength can be constantly maintained in an active state. Even the lava and magma kitten was impressed by the technology of people. Now it's time to look at how strong the people in this place are, and make sure that the hunter's internal energy has increased. John is proud of his friends, especially the Huashan sect, which has made great progress under his leadership. After their shared training, it was easy for them to become stronger. But now it was time to understand what the station's problem was. It turned out that the station was made in a very technologically advanced way, but there is a problem with visitors who come here to look around. At this station, you can find various shops, boutiques, and even cinemas. The problem lies with the inhabitants of the abyss, and it is not surprising that they come, although traveling through the abyss is quite difficult. They see human civilization for the first time, and of course they immediately show their curiosity. In fact, it's not just a matter of curiosity. Here you need to talk about a large number of problems that people have encountered. To begin with, it is worth mentioning the constant fights between people and monsters. Not long ago, monsters secretly entered some establishments and tried to rob them. On the other hand, they cannot be denied entry, because this will deprive people of the opportunity to learn the technology of the abyss. There is also a problem with information merchants, from whom people buy information about the location of dungeons. These were quite expensive prices, but even when people decided to pay, it turned out that the dungeon did not exist at all. Now everyone is afraid of deception, and they understand that the inhabitants of the abyss know how to lie no worse than people. John asked his girlfriend not to worry and said that he knew a person who could help them. This man knows the abyss better than anyone else, and he is also very obedient. In the company of Parker Group, dissatisfied Lars still spends his free time. He still cannot understand what exactly he is doing here, and why he does not travel around the universe with his master. He has already forgotten the smell of battles, and is becoming more and more lost due to the fact that he must protect the pathetic fool. Parker Food Director Jerry Cooper is a real traitor to everyone in the world, and Lars is forced to spend time with him. Apparently, Jerry has been in serious trouble lately because he is accused of causing a hole in the company's budget. He probably forgot how he stole a large amount of money for his constellation, and now he thinks that someone else is to blame. A little later, Lars received a message from his master for the first time in months. He realized that now he could finally move on to more serious matters and immediately said goodbye to Jerry Cooper. He needs to hurry and he's not going to babysit the fat pig anymore. Apparently something more interesting and exciting awaits him in the abyss, so Lars rushes to the aid of his master. Jerry begged him to stop and not leave him alone because he would be in even bigger trouble. John asked Lars to protect Jerry. If he leaves him alone, it will be a failure of the mission. Geely immediately offered to go with Lars, even though he has a fair amount of responsibilities for the company. If he is caught, he will pretend that he was on a business trip, and the problem will be solved. This means that no one will suspect him, and there is logic in this idea. Lars immediately realized that in the abyss he would have the opportunity to get rid of his burden, if, of course, John allowed it. He allowed Jerry to go with him, but immediately warned that any disobedience would be severely punished. A little later, they found themselves in the abyss, and John learned a lot about Jerry Cooper. This guy is suspected of manipulating financial statements and embezzling funds. It turned out that all the money he stole went to buy shares in other people's companies, which means that Jerry is much more talented than he seems. John promised to provide him with housing and security, so Jerry can stay in the abyss as long as he wants. After that, he left the office and left Lars alone with his owner. The goblin immediately offered to kill the fat man, but John believes that Jerry will be useful and can be used as spies. After that, he turned to Lars and said that now it was time to get down to serious business. Damn, I immediately imagined the entrance to an unknown dungeon or a raid against a super powerful monster. Was he burning with impatience and wanted to finally find out what exactly awaited him in the foreseeable future? He is ready to do whatever his master tells him to do, and he is the only one John can trust. John even focused his attention on the fact that this is an incredibly important mission on which the future of the station will depend. He approached Lars, and in a calm, but at the same time confident voice, asked him to get rid of the merchants. Of course, Lars dreamed of something more, but in the end, it was still better than sitting on the ground and protecting the fat man. A few days later, he had already started work and met with traders who offered various goods. Lars knows how to communicate with such monsters, because he has lived all his life in the abyss. When they tell him that the fire spirit crystal is underground, he immediately understands that this is a lie. Lars quickly realized that this was an ordinary fire lizard gallstone. It was difficult for the monsters to believe that people were so knowledgeable, but it was time for them to get used to new realities. As soon as Lars saw dishonest traders, he immediately ordered them to be thrown out of this territory and blacklisted. They all come with great offers, but in reality, they turn out to be just cheap scams. More than 10 such traders have already been caught, but we cannot relax because this is a special order from the owner. All this got on Lars's nerves, and with every minute of such work, he lost his composure more and more. At the moment of peak tension, a man approached him and said that he had an offer for the hunter John. This infuriated Lars so much that he could no longer restrain himself and showed his rage. Lars was absolutely sure that in front of him was another fraudster who needed to be immediately punished and thrown into the trash. Of course, the man started screaming and immediately said that he was an ordinary official from China. Only now did Lars realize that this was a person in front of him, and not a disguised merchant. It was at this moment that the training master intervened in the conversation, who was interested in the arrival of an official from China. He knows that his subordinate showed disrespect, but asks him to accept this as a cost of the profession. John invited the official to talk over a cup of delicious tea and forget about old grievances. China made a deal with the distant Abyss tribe and received information about a rank B dungeon. They want to organize a raid with John and split the reward equally. The agreement seems very transparent and profitable, but that is why everything looks so suspicious. The Chinese Hunters Association, which John knows well, would never accept such losses. It's not entirely clear why they would share profits with John at all. It feels like they're up to something very suspicious. In today's world of hunters, there's a customer whose requests will be rejected by even the most money-obsessed hunters. First, he tells false information to attract ordinary newcomers. It all ends in a contract that leaves the hunter with empty pockets. These are the infamous and strange requests that come from the Chinese Hunters Association. The Chinese government is behind them, and they still agree to such a proposal. Of course, John can't just give up a lucrative dungeon without any evidence against the man. He had an excellent opportunity to find out how strong the Huashan sect really was. After several minutes of doubt, John finally decided to accept the offer, but immediately prepared for the worst-case scenario. Of course, he was immediately assured that nothing bad would happen, but all these are just beautiful words. John immediately went to the Huashan sect in order to personally talk with them about the future raid. Iris immediately found out all the available information and warned John that this could be dangerous. But on the other hand, if this is some kind of trap, then China will make enemies in the form of first-class American hunters. Therefore, they should be afraid to take such a step, and the sect hunters can focus on gaining experience. It is worth remembering that they will go on a raid together with Chinese hunters. This will be a common effort. Iris knew these guys. These hunters always point towards China. They are called Shaolin hunters, and it is worth recognizing that they are really well prepared mentally and physically. These guys know how to unconditionally carry out any order, but in truth, they are just watchdogs. It is clear that there is a conflict between these guys. Probably the history of their confrontations goes deep into the history of China. I realized that now the battle would begin even before they entered the dungeon, and this was very bad. He had never seen Iris so aggressive, as if she was facing her worst enemy. The main hunter from China is called Fang. He is the leader of the expedition from the Chinese side, and he immediately apologized for his behavior. It turned out that their clients from the Abyss were elves. They arrived from another territory and planned to settle in this forest. Their problem is that they realized too late that there was a dungeon in the center of the forest. The elves decided to launch a raid, but of course they do not have enough resources, although it will be difficult for them to refuse such a good place. They decided to invite the Earth's hunters to help in order to complete the raid as quickly as possible. The Shaolin sect has something to do. Many hunters are busy, and so they decided to turn to John. It immediately seems strange that these guys are trying so hard to please others. Perhaps there is logic in this. The Shaolin may want to form an alliance with the elves because they are one of the strongest races, with extensive knowledge and superiority in magic. If China can form an alliance through this opportunity, then they will receive a reward that cannot even be measured in money. The most interesting thing in Fan's story is that he reads the elves as very honest, as if they have not been able to lie since childhood. That is why he completely trusts their words and does not believe that it could be a scam. But John sees the situation differently. When he was in the abyss, he met only a few elves that he could trust. All the rest were true liars. Elves from childhood know how to deceive any other races, and apparently the hunters of the earth have not yet realized this. Of course, not all elves are scammers, so you can try to relax and look for the positive if possible. From the very beginning, the situation seemed tense to John, but he tried not to pay attention to it. The elves have set up camp on the outskirts of the forest because the central zone is now inaccessible to them. The king soon learned that the human hunters had arrived and prepared to meet them in person. He told his assistant about what would happen in the next few hours. For the sake of the elves' new home, human hunters will enter the dungeon on their behalf and sacrifice their miserable lives, so they are important guests. A little later, the king of the tribe named Gren came out to personally meet his saviors. He immediately thanked them for their help and said that he could not fully express all his feelings. Before the raid began, Fan decided to once again discuss the terms with the elves. The king reminded that nothing has changed. If successful, China will receive absolutely all the knowledge of the elves. Although John did not hear this conversation, he approximately understood what was happening. He was a little angry because no one had introduced him to the king of the elves until now. All these guys look very suspicious. The warriors near the king are quite strong. This is immediately evident from their aura. The strange thing is that they ask people for help, because they themselves do not have enough strength to clear a rank B dungeon. Apparently this dungeon is fraught with something very dangerous, which the elves are not going to tell about prematurely. In fact, there's nothing wrong with this, because this is a good opportunity for John to train the Huashan sect. Meanwhile, the king noticed the training master and felt his energy. He began to ask questions about John. Fan said that this guy is supporting the Chinese side, but his aura is visible without explanation. Apparently everything will go much better than Gren expected, so he is ready to open the champagne. While exploring the dungeon, the elves noticed that animal-like monsters lived there and attacked from the rear. Monsters like this usually act without much logic, but these beasts show their intelligence from the very beginning. This is why Horseradish advises putting Chinese hunters in the vanguard so that they can preserve their strength and succeed in the raid. Fan was happy to hear all this advice. Without them, everything could have gone completely differently. He said goodbye to the Elf King and went on a raid, promising that soon everything would be over. Only a little later it turned out that the Elf King was lying because the animals in fact attack from the front. The weaklings in front will become bait, which is what Gren wanted to achieve. And he succeeded. Strong hunters must maintain their strength and stay alive until the last test. The Elf King is already happily rubbing his hands and preparing to celebrate his success. Apparently, he underestimates a guy like John too much. The invincible training master realized from the very beginning that this situation was very strange, and therefore prepared for the best. He also noticed that the Chinese side had moved too far forward and decided to find out the reason for this behavior. Fong immediately began to lie and said that the Chinese side was going ahead because it had to take the main risk on itself. Iris immediately warned her master that this was a lie, because Shaolin hunters are not at all noble. There must be an ambush somewhere at the end of this road, so it is better to prepare for danger. An open conflict begins between the two leaders, because each of them considers himself the true commander of the raid. John is higher in rank and achievements, but Fan represents the Chinese side, and they are the ones who initiated the raid. At that moment, John saw something strange, as if something was underground. At first he only paid attention to the Shaolin hunters, but then he looked lower. There are some roots right underneath them, and it feels like these roots are coming to life right before our eyes. He asked the hunters to return immediately before anything bad happened. Fan took this as a personal insult and said that he was not going to listen to anyone's orders. John realized that he needed to intervene immediately, because these stupid guys were about to get into trouble. Fan was surprised by his opponent's speed, even despite his high rank. He was sure that the protective spell that was on his body would save him from any blow. Sometimes confidence can quickly crumble when faced with a true constellation of the abyss. The spell didn't work against the invincible training master because holding him back would require something more. Even despite the expensive artifacts, the Shaolin hunter quickly lost this battle and was not even able to impose competition. Apparently, John now automatically becomes the leader of this raid and can officially give orders. With a confident expression on his face, he ordered to immediately return back if the hunters did not want to die right now. Of course, after what they saw, no one would want to challenge this monster. They need to quickly listen to the words of an experienced hunter, because something terrible is crawling out of the ground. No one was prepared for what would happen in the next few seconds. No one except John. He realized that he was late, but nevertheless reacted in time and dodged the attack. Now it is clear that the elves were really hiding something terrible, and now it will be quite difficult to get out of here alive. The carnivorous tree is considered a rank A monster, and it is this monster that John will have to fight today. The combat abilities of the main body of this monster are developed enough to destroy many hunters in one go. In fact, the carnivorous tree has fairly average skills, but it has a special technique that makes its class so high. This technique allows the carnivorous tree to steal the energy of living organisms that come into contact with it. Thanks to this energy, the tree begins the regeneration process, regains all its strength, and heals the wound. The elves deliberately hid this information because otherwise China would never have come to help them. The deer goddess believes that the elves needed bait, and all this happened completely deliberately. Although the pleasant tree is a monster, this creature is very careful and will not appear in front of an enemy that is stronger than it. If the elves had revealed the true level of the dungeon, a team of elite hunters would have come here. In this case, the carnivorous tree would not even show itself, and the raid would be completely meaningless. These guys walked ahead for a reason. Most likely the Elf King told them something special. The elves had planned to use hunters from the very beginning, and now their plans have been revealed. The Shaolin warriors who were still alive activated their fire sword technique and prepared to attack. John calmly watched their actions and mocked their chosen strategy. Their martial arts look too funny, especially since they move in predictable trajectories. Running straight at the enemy may not be a good idea, especially when the enemy is attacking from the ground. Thanks to the skills John taught, the Huashan sect warriors were able to survive the first attack. Now it's time to test how strong they are in real combat. We need to show these pseudo-warriors what real martial arts look like and how professionals fight. Meanwhile, the Shaolin hunters began to lose not only their strength and vitality, but also their hope of salvation. It seemed that they would soon be killed and thrown into the trash, but apparently it was too early to say goodbye to life. They saw that Hunter John, along with the Huashan sect, were coming to save their insignificant lives. To defeat a tree, you need to deprive it of the ability to use energy absorption. Otherwise, it will regenerate endlessly. In simple words, first you need to free the fighters, and only then begin the battle with the tree. Once the sect warriors rescue the Shaolin hunters, they must stop and wait for John's signal. The invincible training master confidently commanded his team and decided to activate the Jade Sword technique. This technique enhances the user's internal energy several times over, allowing them to go beyond their potential. Such attacks can work even against a high-ranking monster. The main thing is to remain attentive to the tentacles. Shaolin idiots don't know how to use their legs, which is why they were so easily captured at the first opportunity. The Huashan sect operates a little differently. Their fast feet are always the key to successful actions. Thanks to this, they can easily evade enemy attacks and quickly close the distance. Now John is ready to come out of the shadows and play a major role in this theater. The warriors of the Huashan sect did everything that was required of them. They saved the Shaolin hunters. Now John, thanks to the enhanced energy of the sword, is ready to personally fight against the carnivorous tree. He is not going to allow anyone to ruin his personal plans, much less offend his hunters. If the sword attack is not enough, then a heavenly blow to the body can always come to the rescue. Now John was able to tear the tree from its roots, but this is only half the success. You cannot let this monster fall to the ground and immediately take new roots, because in this case it will immediately regain its health. Before this happens, you need to cut it into small pieces, as if it were a piece of bacon. As soon as John said these words, the sect warriors immediately realized that this was their opportunity to prove themselves. They trained for a long time and long dreamed of reaching the level of their master. Of course, they are still far from the power of a constellation, but when they work as a team, they create a truly impressive force. This power is capable of resisting even the monsters of the abyss, and today John saw this for himself. Even the Shaolin hunters could not believe that they were saved by ordinary sectarians, whom almost everyone had forgotten in their native China. The training master is also pleased with his students. Today he can be proud of them. This is the way to bring back the glory of martial arts. Great job. The Shaolin hunters began to discuss how strong the Huashan sect was, along with their leader. If the association finds out that it was actually the freaks from Huashan who did all the dirty work, then it will be a big problem. In such situations, the leader must take responsibility. Now, there may be problems with this. The leader was never able to wake up after a heavy knockout, although this happened about 20 minutes ago. The tree was completely destroyed. No one was seriously injured, so the operation can be called a success. Now it's time to return to your precious client and have a serious conversation. John, along with his warriors, returned to the elf village, where they were immediately greeted. The Elf King smiled sincerely and greeted the heroes who returned safe and sound. Of course, this was not addressed to Hunter Fang and his people, who were clearly not in the best shape. In any case, the elves greet their heroes and thank them for their help. It seems that the elves have forgotten their betrayal and are trying to disguise everything that happened with ostentatious emotions. It seems like they really didn't know about the carnivorous tree, but it's hard to believe. John thanked the king for his kind words and said that he would like to speak with him personally in private. According to John, they found some amazing high-ranking items that need to be discussed. Soon they entered the royal tent, which was under the spell of isolation. John asked his team members to follow him, but did not invite the Shaolin hunters with him. Gren, meanwhile, was pleased because the hunters not only cleared the dungeons, but also obtained treasures. He tried to make the best of this situation, and therefore showed extraordinary hospitality. From the very first seconds of the conversation, John said that all his past stories were lies. After that, he instantly grabbed the Elf King by the head and demonstrated who was in charge. John is not going to keep silent about everything that happened, and wants to figure it out right here and now. The training master knows about everything the elf is up to, and he knows that they were used as bait. They know absolutely all the king's tricks, so if he lies now, he will be left without a head. Of course, Gren tried to pretend that this was all just a total misunderstanding, but his acting skills are at a low level. He explained that he specifically sent hunters from China to go ahead so that the main forces would remain intact. John listened to the whole story and decided to let the elf go, at least for now. He doesn't understand where the elf has so much courage to do such tricky things. If the Chinese Association finds out about this, they will immediately come here to take revenge. Apparently, the elves are not at all worried about this potential scenario because they are confident in their security. They will be able to quickly stop the Chinese hunters and take full advantage of the terrain. People are not adapted to moving through the forest, so elves here feel like fish in water. Apparently, Gren doesn't understand at all who he's dealing with. He thinks that China can only send a couple of hundred fighters. Even the warriors of the Huashan sect looked at him as if he were a madman who did not understand the situation he had gotten himself into. If he had crossed the road to some tribe from the abyss, then something like this would have happened. His main problem is a lack of understanding of the Chinese population, which exceeds 1 billion individuals. Only a minority of the population has achieved awakening, but there are approximately 1 million hunters ready to come and destroy everything around them. The king could not believe that people could reproduce so actively. Apparently, he underestimated the feeling called love. When she heard the phrase about 1 million hunters, he immediately felt bad, and he realized that he was in an unpleasant situation. Even if they were able to mobilize all their elves, it would still not be enough to hold off such an enemy. Their tribe will be completely destroyed, unless, of course, they decide to flee with their tails between their legs. Now the king is trying to figure out what to do, but apparently John is going to save his life, and the lives of all the elves of the tribe. The Huashan sect is against such an idea. In their understanding, any fraudster must be punished immediately. They probably don't understand that elves can be used, monopolize their knowledge of magic, and start producing artifacts. It seemed obvious to John that after they had gone through such hardships, they should take all the rewards for themselves. But Iris thought differently. The king immediately said that he was ready to share anything if John saved their tribe. He would be glad if such a strong person stood behind them, and perhaps they could even use him for their own purposes. John will definitely be much more valuable than all the Chinese hunters, but he decided to clear things up first. The invincible training master cut the table into 2 pieces with 1 blow and warned his opponent not to even think about lying. Any trick will be regarded as a personal insult, and then John will immediately punish the king very cruelly. He will no longer forgive him for any deceptions, and with minimal attempts to do something bad, he will immediately cut off his head. Meanwhile, Fan finally woke up after being knocked out and heard the story of what happened. It was difficult for him to believe that all the main work was done by the sect and the hunter John. He was also told that John was trying to monopolize relations with the elves, that is, take everything for himself. He could at least destroy all his soldiers out of anger, but everything could turn against him. They've been looking at each other for a long time now, and it's starting to look very suspicious. Fan said that he would draw conclusions in the future, but now he needed to rest and return home. He doesn't understand what his soldiers are up to, but no matter what they do, he will always have leverage. For a situation like this, he placed listening devices in their artifacts. At any moment, he can listen to everything they talked about and understand the whole situation. As soon as he began this process, he immediately blushed with anger when he heard the quiet conversations of his hunters. It turned out that they plotted against their leader while he was unconscious and betrayed him. Fan is going to show everyone around him that he is not a fool, but a true martial arts warrior who will not allow himself to be offended. In the meantime, John and the Elf King entered into a contract so that everything would be clear and understandable. Warriors from the Shaolin team visited the tent and asked John for help. There were tears in their eyes, and they screamed non-stop that they needed to be rescued immediately. All this turned out to be strange, because the raid had already ended and the main monster had been destroyed. Only when he went outside did he learn that Fan was forcing them to take responsibility for the failure of the raid. He accuses them of disobeying his orders and abandoning the battlefield during a mission. Of course, the first thing John suggested was to rebel against their leader, but it's not that simple. Fan has already contacted the association and told them a couple of stories. So in China, the rest of the raid participants are expected as deserters. A person like Fan is quite capable of this. He is quite closely connected with the authorities. That is why they ask John to help, because even the association cannot ignore a hunter like him. The situation is quite confusing. You need to understand that these hunters really betrayed their leader. On the other hand, they do not deserve such a harsh attitude. So John decided to help them. He is ready to tell the truth about what happened during the raid, and is not going to hide anything. If they want to thank him, they can go to the station to help. At that moment, John turned out to be a real saint, as if the Buddha had been reborn again. The training master immediately felt that they believed in his strength, and he received additional energy for this. This is how the raid from the elf village came to an end. Everything ended better than it began. John acted as a witness and refuted the entire story Fan told the Chinese Association. From the very beginning, the Chinese government was looking for someone to place all the blame on, and therefore blamed Fang for everything. No one knows what happened to him next, but a few days later, everything calmed down, and a new legend began on Earth. Let's fast forward to the Hansen Energy Laboratory. This is where some pretty significant things happen. The chairman of the company thanks you for your time. He is incredibly happy to meet such hunters. Today, he was lucky to personally meet with the Hunters 1 as well as the Hunter Jasmine. As stated earlier, they were invited here to test the company's artifacts. Artifact testing is a fairly important process in the world of hunters. Before putting an artifact on the market, hunters are invited for a full inspection. Jasmine is a little unhappy because the manufacturer, Hansen, used to do this. It used to be like that, but there are too many contracts in this company, and apparently Hansen is too busy. Jasmine should know all this information from the very beginning, because she is the successor of this company. Apparently this doesn't interest her at all, and she came because of her grandfather's request, no more, no less. Today we need to check 2 artifacts. One of them is the Parker Group bracelet. Another artifact also looks good. This is a new artifact from the dragon industry. Even in Korea, it is already known that the dragon industry company began to be led by Hunter John. This means that this particular sword is the first artifact that he produced while at the head of the company. These products will be tested for the first time because ordinary people are not able to test the power of the artifact. The products were selected by the candidates based on the technical characteristics specified in the documents, and also because they had the best contract terms. The hunters moved to a special testing room where dummies were prepared. Scientists will continue observation from a special point so that they are not harmed by the effects of the artifact. The check will begin with the Parker bracelet, which is a new product from this company. After a few minutes, the dummies, whose strength was confirmed, melted as if they had bathed in lava. This bracelet turned out to be much stronger than expected. It is immediately clear that Parker Group put their heart and soul into the bracelet. In addition to the complete destruction of the main targets, even surrounding units were damaged. For such great power, a very small amount of mana is required, and it is also worth noting the stable activation process. There is still a sword left from John, but it will be very difficult for him to show a better result than in the Parker Group. John is known for his martial arts skills, but he is only a master of combat, not artifact creation. Even Jasmine, who is crazy about this guy, can't help but agree that the bracelet turned out great. In any case, testing must be completed to ensure that all rules are followed. Hunter 1 wants to be fair and not let the power of John's aura convince him of anything. As soon as he took out the sword, he immediately felt the power of another dimension. With the first wave of his hand, he created a tornado of energy that destroyed everything in its path. Even scientists who were in a safe place felt this energy surge. No one expected anything like this because it seemed like it was just an ordinary sword. No one had ever seen an artifact capable of activating such a large burst of energy. The hunter used the same amount of mana as when activating the bracelet, but nevertheless, the result was significantly different. Apparently there is nothing more to discuss here, because the winner of the challenge is obvious. Whatever happens, they are obliged to conclude a contract with the dragon industry, right today. After the contract was concluded, both companies were able to successfully cooperate without any problems. Thanks to this, John's artifact successfully went into mass production. Soon the training master's grandiose work began to appear on the hunter market. Meanwhile, he began to get used to managing a huge corporation and spend more time at its headquarters. He was not completely confident in his success because he understood his serious opponents. The company that has always held first place in the artifacts market, Parker Group, has done everything possible to win. This time, John was stronger and received an exclusive contract. Now his artifact is the best-selling product in the world. It is breaking all records, and this cannot but rejoice. It turned out that someone bought a huge number of artifacts in one transaction. Jolie believes that sales success is linked to John's personality because everyone wants to get close to the workout avatar. Many hunters also left reviews on social networks, something that has rarely happened before. Hunters almost never share their opinions unless they are sponsored, so this is a special case. It turned out that John is the cause of this situation. From the time he shared the food during the last expedition to the Shaolin hunters, he created an aura around himself. All of these hunters who leave reviews have fought alongside him in the past and therefore are so attached to his personality. This may sound a little creepy, but his good deeds paid off. Now John can be proud of himself. He made a huge amount of money and took the company to a new level. Now you can move on to the next question and talk with the Icarus clan. Apparently something bad happened there without John, because Elizabeth looks scared and aggressive. She said that she received a warning about the discovery of a large wave of monsters. This happened a minute ago. The problem is that the location of these monsters is in John's homeland, Korea. A monster wave is a situation where abyssal monsters invade the Earth through a dimensional rift. The phenomenon is similar to a dungeon breach, but the difference is that the monsters that emerge from the crack have the highest rank. A sign of such a wave is found in the Yellow Sea in Korea, and that is why Elizabeth is so scared. The Korean government promised to generously thank every country that sends its hunters. As a result, a huge number of foreigners came to Korea to fight the influx of monsters. John also arrived at the location and was quite surprised by the number of other hunters. Most of these guys are here because of monetary rewards from the state or because of a thirst for fame and attention. John arrived here even before the government promised to reward the hunters. He did not come here alone, but assembled an elite team to clear the territory, a dream team. Most likely he is doing everything possible to save his homeland, although he pretends that this is not the case at all. This is also a great opportunity for the rest of the team to gain experience. Jasmine had long dreamed of meeting John, and finally she got the opportunity. She did not come alone, but together with a hunter named Kwan, whom John also knows. Jasmine immediately began to tell how much she admired the new dragon industry artifact. The girl hopes that John will continue to produce weapons, and also said that she reviewed the artifact on her social networks. Kwan, observing this situation, could not believe that in front of him was the same Jasmine he knew before. This girl always acted like a mad dog whenever she got even a little out of emotional balance. She loves to destroy everyone who catches her eye, but now this rabid dog has turned into a pet corgi. On their last meeting, Jasmine warned Kwan that if he got in John's way, she would tear him apart. John is surprised that Jasmine did not come alone, and feels guilty towards Hunter Kwan. Looking back, he feels like he was too rude to this guy. It's time to make things right. First, we need to go back a few weeks and see what happened in the Six-Eyed Demon clan. Hunter Kwan was surprised when he learned that his father wanted to attach him to John while clearing a wave of monsters. His father is the CEO of the Six-Eyed Demon clan, John. He reads that it would be right for his son to fight alongside the most competent hunter in modern times. Before this, Kwan had already complained to his father about how difficult Hunter John's training was during the last Abyss raid. Apparently, he is afraid to go through all this again and therefore asks his father to reconsider his decision. Kwan pretended that he was, on the contrary, happy to clear Korea together with John, although deep down he cursed this decision. Now he pretends that he was lazy all this time, but after a course of training, he changed his attitude towards preparation. Now he wants to be with John and learn a lot more from him. Although Jasmine understands perfectly well that this is a lie, John soon learned that a large number of constellations had gathered, ready to bet on the wave of monsters. He didn't understand what they were talking about, and only guessed that the constellation was competing to see which of them would make the greatest contribution to the cleanup. Since almost all the servants of the constellations will be involved in this process, the Abyss believes that it will be a lot of fun. They see themselves taking advantage of the opportunity to see whose servant is better than everyone else, as well as just having fun watching the carnage. There is actually nothing wrong with this, because the constellations are so passionate that they put a lot of soul stones on the line. This is a good opportunity to make money, so John immediately felt the excitement of the competition. Now it was time to discuss strategy, but it was at this moment that the training master had a new vision. He saw a huge monster that was in a burning city and was destroying everything around. Apparently this is the main monster of the wave, which John and his friends will have to face to face. There was something wrong with this vision, because this place is far from the sea and is not at all like Korea. Having looked more closely, he even realized that the people lying unconscious on the ground were Chinese hunters. His head immediately began to split with pain, because he did not understand at all what was happening. He saw something strange, but now the vision was too mysterious, not at all like before. John needed a little rest and rethinking what he had seen, but apparently he doesn't have time for that. Right at that moment, right after he saw the future, the ground began to tremble. Now there is no time to be distracted by extraneous thoughts, because a really huge monster has appeared in front of them. The mountain turtle has an extremely strong shell that covers all vital organs. She also has a huge body that can destroy a building, which is why this giant monster deserves the title of rank A. This monster does not have any special attack skills, so it cannot be called one of the strongest, and the turtle is also quite slow. But we should also not forget that all the hunters who fought the turtle complained about its inaccessibility and power. Due to its incredible size, It is very difficult to fight it at close range. Basically, hunters try to attack the turtle from a long distance using magic. Only teamwork and well-functioning technology will help stop this titan, but you also cannot do without a bit of luck. At first it seemed that the hunters would be able to suppress the onslaught of the turtle and quickly eliminate it. Someone even managed to start celebrating the victory, but the celebration ended very quickly. Few people managed to escape from this huge paw. Unfortunately, the turtle attack took many lives on this coast. There wasn't a single scratch left on her, but that wasn't even the worst news. In the burrows of the mountain tortoiseshell live monsters that can perfectly smell the smell of fear. These birds have an average rank, but due to their numbers, they become very annoying opponents. The hunters very quickly began to panic and run in different directions. The plan to clear the coast failed from the very beginning. When the turtle appeared in the past, even hunters blessed by the constellations experienced great difficulties. John would like to explore the situation a little, but if he hesitates, everyone around him will die. He immediately ordered his team members to destroy the birds immediately. Taking a little support with him, he headed towards the turtle in order to finally stop this formidable monster. Standing next to him were high-class hunters Quan and Jasmine, who would keep him company. They immediately went against the rules and decided not to attack from a long distance, but rather to get closer to the monster. The other hunters watched in shock, as if John and his team were committing suicide. Only madmen would think of attacking a huge monster with 3 of them, without well-established support for magical attacks. Only John knows that killing a mountain turtle is actually much easier than it seems. Hidden in the middle of the shell is a vital organ, which is also a source of energy and helps move the huge body. After the legs stop moving, it will be possible to deliver a powerful blow to one point and break through the shell. John asked his assistants to take over one leg of the monster and immobilize the turtle for a while. It is used in the moment and will take over from everything else, so to speak. It will do the dirty work. Jasmine instantly used a magical attack and summoned a top-class flame wolf to help. Quan also did not lag behind and used the dimensional sword art to tear apart the space. The turtle immediately felt the troubles associated with the battle against the hunters. Meanwhile, John used the technique of aerial steps and acted as if he knew what to do. In fact, this is not a new experience for him at all, because in the abyss, he fought with similar turtles many times. That's why he knows what to do, and that's why he looks especially confident in his own abilities today. Of course, when he fought with the turtles in the abyss, he did not experience any problems at all because of his strength. On planet Earth, he hides some capabilities, but nevertheless still remains the favorite in this battle. By adding a little existential power, he becomes so powerful that he can rip apart a shell with a single blow. Even the birds who were watching the battle from above were shocked by what they saw. This time he exerted too much energy, so he decided to combine his energy with martial arts. John used the art of enhanced energy to protect the body and infuse power into it. Thanks to the skill of increasing mass, he increased the weight of his own body and increased the speed of his fall by several hundred times. Thus, he turned into a cannon shell, which was just waiting to meet its target. The turtle realized it too late and began to panic, but its speed was not enough to evade this attack. All that was left was to scream like a slaughtered pig and hope that its shell would withstand such a blow. Of course, there was practically no chance of this. With his first blow, John tore through her defense. The hunters in the area didn't even understand what had happened. Everything was so large-scale that it turned out to be an illusion. It was hard to believe that John was capable of this, but he actually killed this titan alone. One blow was enough to break her defense. Apparently, this is the power of martial arts, which has been underestimated for so long. For this victory, John received the martial arts territory, and now any faith and trust will be converted into his strength. A territory is a medium that becomes the source of the constellation's power. This could be a sword, a spear, or any other weapon, even something similar to magical arts. The more people believe in the power of the medium, the more power of the constellation the owner of the territory will have. John has no martial arts followers or anyone interested in it, so he has been left without territory this entire time. This fight left a strong impression on many others and now has a following. The Abyss also watched this battle. Now everyone around is interested in this guy's martial arts. Even the warrior of madness and blood expressed his admiration and respect for him, a good result of the first battle. For Jasmine, it looked like something fantastic. She again could not contain herself and stop admiring this man. John remained humble and recalled that he achieved success only thanks to the support of his team. Now the hunters must return home because John wants to focus on his vision. At that moment, Elizabeth came running and said that they had serious problems. A report has just arrived that a wave of monsters has been discovered in China, even more than in Korea. Most recently, monsters were here, but there are times when breakthroughs occur in several places at the same time. Today, an abnormal situation occurred because 2 waves of monsters were organized at the same time. During a monster wave, there is a good chance to increase your value to hunters. They know that it was hard for them to fight something like a mountain turtle several times in a row, so not everyone is willing to risk their lives again. The Chinese Hunters Association has a bad reputation, so they need to offer a large reward to attract support. John had already seen this introduction. There were only Chinese hunters lying on the ground, and there was a reason for this. John also decided to wait a little and take a break until the Chinese Hunters Association asked for help. At that moment, the warrior of madness and blood made an offer and requested a private conversation with the training avatar. Considering that he doesn't have the most positive attitude towards John after the last expedition, this conversation could be interesting. The warrior said that this time he was not going to think about tricks because he wanted to offer something very profitable. The warrior is even ready to swear by his real name that he will not harm John and his master. It's completely normal for constellations to not keep promises, but an oath is a whole other level. The oath can be considered a guarantee because if this promise is broken, the constellation will lose a huge amount of existential power. It seems that this is quite serious, and the warrior is ready to spend his strength in order to bring John to his territory. This is a good opportunity to take advantage of a short break for a meeting. His comrades did not understand where he was going, but he only said that he needed to meet the madman. Within a few minutes, John found himself in the abyss, together, which had been his home for many years. The warrior of madness and blood has been waiting to meet him for a long time, and still smiles his malicious smile. They finally meet in person, a special meeting considering their backstory. The last time John ruined all the warrior's plans, but now is not the time for memories. It's better to get straight to the point. Even in enemy territory, John remains very arrogant, but this arrogance is attractive. The warrior wants to form an alliance with his master, an invincible training master. As long as he calls it an alliance, the invincible training master and his avatar must continue to punish the demon gods as before. The warrior also has his own benefit, for after the Earth has stolen his territory, the other constellations laugh at him. It was because of this that his followers on Earth began to leave for other demon gods, and it's not difficult to guess what all this means. The cunning gods dared to steal his followers while he was in decline, and took the opportunity to throw him out. Once he was the strongest in the abyss, now everything has changed and he wants revenge. Even if this means teaming up with his enemy, the warrior is still ready to do it. He wants to destroy all the demons who dared to interfere with him and return his followers. For this, the warrior is even ready to make his gift to a new ally and give him the second territory of the abyss associated with the Earth. After the Earth received its first abyssal territory, another gate was discovered on the outskirts. Countries and clans soon sent experts to analyze the energy of the place. A little later, it was announced that the gate was another passage connected to another territory of the abyss. People tried to decide who would be the first to be sent to the territory of the second abyss because there were many who wanted it. As a result, the pioneers were those who were already in the territory of the abyss and observed everything else. A raid into the abyss is not an easy task. To go there, you need to have a sufficient amount of preparation and information. All the hunters learned this well on the last expedition, especially thanks to John. If people want to get more territories of the abyss, they must collect data and conquer undeveloped territories. Apparently, this territory belongs to the demon of contracts and orders. This powerful constellation rules the African continent, and this time the territory will be very difficult. This is the territory of the constellation servants collecting contracts, with the condition of giving permission to the monsters to drink water from the pond. All demons love contracts, but the demon of contracts and orders is obsessed with this, so on his territory everything is done through a contract. The warrior also obtained information about the identities of other constellations and the people with whom they made contacts. Here you can find a lot of high-level professional hunters who serve the demon god. The very knowledge about another territory is already quite important. It is difficult to understand why the warrior decided to share such information. Apparently this guy is a complete nutcase and is ready to do anything for revenge, but this can be taken advantage of. John understands that this situation can play into his hands. The main thing is to act consciously and carefully. He soon returned to Earth and met up with his teammates. He saw Elizabeth talking to two strangers who had come to meet John in person. It turned out that in front of him were the servants of a six-winged angel hunting dragons. He even thought that Jasmine was among them, and began to joke that her previous hairstyle was better. Elizabeth immediately said that it was not Jasmine at all, but her twin sister named Ursula. It turned out that this girl is a rank B hunter, and she looks like two peas in a pod like her sister, only she has a different hairstyle. John apologized for his mistake and asked to get straight to the point so as not to waste any more time fighting. According to rumors, Ursula is much calmer than her sister, and it seems that this is true. He was told that the angel wanted to enter into an alliance with him, and thereby score some points. Technically speaking, John and the angel are rivals, but that can be changed. In such conditions, concluding an alliance will be effective, especially after John killed the turtle. After all, he scored a large number of points, and now it will be difficult for anyone else to take the lead. Angel decided to team up with number 1 and guarantee himself second place, especially after Jessica recommended a training avatar. That he immediately remembered this angel who took part in the French raid. It was she who praised his merits. The girl said that he was very talented and she would happily fight next to him again. John thought he would need all the help he could get, so teaming up with a god sounded good. In this case, a 4-person patrol will be created to destroy all the hidden monsters on the islands on the way to China. Now all that remains is to wait for information about what is happening in China, because for now, this information is hidden. Soon, John and his team found themselves on the island of Guy in the Yellow Sea. So far, John has some difficulties communicating with Ursula. She is a very specific girl. John called Smallwood to form troops and establish communication, but so far this plan has not worked. He should negotiate instead of John, but now it is useless, because Ursula does not make contact at all and is constantly silent. For now, it's better to leave her alone, because the situation is really not very comfortable. Meanwhile, the cleanup of monsters on this island was completed. Kira had made progress since their last meeting. It is unknown who exactly became her master, but now we deserve respect. The energy emanating from her is not at all similar to the energy of a demon god, and therefore John does not fully understand who she serves. Meanwhile, other ships with hunters were approaching this island. These guys were serious and immediately prepared for a fight. It looks like something interesting is waiting for us. They immediately saw the Icarus clan's ship on the island and began discussing a potential meeting. Their sponsors are the Parker Group, who were very upset after losing the Battle of Artifacts. If these guys now defeat the Icarus clan, they will clearly earn the trust of the Parker Group. The problem is that the Hunter John is with them, and this can lead to serious difficulties. Apparently, the leader of this team is not completely afraid of John. Perhaps he considers himself stronger than the martial artist. This hunter is not going to be afraid of the stupid bodybuilder, but rather plans to destroy him. All members of his team must remember once and for all that they are winners and must look down on everyone. Meanwhile, he did not even suspect that third-party hunters were approaching. They linger on this island for quite a long time, and Smallwood suggests moving to another place. John still senses the presence of monsters and is going to clean this place to perfection. Only now he saw that several ships were approaching the island and thought that this might be support. Smallwood immediately noticed that these guys almost rammed the ship. Apparently they were unfamiliar with the rules of etiquette. They are called Western Shieldmen, Cool American and Wear, sponsored by the Parker Group. They often clash with Clan Icarus, especially their boss, Hunter Rank A, Gilbert Garrity. He is a highly skilled healer with powerful buffing and recovery skills. Gilbert easily manipulates his colleagues with support and enjoys making them fight until they are close to death. For all this, he was nicknamed the Puppeteer of Death. And this guy will have a hard time, so it's better to try to establish a dialogue. Gilbert knew that talented hunters gathered on this island, but he did not expect to meet such outstanding characters here. The two immediately got to know each other, but John showed from the very beginning of their conversation that he was not at all interested in Gilbert. He wants to hear the reason why they landed on this shore, even though they saw that it was already occupied. The situation escalated very quickly because Western shield fighters don't need a reason. They are used to doing whatever they want. John and his team of hunters were immediately surrounded by their rivals as if intending to attack. Gilbert asks John not to worry, because they only want to hold the Icarus clan until they clear the island of monsters. Apparently he wants to take all the points for the cleanup, and he doesn't hide from showing his true intentions. If John attacks them first, they will film his action and send it to the journalists. Everything can be perfectly edited, and no one will guess what really happened. Thus, John's reputation will be ruined. This villain is really very cunning, so you need to act smartly and calmly. Everyone around understands that the Icarus clan could be at a disadvantage if it acts rashly. John doubts that everything is so bad because it is the Western Shield people who will be up to their necks in problems if they do this. As soon as he said these words, he immediately decided to break several noses and drink several dozen teeth. A massive fight began. Regardless of the consequences, everyone wanted to win and clear their name. John did not spare his opponents at all and demonstrated maximum cruelty. It was clear that Gilbert had lost control of the situation, and his cunning plan did not work at all. He tried to intimidate John with reputation problems, but John is ready to calmly go to the journalists and tell everything that really happened. He will say that he fought with the servant of the demon god and his charges, and this will be enough for the journalists to believe the hero. In fact, this is so. John masterfully analyzed his rivals and understood who they were. He decided to hit not Gilbert at all, but a man named Sergo. This man was sure that no one would recognize him, but John is on another level. He even knows that his boss is the greedy master of the treasury, but this is hidden information. The greedy master of the treasury is a constellation that owns the territory of greed. After the abyss became connected to the earth, it was absorbed by the greed of the crowds of the capitalist society. The master began to grow at an alarming rate into a powerful constellation. He prefers all this chaos in the world of money with the help of economic crises, and is also known as the constellation of capitalism. Gilbert couldn't believe that his assistant was a servant of a demon. Apparently, he didn't even know about it. Sergo took out the magic sword of the fallen Avenger and prepared to carry out his plan to the end. Only at the last moment did Gilbert try to turn on the protective barrier and protect himself from the attack. It was clear that Sergo was not going to stop and feel sorry for the people of the teams who came across his way. He is ready to destroy everything around him for the sake of his master, and will not stop until he fulfills his plan. In fact, he did not come here to kill. It seemed so only at the beginning. He wants to destroy Gilbert, and it's not entirely clear why. Even John was surprised, because all this time he had been expecting an attack against him. He was so confused that he did not understand at all what was happening here, like all the other participants in the process. Gilbert was also shocked. He constantly reminded Sergo how he cared for him in the past and how they were great friends. Sergo replied that it did not look like care at all, but rather forced to constantly work without stopping. Gilbert forced him to risk his own life for personal achievements and rewards. This is not friendship at all. That is why now he wants to tear him apart and send him to hell so that Gilbert will forever burn in hellfire. John did not understand what was happening here, but still decided to intervene and stop the conflict. His right hook is still as powerful and fast as it was during his training in the abyss. I just didn't understand why John was protecting his enemy, because together they should try to destroy Gilbert. Apparently, John is not going to help anyone. His goal is only to stop the conflict and figure out what happened. Apparently, this angered Sergo so much that he even prepared to take advantage of the power of the Master of the Treasury. These skills are really powerful, but he doesn't even realize that there is a real constellation in front of him. He received many skills from his master, and it completely blinded his eyes. He is full of hatred, but John always thinks calmly and is ready to punish his opponent for any mistake. Surely he does not have an artifact that gives extra life, which means it will be difficult for him to withstand this blow. Heavenly power is always ready to come to the aid of the true constellation of the invincible training master. Thus, the battle was over. Now everyone around understood how strong the hunter from Korea was. He defeated this monster with just one blow, although everyone else was already preparing to run and call their mother for help. John demonstrated his strength and showed everyone around him that it was better not to mess with him. Gilbert felt that he had disgraced himself in front of his charges, and now he had lost his authority. He thanked John for avoiding disaster, but said that he could have resolved the conflict on his own. After that, John said that their conversation was over, and he no longer needed Gilbert. They came to this island first and therefore will clear it to the end without the help of the weak Parker groups. Hunter Gilbert, who had brought fear to many of his team, now looked like a child in battle against an adult. John ordered his assistants to take their leader and get off this island immediately. If they get in his way again, he will cook them into a stew that he feeds to the orcs in the abyss. This was enough for the guys to wet their pants and immediately leave the area. Now it's all over. The Icarus clan doesn't have to worry about someone else taking their job. John has solved all the problems again, but he is too worried about Ursula. He decided to approach Smallwood and find out whether this girl admired the way he destroyed his rivals. It turned out that she didn't think about it at all, but all this time she believed that John was helping the bandits. Only when he defeated Gilbert did she smile and show that she was pleased. Now it has become clear that she's not like her sister. They are truly completely different. Now it's time to clear out the remaining monsters and get a well-deserved rest. They seemed to be in control of time, but soon urgent news was received. China has finally contacted foreign clans and other countries. They have promised a large reward for helping clean up. How China is trying to attract top-class hunters to cope with the tide of monsters. All the most serious representatives gathered at the headquarters of the Chinese Hunters Association. The head of the Tao Association cannot believe that they have to bow to other countries because of some monster. This is a personal shame for him, but still we must not forget that they have to destroy a very strong opponent. After all, only a select few know that in China there is now an S-class monster called the Dragon Torch. He has already managed to destroy several cities, but even this is not the main problem. The real headache is that it is going to where the international corporations are located. This is the heart of the Chinese market, Suzhou, and if it destroys everything around it, it will be a global disaster for the whole world. It would be much better to give him the opportunity to destroy several villages and go to other countries. In any case, the situation is getting worse and worse every minute. Now is not the time to compromise, so we need to immediately call high-level hunters from all over the world. It turned out that foreign hunters are ready to help, but first they want to see the sincerity of China. Since other countries send their warriors, they want to equalize the efforts. That is, they are forcing China to send their special hunter, whose name is even scary to say out loud. In this situation, China has no choice. They must accept this offer and act at their own peril and risk. It's time to ask for help from the strongest hunter, the symbol of the first generation of hunters, Saichi. After this meeting, several more hours passed. We are transported to the center of Suzhou. The collection point for foreign hunters has already brought together the best of the best around the world. It is usually difficult to meet several high-ranking hunters at the same time, but here, there are several hundred of them at once. Considering this situation, the team is not at all strange, especially considering that China offered a large reward. For all these hunters, this is a great opportunity to meet the living legend, the hero Saichi. Many only heard legends about this warrior, but did not even see how good he was in real life. Saichi was exceptional among the first-generation hunters. In simple words, he was incredible. Rumor has it that his whereabouts have been unknown for the past decade, as if the association had been hiding him all along. Of course, they don't admit this and say that they are protecting their legend, although it is unclear why they should protect a Class S hunter. Finally, he arrived. Everyone around immediately became excited and prepared to see the legend. When he got out of his limousine, it turned out that he was already quite an adult man, but nevertheless still very dangerous. There were rumors that he was dead, but now Sochi looks healthy, and it's even hard to believe that a living legend is standing right in front of you. John immediately noticed the enormous amount of mana that this warrior's aura radiated. It feels like he's in his best shape, but it's very strange. It's unclear why he needs security in this state. John seems that in this situation, something is hidden from the eyes of the crowd. Something is clearly not being said. Some hunters rushed to approach the legend in order to personally express gratitude and get to know each other. Then everything looked quite strange because Saichi seemed to not understand at all what was happening and did not understand where he was. One of the guards urgently ran up to him and asked him to immediately stop and be silent. But at that moment, the hunter had already managed to say a few words, and everyone heard that he didn't even understand who he really was. This caused a public outcry because the living legend was simply talking nonsense as if he were mentally retarded. Hunter Saichi has senses heightened by magic and a strong and perfect body from endless training. He has a noble heart and puts the lives of others as a priority, which is why many claim that he has achieved the ideal of human characteristics. This man is a legend of the first generation of hunters, but it's hard to believe that he doesn't know who he is and where he is. It looks like he has developed dementia, although the hunters say that everything was fine this morning. He was reminded of what was happening, but Saichi continued to pretend that he did not understand what was happening at all. As soon as he heard about the order of the Hunters Association, he said that he would never listen to these rotten worms in his life. A little later, he began to call everyone around him spies from the Hunters Association who were sent to kidnap him and kill him. Of course, such an experienced hunter does not want to let this happen, and therefore is ready to act very decisively. The spies must die immediately. This is the punishment that will be fair and just. John calmly watched this from the side, and could not really understand whether all this was happening before his eyes. The most interesting thing is that Saichi, even despite the absurdity of his behavior, is still incredibly dangerous. He moves quickly and attacks very powerfully, as if he is in his best form. Apparently, he has a really strained relationship with the Hunters Association. He doesn't remember anything, but still. At this rate, all the hunters who worked hard to gather will die today. While the guard and John were talking about this, Saichi approached them. It was an incredibly powerful blow, but John dared to block it with his hand. Something unthinkable happened. Something that no hunter in the whole world could afford before. John calmly asked the experienced warrior to calm down and talk without assault. He also said that he is not a spy from the Hunters Association at all. Saichi was shocked that someone stopped his blow. He listened to this guy and seemed to believe him. John said that they want to save China, but if Saichi continues to kill everyone around him, it will be difficult to do so. John also said that under the cover of a squad to fight monsters, after the battle they would take Saichi with them. If he cooperates with them, they will save him, and also feed him delicious food. The legendary warrior immediately calmed down and said that he was ready to immediately kill the torch dragon. The problem was quickly resolved, although few understood what actually happened. It worked anyway, but now we need to move faster. An urgent call came from the department, and the delegation learned very unpleasant news. The first Chinese squad that was sent to stop the torch dragon was completely destroyed. Apparently this monster is truly incredible that even the most powerful hunters could not stop it. The Chinese Hunters Association is very concerned about what happened. The plan to defeat the dragon with a torch was quite simple, and was to use world-class anti-air weapons. It was also planned to gather high-ranking hunters from all over the world for this special operation. They must split into 3 teams to gradually weaken the monster and not leave him a single chance. The plan failed even before the foreign hunters got together, because the first detachment was destroyed almost immediately. To be more precise, all these hunters are not completely dead, because some of them remained alive, but are now being held hostage. This magic is called spatial imprisonment, one of the most powerful spells that helps absorb the victim's mana. This dragon is so powerful that it can use this spell on many victims at once. It's really on a completely different level, and many members of the association don't know what to do. Everyone asks John for advice, because the other hunters look hopelessly scared. Even now, the training master is not sure that he did the right thing when he accepted China's offer. An hour ago, he had a serious conversation with the delegation. It was he who was offered to become the captain of the raid. It had never happened before that a foreigner would manage a Chinese team, but they had no choice. All the Chinese hunters have been eliminated, and John is the only one who can control Saichi. That is why he was asked to help, but now he is not entirely sure of the correctness of his decision. First of all, you need to free the hostages. Only then can you start thinking about killing the monster. In order to free the hostages, you need to remove the spell, and to do this, you need to act as one. Saichi is ready to help. He just wants to quickly get out of this damn country and be free. John plans to free the hostages together with the legendary master. He does not need other support. In such operations, it is important to act quickly, so the support of other hunters may be unnecessary. They decided to approach the monster using the technique of flight and aerial steps. The main thing is that the hunters below help them take hostages, thanks to magic, and prevent them from crashing to the ground. The monster immediately sensed the approaching danger and prepared a massive magical discharge. He acted quickly and very decisively, leaving virtually no chance for his enemies to maneuver. John planned to use the Skyfinger technique, but the experienced hunter stopped him. Apparently, Saichi has been unemployed for too long and now wants to take on the most difficult task. He demonstrated incredible defensive technique and was able to fend off the Torch Dragon's attack. The legendary master did not stop there and decided to show his full potential. There were legends about his magical strike, but almost no one saw it in action. Today, John was very lucky to see Saichi's technique with his own eyes. It was legendary. Now you need to take the chance and get closer to your opponent while he is distracted by defense. The Chinese hunters who survived were shocked that someone had come to save them. They saw these two famous masters and believed that a miracle would really happen. The Divine Finger and the Great Chain of Mana freed the Chinese hunters from the clutches of death. The shackles have been broken and are now falling to the ground at the speed of light. Everything would have ended very badly if Jasmine and Quan had not reacted in time. All the hostages have been caught, and now you can prepare for a full-fledged attack on the monster. Perhaps this grandfather really has developed dementia, but his technique is still at an incredible level. John is pleased to deal with such a professional, and he also wants to contribute to the overall victory. The turtle that came with this dragon died with the first blow. Now let's see how strong this red worm is. It was truly an incredible blow which combined not only strength but also the speed of energy transfer. The dragon felt weakness throughout his entire body and quickly began to fall down. The hunters immediately took advantage of their chance and activated the magic of their anti-air weapons. Soldiers from the regular army also joined in, and they all began to attack the flying monster. It was a moment of total unification when everyone was ready to sacrifice themselves for the common good. The dragon torch was close to a complete fiasco. All that remained was to finish what he started. Now he doesn't even have enough mana to fly, so he needs to finish off the wounded beast. Everything went better than expected, and soon victory was in their pocket. At this point, John stopped the hunters and asked them not to rush to conclusions. Dragon scales are renowned for their durability, and it's hard to believe that a dragon really can't fight anymore. Most likely, he fell not under the blows of human attacks, but because he himself decided so. It's hard to explain, but in practice, sometimes very strange things happen. The dragon activated some unknown force, and all the hunters around fell to the ground. This aura was very difficult to maintain because it is a real limitation of space. It seemed impossible to use such a powerful technique over a large area, but the dragon mastered this task. Apparently, he conceived this plan from the very beginning in order to hold back his opponents and destroy them with one blow. If this continues, the slightest fiery breath will destroy everyone around and turn them into ashes. No one could do anything. Even professionals in spatial magic lay on the floor like little kittens. Only one person, thanks to some unknown force, remained on his feet and calmly walked forward. Not only was he able to resist my dragon, but he even lifted himself off the ground despite the pressure of this technique. The red worm has allowed himself too much today. It's time to pacify his ardor. John had long been worried that he had lost a month's weight because he had been going to the gym too little lately. Only today did he realize that he was at the ideal weight to use the art of enhanced energy. The Dragon Ascendant's uppercut was so strong that it was close to a knockout. The bombers helped by being able to damage the scales in some weak spots. Now all that remains is to take advantage of this moment and ensure the death of the monster. Drawing his sword, John was irresistible. He acted like a true swordsman since ancient times. It was clear that the dragon could not cope with such a technique, because a completely unusual person was fighting against him. His aura weakened and people were finally able to breathe deeply. John defeated a wave of monsters, and his existential power increased significantly. He will also receive a huge amount of soul stones as the winner of this constellation-level competition. Meanwhile, the Chinese Hunters Association was still awaiting the results of the special operation. Dao hoped that everything would go well, although he was worried that the information had not been updated for too long. The chairman asked him to be patient, because defeating such a strong opponent is not so easy. Only a few hours later, it was broadcast on television that the attacking detachment had sent a video report. Dao tensed up and concentrated all his attention, because a lot depends on this video report. He was afraid that all the hunters could be destroyed, and then his reputation would be destroyed. But in reality, everything was just the opposite, because the report confirmed that the hunter John defeated the dragon. This can be called a great victory for the attacking party, and a success for the entire Hunters Association. The chairman has finally breathed a sigh of relief. His political career is no longer in jeopardy. John saved everyone in the world again, and China should thank this guy again. The chairman tried to find out what John was doing at the moment. Apparently, he wants to congratulate him personally, but it seems that John is very busy right now. It's even difficult to imagine the degree of surprise of the chairman when he was informed that John had arranged a barbecue with dragon meat on a torch. The invincible training master does not forget about his favorite hobby and is also always happy to feed his close friends. At the same time, somewhere in the abyss dimension, important events were also taking place. To be more precise, all this happened in the city of a constellation that decided to remain unknown. Many people already knew about John's victory. The servant of the invincible training master once again confirmed his reputation. It is unknown where the constellation found such a powerful avatar, but many demons are upset by this outcome. The good constellations continue to grow, but it seems that soon the forces of evil will unite and throw a bloody party on Earth. Meanwhile, the celebration continued, and no one even knew about the approaching danger. Everyone tried to rest a little and try the delicious meat that the dragon slayer had prepared. The crispy fried dragon loin, served with a special sweet and sour sauce and pork, would surprise even true gourmets. There was also a dish of braised dragon's neck with gravy and black beans, along with homemade noodles, of course. John calls all this the douchey dragon set and hopes that everyone will try all his dishes. Saichi looked happy and said that John refused completely surprises, and he was glad to meet him. Jasmine also didn't stop and was already eating her third bowl of noodles. Apparently, she has a great appetite today. John was sure that it was wrong to leave at least someone without food, but he did not expect such an influx of people who wanted it. Everyone wanted to try his signature dishes, and after tasting, they asked for more and more. After eating dragon meat, every hunter felt a surge of vital energy and strength. They believed that this was the real power of Korean cuisine, and did not even realize that it was just the manna of monsters from the abyss. Jonah did not explain to them that he had prepared a Chinese dish. There is probably no global difference in this, especially if the Chinese do not mind calling these dishes Korean. As soon as John decided to eat a little, he learned that the Libra goddess was planning to convey something urgent to him. She saw the future and learned that she would not be attacked, so it was better to prepare for battle right now. John realized that he had no time for entertainment, and was immediately transported into the abyss, for starters, into a bloody fortress. The orcs immediately met their milord and told about the changes in their territory. They were surprised that John looked like an ordinary person. They had to say that this was just a chameleon disguise. He also asked them to call themselves John rather than Mr., because he was already tired of that title. It turned out that not only orcs were waiting for him, John soon met the angel of hell Kwaniel, who serves as the goddess of the scales. The goddess sent an angel to help the training avatar in a difficult time for him. A few hours earlier, in the kingdom of the goddess of the scales, a dialogue took place between Ada and the goddess. The goddess asked her best warrior to go to the realm of the training master and help the hunter John. It's strange because with his abilities, this guy doesn't need help, but the goddess thinks otherwise. It is unknown how the future may change, so allies must think about each other and come to the rescue in difficult times. Now Ada has fulfilled her mission and met with the hunter on the territory of the Bloody Fortress. She told about the attack on the Constellation Kingdom, but now they have no suspects. John has been doing great lately, but there is a constellation that is jealous of him and is planning to put an end to his success. In any case, this had to happen, so all that remained was to prepare for battle and defend your honor. John said that his constellation can completely rely on his support, because he will do everything in the best possible way. Most likely, the rivals will send a special detachment here, their best warriors. Servant of the constellation Dark Magician Hannibal is already ready to attack John along with his comrades. He is sure that in this kingdom there are only a bunch of arrogant orcs who will not become a problem for his army. They are already approaching the Bloody Fortress and are confident that they will take it by storm in the first few hours of the battle. Until this second, they had not encountered any resistance, and therefore it seemed too easy a task. Hannibal ordered his soldiers to prepare for battle and tear apart everyone who stood in their way. All this time, John was in the air and controlled their movement. He smiled and showed his self-confidence because he knows that this attack is nothing special. After all, they're just a bunch of skeletons who think they're the strongest in the world. They can't do anything other than brute force, apparently because skeletons don't have a brain. When meeting such idiots, you need to do only one simple thing and start with their leader. Today, John is ready to demonstrate a master class on destroying medium-early monsters. He has been doing this in the abyss for hundreds of thousands of years, and therefore for him it is no more difficult than morning exercises. The one who talks the most must die first, and then his army will begin to panic. This will be easy to take advantage of, and thanks to this, the attack will be able to find out who exactly sent them here. Apparently, Hannibal did not like this persistent behavior. He decided to show aggression and show the pinnacle of black magic. This technique was given to him by his master, but it is unlikely that this will be enough for Lee to defeat John. The Abyssal Servant must be at a high level, and therefore, it is better not to lose concentration when fighting this skeleton. Hannibal ordered his soldiers to immediately attack this man and make broth out of him. First, he needs to tear off his limbs and only then take him to the owner. Apparently, these guys are going to win due to their numbers, but John is no stranger to fighting against a large number of opponents. He became a constellation thanks to his skills in fighting against the army of demons, so now for him it is no more difficult than breaking a walnut. Also, do not forget whose territory this is and who guards the bloody fortress. The orcs are not going to give their lands to strangers, and they will not give anyone the opportunity to offend their boss. This is what happens when you come to a foreign land and begin to behave here like a king and a god. A brutal meat grinder begins, in which the attacker always finds it more difficult. Hannibal was surprised that the stupid orcs ambushed him and tried to figure out what to do next. Although he is a skeleton, you can see from his facial expression that he does not understand what is happening. According to his information, the orcs are too stupid at people who do not know how to organize themselves. But today he sees quite the opposite. They act harmoniously and also clearly demonstrate some skills that are inherent only to strong monsters. These orcs have learned martial arts, and they are clearly stronger than ordinary skeletons. Hannibal also noticed that he could not use his magic, as if foreign territory was taking away his strength. Only a little later did he realize that someone else had a hand in this, someone special. Raising his head up, he saw an angel above him. Now it is clear who intervened in this battle. Holy Light Barrier allows you to apply positive effects to allies and negative effects to opponents. Seeing an angel who can apply such a technique over a large area is very rare. It is with the help of Hell that Quaniel, John, and his army plan to tear their rivals to pieces. At such moments, it is better not to be distracted because John has long gone beyond the speed of light. All these conversations tired our main character. He decided that it was time to end this performance. His army of orcs had already managed to destroy the skeletons that attacked their land. All that remains is to destroy Hannibal. But this bony guy is not going to give up without a fight. He called in elite warriors with pots on their heads to help him, and ordered them to kill John. Black magic can really help a difficult situation, but it is unlikely that it will stop the invincible training master. John was already pretty tired of the night and death, so he decided to destroy them in the shortest possible period of time. And it was not the ball that created them with the help of the powers of his master, but John destroyed all the knights with one blow. It is not clear what kind of territory this is, and it is not clear where he got such powers, but Hannibal already regrets coming here. He is unable to do anything, and all that remains is to turn to the owner in order to return with an army several times stronger. Such a strong warrior is unlikely to let his enemy go, so Hannibal is forced to beg John on his knees to spare his life. He gives up and promises to tell everything he knows just to stay alive. Apparently, the skeleton plans to lull his opponent's vigilance and allow him to come closer. After this, he wants to paralyze his opponent and take the opportunity to escape. Paralysis immobilizes the entire body it comes into contact with, but the stronger the target, the less effective this technique is. As soon as John took another step towards, Hannibal immediately rushed to attack. He very quickly realized that his plan would not work because the angel had the situation under control all the time. John asked to cover him from the rear, but Ada could not resist and tried to maintain a defensive balance all the time. She could not allow Hannibal to paralyze his target because the skeleton's plan was obvious. This pathetic monster deserves the most severe punishment for his lies. After Ada cut off his hand, she decided that this was not enough, and she needed to fry him a little. This is called angel sealing magic, and now it will be very difficult for the skeleton to move. Finally, John can calmly talk to this monster and not be afraid of sudden attacks. He had always guessed that Ada was very capable, but he could not imagine how she was so good. Compared to the various servants he had met up to this point, Ada Quaniel was on a completely different level. She can be called the embodiment of light, at least in this form the training master sees her. Servants like her are very rarely caught in the abyss. Even the goddess of sloth would like to get her. John said that he no longer dared to take away her precious time and would be able to interview the hostage on his own. He decided to fight to the last, both of them, instead of giving up. This already speaks of his integrity. For now, it's better to give him a little time until he calms down and asks for negotiations himself. John remembered that the orcs complained about the problem with monsters that scared pets. They can now pick up the skeleton and take it to the field to use as a monster repeller. He is a high-ranking undead, so his appearance alone will be enough to prevent monsters from approaching the cattle. The skeleton was extremely dissatisfied with this attitude and constantly repeated that he was the pinnacle of black magic and he should not be treated like that. It is unlikely that these words will help him, and even his master is now too far away to help him. He asked to be killed to save him from suffering, but he will be of great use, so for now he is needed alive. A few days later, John found himself at Pudong Airport, which is located in China. He's ready to fly out and finally go to Korea because the last few days have been pretty rough. He had to attend several festive banquets and press conferences held by the Chinese Hunters Association. Today, he feels tired and exhausted because all these days he has been listening to all sorts of nonsense. Now he can rest a little and talk with his comrades, and not think about constant battles with monsters. First, they must return to Korea, where John can visit the clan of the Six-Eyed Demon and take a look at the local hunters. It was not at all difficult for him, and he immediately agreed to this proposal. Jasmine constantly protects John and tries to make sure that he is not bothered with constant requests. Sometimes she acts too actively, and the situation becomes even more aggravated. Her motives are quite simple. She wants to be close to John and keep him out of trouble. John has business in Korea, that's why he asked to be taken to this country, so she doesn't have to worry. Such a large clan must have well-established training methods, and it is not entirely clear what advice they want to hear from John. Perhaps regular hunters do have a system, but Quan wants help to participate in SSL. It turned out that Master Saichi also went with them, although he does not quite understand what they are talking about. Apparently, his appearance came as a complete surprise to many members of this conversation. John forgot to say that he took the master with him. Probably it was their little secret. The Chinese Hunters Association was also pleased that the hard work was over. Everyone congratulated the chairman on the successful cleanup and wished him success in the future. All this became possible only thanks to his decisions, and now his influence on the continent will reach a new level. Of course, it was flattery, but he was pleased to hear all this, so he really believed that he was the main character of this story. Of course, everyone understands that if the dragon torch had not flown to Suzhou, the chairman would not have even paid attention to it. They are only trying to indulge him, because soon his influence will really increase. At that moment, another assistant ran into the room and said that they had a new problem. Apparently, everything was very bad because the assistant didn't even knock on the door and forgot to say hello. A few seconds later, Dao learned that the legendary S-class hunter Saichi had disappeared and could not be found. It was very difficult to believe that the decrepit old man was able to escape from professional security guards. He was supposed to be loyal and happy to be fed by the association, but he really decided to run away. It turned out that in the end, the legendary hunter left a note saying that he was going in search of a sweet bean combo. I've never heard anything more stupid than a squat in my life, but apparently the sweet bean combo plays a crucial role in the lives of hunters. The hunter could not forget the taste of this dish, and therefore decided to secretly sneak onto the plane and go with his new friends. John pretended that he did not know about this at all, and in fact, it is not completely known whether he took part in this or not. Apparently, the chairman's career will be over after the public finds out about the disappearance of the hero, but that's his problem. A few hours later, the plane landed in Korea, and John went to the office of the Six-Eyed Demon clan. This clan is one of the top 3 clans in Korea. It is famous and difficult to reach, and also boasts a good training system. But there is something that even talented hunters who train in this clan cannot change. This is training for SSL. Apparently, these competitions have become wildly popular that all other sports competitions have lost to them in terms of the number of spectators. Because of this, even raid clans began training hunters. Now, this is something large-scale. You only need to train a couple of people and bring them to the market, and then the earnings will be incredibly large. The clan invested a huge amount of money to build this training ground. It's strange that in such a beautiful environment, the hunters do not behave in the best way. Characteristics and skills are neutralized in SSL competitions, but apparently these guys are not used to the new conditions. They have constantly specialized in raiding, and have developed too many bad habits that are difficult to break. They seem to rely on skill and ignore any kind of basic training. This is called laziness, which needs to be eradicated. Warriors are not at all suitable for such competitions. They only beat each other up and cannot use their skills. John quickly analyzed the situation and explained that everything was quite bad. He had previously taken part in similar competitions in the Abyss, and back then, he had a very dangerous opponent. John immediately warned that these guys have no talent for martial arts, so you shouldn't set high goals for them. It's better to keep using them as raid hunters because that's what they were born for. If this fighting league is so popular, then thanks to this, John can gain subscribers and followers. After the last incident, he wants to increase his existential power to become more powerful. It might really be worth a try, although things may not end as well as it seems. At the same time, Matthias was at the Dragon Industry headquarters in Los Angeles. He watched the sales of his artifacts steadily increase and received incredible satisfaction. Now he can earn 10 times more money than he lost in the collapse of his factory. John always pretends that he doesn't care, but nevertheless brings incredible gifts to his friend from his youth. As soon as Matthias thought that he should thank his friend, John immediately called him on an important matter. When such a close friend calls, Matthias is ready to answer the phone even during a court hearing regarding yet another divorce from his wife. John decided to call to ask for advice, because he wants to create a separate clan to participate in SSL. This is related to the Constellation War, but if done correctly, you can get good benefits. Matthias has already created a similar clan in his company. This only requires financial investments. First, you need to buy training equipment, create a new clan, and recruit talented hunters. It is also possible to transfer members from another existing clan, and this is a little easier due to contractual obligations. John said he wanted to do it in Korea, and apparently his friend didn't like it at all. Matthias considers America a much higher-rated country that provides more opportunities. John explained that now he is interested in Korea, and also said that here he can find a competent coach. Matthias immediately guessed who exactly John was talking about, and this angered the experienced dragon even more. Apparently this guy is in the Korean SSL Hunter Village, which is where the training master visited. Thanks to the artifacts that John brought back after the raid in France, Chansik received a reward. After all these artifacts are the cultural heritage of Korea, so it was a great success. Relations in the media field have also improved. People have stopped writing bad comments about Chansik. Simply put, everything happened exactly as John expected, although the Korean team has not been performing very well lately. Because of this, the experienced hunter was forced to give up coaching. There have been rumors about this for a long time, although John did not fully believe in it. The trainer's reputation isn't really important. Skills are always more important, and that's why Chansik is upset that he can't use them. In any case, he is still happy with how everything turned out. It was time to retire a long time ago. He doesn't have any special plans, to be honest. He just wanted to relax and didn't even think about a new job. Of course, he is happy to agree if a good opportunity arises, and apparently John is ready to please his old friend. He came to say that he had the perfect job for an experienced hunter, and he would be glad to cooperate with Chansik. The experienced hunter was surprised when he heard that John was going to create a clan to participate in the SSL League, and called him to work as a coach. Apparently this is not exactly what he dreamed of all his life, because the reaction was quite strange. After a few seconds, it became clear that this was not a joke at all. Chansik began screaming and trying to understand John's motives. His comrade should learn from his mistakes because it is the League of Fighters that sucks the soul out of you. John realized that he would have to explain everything, and chose a rather strange method for this. He demonstrated his strength and said that he was a constellation, and that's why he needed something like that. Soon he told everything that happened to him in the abyss, and Chansik immediately felt his incredible aura. He did not intend to hide all this information, but was just waiting for the right moment for the right dialogue. Chansik is immediately scared because John is using too much existential power, and now he might be noticed by other constellations. I had to calm this guy down and tell him that John has allies who help him hide from his enemies. After everything he heard, Chansik had little doubt that he now wanted to become a servant John. This outcome of the conversation was expected, but Chansik must be warned that John is not an influential constellation. Apparently, it doesn't matter too much because this guy is still willing to take the risk and serve his friend. Thus, a cooperation agreement was concluded, and John's strength increased significantly due to additional faith. Fruitful cooperation awaits them ahead, and it all starts with the founding of the clan. Chansik understands that even if he becomes a coach, it will still be very difficult to find talented hunters. John prepared for such problems and decided to buy a full-fledged clan instead of organizing it from the very beginning. We must not forget that this guy is not only a hunter, but also the CEO of the dragon industry, so he is fabulously rich. John will easily pay all the costs. All that remains is to find the right clan to buy. Chansik offered to buy the Doxini clan, although they are considered one of the best clans of the first generation. It will not be easy to buy out such popular guys, but it would be right to take a risk and try. A few days later, interesting events took place at the Doxini clan's training ground. These guys have been having a problem lately. They are losing tournaments and losing investors. Even a couple of good players have already said goodbye to them and terminated their contracts. Now they exist only thanks to a bunch of loyal fans. Otherwise, the funding would have stopped long ago. Many see the root of the problem in the strongest member of the clan, the hunter Michael and his comrades. They think that they have serious influence and therefore they act like fools and ruin everything. They also constantly offend newcomers, whom it was very difficult to lure into the clan. New people are used to running away and looking for a better place, so it's almost impossible to work normally. If it were possible to fire Michael, then things would go uphill, but he is the face of the team and has many fans. To fire him, you need to find someone better, but this will pose real difficulties. It would be nice to get additional funding, and perhaps the opportunity will arise soon. The hunters were asked to stop training immediately because the clan had just been sold. They were asked to gather in the central hall of the complex in order to discuss the clan's new policies. All this time, John was watching these guys and had already managed to draw the first intermediate conclusions. Soon all the hunters gathered in one place, although it took them a lot of time. Of all the clans that money can buy, John is the best option, and these hunters have a lot of fans. The fans are still on their side even despite constant losses, and this is truly a mystery. Once the fan base is formed, most people find an excuse and hope that the results will improve. We can say that they have reached nirvana, they have no goal at all, but they enjoy the process. John also immediately noticed 3 special hunters who were the most late and acting too arrogant. Chansik said that in the middle stands Michael, the most experienced fighter in the clan, but apparently he brings the most problems. The previous owner talked a lot about him and said that Michael ruined the atmosphere and was impossible to control. The owner could not kick Michael out because he was the main fighter, and there was absolutely no one to replace him. If the team wants to function normally and clean up, then they need to get rid of this problem immediately. John was pleased with this news because he was just thinking about teaching people to run fast. Michael was unhappy that they were being kept waiting too long. John heard this and immediately appeared. He appeared so unexpectedly that the bad guy didn't even have a chance to react to this attack. No owner has ever appeared so confidently. This is enough for everyone around him to start respecting John. Michael tried to come to his senses and understand what happened, and who dared to offend a special warrior. John said that he is now the new head of the clan and will begin purifying this project from today. He is unhappy with Michael, who arrived last and was significantly late. If he has a good reason for such behavior, then John will forgive him, but only once. Michael reminded that he is the face of the clan, and he will not allow disrespect towards him, so he expects immediate changes. It seems that he learned to speak beautifully while offending newcomers, but it is still clear that Michael is too weak. John immediately activated the ability neutralization system in the arena and announced the conditions. If Michael wins this fight, he is ready to admit his mistakes and forgive him. John also allowed these guys to operate 3 at a time, because he is ready to repel any attack. It was clear that the arrogant hunters were scared, but had no right to take a step back. All the other members of the clan are looking at them, so they will have to fight the new boss and try to defeat him. Their dreams very quickly collided with reality and were hit by a train that could not be stopped. Everyone around was shocked, but there was an inner joy that there was finally a hero who defeated tyranny. John said that if he notices that someone is disrespecting him again, he will be even more cruel and merciless. Soon after, he introduced the hunters to their new instructor, who would conduct the training. Such people don't even need to be introduced, because this is the legendary hunter Chansik, or the Ice Emperor of Iron Blood. Everyone immediately understood that such a coach would need to be respected, especially in order not to have problems with the owner. The coach met his students and immediately learned the schedule of future matches. He was very surprised when he learned that very soon they would have to fight the Crimson Flame Demons. Among the second-generation clans, the Crimson Flame Demons are among the best. One could even say that they are too capable to fight them right now, in their current state. Of course, the schedule is formed long before the match, so there is no opportunity to refuse. The clan will not even have time to prepare, because tomorrow they will have to fight in this terrible battle. Chansik and John were shocked. They had planned to spend some time preparing, but they only had 24 hours left. At the Crimson Flame Demons Training Center, they already knew about their future opponent. The coach of this clan is Hunter Kim, and he has already finished preparing for the match. Everyone around knows that their opponent is too weak, but he will challenge his hunters not to relax. It is difficult to convince them to stay focused at all times because they are overconfident. Now the Doxini clan is an empty place, and their hunters are long stuck in the past. The coach said that according to the latest information, this clan was sold to a new owner, and everything could change. Perhaps some rich sheikh decided to have a little fun and spend money on battles, but it is unlikely that this will lead to anything serious. The coach was noticeably nervous, because his students did not understand at all who exactly bought the Doxini clan. I had to explain to them that this was done by hunter rank Ajan, and their trainer would be the legendary Ice Emperor of Iron Blood. That is why it is better for hunters to prepare for battle and not relax. Of course, they listened to their coach, but drew virtually no conclusions. The next day it was time to fight. The official SSL League arena was filled to capacity. The hunters from the Demon Clan were as confident as always, but this did not last long. When they saw that the legendary hunter John would fight against them, they realized that they had serious problems. Last night, a serious conversation took place in the Doxini clan. John understood that they had to fight with a serious opponent, and therefore decided to personally take part in this. The trainer and main management were shocked by this decision. Usually, the owner never fights in battles. This is not a high-level match at all, so John may lose reputation for participating in such an event. Jonah believes that there is no need to worry about this. If he fights, then his reputation will only increase. He asked the entire board of directors to rely on him, and the next day he prepared for battle. It was difficult for the opponent to believe that a rank A hunter would fight against them. According to the rules, the clan owner can calmly take part in the battle, so John is looking forward to the start of the confrontation. The opponents were worried and tried to understand what he was capable of. Now they will regret their preparation. John told his fighters yesterday that they should try very hard. They did not have time for full preparation, so all that remains is to trust their instincts. John is going to take the top lane, but first he will cast a communication spell on his allies. It feels like he doesn't have a plan at all, but for such a strong constellation, a plan is completely useless. In the SSL League, many people forget about the existence of a rather important factor, equivalent to the team's fighting strength. Hunters will fight on a similar map, the terrain of which is randomly selected the day before the match. Today it will be the Wood Spirit Forest, a map that is a crowd favorite. The main distinguishing feature of this map is the thick fog, which makes it difficult to see even a comrade standing next to you. Visibility between the towers is very poor, with the help of which players often play out very interesting schemes and strategies. Basically, in the first half of the battle, the hunters of the Demon Clan immediately begin active actions. Today they are too quiet, as if they are afraid of their rival, the avatar of training. Soon the first of the rivals finally appeared and behaved rather arrogantly. It seems that he is not afraid of anything and is ready to immediately challenge one of the most powerful hunters of the Doxini clan. Michael looks a little worried because he understands that this task is much more difficult than offending the team's newbies. His opponent came here alone without any support, but there is no doubt that this is just part of the plan. Michael is not used to talking a lot. If he sees an opponent in front of him, he immediately begins to attack. He immediately left his tower after a simple provocation, and this could cost his team dearly. The rivals dispelled their invisibility and appeared from the fog. All this time, they were very close. It was as easy as possible. It was clear that Michael and his comrades did not think with their heads at all. The Demon Clan's hunters, on the other hand, acted strategically and remained calm no matter what. They know how to perfectly camouflage themselves on these types of maps, all thanks to experience and proper training. Everything went even more smoothly than expected. Even the legendary hunter John did not appear to save his comrades. They were sent to the first line, and John apparently does not understand at all how the rules of the SSL League work. A little later, the hunters saw that the top line was calling them. Apparently, the cleanup had also ended there. At this rate, they can quickly complete a crushing victory and head to the pub to celebrate. Probably we shouldn't draw too hasty conclusions, because the top lines didn't go smoothly at all. They were mistaken when they thought that John did not know the rules, because he had already participated in similar battles. The defeated warriors returned to the sanctuary of the Crimson Flame Demon clan. They did not understand at all what had happened, and how one person could make them suffer so much. Their leader, Hunter Paul, could not believe that his comrades were so weak and could not cope with their only opponent. Even their experience was not enough, and apparently John turned out to be stronger than they could have imagined. As soon as the referee officially allowed the match to begin, he immediately attacked them without warning. In the first half of the match, he was supposed to be busy trying to dodge the tower's attacks, but apparently he's a complete nutcase. The tower is fully operational, but Hunter John was able to dodge all of its attacks. With just one movement, he was able to quickly knock out the tower guards. No one even realized what happened. Paul must send help to his hunters immediately, otherwise they will soon lose the top line. Members of their team have just returned to the bottom line, but one of them must immediately go to help their comrades. Everything did not go according to plan from the very first minutes of the battle, although it seemed that everything was going perfectly. We can only hope that John will not be able to stand up to the whole clan alone, and sooner or later he will get tired. Meanwhile, the invincible training master was not going to slow down and destroyed the tower. Chansik told him that it is very important to do this, but you need to follow the rules. It seems that killing players is more interesting than killing monsters. At least it is not so easy to get used to. John met the leader of the Crimson Demon clan and realized that he had not killed anyone for a long time. There was a huge difference in level between them, and Paul immediately felt this aura of pressure upon himself. He hoped that his friends who used stealth techniques would be able to take John by surprise. They will only have to realize their numerical advantage if John does not notice the attack. The training master has already taken part in similar competitions, and then the participants communicated with each other to improve team communication. Nothing like this has been heard here. Apparently, the Crimson Flame Demon clan does not know about this possibility. The enemy's invisibility was removed at the last moment, when it seemed that John would not have time to react. Anyone else would have been destroyed in a second, but John is a beast on a completely different level. He knows that the attacks of the Demon clan are very coordinated, and therefore all this time he did not lose his vigilance and waited for a catch. The Heavenly Finger quickly showed these guys who is boss here. Now they will understand that attacking from behind is very bad and uncivilized. Paul couldn't believe that this man had anticipated their attack, even though it would have required an invisibility spell to be noticed. This spell provides perfect stealth until the player starts attacking, but John was able to foresee everything. Paul believed that this was impossible, but this would not make him any easier because now he was in big trouble. His nose was crushed into small pieces. Even the best surgeons would not be able to put all the cartilage back together. Such blows change a person once and for all. Some will even end their career after such a knockout. Now even the hunters of the Crimson Flame clan have no doubt that a monster is fighting with them. John loves to create a stir not only on Earth but also beyond this planet. The goddess of laziness watches his achievements with pleasure, but sometimes even she is surprised by his strength. Now she feels between two fires, and this time she wants John to lose, no matter what that means. The beaten hunters return to the sanctuary of the Crimson Flame Demon clan. It's even hard to believe that they lost to a lone opponent who acted without support. This can be called the greatest humiliation of their lives. And the worst thing is that it is not over yet. Not only the top line has been broken, so the team is very close to losing the battle completely. Everyone knows that John is very strong physically, but the problem is not the strength of his attack, but the insane speed of his movements. Communication is the basic effect in such competitions. Any spectator knows this. It seems that John does not use such skills at all, and acts without support. Although he has incredible physical abilities, he is too inexperienced and does not know all the rules. If this is true, then even weak opponents will have a chance to defeat him. John, meanwhile, again destroyed the monsters and tried to destroy the rival's tower. His heavenly punch helped break the concrete into small pieces without even hurting his hand. After destroying 3 rivals, everything around became suspiciously quiet. And this is quite strange. From the past, he remembers that after killing opponents, they always return to battle after a short pause. In any case, the tower is destroyed. Now all that remains is to destroy the sanctuary and be done. John was sure that now his victory was practically in his pocket, but the system notified him that his sanctuary was destroyed, and he lost. The rivals managed to reach his sanctuary faster. They acted ahead of the curve and won this confrontation. SSL is a strategic sport in which each side adheres to certain tactics. All this is only in theory, but in reality everything is much simpler because you need to protect your team's sanctuary and destroy the opponent's sanctuary. That is why the game is very simple, because the main task is to destroy the enemy point. John played this game for the first time and did not know all the features and rules, and the experienced Paul immediately understood this. He used a very smart strategy and focused only on attack, completely forgetting about defense. The intermediate shadow limiter helped them get through and achieve the desired result, and his assistants could not hold back their experienced opponents. Compared to them, they looked like kittens against a lion. The bottom line also did not lag behind their teammates and continued to put pressure on the Doxini clan. They understood that they had to do everything very quickly so that John wouldn't even understand anything. These hunters understood that he did not use communication, so he would not be able to come to the aid of his comrades. The strategy worked perfectly, and as a result, the Doxini suffered their 20th defeat in a row. Even today, when they fought alongside the legendary hunter, their streak of defeats continued. Tomorrow, almost all the newspapers wrote about this news. Now it will be even more difficult to wash away this shame. John was completely unhappy that his hunters could not hold back the onslaught of their rivals and protect their base. He was furious and forced them to train until exhaustion so that such an outcome would never happen again. Michael believes that John is also to blame for the team's loss, because he did not use communication skills at all. If they could communicate, John would have come to the rescue and saved his sanctuary, but this did not happen. He should admit that he is as responsible for the defeat as everyone else. But nevertheless, the invincible training master is still dissatisfied with the preparation of his team and now officially begins the reconstruction of the clan. He will change not only their physical abilities, but also the mental component, and for starters, he will start with 1,000 squats with a barbell. Perhaps for some this task will seem completely unrealistic, but if they do not fulfill this goal, then John will organize a real pogrom here. Don't forget that it's better not to anger this guy because the training master hates losing. Therefore, these guys will have to accept the new rules of the game and die in training, but become better. John lost for the first time, and oddly enough, thanks to this, he will receive the sealed territory of the goddess of sloth. With each defeat, he will become stronger. Apparently, this is again some kind of joke from this lazy woman. Only she has such territory because she is the goddess of laziness and defeat. It's too early to be surprised, because after unlocking the territory, John automatically receives higher power. Now he is the Lord of Slowness and Silence, no matter how strange it may sound. The Lord of Slowness and Silence lives in northern China and rules over most human territories. In truth, he is the most famous evil god on earth and one of the most powerful. Now John can declare a territory of silence and force his enemies to remain silent. Long ago, the goddess of sloth fought with this god in the depths of the abyss, and her territory completely absorbed his power. It was so long ago that it's even difficult to remember the reason for their conflict, but it doesn't matter. The goddess of laziness was sure that she had won the jackpot, but over time she realized that there was nothing special about it. John can use this power and not be afraid that God will hold a grudge against him, because these are all trifles. This god is actually even lazier than the goddess of laziness, so he won't even pay attention to this and will continue to sleep in his warm crib. John was talking about how exactly he could use this power, but at that moment something distracted him. He felt the magic of communication and heard a familiar female voice. Before him appeared Ada Quaniel, the legendary avatar of the Libra goddess, who is one of the strongest warriors of the Abyss. She apologizes for her impudent appearance, but immediately said that she had come to personally convey a message from her goddess. They decided to retire in a quiet environment and talk a little about the impending war of the constellations. The goddess of Libra is preparing for a war of constellations on Earth, and she wants to know if John can help her in this difficult matter. Her opponent loves constellation wars, so the Libra goddess will need someone very strong and aware of what is happening on Earth. John is always open to any battles, but he wants to understand why start a new war. Ada happily explained to him that the reason for this war was a treasure hunt. It involves a game where the player finds a sacred artifact called a constellation treasure. A sacred artifact is a piece of a constellation that they place in a specific location to imbue them with their energy. In this way, they mark the territory, and if you take the artifact, then along with it, the right to own the territory is taken away. This is what they call a treasure hunt, but John has never taken part in anything like this. He knows that this is unprofitable for the players because the war always takes place on the opponent's territory. Rumor has it that only the evil god is playing at this, which means that the goddess is targeting the collector of noble crowns and the ruler of England. After the war with the six-winged angel, the collector does not have the resources to look after every corner of his territory. That is why you can quietly enter his territory at the right moment and easily discover the sacred artifact. Once the job is done, it will be possible to declare war on the constellations even before detection. Since the collector loves such wars, there is every chance that he will accept the offer of war. After listening to this detailed plan, John immediately decided that they could refuse. Not only does he want to take part in the battle against the evil god, but he also wants to thank Hell for helping him protect his own territories. All that remains is to get ready and they can hit the road. At this level, decisions are made incredibly quickly. It seemed that everything was decided, but soon John learned something special that went against his own ideas about the situation. In fact, the goddess of Libra is not going to return the lands because she decided to rule there on her own. She wants to do it with her favorite avatar, and it's John, not Ada Quaniel. The invincible training master was puzzled and embarrassed to say the least. All this seemed like some kind of nonsense to him, but after a few days he went to England in order to organize rock and roll. It was during these days that it was really hot there, because the collector continued his battle with the six-winged angel. To be more precise, the servants of the constellations fought with each other instead of their masters. Here you can also meet Jessica, who has become even stronger and masterfully fillets demons. And it was hard to believe that vampires, who are so difficult to kill, would be subordinate to the collector. It took her much longer to clear the area, but she still completed her task. Soon she was informed that the battles in other areas of the city were also over. Apparently they completed their mission here and can move further throughout the country. The war began several months ago, but so far they have not advanced further than the shore, and Jessica feels ashamed of her master. The energy of the evil god in these lands has weakened them too much, which is why everything is so long and painful. Jessica also noticed the wounded hunters, who did not at all resemble the members of her team. Apparently she doesn't know the latest news at all, because she was too focused on destroying monsters. Due to the recent constellation wars that took place in England, gates to the abyss began to appear more and more often. Some hunters are chasing high-quality materials that can be obtained from monsters from this gate. These hunters got involved in battle and were injured by the demonic vampire collectors. People are very pitiful creatures, although Jessica has been trying to change her opinion about them for a long time. After the French raid, she almost succeeded, but apparently, most people are not even worth the little finger of the hunter John. When she said these words, she didn't even realize how close her old friend was to her. The six-winged angel and the collector are too busy with each other to pay attention to anything else. This way, John can quickly take advantage of this and do whatever he needs to do. It's time to steal the collector's treasure and declare war on the constellations. After these events, the invincible training master and the avatar of the Libra goddess moved to another city in England. The territory and the evil god were expected to see something terrible and nightmarish, but everything was quite the opposite. Everything is much more peaceful and calm than John imagined. In fact, this is considered the norm, because the more the territory prospers, the more powerful the constellation becomes. This applies even to an evil god, but if everything seems normal, this does not mean that everything is perfect. An evil constellation rules its territory thanks to its strength and power. In the case of a collector, this is a system of hierarchy. He pays great attention to how people maintain order and what kind of family they belong to. For some reason, it is similar to the wounds of hunters, where power is distributed depending on the position in this system. The highest positions have a lot of information. They need to be bribed to help find the artifact. In fact, they are not at all difficult to find, especially considering that the collector has his own traditions. He gives the largest castle to those in the highest position in each district. All that remains is to find a large castle, and this will mean that it belongs to the person who has the information. Vampires are on guard, which means that the owner of the castle has an important position in England. Ada has spent her entire life in the abyss and has no experience communicating with people, so John must prove himself. He said that he is a professional in such conversations, although he has a very specific communication style. Instead of starting a dialogue with a greeting, he warms up his fists and prepares for battle. John can be rude, but his persuasion technique works better than that of any other psychologist. Meanwhile, in the castle office, small negotiations were taking place. It is already known here that some hunter burst inside and dared to demand an audience with Count Edward. The Count is dissatisfied with this turn of events. He is slightly scared and confused and does not know what to do. The man who broke in seeks a meeting with him, but does not name his motives. The Count ordered to immediately expel this guy from the castle because he has absolutely no time to meet with the peasants. His assistant immediately turned pale. Apparently only he understands that this guy is behind the door. John really all this time was nearby and listened to this conversation. The training master hates when he is refused, and at such moments he goes ahead. John apologizes 1,000 times for his behavior, but today's meeting is too important for him and his associates. He immediately warned that there was no point in calling for help, because all the guards had been resting for a long time and seeing sweet dreams. Also, a protective barrier was created around the castle, blocking sounds and signals. Edward can forget about outside help, relax, and get ready for a long and tedious conversation. John came here to get what he wants, and if talking is not enough, then he is ready to use force. Whether the Count wants it or not, he will have to talk to a common man and tell him all the available information. Edward seemed formidable only when he was completely protected, but now he is ready to fall to his knees and beg for mercy. Only now did Ada Quaniel understand what the training master's negotiation technique meant. She expected to see something different, because she had long ago learned a similar technique in the depths of the abyss. Count Edward said that there is a sacred artifact of the Collector in Buckingham Palace. This palace is the favorite place of the constellation, so all the main servants are gathered there to protect the artifact. In this case, the artifact will be quite easy to find, because it must lie in a special place. Count Edward did an excellent job. All he had to do was show the way to Buckingham Palace. Along the way, he can tell you a lot of interesting things, because it's not every day that you meet a close servant of the constellation. John went out into the corridor and saw that he was not the only unexpected guest in the palace. These guys are armed and have come to take away the dirty traitor of the country who has contacted the evil god. They are ready to administer justice right here and now, because the people of England have long passed the death sentence on Earl Edward. In the name of the Knights of the Holy War, they are ready to do whatever is necessary for justice to prevail. John tried to understand what was happening here, and at that moment he remembered the words of Matthias, who mentioned these knights. Apparently these are not knights at all, but crazy terrorists, because they are not acting noble at all. Without waiting for an answer, these warriors decided to fulfill their destiny and opened fire to kill. Only thanks to his incredible reaction and his skills, John was able to stop all these bullets flying at him and his allies. Earl Edward fell to the ground and prayed to all the gods in the universe to let him live. The knights were shocked that this guy was able to stop their bullets with his bare hands. These cartridges were intended for mid-rank monsters, but John turned out to be much more powerful. He's not going to talk to these psychos, and if they want to fight, then it can be arranged. Only now the knights finally realized that in front of them was the hunter John, who fought with the evil god. They said that it was an honor for them to meet such a hero, and they even had a special offer for him. They want to get rid of the noble crown collector together. That would be a fantastic combination. Only now John realized that in front of him were terrorists who wanted to return England to the height of the Holy War. They had a pretty clear and understandable plan, but an unexpected sponsor appeared and offered them something. This sponsor also wants to destroy the collector and therefore offers to work together. They will penetrate the collector's land and start a riot. The constellation's troops will split up, and then the sponsor will appear to fight the collector. They just want to clear the land of traitors, and did not expect Earl Edward to work together with John. If they had known this, they would not have taken the instruments of torture with them, but it could have been fun. John tried to figure out who their sponsor is. Most likely, it is one of the constellations. Leading a squad of terrorists to war with another constellation is quite brave. He immediately refused this offer and said that he had his own personal plans, and he did not want to violate them. Thus, they parted ways with the terrorists, and they headed to continue their mission to cleanse England. He reminded that the Count must work closely with him, otherwise he will hand him over to the terrorists, and they will severely torture him. A little later, they went to St. James's Palace, which is located in London. The Count told the guard that he came here with his relatives, no matter how stupid it may sound. Count Edward believes that all people on Earth are brothers and sisters, so they are all relatives. Thus, after a short dialogue, they were finally able to get inside this palace. They were constantly being watched, and Jonah decided that this observation was getting on his nerves. He doesn't like it when someone watches his movements, so he decided to quickly fix the problem. He thanked the Count for his help, and decided to immediately split up, despite the danger of being captured in the enemy base. The Count did not understand what to do, because now he was risking his entire status for helping the hunter. In response, he saw only the smile of the training master, and heard that John believed in him more than in himself. Perhaps this would have made a strong impression on someone else, but the Count felt even worse. Soon, John and Ada Quaniel finally reached Buckingham Palace. All that remained was to get inside. There is much more security here than in other places. This is what increases the chance of having an artifact. John tried to find where exactly this artifact was hiding, but at that moment Ada intervened. She said that he could shift this task onto her shoulders, and have no doubt that everything would be done at the highest level. He had heard this voice before. It felt like the soul of the goddess of the scales had entered this warrior. She actually came down to Earth in the body of an avatar in order to help discover an important artifact. Without her abilities, this would have been impossible to do, so she had no choice. Of course, John could have done it without her help, but looking at her, it's hard to admit it openly. The goddess immediately felt the energy of the artifact and is now sure that the object is in the palace. It seems that all that remains is to come and pick him up, but it is better not to rush into active actions. Even now, when John wanted to destroy the guards, the goddess of the scales again seized the initiative. The goddess of laziness can no longer look at this without disgust. It feels like the goddess of scales does not have a single drop of dignity. Now the goddess wants to demonstrate her full potential, but at this moment a formless avenger has appeared on Earth, piercing things. No one expected his appearance at all, but apparently this is the very sponsor of the terrorists. The slug personally wants to meet with the collector of noble crowns and show him all his anger. A full-scale attack began along the entire perimeter. The palace guards were stunned and did not know what to do. There were too few of them to stop the constellation, so they decided to immediately call for reinforcements. John always understood that the slug would prepare to become a collector of noble crowns after his defeat, but he never thought that revenge would be so large-scale and aggressive. Now there is no doubt that it was he who led the terrorists to divide the collector's troops and divert the main forces from Buckingham Palace. Now the collector does not have enough troops to protect the artifact, and he must come to the rescue on his own. The slug has only existential power without essence. He acts too rashly, but emotions speak instead. In any case, John and the Libra goddess will benefit from this situation because the palace is practically unguarded. All their strength was thrown into the battle with the slug, and now they can take advantage of this opportunity. All that remains is to go inside and pick up the very artifact about which so much has been said. Meanwhile, in the territory of the Collector's Abyss, one could feel the incredible anger of the creator. He couldn't believe that the slug had made such a mess on his property. He already has enough problems with the six-winged angel knights, but now the situation is getting out of control. Times like these, he needs the help of his strongest servant, who should have intervened and stabilized the situation long ago. Now he left the protection of the sacred artifact to stop the slug because this is the first priority. The collector's strongest servant is called the Vampire King Garansh, and he is ready to challenge any constellation. He asked the slug to retreat immediately, but a monster without a clan and tribe does not care about its honor. The active phase of the confrontation has begun, and no one is going to concede in this brutal battle. The slug is not going to be afraid of some mosquito who pretends that he is the most powerful servant of the abyss. It becomes clear that with his actions, he is only trying to attract the collector's attention and challenge him to a duel. Such impudence is very difficult to tolerate. But if the collector had not fought with the six-winged angel, he would have intervened long ago. It was at this moment that the goddess of Libra offered him a treasure hunt, and the collector was very surprised because she is considered a weak constellation. It feels like all these creatures are just trying to anger him and force him to turn them into dust. In any case, the collector decided to accept the offer and defeat her before she set foot on his land. No one expected him to agree to the constellation war so quickly, but it still doesn't change anything. All the dirty work has already been done, and the collector does not even suspect that his sacred artifact is already in John's hands. Now they can declare victory, but John suggests not to rush and postpone it until later. If victory is declared right now, then these lands will come under the rule of the goddess, and the collector's army will immediately appear here. This will mean that they will also have to deal with an incredibly angry slug, and this is not at all part of their plans. It's better to use it while the collector's army drives out the Avenger. It turns out that John can not only take direct combat, but also act very smartly and tactically competent. You also won't have to be idle, because you need to clear everything before the collector realizes that the illuminated artifact has disappeared. Meanwhile, the battle between the slug and the vampire was still ongoing, and no one could take the initiative. Although the vampire is an unfinished hoax, this slug is still a constellation. The more mana poured into the barrier of pure blood surrounding the palace, the stronger the debuff it gives. All the servants here, except the Vampire King, have already invested their mana into the barrier. The slug still remains too strong, as if all this time he had been training and preparing for the place. It is not entirely clear how to defeat him. Only the sword of true blood can help break this vicious circle. It seemed like the king of the vampires might have a way to victory, but today the slug showed that he was in the best shape of his life. He not only reflected all his opponent's blows, but also successfully counterattacked like a true boxer. Garansha must change his strategy, otherwise he will be destroyed before the collector arrives. It seemed that no one and nothing could stop this crazy slug. But only at the last moment, when the vampire's life hung in the balance, did he appear. Thanks to the magic of teleportation, John came to the rescue along with Ada Quaniel. He asked the vampire not to twitch and leave all the dirty work to him, because he specializes in clearing territories. His sword already knows how to stop such attacks, because during his training in the Abyss, he did something much more dangerous. The invincible training master's avatar stopped the slug's attack and surprised everyone around with its strength and endurance. For a long time, the slug could not understand why John stood in his way, because it seemed that they were allies in this matter. Even the vampire could not understand why this man was saving his life, because everyone knows that the collector hates the training master. John said that he had come to save the local residents and made Garanche very happy, who would have long been dead without his help. He thanked John for standing on the side of the weak and promised to fight side by side with him. The slug realized that John was determined, but this did not mean that all his plans would be cancelled. Now a global massacre will begin. All that remains is to choose the right strategy and stop the approaching storm. John reminded us that we needed to cut down the slug before it began to regenerate, and to do this, we needed to act together. The slug immediately felt the power of three very strong creatures at the same time, armed to the teeth. He was dissatisfied with the fact that mortals dared to challenge him, but they did not pay attention to him at all. Each of the three horsemen of the apocalypse tried to inflict maximum damage on the slippery guy and make him suffer. They acted so harmoniously that now John must think about taking the vampire into his team. The slug was completely destroyed in a very short period of time. It did not even pose serious competition. His problem is that he is a constellation and therefore can recover very quickly, even after serious damage. This is exactly what is happening before our eyes, and soon the monsters again fully regain their strength. He is sure that if his manifestation had been completed, he would have torn them apart long ago. He is unhappy that John and his assistant are trespassing on someone else's territory instead of minding their own business. As soon as the slug said that he was only interested in the collector, and after winning he would immediately leave, plans changed. John not only put away his weapon, but also promised to immediately help the slug in his plans. Only the Vampire King could not understand what was happening, and until the last moment John tried to stop. Everyone around was very surprised when he took out from his portal the sacred collector's artifact, which had been hidden in the palace all this time. John identified himself as the avatar of a training master who had formed an alliance with the Libra goddess and said that everyone should respect this alliance. He officially declared victory in the War of the Constellations and thereby incredibly surprised the collector. This demonic god constellation was once again defeated in battle against John, making his blood run cold with anger. The lands of England now belong to the goddess of the scales, and all the collector's servants will be expelled from this territory. John got rid of the collector, and now the thinker must keep his promise. As soon as the issue was resolved, he immediately thanked his assistants and decided to return home. News about the victory over the collector quickly spread around the globe and even reached the forest near the London Green Power. For some time, Jessica could not believe that the avatar of training, not the goddess of the scales, united and defeated the collector, because this is fantastic. It seemed that they had practically won the war, but out of nowhere, John appeared and ruined everything again. The angels asked not to leave this situation unattended and to attack the goddess of scales, because she would not be able to withstand the onslaught of the angels. The six-winged angel ordered everyone to calm down, because he no longer needed the lands of England. He started the war only to drive out the evil god from the earth, and now that the goal has been achieved, further struggle makes no sense. In addition, he is indebted to the training avatar and will read this as fulfillment of obligations because his pride is not hurt. Jessica fully supports her master's decision because she treats John favorably. Now their army of angels is retreating, and Jessica looks quite happy and pleased with this result. The partially destroyed Buckingham Palace was very quickly restored. The power of the Libra goddess is truly incredible. Sometimes she is capable of something special. The goddess had already said that she wanted to rule the English island together with John, and this was the condition of their alliance. In fact, the goddess does not understand at all what to do with this land, and hope for help and advice from John. It seems that the constellations are too dismissive of England, as if it were something like a tribe of elves. He suggested immediately finding an expert and solving this issue in the most rational way so that people are happy. A few days later, John was already sitting in the main office of Buckingham Palace. He was receiving a very important guest, although he understood that this girl was busy solving the affairs of America. Jolie came to visit him. She always finds time for John, and especially after he became the owner of such a huge territory. All this happened in less than a night. But she is no longer surprised by anything because the training avatar constantly surprises everyone around her. England has received a new business proposal. Jolie wants to create a new country, although she is not sure that this is a good idea. Some time ago it was fashionable. Hunters conquered lands and created their own countries. None of these countries exist now because it is impossible to rule a country with brute force alone. You need to hire professionals and have a lot of time, but John doesn't want to go that far. He wants to transfer all the troubles to real professionals, English politicians who have been removed from their posts. In return, he will receive absolute rights to these lands and will be considered something like a king. He will restore the country and will have authority to conduct business in England, and this is very useful. If we do not take into account the production of artifacts, then he could open a catering business here and fulfill his old dream. John was ready to offer many more different ideas, but at that moment a new vision dawned on him. Apparently something bad happened again, although now everything looks a little different. Until now, predicting the future has always shown the problem itself and its surroundings. Now he doesn't see anything like that, And this is the main problem, because it is impossible to understand what exactly needs to be feared and where exactly it will happen. John immediately received a call from Matthias, who called the emergency line, because this is very serious. Representatives of the White House had just contacted him and told him terrible news. A dungeon gate has appeared in the middle of America, and we are talking about an S-class dungeon. As soon as John heard this news, he immediately took the first flight to Los Angeles. The Dragon Industry Company organized a meeting with Matthias to discuss future plans. John said that he had already seen the future where all of America was consumed by fire and darkness. It is likely that this happened precisely because of this very dungeon, so you need to understand the seriousness of the situation. This means that the dungeon will explode and monsters will pour into the outside world. It seems that big problems cannot be avoided. Experienced teams have already gone to this dungeon, but the problem is that no one has returned back yet. Many analysts suspect that this dungeon is a trap and will not let anyone out alive. Now the rest of the clans are just standing in front of the gates and trying to figure out what to do, because no one wants to take risks. Instead of running into unpredictable territory, they build a line of defense and wait for the explosion. This is a good solution, but based on the vision, their line of defense will be destroyed and the monsters will not be cleared. Matthias proposes to include John in the line of defense and seek increased security measures. They will need hunters of the highest class, but they are not sure that they will be able to call on a sufficient number of such professionals. Now Matthias was able to negotiate with only one of these warriors, and he is ready to enter this room. This person is our old acquaintance, Hunter Morales, with whom John crossed paths in the past. They haven't seen each other for a long time, but now their paths have crossed again. They will have to work together. Morales remembered John's help, and now feels that he remains indebted to him and is eager to help. He sold the stolen dungeon cabinet and made a lot of money. Morales understands why he was called, and he is ready to provide any support in a critical situation. He also contacted a hunter he knew who was a true professional in his field. He promised to take part in the raid if John helped a little with his problem. They will be able to meet him in a rather strange place, or to be more precise, at the main stadium of the UHC League. Today, sparring takes place there. The arena is not packed, but nevertheless, you can meet a sufficient number of fans. Apparently here, there will be a meeting with the same hunter who promised to help in this dangerous matter. He may seem a little strange and frivolous, but his abilities deserve special attention. Nicholas Carter is a Class A hunter, a confident, eccentric middle-aged man who has plenty of experience in battle. He's pleased to meet John, but he has one condition in order to take part in the raid. He only asks John to take part in the UHC League match, which will take place tomorrow. Everyone knows that John has not lost a single match in this league and considers such competitions to be child's play. On the other hand, he should not underestimate tomorrow's match, because it will not be people who will be watching, but constellations. This seems crazy, but the UHC and SSL leagues were created based on constellation wars. This means that when people or constellations are bored, they love to watch gladiator fights. Recently, hunters on Earth have become stronger, so everyone has begun to be interested in duels between hunters and servants of the constellations. Cases became more frequent when constellations found a team and offered to fight, so Nicholas, the owner of the UHC clan, also received such an offer. He really wants to win such a battle and receive valuable prizes, and therefore he needs the best fighters. In simple terms, he wants to use John as a mercenary, but at least this is fair. John agreed to accept this challenge, and the next day he found himself in a completely different and unknown world. This is where the battle will take place. He will fight not just as one lump, but together with other team members. He had already heard about the constellation that uses the ice region in another world, but had not met it in person. This constellation also knows who John is, but did not expect to meet him here at all. This constellation is called the Observer, returned from the cold, and if everything goes smoothly, then the constellation wants to establish a connection with the training avatar. Soon the hunters saw their rivals. They had to fight the Ice Knights. The Observer greeted John, and everything immediately fell into place. The training avatar remembered how she fought against the Observer in the War of the Constellations. Then her servant rode an ice dragon. She must have been furious after losing the Constellation War, but she decided to greet John nonetheless. Constellations rarely accept defeat in a calm manner, so this seems a little strange. It feels like the Observer likes the training avatar and she's up to something. She considers it fate to meet again, and offers to make a split bet because she thinks John is special and very capable. She offered to play for a wish. Apparently she was interested in an alliance with the training master. John thinks that this is a good offer and he is ready to accept the conditions. Okay, so that the Observer does not regret her decision later. John said that he wanted to go first and immediately solve all the problems that might arise for their team. Group combat in UHC is done in a challenge format, and so he is ready to take all the fire and do all the dirty work. He wants to deal with all the Ice Knights, but apparently they consider him just a little bug who won't be able to show anything. The Knights stated that they are not like any of John's past rivals, and today they will not make him suffer. The knight did not stop and continued to tell John that he considered him trash, but his monologue quickly ended. The training master is tired of listening to all these beautiful words, because he is a man of action, not a man of conversation. With one blow, he cut off the head of this talkative clown and showed who was in charge here. All members of his team were shocked by his performance, and finally realized who they were dealing with. The Ice Knights were especially frightened, since this was not how they imagined today's battle. They expected an easy ride and a quick victory, but what they ended up with was something terrible. John called them pieces of ice and said that he had no time for empty talk, so they could attack now. Each of the knights tried to defend their honor and avenge their comrade, but this was the beginning of the end for them. John was not nervous at all. He deliberately brought them out of emotional balance so as to destroy them in one approach. How the battle of the UHC constellations was over before success had barely begun. John, completely without the support of his comrades, defeated the Ice Knights with a score of 5-0. This means that the team of Black Kidnappers won a complete and at the same time devastating victory over a strong constellation. Many other constellations watched this battle, and now John is sure that the observer will not forget about his promise. She must do everything she said earlier, and then their union with the training avatar will be successful. Now they are allies, and the observer wants to understand the plans of his friend, so as not to interfere with these plans. He has nothing serious on his mind at all. The training avatar is planning to go to an S-rank dungeon that will explode soon. The observer promised to support John physically and mentally, and also to take her servant from the Icarus clan with her. John was very surprised and tried to understand who exactly the observer's servant was, because he knows all the Ikaru's hunters. The next day, he immediately went to the gates of the dungeon, about which so much had been said earlier. It was difficult for him to believe that Kira turned out to be the same servant of the observer whom he had learned about yesterday. This girl has been serving the constellation from the very beginning. All this time, John had guessed about it, but could not understand who exactly her owner was. As soon as John learned the whole truth, he immediately took a few steps back, as if afraid of Cyrus. The observer asked him not to be cold with this girl because she is the most valuable. Kira is one of the few vessels through which the constellation can find itself on Earth. Apparently this girl is really very important, and now it's clear why she has made such significant progress lately. A day like this can really be very useful, because today John will have to undergo a serious test. He doesn't know what could happen, because he has never defended a dungeon of such a high rank. This will be his first such experience. Many people gathered near the dungeon gate. Even the dragon Mateus managed to arrive along with his assistants. It looks like the government offered the hunters a large sum of money to clean up, because there was quite a crowd here. Most of the current combat power was gathered after a heated discussion with the Hunter Association. It was a difficult conversation. If it weren't for Mateus, then even a quarter of these hunters wouldn't be here, and then there would be even more problems. The main members of the Icarus clan were ordered to go to the rear and deal with monsters that would pass through this part of the defense. No, we must not forget that there are top-class hunters there, which means that city residents can sleep peacefully. Nobody knows what can happen, but the danger can come not only from monsters, but also from people. Apparently there are people here who want to take revenge on John, and have been waiting for such opportunities for a long time. Joseph Grant is incredibly angry with John because of what happened between them in the Abyss, after which Joseph was driven out of Orc territory. Gilbert also has his own reasons to hate this hunter, because during the last wave of monsters, they also had a conflict. Then John saved him from the clutches of the servants of the god of evil, but then total humiliation occurred. John saved him, although Gilbert did not ask for it at all, and this hurts him very much. It is difficult to understand his motives. In any case, this time Joseph received the task as the general director of the Parker building, so he needs to do everything beautifully. As long as he needs Gilbert's help, he is ready to work with him as a team, but apparently their plans may also be disrupted. The hunters had not even finished their preparations when they felt the earth trembling. The dungeon has opened, which means that now it will be very fun and incredibly dangerous. A bunch of monsters immediately came out of the dungeon and headed towards the hunters, as if they were also planning to clear the territory. They were all heavily armed and looked very sinister, but John didn't flinch at all. The invincible training master considers this just a warm-up, and wants to take the glory of a hero for himself. This is exactly what would have happened if Matthias had not intervened in the situation and said that he also wanted to have a little fun. Apparently he's doing this because it's live on TV, and he needs to improve his reputation. At times like these, the CEO must take proactive steps to ensure that the company's shares increase. That is why today he will fight to the very end, and then count the huge profits. Perhaps someone has forgotten, but the dragon Matthias is one of the most powerful magical hunters of his time. He's ready to immediately fry 100 monsters and show exactly how hunters should use magic. It was so powerful that even John was surprised. This is what the lust for money and power does to people. Of course, this is not enough to kill all the monsters, because this dungeon is of too high a rank, so you will have to work hard. Here, you cannot get around without the help of the servant of the constellation of the ruler who has returned from the cold. Kira is ready to show why she is considered such a valuable specimen and win the trust of the training avatar. The true power hidden in her vessels is ready to break out into the outside world and cool the situation a little. The breath of the ice god will make these monsters calm down and cool down a little. Apparently, in these seconds, the observer took over her body, and now the constellation beats along with the constellation. It's always interesting to watch such situations, because such a symbiosis gives rise to something incredible. This is their first fight since the creation of the Alliance, and everyone will want to show their best side. The monsters were frozen for some time, and the hunters quickly realized that this was their chance. With the help of magic, you can attack these monsters from a long distance and practically not risk your own health. From the very beginning, everything goes much more smoothly than expected. John even thought that he would not have to interfere. It is in the moments when everything seems too easy and the hunters begin to relax that the worst usually happens. The explosion from the rear was very unexpected, and only by looking more closely, one could understand that it came from another hunter. Gilbert Garrotti and Joseph Grand, apparently they are the culprits of the unpleasant situation that arose before our eyes. It's not entirely clear what they are up to, but it all looks as ominous as possible, and promises serious problems for John and his team. Apparently, even Joseph did not understand what was happening, although it seemed that they had joined forces. It feels like Gilbert has completely lost his mind, and is now controlled by a completely different entity. He oversteps his bounds and forces Joseph to act aggressively and start a battle. John and Kira just watched and tried to understand what was happening, and why were these two idiots fighting each other? It feels like he secretly made a contract with an evil god, just like Douglas did a few months ago. Kira said that this is unlikely because the energy of the constellation is not felt at all from Gilbert. Apparently among the hunters here, someone knows how to control the minds of other creatures, and this is exactly what is happening. The local monsters belong to different races, they all study the same energy, and apparently they are controlled by the same person. Apparently there is a person or even a monster who is capable of mind control on such a scale. There is no time to go into details now, because Joseph Grant is on the verge of death. He was again drawn into close combat, but he was clearly inferior to his opponent in energy potential. Only at the last moment did the hero appear, against whom Joseph so badly wanted to take revenge. John not only saved his life, but also personally got involved in the battle with Gilbert in order to cool this guy down. Most living beings in the universe would be dead after such a blow, but Gilbert is still breathing. Not only is he ready to continue the battle, but he was also able to take over the minds of other hunters, and now there is an entire army of them. Gilbert spoke in a voice completely different from his own. Kira immediately noticed this and said that all this was organized by the forces of Demiar. He's also known as a spirit-type monster who specializes in a variety of possession magic. This monster provokes various conflicts even in the depths of the abyss, but so far none of the constellations has decided to stop it. This is probably due to the fact that it is very difficult to catch, and you also have to kill all the creatures it captures. This is the only way to get to the real Demiar, or use the absorption skill, which surpasses the power of possession. All this time, clairvoyance was not helping at all, because everything was happening because of a spiritual-type monster. The action plan is clear. John asked the observer for help, because he himself would not be able to cope with such a difficult task. Mateus and other hunters will soon take care of the monsters that come out of the dungeon. Once everything is over, it will be possible to deal with Demiar and his servants. To do this, Kira must limit their movements, and then they can be executed with one blow. John said that for something like this, he has a special technique, and he is ready to test it today. Apparently, Demiar doesn't like being underestimated, so he wants to shut up this naive guy. John waited for the perfect moment and asked Cyrus to use the breath of the ice god. Demir reminded that he is a spirit, which means that even if his body is frozen, he can still get out. This only emphasizes the underestimation of his opponent, and yet John has already punished his enemies many times for something similar. This is called the Great Absorption Technique. Kira has already said that such a skill can help in the fight against the spirit. His obsession is similar to that of a collector, and that explains a lot. The Great Absorption Technique can now be used to release the parasite. Demir was sure that the famous king of the abyss spirits would never lose, but never say never. The spirit had been hiding its power all this time, although even he admitted that he had underestimated this man too much. If he had not remembered his scattered strength, he would have already lost, but nevertheless, we are waiting for the continuation of this battle. Now Damien has left his body. It is difficult for him to be in spirit form, so he must capture the nearest creature or immediately run away. The journalists continued to broadcast on television, but now they remembered that their profession requires them to take risks. Demiar does not want to take a weak body for himself, but now he has no choice, so he will have to be content with little. Only at the last moment was the journalist saved, thanks to the incredible appearance of an experienced hunter. Mateus appeared out of nowhere. He was clearing out the monsters, but could not ignore what was happening. Let's not forget that this guy belongs to the old school, back when hunters were not afraid to challenge anyone. Demiar did not understand what was wrong with this guy. His body is covered with first-class charms, and he wants to bind him inside his vessel. Apparently, the spirit must retreat again because all circumstances are constantly stacked against it. He tried to escape, but it was too late, because Mateus had already completely absorbed his energy. He promised to treat him with more respect, and also played a little along with the camera, which was filming him all the time. Thanks to teleportation, he soon found himself near his surprised comrades. Now is not the time to be surprised. This guy is difficult to hold by force alone, so you need to immediately apply a second seal. Kira took control of the situation and immediately activated her Eternal Winter skill. This is just a superficial freeze, so nothing bad will happen to Mateus. Sometime later, Kira explained what was happening and said that there was no separate force capable of removing Demiar. If everything were so simple, then the Celestials would have destroyed this spirit long ago. The dragon Mateus began to worry, because he understands that he could be stuck here for a long time, and maybe even forever. He hopes that John will be able to activate his devouring technique again, because it worked in the past. Apparently, the situation was a little different then. The power of this spirit was scattered, because it controlled several people at once. Then his power escaped into the outside world, and it would be difficult to use the same technique in this situation. John can try, but he doesn't promise at all that everything will go perfectly, and there will be no side effects. Apparently, today's heroism was unnecessary, and it was better for Mateus to remain retired and enjoy a cold mojito by the pool. It was only after he saw his company's stock rise that he felt an incredible surge of joy. All this heroism was captured by television cameras, which means that the whole world saw his rescue of the journalist. The observer suggested moving Mateus. In this situation, this is the best option. There it will be possible to gradually dissolve Demiar using various ancient techniques. This problem still cannot be solved on Earth, so difficult choices will have to be made, and Matthias does not mind taking the risk. He also reminded that the company should not be left without management, because Dragon Industry is not an ordinary children's toy store. The dragon is ready to leave the company in the hands of his close friend, because he still won't find a better candidate. The situation with the dungeon explosion was successfully resolved. The monsters were destroyed, and the perimeter was cleared. A few days later, Jolie learned that her father had gone to the realm of the invincible Avatar. The most interesting thing is that instead of him, the company will be led by the hunter John, and this is not a joke at all. John said that in the end, Matthias gave him some advice on how exactly to run the company. He said that the main ability in business is strength, although John had never heard anything more stupid in his life. Apparently, he has no experience with Matthias, and he has not seen how the company representatives fight like dogs to satisfy their greed. The representative needs an indefinable charisma in order to sort out all this chaos and take control of the situation. Very often you have to use force. John should learn this, because now he has complete power in the dragon industry. This is exactly what happened, and now we find ourselves at the point where a multi-million-dollar company is run by a hunter from the abyss. John tried to search the chairman's computer for information about scheduled meetings and tasks. He expected a huge amount of work to fall on his shoulders, because now he is the chairman. That is why he was so surprised to see that Matthias spent all his free time watching TV series. All day long he said that he was performing business tasks, but instead enjoyed the plots of his favorite TV series. Now it's not even entirely clear how he was able to become so successful, because it cannot depend only on luck. Even Jolie says that now John has no work at all, because his assistants do everything for him. This means that you can now start a business that John has long dreamed of, and which promises 100% success. Jolie was scared and looked at the new chairman in bewilderment, trying to understand what exactly he was up to. It turned out that the invincible training master had always dreamed of launching mass production of abyss ingredients, and this was obvious. Jolie said that there are a lot of problems with this idea, because there are reasons why this area is not developed at all. This is very difficult to mass produce, because the animals of the abyss are too cruel to tame. The plant withers as soon as it leaves its home environment. The soil of the earth will not be able to provide them with the necessary supply of energy. Nothing is impossible using technology, but it will cost a fortune. John calmly listened to her story, and then said that he had an idea on how to solve all these problems. The day before this conversation, he visited the territory of the goddess of Libra, and no one knew about this meeting. The goddess saw a future in which the business of producing ingredients for the abyss on Earth would be a huge success. She said it would be a great idea for a new business, and John should definitely try to take over this area. The training avatar thanked the goddess for such valuable advice, and said that he would definitely take advantage of this chance. Now he explained to Jolie that he had serious connections that prompted him to take such a responsible step. He hinted that his connections are very professional, although of course this is quite far from the truth. If for some reason they fail, John is prepared to take full responsibility and resign immediately. He had already assembled all the labor needed for this project and did it without a single contract. A few days later, rumors about such a business even reached the Parker Group. Alex Parker was surprised when he heard that the dragon industry was preparing a business to prepare ingredients from the abyss. The chairman's eldest son, Jacob, said that all the serious tabloids are already writing about this, so there is no doubt about this information. Instead of the dragon Mateus, John became the chairman of the company, and his first step at the head of the company was a similar adventure. Jacob is sure that this is their chance to destroy their competitor, because the stupid hunter will definitely fail in the role of chairman. There are very few companies in the world that have the necessary technologies for such a business. John also knows this, so he will try to enter into a partnership agreement, and this can be taken advantage of. Jacob suggested lobbying such companies, forcing them to request astronomical contracts and drying up the dragon industry's budget. In simple words, Jacob proposes to inflict a financial blow on competitors and take advantage of their oversight. If everything goes well, the dragon industry will suffer incredible losses and go bankrupt. They have already announced the launch of the project, so they should not abandon this idea. If Jacob's father gives permission for Jacob's idea, then Jerry Cupper, the CEO of Fiscal Food, will help him sort out all the nuances. I hope that no one has forgotten that Jerry Cooper is John's secret spy, and has been serving him for several days now. As soon as this dialogue took place, Jerry immediately contacted John. The invincible training master said that he is not worried about such problems, and he will cope with any difficulties. It turned out that John had already launched the project, although there was no mention of this in the press. This is why the Parker Group's plan will fail, because all the problematic aspects of the business have long been resolved. In England, they chose the most mystical place to start a farming business. This land is different from the abyss, so more attention will have to be paid to cultivation, but this should not be a problem. If you plant a lot of life-giving grass, which restores vitality, the soil will become even better. John also managed to buy quality seeds, all thanks to his connections with a very experienced merchant. John asked no one to rush, because they have enough time and resources to do their job well. You can leave this place and go to the kingdom to check how things are going there now. He hasn't visited there for a long time, but you can find one very interesting character there. After some time, John returned to the territory of the abyss again. The first thing he decided to do was meet with his friend Mateus and tell him that he had launched a business producing ingredients for the abyss on Earth. It was difficult to understand why he launched such a complex project because no one had ever succeeded. John explained that his orcs are real professionals in farming, and therefore there is no doubt about success. Ever since John found himself in the abyss, he always feels like he needs to check something. Soon, the invincible training master went to another part of his domain to meet with the skeleton. Hannibal was incredibly glad to see the owner of the territory and hoped that he would finally be released. Oddly enough, John is ready to remove his status as a scarecrow, but in return, he must accept him as a vassal. He must tell him about his master's personality and also not forget to mention his weaknesses. Hannibal himself entered into dialogue, and he had to try very hard to unhook himself from the wooden cross. He's clearly tired of hanging around, and he wants to serve his new master, and for this he will have to share information. Hannibal swore that he had no other intentions and begged to be accepted into his team. Lars said that this does not seem like a lie. If a person of such rank is humiliated in this way, then there is no doubt about the veracity of these words. Hannibal said that the constellation of the demon of contracts and orders is also known as the Saint of Contract. Holy Contract is the ruler of the second kingdom associated with the earth, which was already mentioned earlier. Thus, if John knows all of his weaknesses, then he will have a very good chance of defeating the constellation. This will mean that his second raid into the abyss in the future will be much easier and faster than the previous one. Jonah is ready to accept a new vassal, and now Hannibal can forget about being a scarecrow. All that remains is to tell about the weaknesses of your past owner, and then the issue will be resolved. Sometime later, John found himself in the territory of the Holy Contract. Here is a black poisonous forest of order, in which everyone serves the local constellation. John hopes that in this form he will be able to get inside and no one will notice the catch. He really looks like a common sight in the abyss. Even Lars himself would not recognize such a goblin. To do this, I had to use a little magic, and now John is very similar to the local residents. There is a powerful protective barrier in the center of the forest, and if you try to break through, an alarm will immediately sound. The security level is really high, because this is the weakness of the Holy Contract that Hannibal talked about. A few days ago, he said that the weakness is the book, which contains all the contracts that the owner has concluded. He treasures this book as if it were a part of his soul, because contracts are the source of his strength. The book is very well protected, so it will be very difficult to destroy it. If it falls into John's hands, then a powerful trump card will appear to control the Holy Contract. Everything related to contracts is stored in the main tower, which is located in the center of the territory. To get there, you will need to go through a gate that requires solving a puzzle. And this is the hardest part. In order to solve the riddle, you need high intelligence, so this time you will need more than just muscles. The puzzles are constantly changing, and Hannibal will not be able to help solve this problem. The Holy Contract said that he received the inspiration for these riddles from the people on Earth, and this is a great advantage. This means that John, who is connected to the Earth, will be able to easily solve these riddles and go inside. The atmosphere around was quite strange. Here you can meet monsters of different races who behave inappropriately. Apparently they are all trying to solve this riddle, but no one can do it. The old elf greeted the goblins and said that he too was having problems with this. He advised them to give up and return home, because this was the most difficult mystery they had encountered in all this time. Even the best mind of their tribe is stuck here for several days, so it is better not to waste too much time. John still decided to try, because he had come a long way, and it would be strange to give up halfway. When he saw the riddle of the abyss in front of him, he practically did not move for some time, as if he was immersed in hypnosis. The question was quite simple. It was necessary to indicate the answer to the question, what will happen if the king falls? The elf said that the riddle must be related to the political consequences of the king's fall. While he was thinking about the solution to this problem, John revealed the correct answer by saying the word King Kong. As soon as he answered the riddle correctly, the system immediately launched him inside. All the monsters who gathered in this room could not believe their own eyes, because it seemed unthinkable. They had done a lot of work and had gotten nowhere, but this goblin answered correctly on the first try. Within a few seconds, John and Lars found themselves in the center of that same city, near the main tower. John asked his comrade to be careful and not to forget that they were in enemy territory. A battle could break out at any moment, especially if someone provokes them. One of the guards began to laugh at the goblins, because it was strange that the stupidest creatures of the abyss had solved the riddle. In any case, his job is to receive distinguished guests and help them with the contract. Thus very soon, John found himself inside this central tower, and for this he did not even kill anyone. It feels like he ended up in an ordinary company on Earth, only the employees are not human at all. After a short and empty conversation, it's time to get down to business and discuss the terms of the contract. John can freely name whatever he wants to receive, and then press the red button to assign a price. It will help you evaluate the terms of the contract and choose the optimal cost. John immediately pressed this button and said that he immediately needed a book of contracts for the constellation of contracts and orders. It seemed impossible, but if John was refused, he was ready to come out the other side. The demon was not at all afraid. He remained calm and understood that his guest was referring to the sacred relic of the owner. It turned out that he was even ready to bring it right now, because the sale of a sacred relic could turn out to be an unprecedented deal. He has the right to use the owner's thing, because the order of contracts is paramount. If John is willing to pay the required price, then there will be no problem. But for this, he needs to offer something special. The disguised training master must offer his payment. It can be anything. After thinking for a while, our main character smiled and said that he had something very interesting for such an occasion. The constellation of contracts and orders constantly monitors affairs in his company, because he loves order and discipline. The demon is happy that the contracts are growing, and he can calmly enjoy a glass of red wine in splendid isolation. The working day was almost over, and finally he decided to check today's contracts by calling the director. He asked him to go to the main office and bring the book of contracts to check today's progress. The director got a little nervous and said that, unfortunately, this was impossible. One client just exchanged a book of contracts and did it in a completely legal way. While the demon of contracts and orders was trying to understand how this happened, John and Lars had already left the main tower. Now it's time to leave a message for the constellation and thank him for the great deal. John can easily blackmail the contract demon and forget about his problems with this guy. In order to better understand what happened, you need to go back an hour and look more closely at the negotiations. John is ready to provide valuable information, which will be enough to obtain the sacred relic. Goblin stated that during the preliminary discussion of the deal, he could not go into details. But at the same time, he may hint that this is an unprecedented secret of the Constellation Master. But there is one condition for this. The secret will be revealed 100 years after the conclusion of the agreement. The director said that this was too long, but the goblin still insisted that this was very valuable information. Oddly enough, the system confirmed that the contract is indeed possible, and this system never makes mistakes. Even though the secret has not yet been announced, the contract has already been concluded, and John can take the book of contracts. When the contract demon found out what happened, he almost killed his director, because it all sounded like complete nonsense. Only later did he realize that in fact, the director was not to blame at all, because the system was automatic. The demon himself established the rule that any transaction can continue as long as the measuring device recognizes it. All that remains is to understand exactly what secret of the constellation he will receive in 100 years, because it must be an incredible secret in its significance. A few seconds later, the demon received a request to dialogue with the invincible training master. He finally realized who was behind all this fraud, and he became even angrier. Thanks to the connection to the abyss, the two constellations finally came face to face. The demon is clearly in a bad mood, because John not only stole his relic, but apparently wants to openly mock him. John recalled that it was the demon of contracts who started their conflict with his interference in other people's territories. John has already read several pages of this book and learned something interesting. He learned that the demon of contracts and orders is in an alliance, and this is big news. It has long been unclear why all the constellations that are associated with the Earth are very evil. Or how did the owner of the first constellation find out about the owner of the second constellation? Because this also looks strange. John thought a lot about these questions in his free time, and was able to come up with a rough hypothesis. Perhaps the Earth was connected with the kingdom of the evil constellations not by chance. Perhaps the evil constellations joined forces. This was done to connect their kingdoms with the Earth, and for this, they needed an alliance. The demon realized that there was no point in denying, and admitted that this was the absolute truth, because connecting with the Earth required something more than individual strength. The demon of contracts decided to gather the rest of the involved constellations and organize something similar to an alliance. Even despite this alliance, they are still rivals on Earth, and this does not stop them. It is impossible to reveal the identity of this alliance because it is part of the agreement. Hannibal spoke about this quite freely, and when the second gate and the domain overlapped each other, the influence of the treaty weakened. John no longer sees the point in asking unnecessary questions because none of this matters anymore. At the last moment, the contract demon offered all possible options for how to get out of this situation, so as not to destroy his book. John said that he was not interested in anything other than obtaining the demon domain, although it sounds cruel. He offered to conclude a contract here and now that the demon would now always help him in the future. If the cost of this assistance is equal to the cost of the book of contracts, then John will return it to its rightful owner. It will be difficult, but nevertheless, the demon is ready to agree to such conditions and accepts the constellation's offer. They quickly concluded an agreement, and each went about their own business to meet again in the future. Finally, the demon decided to find out what secret he indicated in the contract when he bought the book. The invincible training master replied that for now he does not want to disclose this information because it is really worthwhile. Thus, a temporary alliance was formed between the contract constellation and the invincible training master. A few weeks later, the mood in the Parker Building Company worsened because new information about competitors was received. Jacob Parker no longer looks so confident in his abilities because it is clear that he did not live up to his father's expectations. John is finishing preparations for the launch of his new business, and Dragon Industries' shares continue to rise. Jerry Cooper said that he blocked all technological paths from this side, but apparently something did not go according to plan. The assistant advises Jacob not to be nervous, and not to forget that they always have a plan B. A very important event will take place soon because preparations have recently been completed. The Conference of the American Union of Hunters is where the best companies and clans of the world gather. This is an event where the best of the best come together to announce new products and business plans related to the industry. Without any doubt, this event is the largest platform for information exchange in the United States of America. The conference always attracts everyone's attention because it is there that the top companies for the next year are determined. All representatives strive to promote the merits of their products and to do it better than anyone else. Also, no one forgets to try to lower the competitor's offer in order to create a gap in stock prices. The assistant is sure that at such an event, the new business of the Dragon Industry Company will not last even 5 minutes before they are laughed at. Their reputation will fall below historical levels, and then they can no longer be considered their competitors. John was completely unaware of the Parker Group's ideas, and within a few weeks he was preparing for the start of the conference. All preparations are over, now all that remains is to wait for the start and enjoy the process. John expected that there would be a lot of people here, so he was not at all surprised to meet many acquaintances here. Today they will be unveiling a line of artifacts that was recently put into mass production. Of course, their main trump card will be the absolute bestseller of the quarter, the icy blue Sword of Silence. This sword is perfect, so people will continue to want to buy it again and again. Right now, somewhere far away in the depths of the abyss, one little kitten of lava and magma feels wild pride in his creation. John hurried to his stand, because very soon he would have to begin his performance. In parallel with this, a small conflict occurred, as if the two companies did not share a place in the conference room. John recognized the group from a Korean company. It looks like they lost their place at the last moment. We must not forget that the conference is held in the USA, which means that there is a tendency to give preference to local companies. Another American company has taken their place, and due to lack of connections, they can't do anything. John does not consider himself a patriot, so he does not want to interfere in this conflict at all. At that moment, his keen eye helped him, which saw that the American company belongs to Hansen Energy. The conflict continued and did not even have a hint of stopping. It seemed that these guys would now start fighting each other. John realized that the situation was getting out of control and it was more like bullying. The representative of the American company was very surprised that the legendary hunter from the abyss decided to intervene in this conflict. He doesn't like it when ordinary guys try to use connections that they don't actually have. He told the offenders to immediately move to another corner, otherwise he would use his influence and kick them out of the conference. Even his aura was enough for them to do everything he said. The threat only accelerated this process. The representative of the Korean company was very pleased that John helped him at such a difficult moment. He understood why John did this because patriotism for one's country is always in the heart of every person. The training master has never heard anything more stupid in his life, because he is not a patriot at all. Soon Jolie arrived at the conference. She was near the Dragon Industry stand and was waiting for the chairman. The presentation is already ready. If they follow the plan, then there will be no problems. At least that's what Jolie thinks. At that moment, a girl from the Parker Group approached her and said that this would never happen. This was a hint that today would be the day of the Parker Group, and this company would eclipse all its competitors. Only the eldest daughter of the Parker Group, Gloria Parker, could say such a self-confident phrase. Jolie said that this girl is a very influential figure, who is among the top 5 leaders in terms of succession. In fact, she mostly just plays with the hunters and finances their various ventures, but she should not be underestimated. It turned out that she came here to tell about her brother's complex scheme, and thereby help John and his company. She will not change her decision, but in return, Hunter John must do her a favor. Gloria is the head of the famous Parker Linus Agency, known for its elite selection of the best hunters in the United States. Her secret to success is well known in the industry. Everyone knows that she always satisfies the desires of up-and-coming hunters. It doesn't matter what they want. Her agency will do everything for the hunters, because that's exactly the philosophy of her business. She achieved success by fully satisfying the needs of her audience. One of her important hunters wanted to learn martial arts, and if John trained him, he would find out about Jacob's scheme. John is ready to accept this offer, even despite the resistance of Jolie, who hates the Parker Group and everything connected with it. She believes that a stranger cannot be trusted, but John is sure that nothing bad will happen. You need to understand that he himself is a famous representative of martial arts, and thereby will only strengthen his image. After a short conversation, John and Jolie finally discovered Jacob's scheme, which could hinder the development of their company. To undermine his reputation, he plans to go to extreme measures and stop at nothing. Before that, he is going to involve journalists because they are part of his plan. He invited experts who perfectly understand all the nuances of business and are ready to declare that the grass of life cannot grow on Earth. He thanked him for the valuable information and said that he didn't need a plan to stop his competitors. He always acts intuitively, and also knows that if he provides results, then there will be no doubt about success. As soon as the presentation began, he immediately introduced the life-giving herb Gorin, about which there were so many rumors. They've only received 0.1% of the original amount, and John admits that this is just the beginning. This statement shocked absolutely all participants in the presentation, because no one expected that the grass was already ready. Apparently, Jacob's plan failed at the very beginning, although he was already ready to open a bottle of champagne. He ordered experts to immediately find reasons for criticism, but now this is almost impossible. Abyssal botany expert Thomas Malcolm got a ton of money for his work, so he must come up with something. He heard that the business was announced only recently, and does not understand how John, in such a short time, was able to get so much greenery. John decided to demonstrate his product to an expert so that he could see with his own eyes the qualities of this herb. Real confirmation is always much better than beautiful words, because facts are always more important than theory. This life-giving herb is rated as Class A and significantly restores the vitality of the user. Any person who has not yet died can find a new life only by using this herb. Even a paid botanist is ready to admit that this is a revolution in the academic world, and this information cannot be hidden from society. He believes that this breakthrough is worthy of a Nobel Prize and proposes to immediately nominate John for all kinds of awards. There was no need for further presentation. The reaction was so global that success was already in John's pocket. Finally, he said that the grass would be sold on a first-come, first-served basis, and there would have to be a real battle for it. Competitors who were expecting the dragon industry were perplexed and trying to figure out what to do next. Now all they have to do is start fighting for the right to be the first to get some of this incredible herb. Jacob Parker looked too pale, but against the backdrop of everyone's joy, because he understood that now he was finished. After the presentation, the queue grew longer and longer, and this no longer surprised anyone. Jolie asked everyone to calm down and stop in one row so that the line would be clear and understandable. Hunters, heads of corporations, and simply rich people were ready to give everything they had in order to get at least one leaf of this grass. Hansen stood and could not understand what to do, but he must ensure supplies. John appeared next to him, completely unexpectedly, and said that he could provide his incredible product. In fact, John came before to ask for a small favor, and they are sure that they can talk. A few days later, an interesting dialogue took place in Korea, which was initiated by Mr. Hansun. He came here on the first flight to talk with one very interesting person. It turned out that he was interested in our old friend Jasmine, who was training in the gym at that moment. He began to thank her and did not explain the reasons at all. All this became more and more mysterious. It felt like the hunter she beat yesterday was his worst enemy. That's not really the case, because their team was able to get the presentation contract because Hunter John cares about Jasmine. A few days ago, on the day of the presentation, John made it clear exactly what he was interested in. He immediately guessed that Jasmine's position in the Hansen group was not particularly stable, and he didn't like it at all. Her results don't really stand out, and she also has a very specific personality, which makes it difficult for her to fit into the business world. John is ready to contribute to her progress and push her up the career ladder. After this, they entered into a contract worth 10 times more than in other places for the life grass. The conditions were quite simple. Jasmine should become one of the leaders of this project. Apparently, she didn't like it at all that her name was used to woo Hunter John. She immediately decided to find the herb of life and return it to the hunter, because she considers herself offended. Mr. Hansen grabbed her leg and begged her to stop because their company really needed money. If she refuses to work in such conditions, she will have to seriously reduce her staff. He offered to thank John in another way and give him something special. In the meantime, the time has come to fulfill the promise that John made to Gloria Parker. It must be recalled that he promised to become an instructor for a hunter who wants to learn martial arts. This is a C-rank hunter from Parker Linus who has a very unusual appearance but very big ambitions. This guy turned out to be quite polite, although it seemed that everyone who worked for Gloria would not be very nice people. Nathan said that she started training from the moment she first saw John on TV. He decided to become a hunter and went to college to major in it, and from that moment on, he never gave up on his dream. John did not even suspect that in the modern world there are specialized colleges and schools for training hunters. They produce a lot of talent every year and also attract many investors who then benefit from the collaboration. By investing in such an educational institution, you can then get the best talent for your team. This is how Nathan got into Parker Group, although he is not very happy to work for this company. John was upset that he didn't find out about this sooner, because he could have sponsored a good school to improve Doxyny's team. As soon as he thought about it, he immediately remembered his team, which he had completely forgotten about. There is no doubt that Chansik is doing a good job with the affairs of the Doxyny clan, but it would be nice to pay a visit and check everything in person. In this regard, there is now a new training program, which is not at all easy to get used to. Several months have passed since they began training according to John's standards, and now the clan's results have improved. You begin to feel much more confident. But there are also disadvantages to this approach. Many young hunters could not stand these trainings and decided to leave the clan, so now they need to be replaced. There are gaps in the main roster, so we need to rack our brains and figure out how to fix all the problems. Day and night, Chansik thought about possible options, but perhaps the answer would come from a completely unexpected direction. Jasmine appeared completely unannounced and said that she wanted to help their clan recruit hunters. To do this, she is ready to give Chansik the right to be nominated to one of the schools sponsored by the Hansen Company. This school is the most prestigious school for hunters in Korea, and is called the Hwang School. Everyone knows that Hwang High School is an ideal place for future hunters. The training there is outstanding, even compared to elite universities. Jasmine is ready to give away something very valuable, because she wants to thank John for helping her. Chansik was incredibly happy and agreed to all the conditions, because this is the best option for solving all the problems of his clan. A few days later, John arrived in Korea to personally visit Hwang High School. He hopes to see here not just young talents, but someone who could replace him in the future and work for the good of the earth. He wants to meet a really worthy guy or girl with impeccable skills and mental component. It feels like this is a personal challenge for him, because he doesn't think about retirement at all, and is ready to continue to reveal his talent. It turned out that a surprise was waiting for him near the school, because Jasmine and Chansik decided to meet him. It was difficult to understand why they decided to put on such stupid masks, but apparently it was necessary to see the true essence of the students. If the hunters show who they really are, then everyone will want to join their team, and it will be difficult to select truly special students. This is why camouflage is a necessary element, especially for such a famous hunter as John. The design of the camouflage was not the most pleasant, but no one could find anything better than this camouflage artifact. Thus, John also put on a mask and went to the training ground of Hwang High School. Even the weakest students of this school know that speed alone is not enough for a good attack, because you need to add strength. Here you can see iron discipline, because any disobedience is punished very cruelly. Even John was convinced that the students here can be called the best in Korea. The only problem is that none of them deserve to be signed into the clan right now. They are all too raw. Chan-si said that he singles out only one of the students who is undergoing personal coaching right now. Apparently this is the best student of the Hwang School and a promising talent. This guy's name is Chan. He is a sophomore with incredible ambitions and a desire to win. John noticed that this guy really looks good, but his internal characteristics leave much to be desired. His personality is terrible, he constantly provokes conflicts, is very arrogant and incredibly rude. You also need to pay attention to the fact that he is taking prohibited substances and without doping, he will become weaker. High grades are not enough. John would like to find someone with the right character who is willing to endure his training and challenges. He looked to the other side of the training ground and saw that there was a very gifted character. His name is Sun, and the instructor constantly tells him that it's time to give up, because he has no talent at all. This guy trains until he's exhausted, but he's been at the bottom of his class 3 years in a row. Even freshmen score higher than him, and with such results, he will soon be kicked out of school. Everyone knows that he trains day and night, but apparently without talent, one cannot achieve the highest results. At this moment, John took a step forward and said that he wanted to take this student to his clan. He looked a little strange, just like his partners, but quickly explained the essence of his proposal. The teacher began to panic and said that he was not going to talk to illegal immigrants. Therefore, they had to take off their masks and show their true faces so that John and his friends would be taken seriously. Now, when the teacher saw world stars and legendary hunters in front of him, he did not hide his surprise at all. The students also recognized John, but unfortunately, almost no one recognized the Ice Emperor of Iron Blood, named Chansik. John said that he came here for reconnaissance and wants to accept the student song into his clan, even despite his results. Up close, it was clear that he had amazing endurance, as well as an ideal character. His personality is admirable because he has an indomitable spirit that does not know how to give up. With such a frantic desire to learn, there is no doubt that Song will turn into a legendary hunter in the future. All of his other stats are quite low, but if you transfer him to the role of a tank, then his strengths outweigh his weaknesses. John said that he would be happy if Sun joined his team, and then they could achieve great victories together. At first, this guy didn't believe what was happening at all. It seemed like it was just a sweet dream, and by opening his eyes, everything would end. But this is reality. John said that it is imperative to take care of someone so that Sun receives a good salary and generous bonuses. He was ready to say a few more beautiful words, but Sun could not stand this happiness and fainted. Sun woke up 30 minutes later and immediately signed a contract with John, and with this, the work at the Huang school was completed. Jasmine said that she still hadn't fully thanked John for his help, and would definitely come up with something else. A hunters tournament is being held near them, sponsored by the Hansen Group, and that's where they are heading. You can meet even brighter talents there, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to attend this event. The Asian Hunter Tournament always brings together promising minds from neighboring countries, and such events are not to be missed. Up-and-coming talents from universities across Asia are gathering in one place to share skills and showcase their strengths. This fierce competition showcases national strength with competitors willing to do anything to win. Also, local clans are constantly trying to lure the best of the best from other countries. Many corporations watch such competitions in search of talent for their teams. Right now, Yang, an employee of the Chinese Hunter Department, is watching the battles. He doesn't see any talented warriors to be part of the Chinese team, but there are other problems as well. None of them will want to deal with the Chinese side, because everyone knows that this country constantly deceives hunters. The Chinese team's match is about to begin, and Yang is eagerly waiting for someone to join him. He talks about the minister of the Hunters Department, whose name is Gore, and apparently he is too lazy to work. At that moment, a young hunter John appeared behind him. Apparently he also wants to watch the tournament. The training master came not alone, but with his friends, and apparently greatly surprised the member of the Chinese Association. Jasmine immediately showed that she would not allow anyone to distract them from viewing the talents, so Yang had better shut up. Yang was actually surprised that 3 high-ranking hunters with ties to Korea would be sitting in the room with him. It's not entirely clear why they came to the amateur tournament. Perhaps they had a very promising participant. A few hours later, the battle of the Korean team, which everyone was watching closely, ended. It was too intense, but it was hard to see any special talent on this team. Even compared to the Chinese, the Korean team looks weak, and that is a cause for concern. It feels like John and his friends came to see something completely different. They believe that China is one of the favorites of the tournament, because there the awakened ones are trained from an early age, and this gives a great advantage. Ian was pleased to hear the hunters being praised on his part. Apparently he really did a good job. At the same time, John said that they consider the Chinese invincible and know the key to defeating them. The next match is Korea versus China. He wants to give the Korean team some advice. They are very talented but lack experience, and with some guidance they can win without any problem. It seemed to Yang that this was impossible, because the difference in levels could not be overcome with just a few words. He tried to console himself that this was impossible, but he doesn't know John well, for whom the impossible does not exist. Soon the match was completed. The Korean team defeated China with a score of 3-0. Apparently John's advice really worked, although at the beginning it seemed that he was too self-confident and arrogant. John simply pointed out the weaknesses of the Chinese team and highlighted the strengths of his fellow countrymen. At the same time, the training master feels a little guilty, although he did not break the rules at all, but still influenced the result. He wanted to thank Yang for her good work on the Chinese side, but he disappeared somewhere. Apparently, I was upset and realized that they had big problems after their team fell out of the cohort of the best. He came to the experienced Gore and said that in this situation, they might have to resign. Mr. Gore calmly turned around and ordered him to shut up immediately, and also reminded him of the owner's words. Magical things began to happen in the room. There is no other way to explain it because the aura was extraordinary. An ordinary person cannot possess anything like this. This ominous and powerful energy is clearly of unearthly origin. Only a constellation can have such power. Apparently, Horus entered into a contract with the deity and has now received incredible power. This seemed somewhat strange, since he is not even a hunter, and yet he was able to enter into a contract with an evil constellation. I started talking too much. He was already tired of his constant whining, and so Horus decided to shut his mouth. The China Hunter Department official couldn't believe that the minister was doing such things. He had no right to choose the side of the evil constellation, because such a contract would only bring destruction and chaos. Gore said that he was not interested in the words of a small worker, because he always dreamed of taking revenge on the government. He is not going to give up his goal, because he remembers how the association accused him of corruption. He admits that he was wrong, but everyone around him took bribes and only he was accused, and this is unfair. Yang tried with all his might to reason with the old man, and remind him that the government had brought him a lot of benefits. If he doesn't stop, diplomatic conflicts will arise and everything will end in prison. Horus was not going to listen to this worm. He said that he would take revenge and also fulfill the will of his master. Its owner is the constellation of the wizard, who shares everything and is an evil deity. He turned to his ally and ordered him to begin executing the plan of endless explosions. This should be more than enough, and if a representative of a nation commits a terrorist attack at such an event, then everything will work out perfectly. You should immediately expect instant conflict between countries because this is obvious. If the wizard is lucky, the situation will get out of control, and all this could end in a full-fledged military conflict. The sparks of war will quickly spread throughout the world, and even the average constellation essence will increase significantly. The masked creature gains power from chaos. He wants to help the wizard so that massive conflicts and global hatred begin on Earth. Such energy fuels him, and through the wizard he can safely gain even greater power by sowing discord. Therefore, the wizard must command his servant to go to the arena and release the power he received earlier. Thanks to this, the Earth will experience a great colossal chaos that will plunge everything into darkness. Meanwhile, John and his small delegation continued to enjoy the performances of the young hunters. Some unearthly energy seeped into the room, which immediately disappeared but did not go unnoticed. At these moments, the winners, who turned out to be underdogs from the Korean country, were being awarded. At first, nothing unusual happened, but then the participants in the process noticed some strange sign above the stage. Within a few seconds, Horus appeared, completely enveloped in the energy of the constellation and ready to take decisive measures. No one understood what he wanted, but he just wanted the banquet to continue and the fun to continue. The old man started laughing like crazy and said that he hadn't even started yet. It felt like he forgot to take a sedative. His internal energy shocked not only the hunters, but also the fans who gathered to watch the award ceremony. Soon everyone around realized that in front of them was a servant of the dark constellation, and this could end badly. In front of him, Gore immediately saw the main heroes of this banquet, the victorious team from Korea. He said that such a day should not end with fun because one of the players is bound to die. He is only following orders from his master, and therefore asks no one to take this personally. The best fighter of this tournament realized that he could not stop the power of the constellation, and therefore he could only wait for his fate. In the last seconds of his life, he asked someone to help, although he did not believe that this was possible. Apparently, today is a day of miracles because at the last moment a hunter appeared, grabbed the magical snake by the neck, and stopped the attack. Horus was surprised that his attack was stopped. He immediately found out who exactly protected the young hunters because this is the national hero of Korea. John ordered everyone around him to immediately get out of here and find a safe haven. This is not a place for amateurs at all, because only real professionals should take part in such showdowns. A little later, John saw that this old madman had hostages, the same employee of the Chinese Association named Yang. Jan begged John to save him, and constantly repeated that this was a misunderstanding, and they were not at all together. However, Horus is not going to give up, because even if this hunter has a high rank, he still cannot compare with the power of the constellation. Compared to a master who is at the pinnacle of magic, any earthly hunter is simply insignificant. John has a lot to say, but he prefers action, as well as harsh punishments for crazy people who spoil his mood. When Horus felt its power, it was already too late, because the magic arrow hit the target. This was not an attack by John. Apparently, someone intervened and decided to help him by covering his rear. Only a little later, Horus turned around and saw the legendary Iron Blood Ice Emperor standing next to him. The Tokyobi hat is a high-ranking artifact from Korea that is enchanted by magic of the highest level of stealth. John heard many beautiful stories about the Ice Emperor of Iron Blood. For him, he always remained an idol and an idol. It is unlikely that this attack will be enough to kill a person with the power of the constellation, so this is just the beginning of a confrontation. Apparently Horus was angry, because there were hunters who were preventing him from bringing his master's plan to life. Now they must prepare to die because the magical snakes will strangle them and send them to hell. You will have to come closer and deliver the maximum number of attacks. Then Chansik will increase the distance, and John will help. The experienced hunter quickly planned his next actions, but he could not have predicted that the strength of the training master would help him grow. Thanks to the power of the constellation, he immediately reached his limit and strengthened his entire body. He also acquired the skill of greatness as an ice emperor of iron blood, all thanks to the fact that he became a servant of John. Now he should not be afraid of these magical snakes because, with the power granted from the constellation, he turns into a Terminator. An experienced hunter, together with the power of a deity, is ready to accomplish the impossible, and that's exactly what happened. Today he looks faster and stronger, even than in his best days of distant youth. The city began to scream in anger, and could not believe that the power of its owner could be defeated by ordinary hunters. He didn't even realize that he was fighting the constellation and his servant, and thought that he had to defeat these weaklings. As soon as he prepared for a new attack, the situation immediately got out of his control, and everything did not go according to plan. He could not understand what kind of magic was working against him because he tried to attack, but in the end, he felt the compression of the chains on his chest. Only a few seconds later, it became clear that Jasmine had finally intervened in the fight, and also demonstrated several of her talents. This technique is called the special binding power of the instinct star. Today is the first time Jasmine attacks a person in this way. She had already managed to evacuate all the civilians and immediately rushed to help her comrades. A perfect job from Jasmine. Meanwhile, while the villain was trying to get rid of the dog collar, Chansik managed to free the hostage from his hands. The real iron-blooded Ice Emperor acts without delay, and now John will take an example from him. Horus could not understand what was happening and asked his master for help, because he did not expect such resistance from earthly hunters. Even the wizard could not understand how to help this old man, because it seemed to him that everything should go according to plan. The chaos plan collapses, but he does not panic at all and reminds the wizard that there is always a way out, even from difficult situations. At that moment, the wizard terminated the contract with his servant, and all the powers that the city committee received were cancelled. This is what happens. You trust your destiny to a constellation and believe in its power, and then they simply abandon you. It will be difficult to come to terms with this, but John is not going to forgive the crazy old man, because he made a fatal mistake. It was a very hard blow. Some would even say that it's wrong to hit old people, but John doesn't care about the rules. This is exactly what you would expect from a training master servant. The rumors turned out to be true about his flamboyant style. John underestimated the constellation of chaos, but nevertheless, now is not the time to be sad, because something needs to be done. Because of this failure, the wizard will not only not become famous, but will also receive the stigma of one who lost to the deity and was abandoned by his followers. Apparently, this does not bother the chaos at all, because this is the wizard's problem, and for him, this is a huge success. He has already said earlier that the source of his power is chaos and anarchy. The goal was to incite conflict among people and gain greater power from it. From this point of view, Gore did an excellent job, because this incident would immediately create a deep chasm between the two nations. In the near future, we should expect a very interesting diplomatic conflict, although it is unlikely that this will lead to war. Even such a conflict will benefit the plane of chaos, and therefore he remains satisfied and no longer needs an alliance with the wizard. The wizard got angry. He couldn't believe that the alliance was being broken so easily, because that's not the right thing to do. He said that this was unacceptable, because you should not underestimate the wizard, because he can punish you harshly. Chaos quickly showed him who was boss, and also that he was not afraid of the wizard. He asked him to leave without hysterics, and to behave quietly if he wanted to keep this pathetic throne. After this, the King of Chaos left the channel and left the wizard to think about his behavior. He seeks revenge, but his strength cannot match the chaos, so he must come up with a cunning plan for revenge. In this case, an alliance with another constellation, for example, with a training master, may be an option. The next day, urgent news was broadcast at the main office of the Doxini clan about a terrorist attack on the Asian Hunter Tournament. The president of the Chinese Hunters Association, Gore, organized the attack after concluding a contract with the evil god. It was very lucky that a South Korean hunter was nearby along with his friends, because they were the ones who stopped the crazy old man. The detained Horus tirelessly repeats that he does not remember anything, because he was under the influence of the constellation all the time. The incident greatly affects diplomatic relations between Korea and China, which could deteriorate significantly. John gave an interview and said that he was lucky to be around, and he does not consider himself a hero. The news has already spread all over the world, and now the invincible training master has become even more famous on Earth. Chansik made a very difficult decision for himself. He wants to return to active service, despite the situation. Yesterday's battle made it clear to him that his strength was now even greater than in his younger years, thanks to the influence of the training master. He retired back then due to age, but he is still a hunter who is destined for the battlefield. At his age, it is difficult to change his mind, but nevertheless, he feels the call of his heart. The real reason is to save people with the new power, and this is a worthy act for an adult. He is ready not to look at the opinions of others and do what he considers necessary and correct. He can also bribe everyone with money in order to improve his reputation. This was precisely the proposal made by John, but apparently Chansik did not really appreciate his friend's words. Coincidentally, Matthias has close ties with Korean journalists, so everything can be settled quickly and easily. Chansik could not believe that Matthias had changed this young hunter and turned him into a mercantile pig. It was at this moment, when it seemed that the entire yesterday's situation was left behind, the wizard's constellation made contact. He's requested a meeting with the training master, and it feels like he's challenging John to a celestial duel of vengeance. Nothing can be ruled out, although it is possible that this meeting could serve as the beginning of a new alliance. John decided to listen to what he had to say and soon appeared in the abyss to meet the wizard. Evil Constellation was happy to meet the training master, as if he had always been a fan. The wizard wants to clear up a big misunderstanding that happened yesterday afternoon, because it was all a conspiracy that did not happen according to his will. The sweet, endless chaos appeared and clouded his mind, and that was why this incident happened. John asked the wizard to swear on his own name, knowing that the oath could not be broken. The wizard replied that he could not do this, because after all, he took a little part in yesterday's conflict. The training master hates when people blatantly lie to his face, and he severely punishes such offenses. The wizard stated that he gained nothing from yesterday's incident, and wants to take revenge on the chaos by enlisting the help of John. To begin with, the wizard wants to convey the plans of chaos so that John can stop this guy, and thereby ruin his life. In this case, both John and the wizard will be happy. One of them will protect the planet, the second will take revenge on the enemy. The Chaos Constellation plans to capture the Lord of the Second Area without a sign associated with the Earth. It's hard to believe, but the demon of contracts and orders is really in danger. He may feel confident and unpunished, but chaos will come for him sooner or later. The demon is one of the highest constellations. Chaos cannot cope with it, but this was the case before, because the current chaos has become much stronger. He has absorbed the chaos of the Earth, which is much more abundant than any area in the abyss, and has now become more powerful. He remained quiet only because he believed that his strength was not yet enough, and he behaved cautiously. Now he has finally decided to act, because he has gathered enough strength to catch the constellation of contracts and orders. There is nothing good in changing the owner of the territory, because all the people's preparations for the raid will be in vain. Since John had an agreement with the demon, he can warn him of the approaching danger. John decided to think about it. But a few days after this meeting, the unthinkable happened. It seemed that in even the worst scenario, chaos was unlikely for Lee to attack the demon so quickly, but it happened. Its territory was covered in fire, and all this was due to the constellation of chaos, which brought destruction along with you. This all happened incredibly quickly, highlighting the power of chaos today. Apparently the demon managed his territory very poorly, and therefore deserved such punishment. Contracts were the most important thing to him, so he only allowed intelligent beings who could enter into contracts. He increased his power by the number of contracts rather than their quality, and never cared whether these beings served other constellations. Having proven his intelligence, anyone could penetrate his territory, even such an obvious villain as Chaos with his dynamite. The chaos he creates only amplifies his own energy, and thus he becomes stronger. Now the demon must admit that he lost this battle, and too underestimated the potential risks. The demon constellation of contracts and orders was defeated in a full-scale battle. This is the end. As a result, control of the second area of the abyss passed to the victorious constellation, and this will definitely affect the Earth. Soon the news reported that the new owner of the second region was Endless Chaos. Even John could not expect such a quick plot turn. He thought that this would never happen. The shocking result caused a stir not only on Earth, but also beyond its borders. This led to incredible changes in the ratings of constellations. The world government has long been preparing for a raid into the second region of the abyss, but the entire plan was disrupted. This incident sparked urgent discussions about what to do next, and it was difficult to come to a decision. One of the countries decided to take very bold and aggressive steps and challenge the new owner of the second area of the abyss. In the name of the Great Chinese Hunting Association, they want to take over this area and make it part of the land. It turned out that they had actually already managed to send their hunters there, despite the risks. They probably felt the criticism they received after the attack on the hunter tournament. This is what led to an aggressive reaction to the latest incident, because the negativity of the whole world fell upon them. Now, the Chinese Association is trying to restore its reputation and take the initiative, but there is no confidence that it will work. Soon, a six-winged angel approached John. Apparently, he was also concerned about this situation. From the French raid they took part in together to the attack on the Hunter tournament, John had always saved the weak. He acted fairly and never doubted his decisions, which deserves respect. Now the angel wants to offer him something special, because you know that John is already preparing for the second one about the food of the abyss. John is not going to let China seize the initiative and is about to begin to take decisive steps. The angel wants to get rid of the word constellation, but cannot entrust such a task to earthly politicians. He proposes an alliance and John must think about this proposal. The fact is that the six-winged angel is the most powerful of the holy constellations of Poor. It can make the task of destroying chaos much easier, and John has no reason to refuse. He made a wise decision and made an alliance, and after collecting information, the angel will again contact the training avatar. The angel also decided in advance to send to John someone he trusts and who is close to the hunter. Several days passed after this conversation, and for a long time John could not understand who the angel had sent to him. Many people have already gathered near the gates of the abyss. All the hunters understand that something big will soon begin. John gathered his assistants from the Huashan school and also headed here. Only now did he realize that the angel had been sent by Jessica to help him, although this was obvious from the very beginning. They haven't seen each other for a long time, but it's clear that the daughter misses the hero who saved her life. This was quite unexpected because the last time they met, it seemed that Jessica did not like to cooperate with people. It's really true. She doesn't like people, but she's ready to make an exception for the sake of a special person. Jessica tried to say something else important, but for some reason her assistants decided to intervene and take her with them. The raid conditions for this area will be a constellation of treasures, and John should know this from the start. After the capture, endless chaos turned this place into an inverted pyramid. This pyramid consists of 4 levels of dungeons, and each level has unique features. At the last level there is a constellation relic, which must be obtained to fulfill the conditions of the raid. Everything looks quite simple, and even if the hunter dies during the raid, he will be kicked out and you can try again. It feels like this is false information, because Chaos behaves too generously. It turned out that Chaos revealed this information under his personal name. I am everyone who entered the dungeon, so it is unlikely that this is a lie. To pick up the relic at the last level, you will need to fulfill the conditions of 100 souls. In simple words, only when 100 applicants gather in one place will the relic appear. The Chinese hunters have already started the raid, so they have an advantage over the others. John believes that the opposite is true, because a serious massacre has already begun in this area. The joy of the people is very great, and this may lead to them all killing each other. This behavior is typical for people, because now it's not strange why Chaos chose this particular path. He wants to create an environment where people will be forced to fight each other and create endless chaos that fuels his power. Even if you stay on the sidelines, the unrest will not stop, so John chooses the path of active action. John remembers that Jessica doesn't like people, so it's better for her to focus on her tasks and not get in the way. The Vulcan team must prepare for battle, because a lot depends on their actions. They soon entered the second area of the abyss, their starting point being randomly assigned. The Chaos Authority ensures that no one can die in this area, as it wishes to maintain an eternal conflict. According to the artifact they received from the angels, they need to head to the center where the entrance to the second floor is located. Countless traps and a huge number of monsters await them around. This should not frighten such a prepared team, because they are all ready to do everything for the sake of the result. It won't be easy, but when John turns on the maximum speed, even the strongest opponents crumble into dust. Meanwhile, Jessica also did not waste time and decided to act in parallel. With her angel skills, she easily destroyed the golems in a short period of time. Her assistants were shocked by the skills of their leader because she is the strongest of them. Probably Jessica doesn't want to give in to John, so she's trying to catch up with him and not be inferior in performance. Later, it turned out that the house had really thought through everything and assigned a very serious task. On the first floor, they are ordered to sacrifice their allies. Now this is truly true chaos. Even the angels imagined that it would not be easy for them, but now it seems too difficult a task. Perhaps they should find another way, but there are even more such barriers ahead of them, so they cannot constantly retreat. To follow the enemy's intentions would be dishonorable, which means there is only one option left. We must try to break through and use everything possible, for example, the secret skill of the Archangel Jessica. This skill is called Dragon Executioner, and only a few living creatures of the abyss have seen this technique with their own eyes. It seemed that now Jessica would tear everything around, but apparently her legendary technique did not work at all. It's not entirely clear how this is even possible. It feels like this is some kind of joke. Breaking through a stone wall turned out to be much more difficult, but for Jessica it sounds like a challenge. She is ready to continue without stopping, trying again and again to strike a fatal blow. Meanwhile, John's squad also decided to break through this wall by force, or more precisely, the training master decided so. Iris suggests finding another way to save energy and not waste precious energy. He said that he is in complete control of the situation and it will turn out to be much easier than it seems. The wall, although it looks protected by the presence, is in fact only slightly covered from the outside. Inside, the wall is filled with mana and is quite strong at first glance. But if you think a little, it becomes clear that with such a structure, the energy can be disrupted and the wall will easily collapse. After the right actions, this is exactly what happened. It turned out to be easier than it seems. The invincible training master has once again proven that he is not only strong, but also smart when circumstances require it. It would be a mistake to think that the troubles will end there, because with each new level, the difficulty of the challenge increases. Now they have to fight zombies that are very similar to the Shaolin monks. The Huashan school asked to deal with this issue personally because they had not demonstrated their skill for a long time. Only at the last moment it turned out that these were really members of the Shaolin clan who were not going to fight. They recognized John and began to ask him to save their lives again, and also to give them something to eat. The training master couldn't have foreseen anything more absurd. This really goes against the expectations of a dungeon. After some time, he listened to these hunters and found out everything that happened. The Chinese Full Moon clan was the first to reach the second floor and take control of it. The Shaolin hunters tried to resist their rivals, but were thrown back to the first floor and were stuck here for a long time. In this way, they fasted for 3 days, and now they were able to eat some rice balls from John. The Chinese Hunters Association announced conditions. The clan that makes the largest contribution to the raid will receive a monopoly on the business of the association. This monopoly will last 10 years in a row, and although they are compatriots, they have now turned into competitors. They could kill each other, and then the system would automatically release them from here. But it turned out that they didn't even think about this option, because they are true comrades. John thanked these guys for the information and prepared to continue on her way. At that moment, there was a loud explosion and everyone around prepared to repel a new danger. It seemed like something terrible might happen, but in reality, it was just Jessica. She finally made a hole in the wall, although it required a huge number of blows. The dragon technique had taken too much of her strength, and now her stupid decisions had caused her to lose consciousness. Soon she felt better and told about how she destroyed all the traps with her brute strength. This significantly depleted her mana supply, although it seemed that Jessica should have figured out how to achieve success in another way. John was upset, because she seemed to him much smarter. But in any case, you need to forget about the past and move forward. He got her some rice from his storage and promised that it would return her mana. The idiot started screaming and said that she would never allow herself to eat human food in her life. Apparently, she's going to fight without mana and is not going to follow the example of other hunters. She needs to understand that without early preparation, they will not be able to withstand the warriors of the full moon. Now John needs her help, so he asks her to compromise. Jessica was incredibly pleased to hear these words, because before she had never thought that anyone needed her. So she decided to trust John and try his rice balls. Within a few seconds, the angel felt a surge of vitality and energy. Only a small piece brought her back to her previous level, and she realized that John really had a talent for cooking. Before coming here, John bought a supreme omnibox from a traveling merchant. As soon as he opens his commands, who will know the will of the deity, although it is not at all clear what this means. In order to buy something like that, you had to pay 1,000,000 points, and that's expensive even by Abyss standards. John has been making good money lately, and this is a fairly important raid, so his action is justified. As soon as he opened the Omnibox, the chaos that burst out prepared to seal his fate. Thus, the domain seed was obtained, although John had expected something much more useful. Under his control, a new domain can grow from this seed in a short period of time. This is really a good gift, but John does not understand how to use it, and all you need to do is open the seed. As soon as he did this, he was immediately recognized as a seed and became the source of a new domain. He won't be able to use it now, but over time, this skill will play a very important role in his future. 30 minutes later, many people gathered near the passage to the second underground floor. Let us remind you that this floor was occupied by the Full Moon Warriors from the Chinese clan of hunters. The leader of the Full Moon Warriors, Shay, he already knows that the passage will soon open and they will attack first. They will only have to hold out a little until 100 of their fighters gather. After this happens, they will become the most powerful clan in China, going down in history as legendary hunters. Soon the passage began to open, and the Chinese warriors prepared to attack the fresh fish. They have done this before because for them there is nothing personal, it is only business. Everyone is trying to survive, but when you challenge the constellation in your attempts to survive, you shouldn't expect anything good. John does not take such situations to heart, but for him, this is also a business. If he sees people who have betrayed the ideals of humanity, then he is immediately ready to break their noses. He came here with Jessica and is ready to give the Full Moon Warriors a real test by fire. It would be strange if these guys didn't recognize the legendary hunter from Korea. Now he's a world star. Jonah immediately analyzed the out aura of the Full Moon clan and realized which of them was the leader. At such moments, you always need to destroy the strongest warrior, and everyone else will begin to retreat. John speaks only once, so he ordered them to listen carefully. They must immediately turn their heads away, because from now on, this territory is completely under his control. After some time, it became clear that the hunters did not bow their heads, which means that force had to be used. Now their leader realized that resistance was pointless, and therefore it was better to surrender. John is ready to accept their mistake and give them a second chance to correct themselves and take the right path. If they refuse again, then you will have to tear them apart and forget about kindness. Thus the problem was solved. John ordered to follow him, and again struck the hearts of his fans. Soon they found themselves in front of a huge stone statue, which still did not move at all. John immediately warned his team that this rock was the boss of the dungeon. He is sure that this is the camouflage form of a prisoner of giants, and even in the abyss their strength was colossal. John immediately remembered his friend from the abyss and realized that they had something in common. He will start first, and his comrades will come to help when he gives the signal. It's been a long time since this stone titan has had visitors, so he's glad to see John. But at the same time, he's a servant of the endless explosion and cannot allow it to pass any further. Only if he overcomes all obstacles will he earn the recognition of the endless explosion and clear the dungeon. John ordered him to attack, and this angered the giant, who wants to show who is in charge. He will not allow the little worms to insult his master, so he will hit with full power. Such a blow should have torn John to pieces, but as a result, not a single hair fell from his head. It immediately became clear that this was an unusual person in front of him, and he was not going to stand silently doing nothing. That he is ready to act proactively and not pay attention to the difference in anthropometry. The giant took a closer look at this guy and saw that he was using martial arts. He quickly realized that John was a follower of the invincible training master. John also said that he is not just a follower of the constellation, but also a friend of the stone snakes. He asked the Titan for help, but he is forbidden to help the hunters because he must fulfill the mission of his master. If he wants to gain powers, who should destroy anyone who invaded this dungeon? At the last moment, John tried to convince the Titan again and said that the endless explosion had deceived him. His strength increases only from the fact that he destroys unexpected guests, but they may never come here. It feels like the owner forces him to be alone all the time and do dirty work. It seems John's words influenced the Stone Titan, and there was a chance to pass without a fight. It seemed that all the bad things were behind us, but quite unexpectedly, some kind of magical aura formed from above. It turned out that the endless explosion personally came to call the stone giant useless. He's going to remove him from the area because he can't do his job. Also, the endless explosion is unhappy with the hunter who disrupted his plans. The discovery of the dungeon happened only 7 years ago, but that's not all. Also, about 9 years ago, there was a waste leak from a magical experiment, and it was all because of China. Endless Blast says, if he destroys these hunters, then the invincible training master should also be satisfied. His words really make sense, although of course Chinese hunters are against such plans. Even though John sees the logic in this, he still refuses to give in to the endless explosion. The Chinese hunters who are here are not guilty of anything, because only the one who committed it should pay for the crime. John said that touching the innocent is a terrible act, and at that moment the domain seed began to tremble in his body. He began to feel an internal energy that was pulsating and trying to get out. This seed acquired the property of nobility, and in the abyss, the domain is directly connected with the forces of the constellation. It can be associated with justice, war, hatred, and despondency. In any case, the simpler and clearer a domain is, the stronger it becomes and the more powerful it becomes. Endless Blast recognizes the hunter's strength and respects him for his ability to resist temptation. Endless Chaos decided to show off its power and show our main character something. This place is very familiar, because John has already been to this territory. This is the city of the demon of contracts and orders. However, the Endless Chaos asked not to be distracted because a constellation attacked the city. This is the true form of Endless Chaos that has put an end to the enjoyment of this territory. Residents begged the demon of contracts and orders to save them, but it was too late. John watched all this happen, while at the same time the endless explosion laughed loudly. The demon of contracts and order was shocked by the invasion of his lands and immediately prepared for battle. Even the goddess of laziness had not seen such a large-scale war among the constellations for a long time, and therefore opened the popcorn. Before John's eyes, a battle unfolded between two constellations that owned territories. Those who are in the possession of a demon are obliged to obey its order, as it always has been and always will be. He prepared to destroy the chaos and end all the suffering of his people, but it was not easy. Endless Chaos turned out to be much more cunning and capable than it seemed before. He used the power of the Lord of Peace and Silence. That is the power of the constellation, which does not correspond to his nature. Apparently, he was very good at keeping track of people and learned tricks, as well as learned from past mistakes. The demon was not going to let this monster use his domain, so he ordered the demons to disappear and the buildings to collapse. Everything around began to lose its soil, the buildings actually collapsed, and the demons quickly left the area. This is exactly what the demon of contracts and orders sought. If he loses, then this is the only way. Now John understood why what the constellation does on Earth is called the level of the game. The battle of the higher constellations is completely different in scale and rules. The territory of chaos expanded. The demons who were left without owners went into his service. After the explosion completely ended, except for human resources, they apparently decided to send them to the air. To begin with, it is better to find out how chaos was able to use the power of silence, because this is considered an anomaly. Now, the endless explosion or endless chaos believes that it is completely in control of the situation. However, even if he was 100 times stronger, the training master would not change his position. In the end, Chaos just laughed, amazed by the brave spirit of this hero, and promised to follow him in the future. After that, he disappeared, which means that John must continue his path to clearing the dungeon. Jessica immediately showed how worried she was for her hero, and couldn't even hide it. Only a little later, she realized that she had given herself away, and therefore reminded that they were partners and they needed to take care of each other. At the same time, on the third floor of the dungeon, work also continued to boil. There are robots here that help hunters and perform various jobs. The work continued day and night until the endless explosion provided new information. The training master and the angel occupied the second underground floor, which is why supplies are not coming to them, where the decision was made to call a hunter of rank A, whose name is Guan. This guy is not even interested in who he has to deal with, because the prey itself came straight to him. All that remains is to grab it. John has already managed to reach the third floor and is ahead of many other competitors. His team doesn't look tired at all, as if they didn't face any serious difficulties on the way here. It is immediately clear that the pride of America, the avatar of training, is again preparing to take all the glory for itself. Guan has an assistant, Rancho, who John considers to be arrogant Americans with no special skills. The two of them are highly skilled hunters, and are confident that they can challenge him. We all have long understood that John does not like self-confident idiots, and is always ready to teach them proper manners. If they are going to attack, then he will not stop them, but will only show who is daddy. As soon as they sensed his divine aura, they immediately abandoned their intentions and threw their weapons at Paul. John was pleased and continued the conversation with other hunters, of whom there were more than he expected. There is real chaos outside as rumors have already spread everywhere. Everyone knows that there are many interesting artifacts in the dungeon, as well as an unlimited amount of valuable materials. There is no doubt that endless chaos has played a hand in this. It is creating more and more problems for humanity. If the conflict over this territory continues to gain momentum, then this will only be a plus for chaos. John quickly realized that in order to turn the situation in their favor, they had to seal this place. If the hunters can't go any further, they won't have to worry. But it won't be easy. Chaos must have some kind of plan, and it's unlikely that Lee is counting on an ordinary raid, given what's going on here. Jessica believes that it is necessary to act diplomatically, and John suggests a more selfish path. They live in a society following the laws, and since John was the first to clear the second floor, he appropriates this territory for himself. Even endless chaos recognized his power, so there should be no doubt about the legitimacy of this decision. Someone thought that this was the right way, and someone said that it was lawlessness, but this does not change anything. If the Chinese hunters want to go to the lower level so badly, then John will not delay them. They can do it right now, but they will have to go without support and face big problems. It took the hunters less than a day to leave the dungeon, although it was not an easy decision. Only after this did the constellation finally appear, realizing that something had gone wrong. Endless Chaos was shocked, and in despair he asked not to spoil this domain and forget about tricks. The constellation is often not prepared for sudden situations, and now is a good opportunity to take advantage of this. Jessica felt inspired and said that she would protect this place and no one would get through it. In the meantime, John will go to check the territory and try to clear this place of dangers. It turned out that the territory of this floor is quite spacious and there is room to roam around. This place is perfect for transforming into your true form. The invincible training master decided to bring endless chaos to the conversation. At this moment, the various constellations that were monitoring the situation began to react violently. Apparently due to the fact that the contract demon's possessions were destroyed, the other constellations became very angry at the endless chaos. Soon, endless chaos finally appeared and asked the training master what he wanted. John suggested a simple way out of the situation, to get angry one-on-one in the battle of the constellations. Chaos not only lured people into the dungeon but also tried to confuse the followers of the training master, and this was absolutely outrageous. Naturally, John must perform himself, but he will not participate in the duel because it is better if it is a team battle. Endless Chaos immediately began to search for information about the followers of the invincible training master and calculate the chances of victory. In a duel in a constellation, everyone will have a chance to succeed, but only one of them will gain the advantage. Sometime after this conversation, John returned to the Dragon Industry office. The news reported that a rare monster had been discovered, which attracted the attention of researchers. Apparently, John has new employees who work for his company. In the world of people, when companies merge, restructuring is carried out, and they worry that they will be fired. John said that this is all nonsense because he plans to fight with them against the explosion constellation. He explained that he took on human form to disguise himself and act as a human. The demons did not understand this logic at all, but apparently they were not destined to understand the training master. They must accept the fact that they have a battle against chaos, but this does not mean that they should be afraid, because they have a good chance of success. They will enter the territory of endless chaos and deal with all its followers. That is the plan. The demons hope to hear what exactly he plans to do with the endless chaos, because they hate him. He replied that he had not thought about it yet, and was only planning to seize his territory first. Let's be transported into the abyss, onto an iron chariot where it is very loud today. Apparently today is a sacrifice in honor of endless chaos, which loves explosions. John is already here and observes everything that is happening, and cannot help but be surprised at the fanaticism of the followers of chaos. The lava and magma cat is also dissatisfied. He considers such a sacrifice too inelegant. Taking a closer look, John saw a terrorist from the United States, a rank A hunter, Harry Nelson, who had been here all this time. He is also from a completely different generation, and apparently due to the fact that he was in the abyss all the time, he practically did not age. Harry is trying to understand what kind of place this is, where you can only use chaos magic. John noticed that he was dissatisfied with many things and offered friendly help. Harry thought Alex Parker had sent him, but of course that wasn't the case. John considers himself a simple solution to all problems and is ready to offer a way out of a difficult situation. It's probably difficult to trust a person who has demons behind him, but these are the realities. The times have come when you have to ask different people for help, and Harry is ready to do it. If he receives power from John, he will be ready to enter into a contract with him. All that remains is to choose what kind of power he wants to receive, capable of controlling monsters or dominating over the dead. Perhaps he wants to get legendary armor charged with a colossal amount of mana. John is willing to give him whatever he asks for if Harry pays the right price. The hunter wants to learn martial arts that can be used in any situation. The demons were shocked because they believed that they could ask for something much more valuable. Only John was happy because this is exactly what he wanted. Thus, a contract was concluded between the constellation of the training master and the hunter Harry Nelson. After his business in the abyss, John went to Korea to meet Jasmine. This girl has a very hot temper, but in some situations she can be understood. They sent out an official request to call for hunters, but too few people showed up. John suddenly appeared and asked her to calm down and not get upset, because this was mere trifle. Jasmine said that there were problems with the recently appeared dungeon. They recruited hunters, but among them there are many foreigners who are difficult to control. The golden pig was a popular monster 30 years ago, and he still gets reborn every decade. This is a rank D monster, which increases vigor, energy, endurance, and therefore many people want to get it. It doesn't matter who you fight with, but if everything happens on Korean territory, it will be impossible to avoid devastation. John once again asked Jasmine not to worry and promised to help about the current situation. At that moment, he again had a vision that had not been there for a long time. He saw a dark room and strange people who were actively discussing something. It seems that they caught the golden pig, but he does not look like himself at all, as if a transformation had occurred. When they grabbed him, he was golden. And it's better to forget about all these strange feelings and intuition. It seemed that they were really too nervous, but apparently they should have listened to their intuition. The golden piglet began to grow bigger, but it shouldn't be able to do something like that. Soon these guys finally realized that this was not a pig at all, but a real fiery crocodile. Each of them tried to escape and save their lives, but it was too late. The crocodile was not going to spare anyone, but only thirsted for blood and revenge. Only by looking more closely could one see that there was something inside the crocodile. It was none other than the demon of contracts and orders, as if in a new form. The crocodile continued to grow in size and soon found itself on the street. At this point the introduction ended. John realized that they had serious problems. He said that if there are hunters who want to take the golden pig abroad, he gives them time to voluntarily surrender. Jasmine will do everything as he said, but even she understands that it is unlikely that anyone will follow his decree. All this is illegal, and therefore it will not harm their reputation if they carry the goods with them, but hand over their partners to the police. John knows a specialist in difficult situations, and is going to contact the right place. Soon he phoned Jolie and said that he needed her help, because she was a master at solving such problems. Apparently Jolie is unhappy with his request, because at first he constantly leaves the company without review, and now he shifts responsibility to her. Among the illegally exported monsters, a golden piglet was also recorded, which is now in Gansu. This information was easy to find out after a small bribe from the Public Security Bureau. After that, John thanked Jolie for her help and made another important call. Mr. Gando, who works at Session, was very happy to see him. He thanked the hunter for his assistance during the Endless Chaos incident. John asked to leave the formalities and get straight to the point, that is, to hand over the golden pig to him. Gando tried to pretend he didn't understand, but John hinted that he had already done his own research. The Dragon Company offers a reward for assistance in this situation, so it is beneficial for both parties. Gando replied that in such a situation only he can set conditions. What he said is that something terrible is hidden under the piglet's personality, so the current situation should not be underestimated. Gando is not going to listen to the hunter at all, and says that they have enough security to stabilize the situation. If any problem happens, he is ready to immediately call for help and calm the piglet down. For such situations, he has created a special detachment of hunters who are always ready for mobilization. He was sure that the situation was not as dangerous as John said, but he too underestimated the possibility of making a mistake. It became clear that it was too late, and now we need to act proactively. Once the events in China become known to the public, stock prices will immediately fall, and you need to prepare for this. Less than a week has passed, and China has already plunged into real chaos. Dragon Industry found suppliers in another country, and also managed to evacuate its staff from China. Recently, another call came from China, or rather from the Central Committee of Hunters. This is not the first time the association has tried to contact John. The situation is quite strange because they should not have a shortage of qualified warriors. Apparently, they think that John knew about all these events in advance and suspect that he may know something else. Jolie was ordered by her assistant to immediately call the Chinese Hunters Association because this situation must be taken advantage of. John knows nothing, but no one knows it, which means he is in an advantageous position. The training master never told anyone that he had seen another vision. He did not fully understand what it meant. Someone with the powers of a vampire king self-proclaimed himself the king of Gansu and tried to take control of the city. The hunters of this city came out to immediately stop him, but were soon defeated. If behind all this there is not a monster, but a hunter, then you can try to solve the problem through classic negotiations. Vampires are too rare a species even for the Abyss, so it is difficult to find any information about them. John only knows one vampire, but he is a follower of the Collector. There is quite a lot of tension between them, but perhaps we can figure out how to change this. The servant of the Collector of Noble Crowns, the vampire Garantia, had not thought about John for a long time. Today John came with tomato juice instead of blood, but it still looks cute. It turned out that this juice was made in the Abyss and is endowed with very strong energy. The vampire had never felt anything like this, even when he drank the blood of young girls. After this, John decided to get straight to the point. He found out that there was a hunter who received powers from the vampire king Almagorius. It turned out that Garantia knows the king of vampires, but he has been active for so long that mortals do not know about him. Almagoria is fierce and dishonest. He is trying to gain power and recognition, and is ready to do anything for this. He is also known for killing other vampires and drinking their blood, which is a terrible sin. He eventually lost his power, but managed to escape and was never found after a long search in the desert. The power of this vampire really went to the hunter Lin, who is now creating outrages in Chinese cities.